All pets were tied up together. Jing Shu looked at Ah Huang, who stuck out his tongue obediently as if to say, "Don't worry, I'll behave." For some reason, Jing Shu felt uneasy. She quietly told Fat Chicken not to bully Ah Huang, then slung her silly-looking backpack and entered the arena. It was her first time without her thick, warm coat, and she felt exposed and chilly. Even though the underground black market was warmer, it wasn't by much. Without her bulky winter clothes, Jing Shu looked completely different, like an ugly duckling turning into a swan. Her casually tied hair, fair neck, and delicate features made her stand out like a Snow White in prison garb, beautiful. Some people just have that aura, even in a uniform. Jing Shu was even more striking, almost bewitching. Her teammates felt like they were seeing her for the first time. Is this really the same auntie as before? The difference is huge. So, this is Mirror's true form? Whistles started from the crowd. Zhao He, translating in real time and terrified Tank would abandon him, relayed, "God, there's such a pretty girl in this team. Don't let her die. Let me finish her off myself," and similar comments. Lingling, usually stunning in a miniskirt, looked much more ordinary in the prison uniform. After half an hour of prep and strategy discussion, the staff finished resetting the arena. The survival challenge was about to begin. Each person was hooded and led into the sticky map, thoroughly scattered and separated. The map was modeled after the desert map from PUBG, with real sand, a few tin shacks, and even some maze-like areas. A thick layer of bulletproof glass was installed above, probably to prevent riots from the underground crowd. After all, this was the only way to the first floor. "Dear mercenaries, here's some good news. If you manage to sneak in a weapon, you're allowed to use it in this match," Peiki announced, with a translator so Zhao He could relax a bit. Monkey cursed. His weapon was too big to sneak in. Snake Spirit smirked. His poison was in his mouth. The other team was frustrated. Their weapons were impossible to hide. Jing Shu was even more confident. Whether she used a weapon or not didn't matter. She couldn't just pull a huge gun out of nowhere, right? What gave her confidence was that, while everyone else was blindfolded, she could sense the outside world, not with X-ray vision, but by controlling her bugs. The man-eating bugs she'd bred for years were finally useful. She'd found them in the underground tunnels, and after cultivating them, she now had a terrifying number. She'd released them under the sand, and while invisible, they formed a giant web she could sense. She even knew where all 12 people were. This round, Jing Shu was basically playing with cheat codes. Too bad I can't bet on myself to win. A match without body armor or helmets was too dangerous. Jing Shu hated risky business, so she decided to end it quickly. The map was big enough to give everyone a chance to find a weapon, otherwise it'd be boring if people died instantly. Watching real people fight to the death was wildly popular, and for the participants, it was a real adrenaline rush. When Peiki shouted for the match to begin, the whole arena erupted. All 12 contestants pulled off their hoods at the same time and dashed for the nearest weapon. The killing game had begun. Jing Shu's starting position was right at the center, but in a resource-poor zone. She'd already had her bugs scour the sand, and the only cover, a big rock, nearby. All she found was a bulletproof vest and the buttstock of some unknown gun, not even an axe. Maybe this was intentional, but it didn't matter. Jing Shu didn't know much about guns anyway. If she had to collect parts and assemble one, she'd probably get killed right away. But being at the center was just too dangerous. So, as soon as the game started, Jing Shu dashed for the big rock, grabbed the bulletproof vest, and put it on. Survival first. At that moment, a burly American soldier came running from the other side, empty-handed and clearly desperate to regroup with his teammates. From the start, the other team was shouting to confirm positions, clearly planning to group up and then hunt. Jing Shu's team, on the other hand, was full of confident solo fighters, each sure they could handle themselves in a melee. The soldier was surprised to see Jing Shu, then grinned wickedly, clenching his fists as he approached, clearly thinking, might as well take out this chick first. The announcer was excited. "Look, our beautiful lady seems to be in trouble. What do you think this soldier will do to a female enemy? Damn, I hope he goes easy on her. She's the most beautiful Asian woman I've seen in years." Bang! A gunshot rang out. Someone had found or assembled a gun. The crowd's attention shifted. Jing Shu wasted no time. She hefted the solid wood gun stock and, under the soldier's mocking gaze, swung it hard. He looked at her like she was a child throwing a lollipop, didn't even bother to dodge. How heavy is a wooden gun stock? Heavy enough to crack a skull if you're strong enough. Even without a barrel, a long gun can still pierce flesh. Thunk! A heavy blow. The soldier's vision went black. Then pain exploded. Something huge was jammed into his eye. He was blind in one eye. The first scream in the underground black market came from the soldier. When the audience, nobles, and announcer looked over, they saw the gun stock jammed into his eye. He screamed, opened his other eye, and charged at Jing Shu in a frenzy, Special Forces training kicking in, determined to eliminate the threat. But what happened next made many in the audience instinctively touch their own necks and truly understand the saying, "Women are venomous." Jing Shu kicked the crazed soldier to the ground, yanked out the gun stock, and, ignoring the spray of blood, rammed it into his throat. He twitched a few times, then went still, his ruined eyes staring blankly. A wave of boos swept the arena. First blood, the announcer. Well, it seems B-rank mercenaries are not to be trifled with, especially the women. No sooner had Jing Shu finished her kill than Zhao He came running, screaming for help, chased by a hulking brute with bulging muscles, a bulletproof shield in one hand and an axe in the other. A cat-and-mouse game, the difference in strength obvious. The brute was fast, and in a flash they were right there. "Save me, Tank! Ah!" Zhao He ran all over the arena looking for Tank, passing Monkey, Snake Spirit, and Lingling, but never finding Tank. He was about to despair. He'd said he shouldn't join this damned battle royale, and now he was really going to die. The shield and axe brute was nearly invincible, immune to bullets and melee, a killing machine. The announcer. What an entertaining chase. The big guy could take out two at once. No one really understood Jing Shu's strength. Facing a brute with an axe and shield, most thought it would be a cat-and-mouse game, with the mouse inevitably dying, a highlight of the match. The announcer hyped it up. "Honestly, my favorite thing lately is watching people get chopped up with axes. I'd love to see the big guy hack his opponent to pieces." The crowd cheered, chanting, "Chop, chop!" The nobles sipped wine and coffee, watching with elegant interest. But what happened next stunned everyone and shattered their worldview. The arena's most delicate, beautiful woman picked up the massive prop rock and hurled it at the brute. How big was the rock? It took 5 or 6 people to move it, meant as cover, not as a weapon. It was there to make the gunfights more exciting, not for someone to pick up and throw. No one expected someone to use it as a weapon. The giant rock came crashing down. The brute instinctively raised his shield, thinking it was just a lightweight prop. But the next second, boom! The rock landed like a cannonball. The brute was crushed, his head a bloody pulp, his body mashed to a pulp except for his legs. Double kill. Zhao He gulped hard, collapsed to the ground, and nearly wet himself. The rock had almost hit him too. He looked at Jing Shu, who was dusting off her hands like she'd just finished a job, and stammered, Boss? So this was the real leader of the team?" Gunfire erupted all around like bombs going off. Jing Shu was worried about getting caught in the crossfire, especially in the center. Her bugs kept tracking everyone's positions. She had to move, fast, because 2 more people were heading her way. Worse, they started spraying bullets from a distance, firing at Jing Shu like ammo was free. The professional soldiers loved the feeling of suppressive fire. They were lucky enough to assemble their guns within a minute, while on Jing Shu's side, only Lingling was a gun expert. The rest weren't great at assembling weapons. So the match quickly turned into a standoff, and after Jing Shu's 2 kills, she finally drew attention. "Rat-a-tat! Get down!" The big rock saved Jing Shu's life at the critical moment. Even with a bulletproof vest, a headshot would still be fatal. She'd never experienced the terror of bullets whizzing past her ears like this before. Fear, terror, anger, rage. Jing Shu had wanted to keep a low profile and take a different route, but she gave up on that idea. She couldn't outgun 2 professionals with automatics. If she so much as poked her head out, she'd get shot. so forget about pulling out a machine gun and trading fire. She didn't dare. But the two soldiers' wild shooting didn't excite the crowd. Instead, it caused screams, because their bullets missed Jing Shu and hit the audience. Several spectators died on the spot, and others, wounded and screaming, tried to flee, but the safe zone crowd wouldn't let them through. The scene was chaos. The nobles clinked glasses and laughed as if watching a circus. The bulletproof glass was doing its job. The host, already hiding under the stage, shouted, "Damn it, can't you aim? You almost hit me!" But these ugly, stinky soldiers really are pros. They're closing in, and these two Asians are about to die. End this damn shooting already. But just then, the two show-off soldiers suddenly started screaming, their machine guns spinning wildly, even shooting each other and killing a dozen more unlucky spectators. The chaos only grew. The host shouted, and no one knew what was happening. Just as victory seemed certain, the two soldiers dropped dead. Their faces were crawling with black bugs, which devoured their heads in seconds. The nobles were shocked, the audience gasped, and the host kept shouting, "Oh my God!" in disbelief. Is this the legendary Eastern voodoo? That venomous woman must be an 80-year-old witch in disguise. The black bugs retreated like a tide, as if they'd never been there. But everyone was left with goosebumps, all agreeing to stay far away from that terrifying woman. Xiao He gulped and instinctively moved several steps away from Jing Shu, his skin crawling. He'd seen up close just how terrifying those bugs were. Quadra kill. Meanwhile, the other fight ended. Jing Shu was curious. She'd just 1v4'd, so why did it take her teammates so long to finish at 4v2? Here's what happened. Monkey was exposed at the start, pitifully 1v2'd, shot by a sniper and hit by a crossbow, taking a bullet. And what were the other three doing? Ling Ling was busy finding parts and assembling a gun. Without a gun, she was useless. Jing Shu understood. When Ling Ling finally finished, she dueled the enemy sniper and won. Monkey, wounded but freed from the sniper, managed to take out the crossbow soldier in a head-on fight. Victory. So what about Tank and Snake Spirit? Turns out Snake Spirit got lost. Without his little snake to guide him, he had no sense of direction. Tank, meanwhile, charged straight into the snake pit from the previous match, 4 or 5 meters deep. By the time he climbed out, the fight was over. Jing Shu, no comment on Tank, just not the brightest. But Snake Spirit, a snake who gets lost? Good thing they're all individually strong because as a team they're a mess. The match ended with Jing Shu's team making a splash. She was dubbed the Witch and awarded an extra 2,000 black market coins. The team was promoted to A rank, just one step from S. Peiki made a fortune and was delighted with the Asian team. It was clear they'd be the talk of the black market for days to come. After the killing match, all the wounded and dead spectators were taken away, supposedly for treatment. But Jing Shu suspected they'd be fed to some creature. With tens of thousands in the black market, no one cared if a few dozen died each day. The black market didn't disperse. The next matches began, but after what just happened, half the crowd left. Jing Shu's team got all the enemy's loot, which they sold to the black market, each getting another 1,000 coins. It was a huge haul, enough for Jing Shu to finally let Fat Chicken have a go. But Fat Chicken was causing trouble. From far away, they heard Ah Huang's heart-wrenching screams. Monkey, clutching his wound and looking grim, rushed over to find Fat Chicken chasing Ah Huang around the room. Ah Huang, seeing his owner, tucked his tail and whimpered, patches of fur missing and pecked raw, as if saying, "Woo-woo, Fat Chicken bullied me and plucked my fur." Fat Chicken, meanwhile, had a mouthful of Ah Huang's fur, trying to stick it to herself. When she saw Jing Shu, she gave her a look as if to say, "It wasn't my fault. Ah Huang called me a bald chicken." Monkey couldn't understand it. His world-class attack dog, who loved hunting wild chickens, was getting bullied by this ugly fat hen. "Wow, she really is a battle chicken." Snake Spirit clicked his tongue. Monkey's face grew darker. Jing Shu coughed. "Come on, let me get the bullet out and stitch you up. Just 100 contribution points." Poor Monkey. Shoulder wounded the first day, arm the second. Jing Shu didn't have professional surgical tools or a doctor's touch. She heated a small knife until it was red hot, cut into the arm, used chopsticks to pull out the bullet, stitched it up with a steel needle, and finished with her miracle ointment. Bleeding stopped, scabbed over, and in 3 days he'd be good as new. She gave Tank 5 contribution points for holding down the struggling monkey, which made the surgery much easier. Monkey didn't know whether to ask Jing Shu to go slower or faster with the stitching. Slower meant more pain, faster meant rougher. Huang bared his teeth in worry for his owner, while Fat Chicken kept trying to peck more fur, thinking dog fur was especially warm in this cold weather. No one asked about Jing Shu's bizarre bug attack that devoured 2 men's heads, but everyone understood. After all, Jing Shu had killed 4 people by herself, while Monkey, a B+ rank, had barely survived a 1v2 and got injured. So what rank was Jing Shu really? Tank patted Jing Shu. Looks like we need to apply for a new ranking for you. We all know your real strength now. Snake Spirit flicked his tongue. How about we call you an all-rounder, though you're still a bit below our captain? Does a higher rank come with money? If not, forget it, Jing Shu replied. The only benefit is special privileges. If you're S rank or above, the country will keep a record, and all of China will recognize your status. Oh, Jing Shu sounded disappointed. Jing Shu had wanted to enter Fat Chicken in the pet battle competition, but after their last match resulted in so many accidental deaths, most of the crowd had left, and there was no one left to bet. So she gave up for now. Tank went to the mission hall to look for high-reward jobs, Snake Spirit entered a solo match, Monkey went to rest and heal, and a sleepy Jing Shu went back to her room. The next day, the team entered another group challenge. Their reputation was now well known, and their strength matched their A-rank status, especially with Jing Shu, the witch who could control bugs. Unsurprisingly, no one wanted to face them, not even in non-lethal matches. A-rank mercenaries were a big deal in the black market. While other teams quickly found opponents, Jing Shu's team had no challengers. In the end, they had to enter any available match, challenging whoever was there. The other team could refuse, but had to pay a 10% fee. 2 teams, unable to pay, had to accept the challenge. Both matches were bizarre, perfectly catering to the nobles' twisted tastes. One was a set of 6 mini-games, with the most wins taking the match. One mini-game was a breath-holding contest in a pool. The other team knocked out a teammate and held him underwater to win. Jing Shu worried Snake Spirit would drown, and Tank gave up the round, but Snake Spirit stayed underwater for 5 minutes and came out fine, while the other team's guy drowned. Snake Spirit said, "Water snakes are born for this. I have my own way to breathe." What, does he have gills? Another mini-game was a slap contest. 2 people slap each other until one gives up or passes out. Tank took 3 slaps, then knocked out his opponent with 4. Game over. The audience and nobles were unimpressed. No challenge at all. Another game was Jing Shu's, a throwing knife contest. Each person threw 10 knives, and whoever hit more won. The target? The other person, of course. This round was dangerous, but Jing Shu preferred it to the other games. She admitted she was good at archery but not at throwing knives, and definitely not as good as the other team's professional. But the rules didn't say you had to throw from a distance, right? The other team started throwing knives at her, aiming for her eyes with ruthless precision. Jing Shu didn't hold back. She used the small arena to her advantage, chased her opponent down, and killed him, then laid him out and threw all 10 knives at him, hitting 100%. Jing Shu won. Oh, those cunning Chinese. The real point of this game was supposed to be a back and forth of stabbing and seeing who could survive the most hits, but Jing Shu's approach ruined the excitement. The host was unhappy, but since she hadn't broken any rules, he had to declare her the winner. For the next round, the judges added a rule: no killing before the knife throwing. The audience and nobles were disappointed. The rest of the matches proved that foreigners played by the rules, while the Chinese looked for loopholes. Just like in exams, foreigners focus on getting the answers right, while Chinese focus on how to get the right answer even if they don't know it. The goal is everything, by any means necessary. The second match was even more inhumane. Jing Shu didn't even want to think about it. After a whole day, They only won 3,000 black market coins. Tank suggested they think of other ways to earn more. Still, the crowd was huge, and with her own little stash, Jing Shu finally went to sign up Fat Chicken. "Today I'm betting all my black market coins." When word got out that Jing Shu was entering Fat Chicken in the pet battle, her teammates were interested. Even Monkey was tempted. This was the only event left where they could bet. But in pet battles you can't refuse a match, it's all random. If you're unlucky and get matched with the black market's top crocodile, what then? Monkey worried. Jing Shu had observed for 2 days. There were a dozen pet battles daily, and sometimes they used wild animals to fill the roster. The odds of facing the crocodile were only about 1%. "Fine, I'll bet 100 coins on your Fat Chicken," Tank said, putting down his money. "I'll bet 500, Ling Ling said quietly. "I'll bet 50, Xiao He said, putting up his meal money. No one really knew what Fat Chicken could do, but she laid a lot of eggs and had pecked Ah Huang yesterday, so she must be tough, right? "She's a bit tougher than a normal chicken," everyone agreed. Jing Shu smiled. "You only get one chance. Sure you don't want to bet more?" "I'll add another 300, Monkey said, gritting his teeth. If Fat Chicken could bully Ah Huang, she must have some skills. Time to see what she could really do. Jing Shu didn't say more. She put all her savings on the line. Her teammates stared in surprise as she led Fat Chicken into the arena. The real show was about to begin. "Fat Chicken, win and I'll give you a drumstick." Fat Chicken was having a hard time adjusting to life in America. It had come along with Jing Shu, excited to see the world and eat fancy food. But things weren't at all like it had imagined. In America, it couldn't just follow its owner around and eat whatever it wanted. After 3 days, the food here was still worse than what it got at home. Even worse, its owner was unreliable, so it had to go out and find food on its own. On top of that, Fat Chicken had been obsessed with incubating eggs lately, so it wasn't paying much attention to Jing Shu's talk about competitions. Even when Jing Shu promised it a chicken drumstick if it won, it just wiggled its butt in protest and refused to go. "Actually, it doesn't really matter if you win or not," Jing Shu said. Fat Chicken immediately perked up to listen. If chickens had ears, that is. "It's just that if you lose, you'll lose your life. Sorry, Fat Chicken, but I signed you up for a 10-round death match. If you don't make it to the end, you'll be eaten by other animals. But if you win, you can eat all kinds of meat. Isn't that your dream? Didn't you want to try tiger meat, crocodile meat, leopard meat? As long as you win, you can have it braised, fried, or barbecued, however you like." Fat Chicken's feathers practically exploded. It flapped its wings and clucked in panic, drawing annoyed looks from the other contestants. If Fat Chicken could talk, it would definitely be roaring, "What the hell? Are you trying to screw me over?" Every day, both professionals and amateurs brought their pets to fight. Some were fierce creatures caught in the wild after the apocalypse. Others were animals bred by the pre-apocalypse aristocracy. The more famous and ferocious the pet, the more popular it was. People would bet on them to win. Pets with no experience or reputation couldn't even get a spot in the betting matches. Of course, there was another way, signing up for the 10-round death match. It was all or nothing, win the championship or die. This kind of bet was very popular on the black market. Jing Shu had bet on Fat Chicken to win all 10 rounds. According to the black market odds, if you made it to the final round, the profit was so high it was like the whole arena was working for you that day. Jing Shu knew that if you didn't show your strength, people would try to bully you, but if you did, like today, no one would dare challenge you. Right now, no one knew about Fat Chicken, so no one would bet on it to win. But once it showed its strength, everyone would bet on it, and there'd be no profit left. That's why she said there was only one chance. As for the dangers they might face, she'd thought about it. It wasn't that she had so much faith in Fat Chicken, but she was confident in herself. In the few days since arriving in America, she'd been practicing her magic cube skills, and after everything that had happened, she felt like she was about to break through to a new level. Her own abilities had grown as well. She was confident Fat Chicken could beat all the other pets. The 10-round death match didn't happen every day. Only those with real strength or those trying to rig the bets would sign up. Oh, And it's worth mentioning that the ones rigging the bets were usually Chinese businessmen. They'd use hype and shills to get gamblers to bet on a win, then act as the house and rake in the profits. The black market didn't care. Either they'd been bribed or they'd actually make money by recycling some of the funds. Why would they stop such a good thing? You had to admit, Chinese people could survive anywhere in the world. Jing Shu and Fat Chicken were given priority and led to the third area of the arena. The dueling area for pets was a high platform, about 70 or 80 square meters, surrounded by a cage to prevent animals from escaping. The rusty cage was covered in all kinds of filth, bloodstains, fur, and a pungent stench. Ladies and gentlemen, at this exciting moment, I announce today's 10-round deathmatch challenger, Ms. Jing and her chicken. Yes, a very formidable fighting chicken. Hey, give everyone a wave. Xiao Hei translated from behind her. Jing Shu gave a simple greeting and nudged Fat Chicken, who was armored up but lying on the ground, refusing to speak. The crowd murmured, some with disdain, others thinking this was just another rigged match. Xiao Hei whispered, "They're saying the chicken will be out in the first round for 10 coins. Someone else bet 100 coins, saying they won't be fooled this time." Jing Shu's lips curled into a slight smile. In the VIP section, "Hey, I remember this woman. Isn't she the witch everyone's been talking about lately? Look, she brought her chicken to compete. Do you think she'll use magic in the match?" A man's hand slid up Peiki's arm, exploring further. Peiki closed her eyes in pleasure. That's her, a very mysterious Chinese woman. If it's her chicken, check her bets. She put 2,000 black market coins on herself to win all 10 rounds. Darling, should we bet with her? If she's really that good. Peiki simply closed her eyes and murmured after a while, "We can't let her win. If she does, the black market will lose at least 200,000. Go bet 10,000 on her winning 9 times, and we'll end her streak at the 9th. Oh my, let me calculate how much we'll make from that. As for magic, she won't be able to use it. All right, Ms. Jing, please bring your pet into the arena. Let's see who the first opponent is. Oh, it's this hyena. Remember last time? This hyena beat a leopard, though it's still injured. Looks like having a gambler for an owner is tough." The crowd burst out laughing. "If you want to bet, you have 2 minutes before each match. The earlier you bet, the better the odds." The audience started shouting, placing their bets. "I'm betting everything on the hyena. I was there that day. It's terrifying." "Yeah, I'm betting on the hyena too. No matter how tough a chicken is, it's still food for a hyena. Ha 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 ha! This chicken is just here to be a snack for the hyena." Jing Shu let Fat Chicken into the big cage on the platform. Fat Chicken strutted around, found a good spot, and lay down again, soon falling asleep. Jing Shu, speechless, double-checked. "Sir, my pet can bring equipment and weapons into the match, right?" The host laughed. "It's a death match. Even people bring weapons. If you can teach your chicken to shoot, it'll definitely win 10 rounds. If it can hit anything, that is. But maybe you should wake your chicken up first. It's about to become someone else's dinner." "Ha ha ha ha." Jing Shu smiled politely. Thank you for the reminder, I almost forgot. You might not know, but my chicken isn't like other chickens. Maybe it really can shoot." Betting closed. The hyena, limping and chained, was led into the cage. It bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at its target. It could smell the delicious chicken, its favorite. With a clang, the cage was locked. From now on, only the winner would walk out alive. "Eat it! Eat it!" As the match began, the arena erupted with excitement. Those who hadn't bet were just there for the spectacle, while those who had were focused on the outcome. But everyone agreed on one thing. This chicken was here to die. No command was needed. As a top predator in the food chain, the limping hyena charged forward. Its bite force reached 1,300 pounds, stronger than a tiger's. Even though Fat Chicken was armored in heavy metal, to the hyena it was like a human eating crayfish. Who cares about the claws? At most, a pinch just hurts a little. The hyena was in a foul mood and wanted to finish off the chicken quickly so it could go back and recover. Fat Chicken, like all hens, loved to lounge in its nest, eyes half closed in comfort. It was a pure, peace-loving chicken, unlike the other ferocious pets in the arena that attacked anything in sight. But when the hyena's killing intent flared, Fat Chicken finally realized this dog, just like the one yesterday, was up to no good. So her owner hadn't been joking. The host narrated with passion, hyping up the crowd. "Oh, we can see the hyena charging in. It can't resist such a plump chicken, but the chicken doesn't seem to react. In my 40-year career, I've never seen a chicken that doesn't run from a dog. Is it just stupid?" Now the hyena opens its foul, stinking mouth and bites down on the chicken's unarmored rear. Looks like this fight is over. And the fight was over. But it ended in a way no one expected. No twists, no suspense. Suddenly, the arena rang with the hyena's agonized screams. The seemingly dazed chicken whipped around and pecked furiously at the hyena's eyes with its iron beak. Spectators close by swore it looked like a woodpecker. In just a few seconds, the hyena's head was riddled with bloody holes. Fat Chicken, as big as a calf, closed its eyes in satisfaction as it devoured the hyena's eyes and brain, feasting happily. Monkey and Ah Huang both gulped. So it was true. Jing Shu hadn't been lying when she said her fat chicken loved eating eyes and brains. The crayfish not only fought back, it blinded the human and ate their brain. This was how the host and the noble audience felt watching Fat Chicken. Fat Chicken raised its head proudly as if to say, "You? You think you can mess with me? Oh my God, what just happened? Did this chicken just pull off a comeback? Did everyone see that? This is a real fighting chicken. I declare the winner, the fighting chicken." The arena erupted in curses. People accused the match of being rigged. How could a chicken possibly kill a hyena? They demanded the judges verify the result. Countless people lost days' worth of food money, and some mercenaries had bet huge sums of black market coins. The hyena's owner was the worst off. He'd bet everything to try to make a comeback. But now, not only had he lost, his hyena was dead, lying on the ground with its brains eaten clean. It was hard to imagine. Even if the chicken was huge, how could it have such fighting power? So, can this chicken keep winning? Place your bets for the next round. Let's see who's up next. Oh, it's an eagle, a predator that lives by hunting. Everyone knows the saying, "Eagles catch chickens." This is a natural counter. Plus, the eagle can fly, so it's already in an unbeatable position. The host shook his head in regret, though he'd just bet one black market coin on the chicken himself. The official judge quickly came on stage to calm the crowd, and the eagle, blindfolded, made a dramatic entrance perched on someone's shoulder. Fat Chicken was big, but still not as big as this eagle. Standing on the tall, burly foreigner's shoulder, the eagle made the man look small by comparison. Fuck, this time the eagle better do its job. I'm betting on the eagle too. I just can't believe a chicken on the ground could eat an eagle in the sky. Xiao Hei translated the crowd's lively chatter. Jing Shu just smiled and glanced at the VIP section. Would the nobles really just sit and watch her win 10 death matches in a row? All right, let's get started. I can't wait any longer. The eagle was released into the big cage. Fat Chicken had already finished eating all the edible parts of the hyena, though it still preferred braised ribs and fried drumsticks over raw meat. The eagle, hungry after 2 days of fasting, circled the cage a few times, screeching. There was no need for the host to announce the start. Once the cage was locked, the fight was on. Fat Chicken lay calmly on the ground, always a chicken in pursuit of good food. The eagle, starved, extended its sharp talons and dove down. The arena erupted in shouts. Facing such a disadvantage, could this chicken fight back? Could it blind an eagle like it did the hyena? The eagle wasn't as smart as the hyena and didn't understand the steel helmet Fat Chicken wore. It just used its usual hunting method, grabbing the helmet and trying to break the chicken's neck. Fat Chicken weighed over 50 jin, about 25 cardi, and with the helmet, the eagle didn't seem to struggle. After all, it had hunted wolves, deer, and sheep before. A chicken was nothing. Oh my God, look, the eagle really picked up the chicken. But the helmet saved the chicken's life. The eagle is trying to tear the chicken apart with its talons, but it's having trouble. Now the eagle's usual tactic is to drop the chicken from a height or smash it at high speed. No animal can survive that kind of impact. The host sounded a bit regretful, but the audience whistled. The story was finally going the way they wanted. Jing Shu nodded, agreeing with the host. The helmet really had saved Fat Chicken. Look, the chicken is still struggling in midair, so naive. All right, game over. The eagle is about to slam the chicken into the ground. Even with a helmet, it won't make a difference. Fat Chicken flailed its claws in the air, looking helpless, which made the crowd burst out laughing. But soon, no one was laughing. With a loud bang, the eagle, which was supposed to slam Fat Chicken into the ground, somehow crashed into the ground itself. After spinning and smashing into the earth at high speed, the eagle let out a miserable screech and tried to take off again. But then, something happened that shocked everyone. Only now did everyone see clearly. It wasn't that the eagle had made a mistake and crashed to the ground with the chicken. It was the eagle being dragged down by Fat Chicken and slammed into the ground together. The key point was, after such a brutal collision, the eagle was clearly injured, but Fat Chicken looked completely fine. Its skin was as thick as a city wall. What shocked everyone even more was that as the eagle struggled to fly up, Fat Chicken bit down on its talon and, imitating the eagle's own move, smashed the eagle into the ground again and again. Everyone watched as that huge eagle was repeatedly slammed into the ground by a chicken. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! The crowd was losing it. Was this really something a chicken could do? How strong was it exactly? No one was surprised that the eagle could lift Fat Chicken, but for Fat Chicken to pick up the eagle and smash it to the ground, this just didn't fit Newton's laws. Where was Newton? Shouldn't he do something about this? Fat Chicken, you may be king of the sky, but on the ground, I'm the real king. After just a few slams, the eagle stopped struggling. Fat Chicken went straight for its eyes and brain, and soon, next to the bloody hyena, there was now also the corpse of an eagle. Jing Shu opened the cage, chopped off the eagle's head, and took the eagle away, saying, "I'll roast it for you tonight." It was just like how parents take away their kids' hard-earned New Year's money, saying it's for their future wedding fund. So unfair, but the kids can't resist and even look forward to getting married. Fat Chicken nodded eagerly, waiting to eat roast eagle later. Only then did the crowd snap out of it and start cursing again. The referee came in to check and confirmed there was no problem. The chicken really had killed the eagle. The eagle's owner finally lost it and charged at Jing Shu, but she just kicked him away with one foot while holding the eagle's corpse. The arena fell silent. Everyone seemed to realize this chicken was really something else. The host was having trouble breathing. Even though he'd only bet one black market coin, if Fat Chicken really won tonight, he'd get at least 2,000 coins. Looking at this unimpressive, half-feathered chicken, barely recognizable except for its claws, the host tried to contain his excitement and said, "Oh my God, this might really be today's dark horse. Let's see the third match." The third round was against a jaguar, not as fierce as a hyena, but agile and fast. Even Jing Shu was nervous. But Fat Chicken, who drank the same spiritual spring water as Jing Shu every day, was incredibly strong and, more importantly, had skin so tough that even a knife couldn't cut it. The jaguar bit Fat Chicken and drew a little blood, but Fat Chicken blinked and pecked dozens of bloody holes in the jaguar, killing it instantly. Still, this was the first animal to actually injure Fat Chicken, a worthy opponent. The fourth round was against a wolf. No suspense there. The audience was starting to feel numb, but some still thought, "This one's tough, the chicken can't possibly win." The fifth round was against a wild boar, a fiery red one, ranked 10th among the arena's fighting pets. This wasn't a poor man's animal, but a noble's plaything. Before the apocalypse, its owner had won many matches with it, so the boar was extremely fierce and well-fed, making it big and strong. The wild boar was so huge it took 4 people to carry it into the cage. Its bad temper made the whole iron cage shake. The audience regained their confidence. This boar was truly formidable. "This must be at least 500 jin, 250 kg, right?" Jing Shu asked. The boar was massive. After Xiaohei translated, the host nodded. "A 700 jin, 350 kg wild boar. In the arena, it usually just crushes its opponents by charging straight at them." "Hey, I'm betting on the boar this round. No way it loses, right?" "If I lose this, I'll twist my own head off and use it as a soccer ball. That chicken is only a tenth the size of the boar. How could it possibly win? Jing Shu couldn't help but swallow. If she could take this boar home, she could braise the trotter's head and ears for cold dishes. Sliced pig head before dinner. And they say wild boar meat is even tastier. The host thought Jing Shu was scared and tried to comfort her. Making it to the 5th round, you've already won a lot of black market coins. Your chicken will go down in our arena's history, but wild boar skin is so thick even the sharpest beak can't pierce it. Jing Shu double-checked. Sir, equipment and weapons are allowed, right? Of course, as long as your pet can use them on its own. Then why don't the other pets have any equipment? The host looked at Jing Shu like she was an idiot. These pets are hard to train and not that smart. Their best weapons are their own bodies and their best defense is a good offense. At most, some get leather armor for protection, like yours. The match began. The wild boar, furious, started charging around the arena as soon as it entered, making the whole cage tremble. It quickly locked onto the chicken and charged without hesitation. The boar was as big as a mountain, and compared to it, Fat Chicken looked tiny, like an ant that could be squashed at any moment. Crush it! Get it! Oh shit, I'm finally going to win! Fat Chicken was scared out of its wits. With such a huge boar charging at it, what could it do? In front of everyone's stunned eyes, Fat Chicken flapped its wings and actually flew, scared itself into the air. This pig was no joke. Fat Chicken, remembering what it learned from the eagle, tried to dive from above, but it was so fat that it could barely stay airborne. Rather than a dive, it was more like falling straight down, landing on the boar's head and pecking fiercely at its eyes. This time, it took a lot more effort. The wild boar, like a runaway horse, thrashed and screamed, trying to shake Fat Chicken off by slamming itself into the ground. But Fat Chicken clung on like a stubborn plaster, pecking relentlessly. Eventually, it pecked the boar's eyes into a bloody mess, and even after blinding it, kept pecking deeper. It was the most brutal pig slaughter Jing Shu had ever seen. What a waste, she sighed. Xiao Hei was so excited, but looked confused. A waste? What's wasted? Sigh, all that pig's blood. What was she talking about? Spicy blood pudding? Hot pot blood cubes? Xiao Hei gave her a strange look. Was she a devil? The audience, unlike Jing Shu, was not so calm. They stood up, ready to storm the arena, shouting that the match was rigged and that it was impossible. Was Fat Chicken strong? Maybe not stronger than the boar, but it was smart. Humans became the top of the food chain because of their intelligence. The wild boar fought back fiercely, forcing Fat Chicken to flap up onto the iron cage, clutching the wire mesh tightly as the massive boar below rammed the cage in a frenzy. It was terrifying. Enough to scare a chicken to death. But as soon as Fat Chicken thought of braised ribs, it was filled with motivation. That's right, this time, Fat Chicken took the initiative. The wild boar howled and rampaged for over 10 minutes before finally collapsing with a crash. The audience cursed up a storm, disappointed yet again as the supposedly impossible-to-win Fat Chicken emerged victorious. The guy who'd sworn to twist his own head off slunk away in shame. Many people just couldn't understand. Why did these fierce animals seem helpless before a mere chicken? The 6th round was against a Komodo dragon, ranked 8th among the black market's noble pets. Its attacks were even more formidable than the wild boars. This was a 3-meter-long giant lizard, and Fat Chicken's usual trick of pecking at the eyes wouldn't work this time. The moment the Komodo dragon was brought in, everyone knew. The game was over. By now, everyone had seen through Fat Chicken's tactics after 5 consecutive wins. As impressive as this chicken was, the species gap was just too great. Even if the Komodo dragon stood still with its eyes closed, could a chicken really kill it? Komodo dragons are apex predators with no natural enemies. They can use their tails as pillars to rear up and tear with their claws, and their bites are venomous. Once bitten, there's almost no hope. The host was a bit regretful. The black market never allowed outsiders to shake the 10-win deathmatch record. To be blunt, the whole thing was a black market ploy, a way to fleece the crowd. Every so often, they'd stage a 10-win streak, manipulating the results behind the scenes to squeeze every last black market coin from the mercenaries and commoners, then release a bunch of new tasks. In short, 98% of the mercenaries and poor kept working and generating value for the 2% of nobles, who enjoyed luxury and entertainment while also recycling black market coins to prevent inflation and keep mercenaries from hoarding too much currency to exchange for supplies. With Fat Chicken's current strength, even Jing Shu wasn't sure it could beat the Komodo dragon. To be safe and not wanting to waste time, she tossed a handgun into the cage before the match. "Sir, this is the chicken's weapon. It requests to use a weapon in this fight." Everyone. What did that mean? "Hey, you mean you want the chicken to shoot the Komodo dragon? Are you kidding?" Zhao He asked. Jing Shu nodded. The host laughed, and so did the crowd. A chicken with a gun? Even if it could shoot, could it aim? The Komodo dragon swaggered into the cage and immediately started crunching on the hyena's corpse. Fat Chicken cowered in the corner, relieved its owner had thrown in a gun. It was familiar with this thing. Its owner pointed it at it all the time. If you haven't eaten pork, you've at least seen pigs run, right? Fat Chicken used its wings to steady the gun in its beak to pull the trigger. Jing Shu used an illusion to help Fat Chicken adjust its aim. Bang! Blood spattered from the Komodo dragon's head. It shrieked in pain, leaping up like a startled bird. Another shot rang out, this time punching right through its skull. The giant beast crashed to the ground, dead on the spot. The fight ended so quickly that the crowd was still laughing, waiting to see how Fat Chicken would perform with a weapon. But now, no one could laugh. Their smiles froze on their faces. It actually worked. Once again, Fat Chicken won in a bizarre, seemingly impossible way, leaving the audience with a terrible experience. The host swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "My God, this is impossible!" But the facts were right there. Even after the black market staff checked the area thoroughly, they found nothing amiss. The black market was already considering changing the rules. If an animal could use firearms, wouldn't it be invincible? Jing Shu wondered if Komodo dragon meat tasted good. Its skin was definitely tough, perfect for making armor. So the corpse was dragged out and added to the growing pile at her feet. Eagle, wild boar, leopard, wolf, and now Komodo dragon. The 7th round was against a wild bison, ranked 6th among the noble's pets. The crowd's confidence returned, and the black market finally countered. Jing Shu rolled her eyes. Why not just bring in an elephant? A handgun is useless against a bison. Even if you hit it, it won't die that fast. Damn it, the bison will definitely kill that damned chicken in an instant. Still, most people bet on the bison. They were like gamblers on a losing streak, determined not to quit until they won. Meanwhile, Jing Shu's teammates, having witnessed her power, quietly bet on her to win. At this point, seeing how calm she was, they knew she must have another trick up her sleeve. News of a gun-wielding chicken spread from the arena to the black market, drawing even more spectators to see the spectacle. The arena was packed. The bison was the largest animal so far. Its 2 horns could easily toss Fat Chicken sky high. It took several people to force it into the cage, and the staff even slashed it a couple of times to enrage it. As soon as it entered, the atmosphere exploded. The bison charged at Fat Chicken at full speed. Could the bison finish Fat Chicken before it could fire? The answer, no. Just when everyone thought this farce was finally over, Jing Shu tossed in a machine gun. "You have your horns, I have my gun. Let's see who's tougher." Everyone. There's a saying, but we're not sure if we should say it. The machine gun roared. No need for accuracy. Just fix it in place and spray bullets at the bison. The rat-tat-tat of gunfire filled the arena. The crowd screamed, and stray bullets even injured some people, plunging the scene into chaos. Fat Chicken seemed to have grasped the true meaning of weaponry. Between Cow A and Cow C, only a badass weapon could take down this bison. Jing Shu clutched her chest in pain, not for the wasted bullets, but for the bullet-riddled bison. She'd heard that dried yak meat made for delicious jerky. She wondered if all those bullet holes would affect the taste. The audience and nobles were left with a truly terrible experience. There was no excitement or thrill left. Every match was one-sided, and all the damage came from guns. If it were a brutal, dangerous fight relying on the chicken's own strength, that would be one thing. But with a machine gun mowing everything down, it was less interesting than watching people shoot each other. Where was the suspense? The key issue was that everyone was losing money, and once profits were involved, the mercenaries went crazy. This wasn't a fair fight. The bison was riddled with bullets halfway through its charge and finally collapsed at Fat Chicken's proud feet. Fat Chicken only needed a smoking gun and a pair of sunglasses to complete its special status. Refund! Refund! Disqualify! With the whole arena shouting, the match was paused. Too many people were protesting Fat Chicken's use of weapons, calling it cheating and demanding refunds and boycotts. Did the opinions of mercenaries and commoners matter? Of course not. But this did affect the black market's profits, so the match was suspended. Soon the host returned and announced, "Sorry, as of 1 minute ago the black market has issued a new rule. Pets are no longer allowed to use handguns, machine guns, sniper rifles, or any other firearms or hot weapons, as this disrupts the balance of the competition." The shouting died down, and everyone sat back, satisfied with the black market's decision. Jing Shu applauded. "Not bad. You actually changed the law just for me. So all that talk about animals being allowed to use guns was for nothing. Let me ask, other than those weapons, everything else is still allowed, right?" After double-checking, the host nodded. "Yes, the black market isn't unreasonable. You can use knives, axes, and so on, as long as your chicken can wield them." Jing Shu walked over to the cage, retrieved the handgun and machine gun, and gave Fat Chicken a mysterious new item. "All right, I have no objections. Let's continue." Heh, so naive. They really thought that would stop her. The 8th round was against the black market's second-ranked super crocodile. Its gaping maw took up half its body. Forget a chicken. Even a person would be bitten in half in one snap. Don't be fooled by Fat Chicken's steel helmet. If the crocodile really got a bite, it would be over in an instant. That bite could chew through metal. The audience was thrilled. Their ace was finally up. Jing Shu nodded. The black market hadn't let her down. She'd heard crocodile leather was soft and comfortable. She'd once had a crocodile wallet that lasted for years. This time, 99% of the bets were on the crocodile. Without a machine gun, what could this chicken possibly do? But as the crocodile lumbered in and the cage slammed shut, the crowd went wild, hoping to win back all their losses from the previous rounds. But they were still too naive. Because Fat Chicken pulled a cord, and when the crocodile opened its mouth, the thing it was holding was revealed: a hand grenade. The fuse was lit, and under Jing Shu's control, Fat Chicken tossed it right into the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile obligingly bit down, and with a thunderous boom it exploded. The entire arena shook from the blast. The crocodile was blown to pieces from the inside. Fat Chicken, trembling and covered in blood and gore, licked itself and thought, not bad." "What a shame," Jing Shu sighed. Xiao Hei was puzzled. She'd lamented the pig's blood, the bison's meat. "So what's a shame about the crocodile?" "What a waste of such good leather." Xiao Hei edged away from Jing Shu, thinking, "What a terrifying devil. After this mission, I never want to deal with her again." Oh shit. She cheated again? No grenades? "We demand the black market change the rules. She's exploiting loopholes." Meanwhile, the Chinese crowd cheered. "We support you. We bet on you to win. 10 straight victories." "Keep going. Blow those bastards to hell." Jing Shu turned and saw it was the Chinese scalpers who'd tipped her off before. What a lovable bunch. The host was torn but secretly delighted. These Chinese were amazing. He might actually win 2,000 black market coins tonight. He announced, "According to the rules, the lady didn't break any laws. There was no explicit ban on pets using grenades." The mercenaries exploded, and even the nobles were unsettled. Even though the host let it slide, the match was paused again. Jing Shu smiled, went in, and dragged out the crocodile's remains, adding it to her growing pile of trophies. The mountain of corpses at her feet made her feel like she'd really hit the jackpot today. Soon, the host regretfully announced, "Oh my God, for the first time in 3 years, the black market has changed the rules 3 times in one day. Now, no hot weapons or external tools are allowed in pet battles. That means even defensive armor is banned. Looks like the battle chicken's winning streak is about to end. Their turf, their rules. Jing Shu clapped. All right, let me confirm. No outside weapons or tools of any kind. These animals can only use their natural abilities, right? The host, regretful, replied, Yes. From now on, pets can't wear armor or carry guns or be fully armed. Other than that, everything is allowed. Great, no more takebacks. Jing Shu smiled. The host? Why wasn't she upset? Shouldn't she be complaining about how unfair this was? I'm a law-abiding citizen, so I'll take back all of Battle Chicken's gear. Jing Shu removed Fat Chicken's helmet and all its equipment, leaving it a huge, half-feathered chicken. Fat Chicken looked embarrassed and angry. Being exposed in public without its clothes was humiliating. Jing Shu whispered a few words, gave it some food and water, and then stepped out. All right, we're ready for the next match. Hey, don't worry, let your chicken eat its fill. This might be its last meal, the host said, shaking his head as the match resumed. For the 9th match, Battle Chicken will face the Black Market's giant, an absolutely massive super python. As the host shouted, the crowd cheered. Several people carried a huge cage onto the field, and everyone finally saw a python over 10 meters long, big enough to swallow a person whole. In front of a stripped-down chicken and a python over 10 meters long, it was obvious at a glance who would win. Now that Fat Chicken had no weapons, not even a grenade, what tricks could it possibly have left? There was no suspense in this round. The python would win. Fat Chicken's winning streak was about to end at the 9th match. At this point, even the Chinese who had bet on Fat Chicken, aside from Jing Shu herself, thought the outcome was set, not to mention the black market staff. Foreigners really had no shame. Just look at past sports events and gymnastics competitions. Whenever Chinese athletes could do something others couldn't, the rules would be changed to ban it, always tilting things in their own favor. But a boss is still a boss. Looks like she won't make it past the 9th round, a man whispered to a woman, his tongue lightly licking Peiki's cheek. Peiki chuckled. Not necessarily. Let's see what kind of sorcery she uses. There's an old Chinese saying, know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never lose 100 battles. Let's see what she's really capable of this round. Then we'll know how to deal with her in the 10th. The black market's strongest python is out. What will you use for the 10th round? Peiki just smiled and didn't answer, instead saying, You're making me itch. Why don't we… Always at your service, my lady. This was a match that even a miracle couldn't save. The battle between Battle Chicken and the black market's ace python was finally about to begin. Deploying the black market's trump card meant Jing Shu had really pushed them to the limit. Even more nobles had come to watch, and there were plenty of bets in the VIP section. It's time to end this ridiculous fight. The python slithered out, its body swaying excitedly at the scent of blood. Its head was as big as Fat Chicken's whole body. The crowd speculated on how many seconds it would take to finish the chicken. The lone chicken stood trembling in the center of the arena. What a pitiful owner. But when Fat Chicken thought of delicious snake soup and remembered its owner's promise to braise the whole snakehead if it won, it was filled with fighting spirit. Now we see the python charging at its target. Oh, look, the chicken is finally running. I thought it was too dumb to run. Without any weapons, it's finally scared, the host said. Even he, who had hoped for Fat Chicken's victory, was out of ideas. The python opened its bloody maw, casting a shadow that completely covered Fat Chicken. It was over. That was everyone's thought. But at that moment, Fat Chicken did something no one understood. Ptooey! Before flapping its wings to escape, Fat Chicken spat twice at the python, then, like a nimble fat man, flapped to the edge of the cage. Oh my God, what is this chicken doing? Still, its speed is surprising. It actually dodged the attack. But so what? Look, the python is chasing again. The host didn't get it, and neither did the audience, who were laughing themselves silly. If the first 8 matches were tense, this one was exhilarating. Is this chicken trying to kill me with laughter, spitting at the python? Ha ha, does it think its spit is some kind of poison? But the truth is, the python isn't affected at all and keeps chasing. Soon, Fat Chicken and the python were locked in a desperate struggle, or rather, Fat Chicken was being chased all over the cage, up and down, barely dodging the python's fierce attacks. But this cage was practically the python's home. It had hunted many animals here. No matter where Fat Chicken went, the python could quickly slither over and attack. Every time it was a close call, just a hair's breadth from being swallowed whole. The audience and nobles were shouting with excitement. This was the kind of thrill the arena was meant for. The only odd thing was, why did the chicken keep spitting at the python? The crowd cheered for the python, and the gamblers were already planning their steak dinners. But for some reason, the python was moving slower and slower. The host noticed something was wrong. What's going on with the python? It looks exhausted, but I've seen it strangle a wild bison to death in just a few minutes. The audience soon realized something was off. Suddenly, the giant python fell from the top of the cage with a thud, lying motionless as if dead. The crowd erupted in confusion. What was happening? But a few seconds later, the sound of snoring came from the python. Was it asleep? Asleep in a death match? Wake up! This is a fight to the death. Fat Chicken spat at the python one last time. Tooey! And seeing no reaction, swaggered over and pecked hard at the python's eye. Oh damn, get up! How can you sleep when you're about to be killed? Don't you feel any pain? The host exclaimed, Does this chicken spit have a sedative effect? Did it just knock out the python? Was Battle Chicken waiting for the sedative to kick in? Jing Shu calmly nodded. A chicken's own abilities are allowed, right? Or are you planning to change the rules again? This was blatant mockery. Of course, Fat Chicken didn't really have this ability. The sedative was something Jing Shu had gotten from a robber last year, and she was heartbroken to use up her entire stash now. After that, there was no suspense. A sedated python wouldn't react even if its head was cut off. Fat Chicken started with the eyes, pecking away until it had eaten the entire head. Soon, the python was a headless corpse, dying peacefully in its sleep. Fat Chicken was a little sad. No braised snakehead tonight. In the 9th match, Fat Chicken won in the most bizarre way yet, igniting a storm of curses from the crowd. Only one victory remained for the 10-win streak, and Jing Shu's mountain of black market coins was within reach. Oh my god, I can't believe a chicken has such a strange ability. After inspection by black market staff and sample testing, it's confirmed to be real. I have to announce, the 9th match goes to Battle Chicken, the host declared excitedly. Jing Shu dragged the headless python out of the arena, surrounded by a cacophony of voices, some cursing, some mocking, but she didn't understand and just tuned it all out. The black market had played all its trump cards. What would they send out for the 10th and final match? Jing Shu was looking forward to it. Oh shit, is a chicken really going to win the 10-match championship today? There aren't any stronger pets left in the black market? As the audience clamored, the match was paused again. Not only that, but Jing Shu was unexpectedly invited up to the very top floor of the arena, the legendary nobles section. Jing Shu was wary. Were they out of pets and planning to silence her instead? She'd researched past 10-win streaks, and most had ended with some kind of problem. But this time was different. She'd bet 2,000 black market coins on herself to win all 10 matches, not just one at a time. It was like buying a lottery ticket. She was going for the jackpot. The key was the odds. If it were just 1-1, it wouldn't matter, but the odds were sky high. If Jing Shu really won, the black market would take a huge loss. Normally, all the money flowed into the black market, but now they'd have to pay out. Who would want that? The route from the slums to the nobles' floor amazed Jing Shu. Though the arena was stacked vertically, with the lower levels able to see the top, there was no direct passage. To reach the nobles' section, you had to take a roundabout route, pass through multiple security checks, surrender all weapons, and even go through a laser security zone. She'd heard this was the last line of defense against riots. If the lasers were activated, anyone passing through would be instantly sliced to pieces. It was Jing Shu's first time seeing such high-tech American security. It seemed Yang Yang's plan was right. If you tried to force your way in, you'd never even reach the noble's area, let alone smuggle out a large amount of supplies. Carefully passing through the laser zone, Jing Shu was brought straight to the second floor of the noble's arena. She didn't even have time to look around before she heard applause. The room was filled with a strange scent. Jing Shu saw a blonde, blue-eyed beauty, cheeks flushed, lazily lying in a man's arms while he massaged her like a loyal servant. Jing Shu realized this was Peiki, the one who'd issued the mission. With tenfold leverage, you could make tens of thousands of black market coins. Why not cash out now? Peiki said, in Chinese to Jing Shu's surprise. Jing Shu frowned. What do you mean? You won't win the 10th match. How do you know if I don't try? Fine. Then let's witness it together, Miss Jing. Peiki smiled charmingly, but Jing Shu couldn't guess her real intentions. In fact, Peiki just wanted to keep Jing Shu away from Fat Chicken, to prevent her from using any Chinese sorcery. Chinese witchcraft was just too mysterious. What would the black market send out for the 10th match? The answer soon appeared, and even Jing Shu was surprised. After half an hour, the sound of heavy machinery echoed. An armored vehicle arrived, dragging in a massive creature. The black market really did have a trump card. It's here! It's here! Everyone strained to see what kind of monster had been brought in. That looks like a hippo, but what's with all the rotting flesh? That's a zombie hippo. A few days ago it wiped out 3 teams before an Asian team finally brought it back. It's an undead creature. Bullets just make holes, but it doesn't react. Even machine guns are useless. Plus, it can heal itself. Even if you cut off its head, its body keeps moving. This thing is insane, so this is the black market's real ace. That chicken is finished. Its only trick is sedatives, but those don't work on this thing. Not even poison works. How could the black market let an outsider, an Asian, take the 10-win prize? This monster had no consciousness left. As soon as it was put in the cage, it started foraging. Its reputation for wiping out 3 teams was no exaggeration. Other than being slow, it had no weaknesses. Thick skin, massive size. None of the previous animals combined could take it down. Pythons and crocodiles wouldn't mess with a multi-ton hippo, and besides, they didn't eat rotten meat. In the apocalypse, these dark invasion creatures had no natural enemies. When starving, they'd even eat their own kind. No one dared provoke them. Peiki saw Jing Shu's shocked face and finally smiled. It's not too late to regret. No matter what, the black market can't lose. Your battle chicken or your witchcraft? What else can you do? A chicken versus an undead hippo. What chance did it have? This 10th match set the arena on fire. Even people who never gambled were placing bets. As the arena's regulars said, why not take free money? Jing Shu just smiled and said nothing. Against this kind of monster, even she had no special solution, unless she could chop the hippo into pieces, but these undead were truly invincible. Blades and bullets were useless, and even if you shot it, it would just absorb the impact. It wasn't even a real animal anymore, but a mass of bacteria wearing a hippo's skeleton. Who could deal with that? So, with no weapons, no grenades, and sedative spit useless, how could a chicken possibly defeat a multi-ton hippo? The match began. The rotting hippo was driven only by instinct, to eat. It would try to swallow anything that fit in its mouth. It felt no pain, no anger, no emotion. As soon as it entered, the hippo licked up the scraps on the ground, snorting happily. Any regrets? If you hadn't brought these monsters back that day, you might really have won tens of thousands of black market coins. As you Chinese say, did you dig your own grave? Peiki sipped her blood-red drink, moaning with pleasure. Jing Shu said nothing. She could see the arena clearly from here, but it was a bit far. She was busy communicating with Fat Chicken. It's useless. We've done a lot of experiments these past 2 days, extracted important genes from them, and found that these monsters are like bottomless pits. If there's no food, they go berserk. Sure enough, after finishing the scraps, the hippo charged at Fat Chicken. Fat Chicken flapped its wings and dodged, climbing up the iron cage. But it couldn't hide up there forever, could it? It really looked like Fat Chicken was out of options. If only it still had a grenade, at least it could blow the thing up. But now, What could it do with just its own strength? Suddenly, Jing Shu smiled, a strange, eerie smile. Jing Shu gave Fat Chicken its order. Either you eat it or it eats you. Make your choice. Trembling, Fat Chicken hesitated for a while. Amid the jeers from the crowd telling it to jump down and become food, it finally leapt, landing squarely on the hippo's head. Clutching the hippo's skull with both claws, it pecked down hard, making a small pit. The crowd burst into laughter. "This chicken is killing me! Does it really think it can eat a hippo by sitting on its head?" "Looks more like it's just scratching the hippo's itch." Jing Shu ignored the laughter and asked Peiki, "Have you ever heard the Chinese saying, 'dripping water wears through stone'?" The hippo struggled, shaking its head and ramming the cage, but it couldn't shake off Fat Chicken, so it just kept repeating the same mechanical head shaking and cage bashing. And Fat Chicken? It started pecking furiously at the hippo's head. If one peck didn't work, it tried 10. Its sharp, chisel-like beak eventually drilled a small hole, and Fat Chicken began eating the rotting flesh inside bit by bit. Rotten meat? Poisonous worms? Fat Chicken had eaten it all before. With its daily intake of powerful spiritual spring water, it was immune to all poisons. At home, it was even nicknamed the bottomless pit. It could eat hundreds of pounds of red worms by itself. Its stomach couldn't possibly hold it all, but it would eat and poop at the same time like a perpetual motion machine. Jing Shu admired chickens for one thing. They're straight shooters. Eat, then poop. Time passed. The audience started yawning. Was the chicken strong? Well, it was agile enough to dodge the hippo's attacks, and once it sat on the hippo's head, the hippo couldn't do anything about it. But was it really strong? It had been pecking for ages and only made a small hole. Looks like this chicken's gone mad. Does it really think it can eat the hippo? Give it 10 stomachs, it still couldn't finish the hippo. To the audience, it was a joke, like an ant trying to eat an elephant. This was just a chicken's last, desperate struggle. The zombie hippo, tireless, kept trying to shake or smash Fat Chicken off. One slip, and Fat Chicken would be dead. Fat Chicken's ability to perch on the hippo's head like a monkey was only possible because it was a zombie hippo. If it had been a zombie snake or crocodile, it would have been doomed. At first, everyone was excited. Sure, Fat Chicken was doomed. The host worked hard to hype up the crowd, shouting every time the hippo nearly flung Fat Chicken off or crashed into the cage, making the audience cheer. But after 3, 4, 10 times, even the host was tired, and the audience was hoarse. 10 minutes passed. A fist-sized pit appeared on the hippo's head. No blood, just disgusting, wriggling flesh like countless worms, all eaten by Fat Chicken. Some of the meat even tried to fight back, wrapping around Fat Chicken's neck or sticking to it like suction cups. The audience thought this was the end. The zombie hippo would finally kill Fat Chicken. But Fat Chicken just ate it all. Just as the host was at a loss for words, Fat Chicken was finally thrown off. The whole crowd stood up. Was the match over? Of course not. Maybe Fat Chicken had eaten too much, because it dropped a huge pile of poop. The hippo, charging at Fat Chicken, suddenly stopped and started eating the chicken poop instead. The host was dumbfounded, and even Peiki nearly threw up in disgust. With food to eat, the zombie hippo calmed down. Fat Chicken seemed to have found the trick. Like a busy bee, it would jump down to poop, lay an egg or two if needed, then fly back up to the hippo's head to keep pecking and eating, repeating the cycle endlessly. The zombie hippo was tough, immune to machine guns and all sorts of weapons, and would attack anyone who got close. But as long as it had food, it ignored everything else. Even after half an hour, with most of its head eaten away, the hippo kept eating. It was like a mindless program, no pain, just endless eating. The atmosphere in the arena shifted from confidence to doubt, to confusion, to impatience, and cursing. It was a roller coaster. Even Peiki hadn't expected that the way to deal with this monster was simply to keep it fed. It was just too brainless. Jing Shu herself hadn't thought of this method either. Fat Chicken had set a new precedent. This was truly one of a kind. More and more people cursed the hippo, and more began to panic. They'd bet too much, and couldn't believe that this invincible, machine gun-proof hippo was being slowly eaten away by such a childish method. No, it's impossible. A hippo weighs several tons. There's no way a chicken can eat it all. And after eating all that zombie meat, that chicken can't have long to live. There was still a sliver of hope in the arena. The host's heart pounded. Could his random one-coin bet really pay off thousands of times over? Peiki grew anxious, while Jing Shu sat back, legs crossed, calmly watching Fat Chicken perform. Its only real talent was eating. The audience's despair grew as the massive zombie hippo's entire head was eaten clean, and the ground was covered in piles of chicken poop. Fat Chicken's digestion and eating ability were terrifying. It had eaten several times its own weight and could digest as it ate. The headless zombie hippo didn't fall, but its body opened millions of pores, trying to absorb any food. Fat Chicken kept eating, and the process went on for 3 or 4 hours. In the end, the several-ton hippo was reduced to a skeleton. For the audience, this was a grueling match. There was no thrilling combat, just a contest of who could eat more. The hippo could eat, but it picked the wrong opponent. When the skeleton finally crashed to the ground, the hippo, worth 10,000 black market coins, was gone, and the match was officially over. No matter how much the black market and the audience didn't want to admit it, Fat Chicken had truly won. All right, I declare today Battle Chicken has successfully completed the 10-match death challenge. As the host announced the result, the arena erupted in curses. But a few lucky folks cheered. Zhao Hei shouted in disbelief, "Oh my God, I won 5,000 black market coins, I'm set for life." "I won 50,000, Ling Ling said, looking down, a little excited. Tank gave a thumbs up. "We'll have to update your Battle Chicken's rating after this. At least a B now." Everyone had a new understanding of Fat Chicken's combat power, finally realizing that what Jing Shu had said on the plane about her Battle Chicken was true. All her teammates had won quite a bit of money too. Those who trusted Jing Shu and placed bets were all grinning from ear to ear. This was truly an unexpected windfall. Because the scene was so chaotic, Jing Shu noticed several people pulling out guns, seemingly aiming at Fat Chicken. She didn't dare linger. After exchanging nearly 300,000 black market coins, she quickly led her team out. Back at their place, Jing Shu immediately put on her bulletproof vest and helmet. Even Fat Chicken seemed to sense something and put on its steel helmet. When Fat Chicken carried its trophies, Jing Shu felt like it had grown a whole size bigger. She glanced at it, thinking something had changed. But on closer look, nothing seemed different. Oh well, never mind. They'd also brought back a pile of corpses, leopards, wolves, eagles, wild boars, and more. Tank and the others were green with envy. For the first time, Snake Spirit spoke seriously to Jing Shu. "I want to trade some contribution points for half of the python meat." Jing Shu looked at the pile of meat. They wouldn't be short on food for a while, so she nodded. "Name your price." "How about 500 contribution points?" "Deal." Her medicine was worth only about 100 points, so all that snake meat wasn't even as valuable as her medicine. Besides, contribution points were precious. From Tank, she'd learned that 500 points could bring a lot of stuff back to China. After that, Ling Ling traded for some eagle meat, Monkey for some bison, and Tank used 50 points to get a crocodile claw. He said he'd dry it and bring it back for his sister, who was a little T-Rex and loved that kind of thing. Jing Shu unknowingly collected another batch of contribution points, feeling that this time she'd be able to bring back more supplies to China than ever before. Jing Shu's huge black market win caused a sensation. Both the black market and the public hated that chicken, vowing that if they ever saw it again, they'd kill it and roast it. To lay low, the whole team rested for a day. Jing Shu didn't waste time. She processed all the animal skins for later transport and further processing at home. She made clear broth snake soup, braised wolf meat, marinated pork for the road, dried beef jerky, home-style alligator with scallions and ginger, and stewed eagle and rabbit together. A perfect match. She even hunted a rabbit just for that dish. The leopard meat was roasted, brushed with golden oil, sprinkled with cumin, grilled until crispy and juicy, then topped with sesame seeds and eaten with homegrown scallions. Her teammates were so hungry they doubted their own lives. But that wasn't the main point. The real question was, why did Jing Shu bring such a complete set of seasonings on an apocalypse mission abroad? Good heavens, who did they offend to deserve this? Of course, not everything was edible. For example, Jing Shu processed the Komodo dragon to take home as medicinal material. As for the hero of the day, Fat Chicken, despite eating so many disgusting things, had digested it all thanks to its straight-through digestive system. But that day, all the eggs it laid were traded to Snake Spirit to feed his snakes. The next day, Xiaohei hired the same pickup truck as before and began exchanging all the black market coins little by little for rice, grain, and other American supplies, then transporting them to the docks. Compared to China, where people could barely afford red worm cakes, even a small American town had such abundant resources. Everyone was envious. Maybe as a response to their actions, on the third day, black market prices rose by 10%. But that didn't stop them from exchanging all their coins for supplies. It took 3 days to finish, and it was clear that hundreds of thousands of black market coins were worth a lot. At least all this was their private stash, not mission goods, so everyone was highly motivated. After all, the reason they risked coming to America was to bring back as many supplies as possible in this post-apocalyptic world. But trouble soon arrived. The black market issued a notice. Due to an emergency, one of the 7 teams would be selected to become an S-rank mercenary team and sent on a secret mission with huge rewards. Yes, the black market was forcing the issue. All A-rank teams had to participate in a competition. Jing Shu sensed deep malice behind this. According to Xiaohei's intel, this is definitely aimed at us. After all, we just won a huge amount of black market coins, and the next day, the exchange for supplies started. I'm afraid this so-called promotion is just a pretext. They really want to kill us openly. No, according to Goat's intel, something really did happen. Maybe the nobles really do need the strongest team for something urgent. Then let's play along. Their plans were disrupted, and Jing Shu didn't know if it was because of her, but it didn't matter anymore. Tank's jinx turned out to be right. The competition was a massive battle royale, with dozens of people and a newly redesigned map. The goal was simple: win the chicken dinner, become the black market's only S-rank team. But everyone else had another goal: kill the Asian team. With all the mercenaries united against Jing Shu's team, no one dared to slack off. Everyone gave it their all. Luckily this time the team wasn't split up, so there was no risk of Snake Spirit getting lost or Tank falling into a pit. The host sighed. Black market money was hard to win. But he still did his job, while the onlookers cheered and the nobles placed bets, especially interested in the Asian sorcerer team. In the nobles section. "Sis, what are you thinking? You even dragged those Asians into this. Our plan can't afford any mistakes." George frowned, questioning Peiki. Peiki sipped her wine and smiled. "They can't possibly survive this round. Even if they do and become the only S-rank team, they'll have to go to the city center for a death match. If they win, we can escape. If they lose, well, there's nothing we can do. Either way, this deal is worth it for us." "Fine, but keep a close eye on them. These Chinese came here with bad intentions. I think they're after our supplies." "With just a few people? Too naive. Don't worry. I'm in control of everything." There were no beer, peanuts, or sunflower seeds, but the black market's signature snacks, fresh-pressed human blood juice and popcorn, were the hottest sellers. Nearly everyone who could make it to the black market came to watch the spectacle. It had been ages since there was such a lively, thrilling, large-scale event. Choosing the only S-rank mercenary team from among several squads also attracted many C and B-rank teams to observe, so the entire arena was packed to the brim. This time, everyone came prepared, wearing shields and bulletproof vests to avoid a repeat of last time's chaos. At the start, everyone was stripped of all weapons and gear and thrown into a new map that took up most of the arena. This time, there were more places to hide, making gunfights even more intense. And there were even grenades and other weapons scattered around. The match officially began. Jing Shu's team was placed at the edge of the map. She had already scouted with her bugs. There were no assembled guns, not even a bulletproof vest. The organizers were clearly doing this on purpose. Jing Shu's team had no choice but to start searching for parts and armor. To make this more exciting, we've added real traps, explosions, quicksand, and more. This isn't just a killing contest, but a survival game, the host announced. As he spoke, the ground began to tremble and cracks appeared in the arena floor. Even outside, thunder rumbled so loudly that, despite being underground, the sound was deafening. Oh, look at these realistic effects and thrilling gameplay. This is to make the mercenaries inside feel fear and pressure. It's already been a minute and these people are too calm. We need to spice things up. No sooner had he finished than the shaking intensified. Even the arena itself began to sway, and screams erupted from the crowd. Hey gentlemen, stay calm. It's just another damn earthquake. Don't panic, this happens every day. Sure, this one's a bit stronger, maybe a 4 or 5 on the Richter scale, but it's not enough to run. Just wait a few minutes and it'll pass. Now, let's turn our attention back to the match. These A-rank mercenaries aren't fazed at all. Before he could finish, the cracks widened and suddenly burst open. The very center of the arena collapsed, swallowing several heavily armed mercenaries into the darkness. Nothing was left of them. Meanwhile, Jing Shu's team, being on the edge, survived by sheer luck. "Shit!" Jing Shu shouted. "Retreat!" She'd sensed trouble as soon as the rumbling started and warned the others to get ready. She hadn't expected the earthquake's epicenter to be right under the black market arena. The arena rapidly caved in, the collapse spreading outward from the center. At first, the audience thought it was just another special effect, but soon realized this was a real disaster. "My God, the match is over, everyone run! This is a real earthquake!" the host screamed in panic before bolting for his own life. "Help! Help! Oh God, stop pushing! You're trampling my dad! Move, move! Oh God, run! The center of the arena is gone! It's terrifying!" The packed arena instantly descended into chaos. As the quake worsened, people desperately tried to escape, but a stampede at the exits blocked everyone in. The mercenary teams in the match had it even worse. More than half were swallowed up instantly, and the few survivors tried to flee, but all 3 exits were jammed with people. No one could get out. Jing Shu quickly donned her heavy winter coat and bulletproof vest, slinging all her gear on her back. By now, the entire arena had collapsed, the destruction spreading outward. The crowd would soon be swallowed up too. Jing Shu had planned to throw a rope up to the nobles section, but just then, the nobles area sealed itself off with bulletproof glass, completely cutting off any escape from the arena. The scene was utter chaos. Gunfire, screams, wails, and the rumbling of the earthquake all mixed together. Some mercenaries, desperate to escape, started shooting at the crowd blocking the exits, but this only made things worse as bodies piled up and created even more obstacles. At that moment, Snake Spirit flicked his tongue and grabbed the fleeing host. "This guy tried to escape through another exit, but I caught him. Xiao He, tell him, get us out safely." Xiao He, panicking, translated the threat. The host, nearly in tears, stammered, "There's really no other way out, just the noble's garbage chute. We can climb up to the surface, but it might collapse too. If you want to go, hurry." The group quietly followed the host to the garbage chute. All the nobles' trash was dumped down this passage, then sorted or processed into food or sold cheaply to the slums. Jing Shu always carried all her belongings, but the others only brought valuables and essentials. Blankets and clothes had to be left behind in the underground black market. "All my food is still in the house, I can't get it out. Damn it!" Monkey was furious. "Good thing I'm strong and always carry my stuff," Tank said, relieved. "No more blankets, no more food," Ling Ling said sadly as she climbed the chute. Jing Shu tied all her bags together with rope, dragging a long line of luggage. If she weren't so strong, she'd never be able to move hundreds of kilos. The worst part was, Fat Chicken was sitting on the luggage, calmly incubating its eggs, completely unaware of the danger. The garbage chute was slick with oil and bugs, and reeked of rot, but everyone had to endure it and climb as fast as possible. Even from this distance, they could hear the screams and chaos from the arena, and the chute shook violently, threatening to collapse at any moment, spurring them to move faster. Fortunately, they managed to escape before the entire underground black market caved in. But before they could even catch their breath, they found themselves surrounded by a ring of black gun barrels. An ambush was waiting for them. Looks like some A-rank mercenaries finally made it out. If nothing else, let's have them fight for us in the next match. The ground was still trembling. No one knew if it would collapse further. Jing Shu couldn't help but admire these people for not running for their lives, but instead, waiting at the exit. Zhao He raised his hands. "Hey guys, let's talk this out. We'll put down our guns." The black gun barrels lowered and an old face appeared, George, the man who'd taken the zombie hippo a few days ago. He clapped and smiled. "Congratulations, lucky Asians. You're the A-rank mercenary team that survived this disaster. You'll be promoted to S-rank and fight for the black market. Every win will earn you a fortune in black market coins." From a distance, an old man's voice called out, "Stop wasting time. The new government's people will be here any minute." Jing Shu finally understood what the black market nobles were planning. They were desperate to pick the strongest mercenary team from all the survivors to fight against the city's team, using force to decide who got to speak and how resources would be divided. Whether it was the black market nobles or the extravagant city of Sacramento, war was about to break out at the border. The new regime was bringing American soldiers to forcibly reclaim power, while the Mexican army was pressing in, ready to move into the U.S. Sacramento was on the brink of a massive conflict. If these fat sheep with all their resources didn't run soon, they'd be picked clean. So the two factions had to cooperate temporarily and escape together, planning to seek refuge with the big boss in Austin. But the question was, who would bring how much in supplies? And what if there were disagreements along the way? The black market had over 100 middle-class nobles controlling the goods, while Sacramento was a slave society with a single boss. In the end, they decided to let mercenary strength determine who got what. The entire underground black market had collapsed. Jing Shu didn't know how many people made it out, probably very few. Another A-rank team had escaped, so George simply took Jing Shu's team, the other A-rank team, and 2 teams raised by the nobles, and set off for the competition. This battle would decide the distribution of resources. The losers would have to hand over their mines and assets as protection fees to whoever they sought refuge with. The new government had threatened to wipe out these 2 tumors, so both sides were desperate to run. "So what does old Yang want us to be the black market's S-rank mercenaries for?" Tank counted on his fingers, trying to figure out the angle. "Wait, if we're the muscle for this side and they're the muscle for the other side, aren't we just going to end up fighting each other?" Zhao He huddled in a corner, shivering. "Can I quit? I don't want to fight. I just want to go back to the slums and stay alive." Just then, a huge rumble came from the slums, and soon it started collapsing too. Zhao He swallowed hard. He was out of options. He wailed, I didn't even spend my 5,000 black market coins, and I didn't bring my stuff." Jing Shu was starting to understand Yang's plan. One thing was clear. Whether it was the black market's goods or Sacramento's, Yang wanted it all. "I have to practice the Rubik's Cube faster, or I'll miss out on all these supplies." Jing Shu took out her cube and forced herself to keep practicing illusions, pushing herself to the limit. She was getting close to a breakthrough. Word was, the new government had already steamrolled the surrounding cities and was about to reach Sacramento. As Jing Shu passed the canal, she saw the docks busy loading supplies into containers, ready to flee the city that very night. The competition would be held right there at the brightly lit docks. Both sides gathered their people and set up 2 arenas. Each mercenary team could only occupy 1. Each arena represented a different kind of voice or authority. The rules were simple. Kill the other team on the arena, and you take the platform. On the way, George explained, "Listen, we have to at least take 1 arena's authority. If you win a match, you get 50,000 black market coins and come with us to Austin. If we can't take even 1, we'll have to stay and surrender to the new government. Even if they bleed us dry, it's better than paying these insane protection fees." Jing Shu understood. If they didn't split up, they'd only get the city's supplies, not the black markets. So this was all about balance. She'd thought the city's conditions would be a bit better, but she never expected it to be this extravagant. After a long absence, Yang Yang showed up decked out in gold chains, gem-studded rings, sunglasses, a cigar in one hand, and red wine in the other, looking every bit the nouveau riche. Meanwhile, Hao Yunlai, the supposedly Buddhist guy with legendary luck, had a black woman on his left, a blonde, blue-eyed white woman on his right, and someone massaging him as he lounged with his eyes closed, enjoying life. The monk who'd been expelled from Shaolin was hugging a giant tub of white rice and curry beef and potatoes, eating with gusto. What kind of life had these weirdos been living in the city these days? The only one who looked normal was Zhen Nantian, still cold and aloof, leaning against the wall as if he didn't belong in this world, calmly watching it all. In contrast, Jing Shu's group looked like a mess. They'd just come from the underground black market, still in their striped zebra uniforms, the match unfinished and the arena collapsed. They'd barely escaped through the garbage chute and hadn't even had time to clean up before being dragged here to fight, all reeking of filth. The difference between the two groups was like heaven and earth. Yang Yang subtly shook his head, signaling everyone to pretend not to know each other. Snake Spirit whispered complaints to Ling Ling. As the dominant side, the Sacramento City team, Yang Yang, Zhen Nantian, the monk, and Hao Yunlai, stepped onto one of the arenas first. The black market's surviving A-rank team went up to challenge them, thinking the 50,000 black market coins were as good as theirs. After all, their team had 6 people while the Chinese team only had 4, and they all looked weak and easy to bully. They figured this would be an easy win, but they were dead wrong. Very wrong. Laughter rippled through the crowd, especially from the city's mercenary teams who'd already suffered at these 4's hands and knew just how terrifying they were. The match was about to begin. Yang Yang sipped his wine, Zhen Nantian leaned against the wall like a statue, Hao Yunlai lounged with his eyes closed, and only the ascetic monk stepped forward, iron staff in hand, ready for battle. What was this supposed to mean? 3 people just watching and only that dumb monk with a staff stepping up for a 1v6? You had to know the arena battle didn't restrict any weapons or terrain. The arena wasn't even a real platform, just a verbal agreement. Once the match started, both sides could use their specialties. Find cover, launch terrorist-style attacks, fight guerrilla-style, throw grenades, or even fire rocket launchers. Anything went. The more professional the fighters, the more they valued their lives, and the tougher they were. No one would just charge in like cannon fodder and get KO'd. In this age of firearms, a life-or-death arena match between 2 teams was all about team composition and firepower. For example, a sniper in the back could pick off the most dangerous enemy, while the front line used submachine guns and a heavy machine gun for suppressive fire. The black market team's setup included 2 shield bearers, a machine gunner, 2 with submachine guns, and a sniper. With guns legal in America, they relied even more on firepower, and it was truly formidable. With this lineup, they could wipe out most teams. No wonder they were an A-rank black market mercenary squad. Everyone else, including Jing Shu, was sent to wait on a cargo ship. Bullets don't have eyes, and soon the dock would become a battlefield. The water, the shore, anywhere could be fought over. Mercenaries could use any dirty trick. This was a true life-and-death arena. It was destined to be an earth-shaking battle. But on the other side, only one person stepped forward. The black market team felt blatantly provoked. They were sure the other side had some secret weapon, maybe grenades or heavy arms. So when the referee called for the match to start, their hands were already on their triggers, ready to turn the lone monk into a sieve at the first signal. The arena setup was a bit unreasonable, really. On a real battlefield, no one shouts start, and there's no referee to declare a winner. The last one standing is the victor. The monk took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. The moment the referee shouted, "Begin," he unleashed his inner energy, and a torrent of power burst from his mouth, a thunderous roar that echoed for miles, making enemies' hearts tremble and their hair stand on end. Especially the 6-man team right in front of him, their hair stood on end, their ears started bleeding, and even Jing Shu's group on the cargo ship instinctively covered their ears, feeling dizzy and disoriented. "One of Shaolin's secret rarest skills, the lion's roar," Tank said. After the roar, before anyone could recover, the monk strode forward and with a swing of his iron staff finished off each opponent with a single blow. The whole fight took less than 30 seconds. The monk hurried back to his rice and curry. The atmosphere was eerie and silent. Everyone was stunned by the display, especially the black market side, for whom this was a nightmare. Snake Spirit scoffed quietly. "That's just A rank in China. What's everyone so shocked about?" This was Jing Shu's first real understanding of what A rank meant in China, so this was how powerful it was? George's face was grim. He sent in a team of mercenaries trained by the nobles, all with excellent physical fitness, hand-picked from private bodyguards. As a last-minute tactic, he had them all wear earplugs and cover their ears, specifically to counter the monk's lion's roar, and ordered them to shoot immediately, no matter what. But he didn't expect this match to end even faster. A light rain began to fall, but no one cared. When the referee called start, the mercenaries didn't move at all, still as statues. The diligent monk simply walked over and finished them off one by one with his staff, barely breaking a sweat. Clearly, these men were George's trusted aides. They wouldn't risk their lives for this. The real problem was the other team. The black market lost 2 A-rank mercenary teams in a row. George's face was ashen. The rules allowed any dirty trick, but he was powerless against the other side's overwhelming strength. Snake Spirit patted George's shoulder. "Let's go to the other arena." This time, China sent their elite. There was no comparison. Jing Shu's group took the other arena, and Sacramento's other team came to challenge them. The fight wasn't as dramatic as the monk's 1v6, but Tank stood in front with a huge shield. Snake Spirit's mutated little python launched sneak attacks, and anyone who showed their face was instantly sniped by Ling Ling. It was a total rout. Jing Shu and Xiao He didn't even need to join in. Ling Ling's sniper rifle lived up to its reputation. If you showed your head, you died. Snake Spirit's venomous attacks wiped out groups at a time. In just one round, the enemy team was annihilated. The other side's flanking and finishing moves were decent, but they couldn't escape Ling Ling's night vision scope. Her sniping skills were top-notch. She could shoot by sound alone, and with night vision, she was unstoppable. George wiped the sweat from his brow. At least they'd held one arena, otherwise they really wouldn't have been able to leave tonight. Tank finally caught on. "So we hold one arena, Old Yang holds the other, each representing our own side. That way, it's not one-sided, and in the end, both sides survive. Is that it?" Snake Spirit clapped. "Not bad, you finally figured it out. But there's more to it. Mutual attrition. This way, we can openly wipe out their mercenaries, and they can do the same to ours, clearing obstacles for the future." It really was mutual slaughter. In the end, both sides' top mercenaries would be wiped out, and the nobles, well, they'd be like fat sheep, ripe for the taking. Everything was going according to plan. Yang effortlessly wiped out all the black market mercenaries, while Jing Shu's side took care of the city's mercenaries. The small dock was littered with corpses and reeked of blood. Tank spat disdainfully. "We've won 3 matches. Why not go challenge the other arena? We know all their tricks now." But George stopped him. "Brave warriors, that's enough. Having one arena's authority is plenty. If we lose everything." He didn't dare risk it, and both sides agreed to finalize the results. Jing Shu's group was then invited to rest on a large cruise ship. Damn, I need to get the others on board. They always have too much stuff to bring and there's not enough time. What Jing Shu cared about most was how much armed force the underground black market would take with them this time. For these Chinese and even the wild mercenaries, they were as worthless as dogs in the eyes of the nobles. Expendable in a death match, the perfect way to use up mercenaries without wasting their own private forces. When a wild mercenary team died, George didn't even blink. But when 2 of his own trusted teams were wiped out, he broke into a cold sweat, though he still reclaimed all their gear and weapons. Jing Shu's group was given a reward of 150,000 black market coins, but honestly, it was as empty as a promise on paper. "We're leaving in a hurry this time. Only the nobles and their private bodyguards are coming. Once we're settled, we'll bring in the others. After all, a ticket to Austin for a regular citizen is 500 pounds of rice," George said hastily, then rushed off. His words were polite, but the meaning was clear. Everyone else was being abandoned. This escape was only for the rich, their bodyguards, and as much valuable cargo as possible. They'd seek shelter in Austin. How much material did the underground black market have? Before the apocalypse, a huge number of grain merchants had stockpiled food. 5 million farmers producing 500 million tons a year, almost as much as China's 700 million farmers. Each container represented a ton of goods, and the containers filled the entire dock. As for the monopolist bigwigs, they had even more. In the darkness, Jing Shu watched as ship after ship was loaded. Even slaves crammed into the holds, ranked lower than the chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle. The cargo ships sank lower and lower in the water, only stopping when they were about to be swamped. Crates of salt, sugar, even metal ores were loaded onto the massive ships, each one carrying up to 100,000 tons. There were also several oil tankers. Normally, you'd never see so many 10,000-ton ships in one place, but here they were, loading up non-stop, sending wave after wave of goods onto the ships. Jing Shu's hands itched just watching. In total, over 50 large ships and 3 cruise liners were loaded with 90% of Sacramento's resources and set to flee. One of them was a private luxury cruise ship for a big boss. Limited edition luxury cars, helicopters, and all sorts of pre-apocalypse extravagances Jing Shu couldn't even imagine were loaded on board. This wasn't just a big boss moving house, it was like moving out an entire city. Still, for the first time in her life, Jing Shu found herself on a 5-star cruise ship. This one was for all the black market nobles and their families and bodyguards. They were assigned to the first floor's commoner rooms. The ship had 5 decks. The 4th was a restaurant, the 5th a private code playground, and the nobles lived on the 2nd and 3rd. There were over 500 rooms, each with 2 small beds, a private bathroom, and a balcony, just like a 5-star hotel. The only downside was that the commoner rooms had no electricity or water. For flushing or drinking, you had to scoop water from the river. It was worth noting that Jing Shu's luggage alone filled her entire balcony and half the room. She regretted not having shipped her dried meat back to China earlier. Half of it was cooked meat from the arena. But as it turned out, all that food would end up saving the whole team, helping them survive the coming weeks without supplies. While the black market and city bosses were busy escaping and loading cargo, Jing Shu's group discussed the feasibility of Yang Yang's plan. After the 2 teams met up, they didn't speak again. After all, you have to keep up appearances. Jing Shu's side just passively followed Yang Yang's instructions. Tank, holding an encrypted phone, pointed to Yang Yang's message. Tonight, your task is to control cargo ship 24 and follow the normal route, from Sacramento Canal through Glen, then on to Colusa. Make sure to delay for at least 6 hours. Good luck. Oh, and tonight, your main concern should be surviving and escaping their pursuit. We'll regroup in Colusa. Tank scratched his head. But wasn't this the black market's original plan anyway? Why is he giving us this order? Snake Spirit pointed at the map. Old Yang's team will act as the lead, and once they reach Colusa, they'll double back via the Williams route straight to the Grand Canal and ship everything to China. Our team will keep going from Colusa, covering their escape so no one notices the goods are gone. So, Jing Shu realized, her old idea of just grabbing a few boxes of American supplies and loading them at the dock was way too small time. Individual effort was always limited. People like her were easily satisfied. Just filling her own space with goods was enough. But after coming to America, she realized human desire is never satisfied. Look at Yang Yang's plan. This was a real heist, moving an entire city's worth of supplies. Jing Shu could already imagine how furious the big bosses would be when they found out, and the storm of revenge that would follow. Not just from one person, but from hundreds of nobles, all out for blood. Jing Shu glanced at her battle armor and felt a little more at ease. The plan hadn't even started, and she was already thinking about how to escape. After discussing the plan in detail, everyone went to rest for 4 hours. Tonight would be a sleepless night. Only Jing Shu slipped out of her room. Tonight would be her last night on this luxury cruise ship. Since arriving in America, she'd never had a chance to quietly fill her own space. There was never a good opportunity. But on this ship, it was perfect. She'd observed earlier. The noble's valuables had all been brought on board, along with plenty of rare foods, live animals, and more. Those were her targets. She didn't need rice or grain. What she lacked were rare ingredients, live poultry and livestock that could be bred, and all sorts of American delicacies she'd never tasted. Even if there weren't any rare foods, she could always look for treasures or, at the very least, weapons. Those would fetch a high price back home. Jing Shu skipped the first 3 decks and headed straight for the 4th-floor restaurant. The whole ship was in chaos, with nobles and servants still busy organizing their things, and the restaurant staff preparing food. What Jing Shu cared about most was how much armed force the underground black market would take with them this time. For these Chinese and even the wild mercenaries, they were as worthless as dogs in the eyes of the nobles, expendable in a death match, the perfect way to use up mercenaries without wasting their own private forces. When a wild mercenary team died, George didn't even blink. But when 2 of his own trusted teams were wiped out, he broke into a cold sweat, though he still reclaimed all their gear and weapons. Jing Shu's group was given a reward of 150,000 black market coins, but honestly, it was as empty as a promise on paper. "We're leaving in a hurry this time. Only the nobles and their private bodyguards are coming. Once we're settled, we'll bring in the others. After all, a ticket to Austin for a regular citizen is 500 pounds of rice," George said hastily, then rushed off. His words were polite, but the meaning was clear. Everyone else was being abandoned. This escape was only for the rich, their bodyguards, and as much valuable cargo as possible. They'd seek shelter in Austin. How much material did the underground black market have? Before the apocalypse, a huge number of grain merchants had stockpiled food, 5 million farmers producing 500 million tons a year, almost as much as China's 700 million farmers. Each container represented a ton of goods, and the containers filled the entire dock. As for the monopolist bigwigs, they had even more. In the darkness, Jing Shu watched as ship after ship was loaded, even slaves crammed into the holds, ranked lower than the chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle. The cargo ships sank lower and lower in the water, only stopping when they were about to be swamped. Crates of salt, sugar, even metal ores were loaded onto the massive ships, each one carrying up to 100,000 tons. There were also several oil tankers. Normally, you'd never see so many 10,000-ton ships in one place, but here they were, loading up non-stop, sending wave after wave of goods onto the ships. Jing Shu's hands itched just watching. In total, over 50 large ships and 3 cruise liners were loaded with 90% of Sacramento's resources and set to flee. One of them was a private luxury cruise ship for a big boss. Limited edition luxury cars, helicopters, and all sorts of pre-apocalypse extravagances Jing Shu couldn't even imagine were loaded on board. This wasn't just a big boss moving house, it was like moving out an entire city. Still, for the first time in her life, Jing Shu found herself on a 5-star cruise ship. This one was for all the black market nobles and their families and bodyguards. They were assigned to the first floor's commoner rooms. The ship had 5 decks. The 4th was a restaurant, the 5th a private code playground, and the nobles lived on the 2nd and 3rd. There were over 500 rooms, each with 2 small beds, a private bathroom, and a balcony, just like a 5-star hotel. The only downside was that the commoner rooms had no electricity or water. For flushing or drinking, you had to scoop water from the river. It was worth noting that Jing Shu's luggage alone filled her entire balcony and half the room. She regretted not having shipped her dried meat back to China earlier. Half of it was cooked meat from the arena. But as it turned out, all that food would end up saving the whole team, helping them survive the coming weeks without supplies. While the black market and city bosses were busy escaping and loading cargo, Jing Shu's group discussed the feasibility of Yang Yang's plan. After the 2 teams met up, they didn't speak again. After all, you have to keep up appearances. Jing Shu's side just passively followed Yang Yang's instructions. Tank, holding an encrypted phone, pointed to Yang Yang's message. "Tonight your task is to control cargo ship 24 and follow the normal route, from Sacramento Canal through Glen, then on to Calusa. Make sure to delay for at least 6 hours. Good luck. Oh, and tonight your main concern should be surviving and escaping their pursuit. We'll regroup in Calusa. Tank scratched his head. But wasn't this the black market's original plan anyway? Why is he giving us this order? Snake Spirit pointed at the map. Old Yang's team will act as the lead, and once they reach Calusa, they'll double back via the Williams route straight to the Grand Canal and ship everything to China. Our team will keep going from Calusa, covering their escape so no one notices the goods are gone. So, Jing Shu realized, her old idea of just grabbing a few boxes of American supplies and loading them at the dock was way too small time. Individual effort was always limited. People like her were easily satisfied. Just filling her own space with goods was enough. But after coming to America, she realized human desire is never satisfied. Look at Yang's plan. This was a real heist, moving an entire city's worth of supplies. Jing Shu could already imagine how furious the big bosses would be when they found out, and the storm of revenge that would follow. Not just from one person, but from hundreds of nobles, all out for blood. Jing Shu glanced at her battle armor and felt a little more at ease. The plan hadn't even started, and she was already thinking about how to escape. After discussing the plan in detail, everyone went to rest for 4 hours. Tonight would be a sleepless night. Only Jing Shu slipped out of her room. Tonight would be her last night on this luxury cruise ship. Since arriving in America, she'd never had a chance to quietly fill her own space. There was never a good opportunity. But on this ship, it was perfect. She'd observed earlier. The nobles' valuables had all been brought on board, along with plenty of rare foods, live animals, and more. Those were her targets. She didn't need rice or grain. What she lacked were rare ingredients, live poultry and livestock that could be bred, and all sorts of American delicacies she'd never tasted. Even if there weren't any rare foods, she could always look for treasures or, at the very least, weapons. Those would fetch a high price back home. Jing Shu skipped the first 3 decks and headed straight for the 4th-floor restaurant. The whole ship was in chaos, with nobles and servants still busy organizing their things, and the restaurant staff preparing food. Jing Shu wandered around for a while, a bit disappointed. It was all ordinary ingredients. But she didn't give up and soon found the cruise ship's main cold storage. She'd seen a lot of people moving food in and out of there all day. There were 2 guards at the cold room, but that was no problem for Jing Shu. Using the illusion skills she'd been honing for months, she subtly suggested to the guards to open the door for her. Soon, she was swaggering into the 100-square-meter cold storage. So cold! Jing Shu wrapped her coat tighter. The shelves, stacked over 2 meters high, were packed to the brim. So much. Just too much. The pitch-black cold room had no lights, but Jing Shu's eyes gleamed with greedy green light, illuminating the whole place. Tonight, everything in this cold room was hers for the taking. She ran her hands over bags of rice and flour, skipping them, and passed by rows of refrigerated milk. She didn't want to waste precious space on those. Rich, fragrant olive oil with a hint of green. Nice. Jing Shu nodded and swept all the olive oil off the shelf. Coconut oil? Looks good, take it. Peanut oil? Fancy, take it. Avocado oil? Never tried it, take it. Sesame oil? Oh my God, my favorite. Take it all. Butter, ghee, shredded cheese, all the baking essentials. Take them all. Jing Shu had always wanted to make creamy mushroom soup. Now she could finally try it. Foie gras? World-class delicacy? Ha, sweep. She couldn't resist opening a jar, dipping a steamed bun into her space and tasting it. Delicious. This stuff was so versatile. The rich, savory flavor of foie gras went perfectly with anything, whether it was a plain bun or a scallion pancake. It was the ultimate side dish. Wait, there's even top-grade sturgeon caviar? Jing Shu found a single box in a safe. Of course, she took it all. She tasted a bit, couldn't really tell what the fuss was about. It was fresh, and biting into it was like popping little water balloons with a lingering aftertaste, but not as amazing as TV made it sound. Maybe it needed to be eaten differently, like how century eggs are an acquired taste, but with vinegar, they're a world-class treat. In the fresh section, the shelves were loaded with boxes of frozen longan meat, pork belly, premium Kobe beef, ribs, whole turkeys, compressed beef patties, and more. Jing Shu figured these rare, now extinct premium meats were worth taking. No need to leave any behind. She stuffed all kinds of meat into her space, filling up 30 cubic meters and clearing out over 10 meters of shelving. Processed meats were so much more convenient, just a little prep and they were delicious. Maybe not as good as her own, but great for gifts or selling. Of course, Jing Shu mostly wanted to cook them up for her own midnight snacks. On the racks hung Iberian ham, the world's most expensive ham. Just slice off a piece for a meal, hot or cold, and the flavor would last all day. Now that it was extinct, she took every last bit. To her delight, there was even bluefin tuna, a world-class delicacy. Nearly a ton of it was frozen on the shelf. Jing Shu didn't hesitate to stash it in her space. She loved sashimi, and bluefin was perfect for 3 ways: fresh sashimi, crispy fried skin, and fish head tofu soup. Perfect. There were also amazing desserts, mealy crepe cakes, puddings, all sorts of sweets frozen on the shelves. After thawing, a slice with a cup of tea would make for a perfect afternoon treat. Jing Shu shamelessly swept an entire shelf of desserts. And of course, she didn't leave out the ice cream. Aside from Haagen-Dazs, she didn't recognize the other brands, but that didn't stop her from taking them all. She was delighted. She'd finished her last Haagen-Dazs, and now she'd scored several more freezers worth. Next came all sorts of boxed foods. Jing Shu picked out anything unavailable in China or no longer produced. After years in the apocalypse, these now unproducible delicacies and snacks were treasures in her eyes. Some things she'd never even seen before, and her curiosity made her want to try them, like avocados, which she hadn't liked before the apocalypse, and a fruit called miracle berry, which looked like a tiny tomato. After checking, she learned that eating it made all sour fruits taste sweet for 2 hours, hence the name. There was also Moroccan argan oil, called liquid gold. Jing Shu took as much as she could find, though there wasn't much left. After 3 years of apocalypse, most luxury goods were nearly gone, and some of the stock was no longer fresh. Jing Shu felt like she was shopping at a supermarket. Anything she liked, she stuffed into her space. She found loads of convenience foods: frozen pizza, egg tarts, fries, chicken nuggets, sandwiches, hot dogs, bacon, and more, all swept into her space. Before she knew it, she'd taken half the food from the cruise's cold storage, and her space was more than half full. Jing Shu wrapped herself tighter in her coat and reluctantly left the cold room. The temperature was at least -10 degrees, and only now, after her adrenaline wore off, did she realize she was half frozen. With the food section cleared out, Jing Shu set her sights on the live poultry area. The nobles could eat and play well every day, but it all depended on self-sufficiency. They couldn't just live off their stockpiles. From her observations, Jing Shu saw that the black market nobles raised a lot of poultry, and she wanted to see if there were any breeds she didn't have in her space. She wasn't interested in chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, or sheep. They took up too much space and ate too much grain. She only wanted rare breeds that could reproduce and provide food year-round in the apocalypse. Pinching her nose, Jing Shu followed the stench to the poultry area. The smell was nauseating, and it was pitch black with constant chicken squawks. Cages were stacked everywhere, full of turkeys and the like, but these turkeys weren't eating feed. They were eating chopped-up meat. Jing Shu could clearly see some fingernails still stuck to the meat. No doubt to save on feed, with hundreds dying daily in the arena and slums, they just used human remains as feed. She moved on to the livestock area, pigs and cattle, not yet settled in since they'd just been brought onto the ship. Suddenly, Jing Shu heard a piercing scream. She hadn't planned to get involved, but just then, someone came from behind. With no choice, she had to keep moving forward. Jing Shu wandered around. She had to keep moving forward. The piercing screams grew closer, and Jing Shu still hadn't found a place to hide. She was getting anxious. She couldn't just jump into the pig pen, could she? Or hide with the cows? It was pitch black, so as long as no one turned on the lights, she wouldn't be discovered. But if the lights came on, she'd be exposed. How would she explain herself then? She was debating whether to use her illusions to make everyone forget, when she turned a corner and ran straight into two massive pythons. At the same time, she saw what was inside the rows of cages at the end of the corridor. "Miss Peiki, is something wrong?" Two tall, burly private bodyguards called out from a distance. "It's nothing. I'm just feeding my darlings. No matter what you hear, don't come over. Go farther away," Peiki called back with a smile. She looked up, surprised to see Jing Shu, this Chinese woman who'd barged in, looking flustered and rumored to know witchcraft. Peiki wondered which would be stronger, her two giant snakes or this woman's mysterious powers. This place was like hell on earth. Strange creatures were locked in cages, and bits of flesh and corpses littered the ground. Why strange? Because these things looked like lumps of rotting mud, with lizard-like legs and dinosaur-like heads, as if they'd been forcibly stitched together. But that wasn't the main point, and they posed no threat to Jing Shu. These creatures could barely move. She guessed they were some kind of noble's experimental subjects. The real focus was the source of the screams. A man Jing Shu recognized, the same nobleman who'd been flirting with Peiki a few days ago. Now, the noble's lower half was being devoured by one python, while his upper half was in the jaws of the other. Peiki watched the process with great interest. This was her favorite time of day. Peiki stood quietly in the darkness, then turned and spoke to Jing Shu in Chinese. "You saw everything, didn't you?" "I didn't see anything." Jing Shu shook her head, denying it. "I just got lost. Sorry. I'll leave now." With such an important plan tonight, she didn't want any trouble. "No, you saw it. You saw me kill this man." Peiki pointed at the man and suddenly burst into manic laughter. "Die! You all deserve to die! Eat this woman!" Peiki knew this Chinese woman had strange powers, so as she ran out, she pulled a lever, dropping a glass door and sealing Jing Shu in the room with the two giant snakes. Now, no matter what abilities Jing Shu had, she couldn't get close to Peiki. And even if Jing Shu was powerful, could she kill both of Peiki's darlings in an instant? Unless she was Superman, she was doomed. "Luo Fei, someone's going to accompany you to heaven. Scream all you want. No one will come to save you. No one even knows you're on this ship. Who told you to try and run away with me?" "Ha!" In Chinese, you'd call it a toad lusting after a swan. "But thanks for your inheritance. I'll gladly accept it." Peiki finished, then seeing the snakes hadn't moved, waved her hand and ordered again. "Eat her!" Normally, wherever she pointed, her darlings would go. These two snakes were said to be mutated and intelligent. But now they just sat there like dumb geese, not even finishing off the half-dead man. What was going on? Jing Shu's eyes glowed with a strange light, and she smiled slightly. "You mean, like this? Let them eat me?" As soon as she spoke, the two fierce pythons lunged at her. "Yes, eat her!" Peiki shouted. But at that moment, Jing Shu suddenly spread her hands. Just as the pythons opened their jaws, they abruptly stopped, then became docile, gently nudging Jing Shu's palms with their heads, as if afraid of hurting her, completely obedient. Peiki's mouth fell open, speechless, but her expression said it all. Her voice trembled. You can control pythons? Damn it, you can control my darlings? No, impossible, they never accept anyone else." Jing Shu was controlling two giant pythons at once. These weren't ordinary, mindless animals. Her past experience told her that the more intelligent the creature, the harder it was to control with illusions. These two snakes clearly had some intelligence, so her head was pounding, worse than ever before, as if it might explode. But at the same time, she felt as if her meridians had been blasted open, a sudden, crystal-clear sensation like smashing through a paper window. It was indescribable, but wonderful, as if she'd unlocked a new world. The downside was the headache. Her head hurt like crazy. Jing Shu clutched her head, pointed at Peiki, and said, "Eat her!" Peiki stumbled back in terror, slamming into the wall. The two pythons smashed through the glass door with a crash, and under Peiki's horrified gaze, tore her head off and devoured her. Peiki's own beloved pythons ate her alive. The man, seeing Peiki's fate, finally died with a look of satisfaction, closing his eyes in peace. Jing Shu collapsed to her knees, exhausted, and rested for a long while before she could stand. In that moment, she felt as if she'd leveled up. Not her Rubik's Cube space, but her illusion ability. At the same time, she sensed her Rubik's Cube space was about to upgrade too. Before, she always upgraded her Rubik's Cube space first, then gained new abilities. But this time was different. She'd unlocked a new level of illusion first, and only then sensed the space was about to upgrade. Maybe she needed to study new ways to unlock the Rubik's Cube space. Void and ethereal. These seemed to be the new abilities she'd gained from her upgraded illusions. It wasn't so much a new power as a deeper understanding of illusion. Let's call it an expansion of her abilities. Jing Shu's illusions had changed. She no longer had to consciously activate them. They were always on, like breathing, an inseparable part of her life. What would that mean for her? Oh, right. The two pythons had eaten Peiki. Jing Shu picked up the remains of her clothes and found her ID and room card. Maybe inheriting Peiki's assets wouldn't be such a bad thing. As for what to do with the two giant pythons, Jing Shu thought it over and decided to stash them in her space for now. Honestly, they were a bit of a burden. She'd never really need them in a fight. Sneaking out a few small snakes could be explained as wild, but if a couple of giant pythons suddenly appeared, it would shock not just her enemies, but her teammates too. Besides, she already had 5-step snakes for making medicinal wine or snake soup, and those were better for breeding as well. These two were just big, took up space, and were a waste of her precious storage. Maybe, if she had time, she'd just kill them for meat. Snake gall and other parts could be used as medicine. She'd come to America to collect supplies, not to haul around two freeloaders. Still, she couldn't quite bear to leave them behind, so into her space they went. Let's just keep them for now. Who knows, maybe they'll come in handy someday. She didn't expect that they actually would. Jing Shu tidied up the scene a bit, then left through another exit. She wasn't interested in the livestock here. There weren't as many varieties as in China anyway. But as she walked, she found herself in the seafood section, where the tanks were full of species she didn't have yet. Mantis shrimp, king crab, sea cucumber, sea urchin, salmon, Boston lobster, all top-tier seafood. Jing Shu happily expanded her collection, scooping them all into her space. I've heard the bigger the lobster, the tastier. When I get home, I'll raise them even bigger and have a feast with my family. Before the apocalypse, she'd only seen lobsters this size on TV. Now, in these resource-scarce times, she could get so many rare foods thanks to her space. She felt deeply satisfied. She'd never even tasted sea urchin before, and now she could. After finishing her rounds in the live animal area and finding nothing else she wanted, Jing Shu pulled out the room card and headed for the 4th floor of the cruise ship. The headache was, to get to the 4th floor, you needed a key card at every checkpoint, and there were guards at every intersection. Almost every suite had its own guard, and Peiki's room would definitely have her personal bodyguards and servants. The security wasn't exactly airtight, but every guard was armed. If she got caught, it would be a huge hassle. How to get into Peiki's room without anyone noticing was the problem Jing Shu now faced. Just as she was hesitating at the entrance to the 4th floor, a squad of armed guards marched by, expressionless. Jing Shu's heart pounded. She didn't even speak the language. Should she disguise herself? Run? Or just go all out, kill them, and loot their stuff? But as she hesitated, the patrol passed by as if she didn't exist. Jing Shu. Did they think she was a piece of furniture? Wait. Jing Shu suddenly sensed the new ability she'd just unlocked and hadn't yet mastered. From now on, her illusion ability was gone, replaced by something higher, void, and ethereal. She spread her hands and stared at them. Looking closely, she realized she couldn't quite see her own hands. At a glance, it was as if they weren't there at all. Her new ability didn't require conscious effort. It was fully integrated with her being. She moved through the world as if she were insubstantial, ethereal. Jing Shu finally understood the effect of her upgraded power. Rather than void or ethereal being complicated, it was more like she'd gained an invisibility skill. This was the evolution of her illusions. Through reflection, suggestion, and blending with her surroundings, she'd become someone others unconsciously ignored, as if she didn't exist. Her presence was so low, people simply overlooked her. It was like America's famous stealth fighter jets, which use color and reflection to blend into their environment and become invisible. Jing Shu's effect was similar. With this realization, her courage grew. She strolled right through the 4th floor, past the private suites. The guards chatted quietly or snacked on sandwiches, but no one paid her any attention. She easily found Peiqi's private suite, swiped the card, and entered. Even the guard at the door ignored her. One even glanced at her, which gave her a fright, but he just stepped aside to let her pass. That's when Jing Shu realized just how powerful her new ability was. Did this mean she could do whatever she wanted now? Peiqi's suite was huge, piled high with luggage from the black market that hadn't even been sorted yet. Clothes, cosmetics, daily necessities, jewelry, and more. Peiqi loved to drink. Half the room was filled with red wine, whiskey, and other fine liquors. Jing Shu picked out a dozen cases of various alcohols to take home for Grandpa Jing and Dad Jing. She'd heard Niu Mu and Li Yichin liked to drink too. She skipped over anything she didn't value, choosing only what interested her. She also found 3 big boxes full of cut diamonds, Peiqi's accumulated wealth. Diamonds, in the age of artificial suns and new energy, would become a crucial currency in a few years. Jing Shu took them all, along with the uncut diamonds she'd collected from the mines. She now had several cubic meters of diamonds, enough capital for when the new energy era arrived. In the post-apocalyptic luxury rankings, weapons were number 1. Peiqi's collection was vast, taking up most of her study. Navy SEAL precision sniper rifles, panoramic night vision goggles, anti-tank missiles. Jing Shu recognized some, not others. She took every weapon and bullet, filling her space almost to the brim. For the next few years at least, she wouldn't have to worry about weapons. After a few rounds, sweeping up everything useful and making sure there was nothing else of value, Jing Shu swaggered out of the suite. She even checked a few other places for anything worth snatching. When she finally returned to her first-floor room, she found her teammates were gone. What was going on? Where had everyone gone? The key thing was, all her teammates' luggage was gone. Xiao He had even packed up the bedding, toothbrushes, towels, and slippers from the room. It felt like everyone had run off, leaving Jing Shu behind. Jing Shu checked the time. There were still 2 hours until the planned action. If the plan had changed, why hadn't anyone messaged her? If it hadn't, shouldn't everyone be sleeping? Why would they take all their luggage and disappear, leaving only her things behind? Fat Chicken was still lounging in its nest, dozing contentedly as if nothing had happened. Jing Shu quickly messaged Tank. After a while, Tank finally replied, "Sorry, we forgot about you. The plan changed. Hurry to cargo ship 24. Jing Shu blinked, wondering if this had something to do with her new ability, making her presence so low that even her own teammates ignored her. If it was just the enemy, that would be fine, but if her own side started overlooking her, that was a problem. At least Fat Chicken was still excited to see her, clinging to her leg and begging for attention as soon as she returned. Jing Shu tossed Fat Chicken its luggage, and everyone carried their own bags as they quickly left the cruise ship. The process went smoothly. Jing Shu took a small boat alone to cargo ship 24. When the crew spotted her, she was a bit nervous, but to her surprise, they just pulled her aboard without question, letting this random Asian woman onto the massive ship. "Hey, Sanji, what are you doing? Go toss those dead slaves overboard." "Oh God, I think I just pulled someone up, but it's like it never happened. What did I just do? I can't even remember." "Sanji, are you dreaming? What nonsense are you talking about?" "Boss, I think I have a fever. Maybe I really was dreaming. How could I have pulled someone up? Yeah, I must have been dreaming." The cargo ship was huge, mainly loaded with the rich boss's slaves. Jing Shu, carrying her massive luggage, released her bees to scout ahead and started searching for Tank and the others. For the first time, Jing Shu truly appreciated how wonderful it was to be born in China. At least there was no racial discrimination. She'd always heard about racism in America. White people had green lights everywhere, while black people had no status at all. She walked through the slave quarters. Black women, men, and children were all managed separately. Some huddled in cages, shivering. Some slept, while others stared blankly into space. White crew members holding whips or clubs barked orders and beat anyone who disobeyed. The noisy ship had 3 decks packed with slaves, some without cages, forced to sleep on the cold deck, praying it wouldn't rain or that they wouldn't get sick. Otherwise, they'd be thrown overboard or chopped up for animal feed. Jing Shu wondered how much food it would take to keep so many slaves alive. Wouldn't it be better to just set them free? But according to Yang, first, it was all to satisfy the needs of the slave-owning bosses. A slave city without slaves was meaningless, and a king without subjects was nothing. Second, these slaves were like house pets, eating leftovers and whatever was left over from the boss's feasts. If that wasn't enough, there was always animal feed. "Excuse me." Jing Shu pushed past a crew member who was beating a black person, lugging her huge bag and fat chicken through the narrow corridor. The crewman seemed to blank out for a moment, then went back to whipping the slaves. Jing Shu felt like a ghost in this world, lonely and invisible. Suddenly she felt a chill about her new ability. It was as if her Rubik's Cube space was about to peel her away from the world. Presence was important, especially with people you cared about. If even her family forgot her, what meaning would her life have? But maybe it wasn't so absolute. Fat Chicken hadn't ignored her. Maybe anyone who'd drunk spiritual spring water was immune? She'd have to observe more. She realized her new ability was a double-edged sword. Powerful, but with pros and cons. How to use it wisely was something she'd have to consider. She finally found Tank and the others in the ship's control room, poring over a map while the captain explained something. Jing Shu's heart settled. So the captain was one of their own? That would make tonight's plan much easier. Otherwise, with the kind of private armories people like Peiki had, who knew what kind of tracking missiles or heavy weapons might be lurking? If anyone came after her, she'd have to fire back with a missile of her own. Fat Chicken clucked in protest, and only then did the team notice Jing Shu had arrived. The captain looked puzzled, and Tank pointed at Jing Shu. "Xiao Zhang, she's one of our team members, she's—" Tank paused, realizing he'd forgotten her name, and after a moment said, "She's our support and muscle." Then he turned to Jing Shu. "This is Brother Fa, our contact assigned by Old Yang. He's disguised as the previous captain and has been undercover on the ship for over 10 days. Brother Fa had disguised himself as a typical American with a bushy beard. Jing Shu had thought he was a real foreigner. Brother Fa frowned and asked, "I sent someone to pick everyone up. How did you get here?" "Me? I just walked over." "No one stopped you?" "Nope." "Were the crew always this careless?" Brother Fa was speechless for a moment, then said, "Since you're with Old Yang's team, I won't say more. Let's get to the plan." Everyone held their breath as the control room fell silent. Ships 1 through 44 are all loaded with various supplies. Food and essentials are on ships 1 to 24. After that, it's slaves, oil, and so on. Old Yang's job is to take ships 1 to 23, turn them around at Calusa, and head for the Grand Canal, then back to China. Our job with Ship 24 is to lead the rest of the convoy, along with the black market and city bosses, straight ahead from Calusa. In terms of danger, Old Yang's side is at much greater risk. Only Ship 1 has our people, the other 22 ships are all theirs. Old Yang's team has to make it to Williams before they get back up. Only then will they be safe. But we're in danger too. If Old Yang's side gets exposed, we'll have to bear the brunt. If they don't get exposed, at the very least, we need to lead the fleet past Calusa, so that by the time they realize something's wrong and turn back to chase us, it'll already be too late. Yang's plan was to make off with the supplies from 23 cargo ships in one go, several million tons of goods, which amounted to 2/3 of the food supplies of both factions. As for the future cargoes of slaves, oil, and other mineral resources, for Huaxia, nothing was as urgently needed as food. Several million tons of supplies could feed 50 million people in Huaxia for half a year, or even a whole year if rationed carefully. This single haul could solve Huaxia's current life-or-death crisis. Of course, they didn't have the ability to take everything. Yang had deliberately left the enemy with some supplies, hitting them right at their weak spot. If they took it all, both factions would chase them to the ends of the earth to get it back. But with about 20 cargo ships worth of goods left, the enemy still had to protect those, which would tie their hands. Brother Fa checked his watch and said, "We're almost at Colusa. Stay sharp." Everyone was tense. After all, this battle would determine whether their first mission in America would succeed. Lingling kept wiping her sniper rifle and adjusting her night vision goggles. Ah Huang sat on the ground, restless. Monkey carefully maintained his weapon, and Tank was doing push-ups. Only Jing Shu, with almost no presence, squatted in a corner practicing her Rubik's Cube. She'd only been in America for a dozen days, and her space was almost full. She needed to upgrade and stock up on more supplies quickly, since even a resource-rich country like America would soon see countless people starving to death every day. The captain maneuvered the cargo ship to gradually widen the distance from the ship ahead. Because the canal was narrow, only one cargo ship could pass at a time, so they just needed to follow the one in front. They reached Colusa. Everyone stood up, nervously watching the cargo ship ahead. The ships moved forward slowly, the one in front getting farther and farther away, until it finally exited at the canal fork, while their captain kept going straight ahead. Jing Shu's heart pounded. From here, the fleet behind them would head to Austin for refuge, while Yang with his 23 ships would successfully head toward Williams. As long as they weren't discovered during this stretch, there would be someone to meet them on the other side. Good. We've completed the first step. Brother Fa exhaled deeply. These foreigners are so lazy, always using autopilot and just following the ship ahead. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll reach Austin without anyone noticing. Of course, that was if nothing unexpected happened. Ships 123 successfully headed for Williams, and Ship 24 led the rest of the fleet to their original destination, as planned. The nobles were still busy, and as the bigwigs of the slave kingdom, they were gathering over 200 nobles for a party to discuss their plans for Austin, and more importantly, how to divide the supplies. But in the noble district, 2 nobles had died tragically, causing chaos. Whether it was murder or infighting was still under investigation. Of course, the inheritance of their property sparked a series of disputes. Peiki's brother George claimed he should inherit all his sister's assets, but the underground noble syndicate had long established that any noble's property would be divided among the group. But before they could reach a decision, they discovered that all of Peiki's valuables had already been taken. Only some wine and cheap jewelry were left. Even the so-called energy stone diamond was gone. Now, everyone's attention turned to the murderer, and the 2 guards at the door were inexplicably dragged into the mess. The cargo ship moved slowly, and Jing Shu's anxious heart gradually calmed. Who else but them would dare to pull off such a bold, stealthy operation? Neither the captains nor the crew would ever have imagined that, in a time of peace with no pirates attacking, someone would split a cargo fleet right down the middle. Everyone's thinking was simple, as was the custom in this line of work: just follow the ship ahead. The lead ship would never go the wrong way, and even if it did, it would be their responsibility. There was once a marathon where the leader took a wrong turn, causing everyone behind to follow and only realize at the finish line. Only one person ran the correct route and won first place, so this herd mentality isn't unique to Huaxia. In a big group, people often overlook many things. However, just as everyone was starting to relax, Ship 23 calling Ship 24, Ship 24, why can't we see your ship anymore? At that moment, Ship 23's voice came over the radio. The biggest flaw of these ships was their internet radios, so no one realized they were no longer on the same route. Zhao He quietly translated, and everyone looked at Brother Fa. Whether they'd been exposed or could still pull off the deception depended on his performance. Brother Fa cleared his throat. Oh, damn. Didn't expect to get found out. All right. I admit it's partly my fault. There was a slave riot on Ship 24. Someone smashed a hole in the hull. I have to slow down and stop for a bit to control these damn slaves and fix the ship. Haha, bro. You're gonna get dock pay. Good luck. We're heading off first. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. To make the story convincing, Jing Shu and the others really had to act it out, secretly killing all the dozen or so crew members on the cargo ship. Ship 23 calling Ship 24, bro, you still haven't caught up? Why are you getting farther away? Oh God, something feels off about today's route. Who turned on the navigation? Damn, this isn't the way to Austin. What the hell? Before he could finish, the radio cut off. The other captains seemed to realize something was wrong and started checking what was going on. We're about to be exposed. Brother Fa lit a cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring. Tank frowned. So, what do we do? What's our move? We can only sell you out to buy time and draw some fire. Brother Fa pulled the red alarm. Instantly a piercing alarm blared throughout the canal. Oh damn, Ship 24 has been taken over. Help! Pirates have hijacked Ship 24. As soon as he finished, Brother Fa put on a show, immediately accelerating to top speed. The cargo ship, in his hands, was like a race car, and with a loud hum it sped away. He was just short of saying, "Come on, throw all your firepower at me." Hey, this ship is just the interest. We want all the other goods too. The oil on cargo ship 30 looks good. We're reserving that as well. Brother Fa kept changing his voice, using different tones to infuriate the enemy and make them believe that hundreds of people had come this time. He really put on a one-man show, playing multiple roles, leaving Jing Shu and the others dumbfounded. It almost felt like it was true. Pah! Counting Xiao He, there were only 6 of them in total. Look at Xiao He. He was so scared he was about to wet his pants. For the underground black market and the Slave King, it was truly a case of misfortune piling on. First pirates showed up, then over 20 ships vanished without a trace. By the time they thought to check the tracking system, those 20-some cargo ships were already almost at Williams. Chase them! Turn around and chase! None of them are getting away, damn it! The furious Slave King gave the order to split up and tear apart anyone who dared target him. Teams of heavily armed forces immediately set off in pursuit of Williams. He had several armed helicopters. At the same time, he ordered the nobles and bodyguards to pick up their guns and kill the pirates robbing them here, though no one could figure out where pirates could have come from in such a narrow canal. Chaos erupted. The slaves on the ships sensed the change. Some jumped into the river to escape. Some who had been enslaved too long just hid in the holds, knowing there was no food outside and they'd starve anyway. Others, unwilling to remain slaves, gathered many black men and raided the mess hall, planning to escape with food. Cargo ship 24 was in total chaos, not to mention the outside. Soon, several speedboats caught up. No matter how fast the cargo ship went, it couldn't outrun the speedboats. The speedboats, mounted with machine guns, immediately opened fire on everyone on deck, slave or not. Blood splattered everywhere. Screams rang out. Ling Ling took up a vantage point and started sniping. Tank, now wearing Jing Shu's exoskeleton armor, was like an invincible beast. Monkey and Snake Spirit unleashed their power in the darkness, and Little Snake bit several people to death in the shadows. Tank, wearing the exoskeleton, boarded Ship 25, becoming a human Tyrannosaurus, invulnerable to blades and bullets, killing anyone in his path and hijacking the ship. He put on a real pirate show, robbing supplies, which made the nobles and bigwigs behind them panic and shift even more firepower their way. We can't go home empty-handed. If we can get this ship out, it's ours. We'll get contribution points and ship it back. This ship is loaded with metal ore. Bringing it back will earn us a lot. Now, ships 24 and 25 were speeding ahead. In the Slave King's mind, these people couldn't escape. Cargo ships weren't fast. Where could they possibly run? But those missing 20-some ships were still nowhere to be found, so he sent all his firepower after them. Jing Shu, as a support and navigator, only needed to guard the control room. No matter how the black men looted the ship, they were only taking low-grade feed and worthless food. Creating more chaos in the confusion would only help their escape. Soon, all the glass was shattered, the battle raged outside, and inside, the fat chicken lounged contentedly in its nest. Jing Shu was worried. Now that all the nobles' armed forces had arrived, there was no way their small group could hold out. It had just been machine guns, but now they were using grenade launchers, trying to blow the cargo ship to pieces. The ship can't hold out much longer, Jing Shu said, shooting a black man trying to break in. Brother Fa, cigarette in mouth, took a deep breath and said, "We're almost at the canal exit. The waterway will widen. Take ship 25 and run as far as you can. If you can't get away, jump in the river. Your mission will be complete as long as Old Yang makes it to Williams." "What about you? Aren't you coming with us?" Jing Shu was a bit frustrated. Her luggage was taller than she was. Others came to fight, but she had to carry all this stuff everywhere. "Me? I still have a job to do. After I get you out, I'll block the canal with ship 24 so none of the other ships can get through. If they can't turn around, their speed will be at least halved. Otherwise, how could you escape?" Jing Shu frowned. Was he planning to go down with the ship? "Steer the ship over and come join us on 25. We'll wait for you." Brother Fa smiled. "Don't worry, nobody wants to die if they can live. I have to make sure I block them to buy Old Yang and you time to escape. I'll disguise myself. If worst comes to worst, I'll blend in as a black man. By the way, what's your name?" "Mirror. And you?" "I'm Zhang Fasai. Though everyone likes to call me Xiao Zhang, I still hope you'll call me Brother Fa." Jing Shu didn't know if Brother Fa survived in the end. When they reached the canal mouth, Brother Fa was the first to exit, then turned around. After letting ship 25 out, he blocked the canal with ship 24, dropped anchor, and fixed it in place. A 10,000-ton cargo ship blocking the mouth. No one else could get through. Tank clumsily steered ship 25 and the group escaped, feeling as if they'd been given a new lease on life. This time, Jing Shu truly experienced what it meant to be under heavy fire. Snake Spirit was slightly injured, but everyone else was fine. They all breathed a sigh of relief and sped off in one direction. If they could just get half an hour, they'd be able to completely shake off their pursuers. But just then, a roaring sound came from the sky. Armed helicopters were speeding toward them. Even more shocking, the helicopters dropped bombs, blowing the cargo ship blocking the canal into a mushroom cloud. The massive explosion blasted a huge hole at the canal mouth. Boom! In the pitch-black night, the entire cargo ship became a sea of fire, with some black men screaming as they jumped into the water. "Brother Fa didn't make it out," Ling Ling said, wearing night vision goggles. Tank patted Ling Ling. "We can't let his sacrifice be in vain. If I need to cover the retreat, don't hesitate." There was no time for grief. The armed helicopters were flying straight for ship 25, their searchlights illuminating the cargo ship in the darkness. "There's no time to be sad," Ling Ling said, pulling an RPG rocket launcher from Tank's pack. "Those are armed helicopters, they're fast. The RPG might not be able to keep up. If we miss 3 shots, we jump into the sea." Jing Shu, of course, couldn't hold back at this point. She pulled out her own RPG. Those helicopters were so fierce. What if she got blown up? The RPG truly lives up to its reputation as the tank killer and deafener. The power of a single-person rocket launcher is no joke. Shouldering it and firing at a target, whether it's a tank or an armored vehicle, means saying goodbye. Its destructive force and armor-piercing ability are just that impressive. But it has plenty of drawbacks, too. For example, it fires slowly, and unlike bullets, you can actually see the rocket's trajectory after it's launched. This means that fast-moving attack helicopters can dodge it, making the hit rate pitifully low. If you see someone who's fired an RPG and isn't deaf, they're definitely a rookie. Veterans are all hard of hearing. Firing an RPG from your shoulder not only has massive recoil, but the noise is deafening. Despite all these flaws, the RPG is still the most widely used, effective, and affordable single-soldier weapon in the world, and its charm is, if one rocket doesn't hit, no problem. Fire 10 at once and at least one will land, right? So, under the strange gazes of her teammates, Jing Shu pulled out 1, 2, 8 RPGs. These were Peiki's private stash. Now, just how powerful is an attack helicopter? It comes with a single-barrel chain gun, thousands of rounds of ammo, multiple weapon hardpoints, tow missiles, and rockets. In theory, a single sortie can wipe out 16 tanks. It's a mobile arsenal, a true tank terminator. Tank. Why is every weapon these days called a tank terminator? With such high mobility and the ability to wipe out an entire regiment, Jing Shu had to go all out for her own survival. People say that once an attack helicopter locks onto you, you're already dead. And it's true. Everything happened so fast. The attack helicopter was already flying over, opening with a burst of gunfire from afar, then closing in to drop bombs. If that didn't work, it could always use missiles. At that point, both the cargo ship and everyone on it would be finished. The only reason they hadn't used missiles yet was probably to preserve the cargo. The sound of gunfire raking the cargo ship made the fat chicken tremble in fear, and Jing Shu, fully armed, was terrified she'd be diced up. Luckily, the distance was too great for accurate hits, and the cargo ship was huge. The enemy probably never imagined that the 100-strong pirate gang was actually just 6 people, a chicken, a bird, and a dog. Lingling was already shouldering an RPG and fired a shot. The helicopter nimbly dodged in the darkness, wings tilting as it swept past. It seemed enraged. It hadn't expected these people to have weapons that could threaten it. "Boss, the enemy has RPGs. Requesting permission to use Hellfire AGM-114 missiles for elimination." "Permission granted. Ensure the safety of the Apache attack helicopter at all costs. Sink cargo ship 25 if necessary." In the post-apocalyptic world, a fighter jet worth hundreds of millions of yuan was an irreplaceable asset. If the cargo ship sank, it could be salvaged. If the goods were lost, they could be stolen again. But if the helicopter was lost, everything was lost. On the other side, Jing Shu didn't even need to shoulder the RPG. She might be the first woman in history to fire an RPG one-handed. She grabbed the launcher, fired at the target, tossed it aside, picked up another, and kept shooting. The massive recoil left her hand numb, and some shots came close to the helicopter, while others just missed. Still, it threw the helicopter into a brief panic. Pew! Lingling switched to another RPG and fired again, but the helicopter, accelerating and climbing, dodged it once more. Tank pushed the cargo ship to full speed, trying to avoid the helicopter's gunfire. The battle raged, and the most nerve-wracking moment came when the helicopter finally fired a Hellfire missile. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked their ears. The Hellfire missile detonated on the cargo ship, blowing apart the 10,000-ton vessel, sending Jing Shu and the others sprawling as the bow burst into flames. Cargo ship 25 was out of commission. That's right, the Hellfire missile is mainly used for attacking tanks, an anti-tank air-to-ground missile, a true tank terminator. Tank, enough already. Its features, long range, massive power, and high precision. The pinpoint missile strike instantly crippled cargo ship 25. Tank, wearing the exoskeleton, crawled out of the flames, badly injured. "Get ready to jump!" Lingling kept firing RPGs. "One last shot. If we don't take out that chopper, we'll never escape." The truth was, against this level of attack helicopter, Jing Shu and her team's efforts were as naive as using old rifles against machine guns. Human power was nothing against such superweapons, and that was exactly why the slave boss was so confident. If only we could have a helicopter like that, Jing Shu thought enviously. She was getting so ambitious she even wanted an attack helicopter now. Boom! A second and third Hellfire missile followed, accelerating the destruction of the cargo ship. The massive vessel began to take on water. How big is a 10,000-ton cargo ship? Just its length is 200 meters, about the size of 2 football fields. And just like that, it was sinking. The whole ship was loaded with reserve-grade minerals, essential for refining and manufacturing all sorts of things. What a pity. If only Jing Shu's storage space was thousands of cubic meters. All those minerals could have been hers. Her heart ached. What could she do with just a few dozen or 100 cubic meters? Lingling held her breath and fired the last shot, while Jing Shu covered her from both sides. Several RPGs streaked toward the helicopter, but all just missed. The helicopter weaved up and down, making it impossible to track. "I'm out," Lingling said regretfully. "If I had a little more time, I could have hit it." But just then, as Lingling's RPG missed and the helicopter accelerated to dodge the tricky, well-aimed shot, it suddenly collided with one of Jing Shu's randomly fired rockets. The pilot, no matter how skilled, couldn't predict where he'd be the next second. How could the enemy know? A beautiful fireball exploded in the sky, lighting up half the night. The helicopter blew apart, fire raining down as it crashed into the river, sinking along with the massive cargo ship. Was it really necessary? Why fight so hard against your own kind? That really was you flying right into it, Jing Shu thought. It was a total fluke, but it proved that even the best attack helicopter can be brought down by a lucky RPG shot. The group managed to get ashore before the ship completely sank, helplessly watching the cargo ship disappear. The enemy's plan wasn't just to kill them and destroy the evidence. By sinking the ship, the minerals could still be salvaged from the river later. Everyone gave Jing Shu a thumbs up. Sometimes luck really is everything. Just as they thought they'd escaped, another armed helicopter appeared behind them. Jing Shu's hopes of sneaking into the river to stash the helicopter wreckage in her space, or at least fill her storage with minerals, were completely dashed. "Run! Get to a building and hide! Shh! Keep your voices down, turn off all the lights! Quick! Hide under this big rock!" The group scrambled ashore, soaked and bedraggled. Luckily, Tank was only lightly injured thanks to the exoskeleton. Jing Shu held her bundle high, willing to get herself wet but refusing to let her precious cargo get soaked. Once on land, they all took off running, hearing the helicopter open fire on the river behind them, its searchlights sweeping the area as it circled overhead. Every time the helicopter passed above, Jing Shu's heart pounded. She'd seen its power firsthand, but she was sure that one day she'd be just as formidable. After 15 minutes of flying and 10 minutes of strafing, the helicopter finally left. Jing Shu could hear voices in the distance. Probably the noble's bodyguards had arrived, along with many slaves planning to salvage the minerals from the river. Cargo ships kept passing through the blasted canal gap, but the slave king's luxury yacht was nowhere to be seen. He'd probably taken the helicopter to chase after the 23 cargo ships. After all, in the apocalypse, food meant both wealth and life, and the time they'd bought for Yang Yang was limited. "I wonder how they'll handle several helicopters over there," Ling Ling said worriedly. "We can only pray old Yang makes it. A few attack helicopters could wipe out 20-something cargo ships," Monkey replied. The slave boss really did have the resources to move so much cargo. If Yang Yang had tried to rob them head-on, it would have been a suicide mission. No one expected someone to be bold enough to pull a switcheroo, and even more absurd, to actually succeed. It was like poking a tiger in the eye. "With the captain there, you have to trust his strength," Snake Spirit said, taking off his shirt to reveal a well-muscled body, with fresh knife wounds now pale from soaking. Ling Ling blushed and looked away, while Jing Shu just clicked her tongue. She hadn't expected that. But the handsomeness lasted only 3 seconds. As the cold wind blew, the shirtless men all started shivering. "Let's go. Get away from here. I'm worried they'll come back for a second sweep." Tank carried all their weapons. "Damn, all the other supplies are lost in the water. We'll just head back to Colusa and meet up with old Yang. As long as we have our weapons, losing food and daily necessities isn't a big deal. We're experienced in the wild. If we have to, we can just steal what we need," Snake Spirit said confidently, only to be immediately proven wrong. Xiao He was in tears. He'd just collected some bedding, toothbrushes, and stolen black bread, and now it was all gone. At this, everyone looked at Jing Shu again. This woman treated her luggage like her life. Even in a life-or-death situation, she clung to her bags. Fresh garlic sprouts were growing out of the edges, along with lettuce she'd planted days ago. She was now gently stroking the lettuce, heartbroken over the leaves lost in the chaos. The key thing was, she was also carrying a stack of cured meats, with a dried ham hanging from her pack, for making prosciutto, strips of beef ribs marinated with cumin and chili powder, for making jerky, and even leftover eagle and rabbit stew turned into spicy dried snacks, great with rice. A few days ago at the black market, she'd exchanged all her black market coins for flour and rice, not to eat, but to fry into crispy snacks with butter and sauce, making crab roe-flavored fried rice and buttery fried noodles as treats. Even more outrageous, she'd popped a bunch of corn into popcorn, making chocolate, brown sugar, and milk-flavored popcorn. Seriously, who does this? It was so extravagant, so annoying. Every time someone looked over, they had to swallow their saliva. Should they do it openly or try to hide it? "Let's keep going. 15 kilometers in this direction, and we'll reach the town of Freed." They stopped briefly to bandage Tank's wounds, then pressed on. Except for Xiao He, who kept complaining he couldn't walk, Everyone else was professionally trained. But even so, the trek was exhausting. But when they finally reached their destination... So, where are we? Everyone realized something was wrong. They'd hoped to find a populated place to scavenge supplies or at least a car, but the area was nothing but wilderness and a mountain, no houses in sight. Jing Shu's frown deepened. Unlike the others, she could see as clearly as day in the dark, and the more she looked, the more she realized the landscape had changed. The mountain ahead had been pushed up by tectonic movement. This meant the old map was no longer reliable. Plate shifts had displaced many areas. What used to be a few kilometers away could now be hundreds. Tank pulled out the map and shone his flashlight on it. We walked from the canal to this town. If we keep going straight for 200 kilometers, we'll reach Luxa. If we had a car, it'd only take 2 hours, but we've come this far and there's still nothing. What do you all think we should do? Snake Spirit frowned. Wasn't this supposed to be a town? There should be supplies. Our coordinates say we're in Fried, but where's the mountain from? No matter how much the apocalypse changed things, it couldn't have erased all the buildings, right? Monkey put his hands on his hips. Let's just keep following the road. We'll find people eventually, and a car too. Worst case, we walk the 200 kilometers in 2 days. By the time we reach Luxa, they should be done, and we can regroup and get our contribution points, then start the next mission. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was the only plan that made sense. Only Xiao He looked miserable. He really couldn't walk anymore and asked, exhausted, thirsty, and hungry. So, what are we going to eat? I'm starving. Snake Spirit flicked his tongue. There's plenty to eat in the mountains. But Jing Shu shook her head. I don't agree. Haven't you noticed? This mountain and the surrounding wilderness look like they were pushed here by an earthquake. The quake shifted and changed a lot of places. We can't be sure Luxa is still where it used to be. The best plan is to go back to the canal and retrace our steps. At least when we came, Luxa was still connected to the canal. Snake Spirit flicked his tongue in agreement. There's no way Google Maps could make such a huge mistake. If the whole town is gone, we really can't be sure the straight-line distance is still 200 kilometers. Monkey, however, strongly objected. So you're saying we should walk another 15 kilometers back to the canal? That's half a day wasted and we don't have any supplies. We have to find food. Besides, it's too dangerous back there. Salvaging will go on for days, and right now the whole area is crawling with their people. They just lost over 20 cargo ships worth of goods. Imagine how furious they'll be if they find us. The whole canal is full of their ships, and if we walk along the river, it's even riskier. Plus, the helicopters are still patrolling. What if we get spotted? Yeah, did they really want to walk all that way back, just for a possibility? And everyone was already starving. If we walk another 15 kilometers, we can be 100% sure we'll get back to Luxa by retracing our steps. But if you go this way, can you guarantee that after 200 kilometers you'll reach Luxa? What if we walk 500 kilometers and still can't get there? We'll be trapped inside. Jing Shu added, Old Yang ran into this exact problem last year. He was supposed to have reached Wucheng, but just couldn't get through and ended up delayed for over a month. Aren't you afraid of wasting 10 days or half a month like that? That's even more time lost than turning back. And you don't have enough supplies. If you get stuck in the mountains, you might not even survive. This wasn't some pre-apocalypse survival game with plenty of oases and wildlife. This was the apocalypse. In the darkness, you'd be lucky to find even an edible bug. If we go back, there aren't any towns along the canal, and there are even fewer people in America. There's no way we'll find supplies or a car. If we take your route, we'll definitely be on foot, and we won't find anyone, any supplies, or any vehicles. We'll be risking our lives and wasting 4 or 5 days. But if we go this way, even if there's some deviation, there are still 6 or 7 towns ahead. We're bound to run into people or cars, and it's safer. Monkey argued passionately. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes, looking at the massive mountain. With her experience, she was sure this was the result of a major tectonic shift, which meant not only would they have to climb, but they'd face all sorts of dangers. In the 5th year of the apocalypse, the Great Migration and shifting tectonic plates had changed the world. From Wucheng to Hainan, they'd run into this kind of thing countless times. If not for the tyrant's uncanny foresight and decisiveness, half the people wouldn't have survived. Of course, that was a lesson learned in blood and tears. Even now, as strong as she was, the shadow of these mountains still haunted her. After the 3rd year of the apocalypse, she'd learned. Always retrace your steps rather than try to cross a mountain that suddenly appeared. Inside, there weren't just dangerous mutated creatures, but all sorts of other threats. In that case, let's split up, Jing Shu said, licking her lips. She pulled out a bottle of water from her pack, took a long drink, and continued, "You all keep going forward. I'll go back along the canal, that's it." Monkey snorted, stroking the exhausted Ah Huang. "Fine, we'll split up." Tank dropped his heavy weapons bag with a thud. "First of all, we're a team. We can't act alone. Second, we're on a mission. Since old Yang already split us into 2 groups, we can't split again. As acting captain, I have to keep everyone safe. Since we can't agree, let's vote." Ling Ling raised her hand. "I'm with Mirror. She's been spot on about danger and the situation these past few days." Zhao He cried, "I pick Monkey. I really don't want to walk for 4 or 5 days. Please." Snake Spirit shuffled over to Jing Shu's side. "I trust Mirror's judgment." Everyone looked at Tank. He hesitated, then said, "As acting captain, I have to put everyone's safety first. Honestly, Monkey's plan is safer than Mirror's. I'm with Monkey." So it was a tie? Now what? Jing Shu's eyes turned dangerous. She clenched her fist, impatient. "In that case, let's fight it out. Whoever's stronger gets to decide." Monkey immediately took 2 steps back. If it had been the first day off the plane, he'd have taught this girl a lesson, but after all these days, he'd realized she was hiding her true strength. She wasn't just a support. She was a one-woman army. Tank coughed. "How about we flip a coin? Anyone object?" No one objected. When no one could convince anyone else, they could only leave it to fate. Only Jing Shu frowned. She hated leaving things to chance. Snake Spirit flipped a coin, spinning it wildly before slapping it onto the ground. Jing Shu squinted, focusing all her senses, but still couldn't see if it was heads or tails. She'd have to guess. "Heads," Jing Shu said calmly. Monkey shrugged. "Then I'll take tails." Snake Spirit lifted his hand. The light shone on the coin, slowly revealing tails. Jing Shu shouldered her pack and strode forward, the fat chicken flapping to keep up. Monkey grinned. "Let's go, Ah Huang." The team followed, sticking to the plan. Keep going straight to Luxa. If they found a car, they'd take it. If they met people, they'd rob them. If they hit a mountain, they'd climb it. No turning back. Jing Shu clenched her fist. She realized she'd made a mistake. If only she'd shown her true strength from the start, she could have pinned these lovable but foolish teammates to the wall and rubbed them raw. Maybe then they wouldn't be flipping coins and leaving things to fate. If she said turn back, they'd turn back. Just like the tyrant. Her word would be law. Some might complain she was harsh or undemocratic, but no one would dare argue. Anyone who did would get rubbed against the wall. At least that way they could avoid a lot of danger, and she'd feel better about it. For the last time, Jing Shu told herself, from now on, she'd change her approach. She looked at the mountain ahead as if she could see the endless range behind it. It really is fate. You can't fight destiny. Jing Shu and her group entered the mountains. The temperature dropped by 5 or 6 degrees, and everyone wrapped their damp clothes tighter, stomping their feet to keep warm. Only Jing Shu, in her old lady's thick cotton coat, was still a bit hot. The mountain was bare, with only a few blackened dead trees. Even a quiet cough echoed. There were no animals, no birds, just the occasional eerie cry. The path changed from hard, flat ground to huge boulders. They walked for over an hour, but still felt like they hadn't truly entered the mountains, even though the peaks loomed right in front of them. Ah Huang had already scouted back and forth several times, spitting out stones as he went. Monkey frowned and shook his head, muttering that it was impossible. Just how big was this mountain? And how could there not be a single living creature? Jing Shu frowned too. The key issue was that the venomous bees she'd sent out had disappeared not long after flying off. She could sense that they'd all been eaten by something while flying normally. This path might look eerily quiet, but there were still unknown creatures lurking. If I don't eat something soon, I'm really going to starve to death. Xiaohei finally collapsed on the ground, refusing to move. Let's rest for a bit. I have some bad news. Our phones are dead and there's no signal. If we don't get out of this mountain in 2 days and can't reconnect with old Yang, we might not be able to complete the next mission, Tank said, pulling out a compass. I don't know if we can rely on just this. Ling Ling scanned the darkness with her night vision goggles. Snake Spirit leaned against a rock and said, Let's take stock of what supplies and food we have left. My little Thai python just did a round and didn't find anything edible. There's not even wild grass or tree bark here. If it comes to it, we'll have to eat algae. Don't look at me. I ran too fast when we escaped, lost all my supplies and food, Xiaohei said miserably. I only have a blanket, a few guns, and some high-energy chocolate. That'll keep me going for 3 days without other food, Ling Ling said quietly. Snake Spirit flicked his tongue. I usually hide some emergency food in my snake's body. That'll keep me alive for 3 to 5 days, plus some poison and weapons. Monkey kept digging at the rocks with his knife and said, I never bring food. I just carry weapons and survival gear. Huang and I have survived in all kinds of harsh environments. We'll find something to eat in these mountains, no exception. Tank rummaged through his pile of weapons and pulled out some flatbread and food he'd bought at the black market. I eat a lot, so I didn't send all my black market food back home. I kept some for myself, but it's only enough for 3 or 4 days. We'll just have to hope we get out of the mountains and find more supplies soon. Jing Shu patted her luggage. I've got food and water, but I'm strong and eat a lot. You've seen it. I don't know how long my food will last, so unless it's life or death, I won't be sharing. Of course, same rule as always. 1 meal, 100 contribution points. Told you not to take this route, but you wouldn't listen. The real trouble is still ahead. 100 contribution points for a life-saving meal isn't expensive at all. If it really came to that, the fact that Jing Shu was even willing to sell them food was already pretty generous. After all, these elite geniuses were all very proud and wouldn't stoop to eating Jing Shu's soft rice. But seeing her mountain of luggage covered in food, no one really knew what to say. At least water wasn't a problem. The second-year floods had just receded, so there was still algae in the cracks between rocks. Monkey and Snake Spirit were pros. Soon they'd dug a pit and collected some water. The water was murky green-black, with tiny bugs floating in it. They started a fire with friction and used a helmet as a pot, boiling the filtered water several times. Xiaohei spat out a mouthful, gagging. This water is so bitter, it's just like sewage. Snake Spirit grinned, tongue flicking. The more bitter, the more animal droppings it contains. That means there are creatures in these mountains. No need to worry about food. Jing Shu shook her head. It was probably zombie creatures' waste. The fat chicken started out excited, scratching at the ground and pecking up bugs. It wasn't picky. After all, it could eat even bloodworms as a delicacy. But after a few bites, it turned up its beak, refusing to eat anymore. Apparently, the bugs here tasted just like those from a zombie-infested sewer, just like zombie hippo meat. The fat chicken never wanted to eat that again. It had nearly puked last time. Oh, and the fat chicken had grown even bigger. Its armor was getting tight. Found them! Edible bugs! Monkey shouted excitedly, pulling out black flat bugs from under the rocks. They were the size of a fingernail, only a millimeter thick, with a thin white layer inside when cracked open. Snake Spirit nodded. A bit of protein. Take off the head, and you can eat them. Monkey found 2 or 3 types of edible bugs. Xiaohei went to chop more dead wood for the fire. Tank contributed some flatbread to the soup pot. Snake Spirit dug up some edible algae. After a busy while, they finally made a pot of protein-rich soup. Ling Ling sat on a rock, nibbling chocolate, refusing to touch the weird stuff in the pot. Jing Shu, meanwhile, lit a disposable solid alcohol block. She had boxes of the stuff, collected in the second year of the apocalypse, and now it was finally coming in handy. She put some beef tallow in the pot, added big bones to make broth, sliced chicken and ham for flavor, tossed in sausage and cured meat, tore off chunks of beef rib, sliced some pork leg, and threw in dried scallops, shrimp, and crab for extra umami. Then she added dried mushrooms, kelp, wood ear, and daylily. Everything went into the stew. She picked some fresh lettuce to blanch, and finally cracked 4 or 5 fresh eggs from the fat chicken on top, added a block of instant noodles, and sprinkled on some shredded cheese. The aroma of hot pot wafted far and wide, the rich, savory smell wrapping around everyone's noses. The sound of a knife chopping on the cutting board rang out. Jing Shu was making garlic paste, sprinkling it with cilantro and garlic sprouts, pouring in half a bowl of fragrant oil and a splash of vinegar to make a dipping sauce. Only now did everyone realize the vegetables she grew were for hot pot sides. This was just too much, inhuman. Huang wagged his tail, wanting to come closer but not daring. He finally got a bone, only for the fat chicken to snatch it away in one gulp. The sound of slurping noodles was music to everyone's ears. In no time, Jing Shu picked up the pot and finished the last few bites, drinking the broth down to the last drop. Burp. She let out a satisfied belch, quickly packed up, and was ready to go at a moment's notice. Once we get over this mountain, we'll be able to eat a real meal soon? Xiao He comforted himself, drooling all over his shirt. With full bellies, everyone's pace picked up. Ling Ling's birds scouted ahead from time to time, and Huang and the little python kept watch nearby. It seemed there was no danger. This place was as silent as a dead mountain. "Wait! Don't go any further," Jing Shu called out. Everyone turned to look at her. "There's danger ahead. This path could collapse at any time, and there are unknown creatures here," Jing Shu said, pointing to the gap between 2 mountains. "Let's just climb over the mountain." "But this mountain is practically a cliff. How are we supposed to climb it? We could just walk out through here. Besides, Huang just scouted ahead. Who's the real scout here, you or me?" "You really think you're so great, always going against me?" Monkey grumbled, clearly unhappy. On one hand, Monkey was jealous that Jing Shu could eat so well in any situation. On the other, he just couldn't accept her always acting a bit superior. Jing Shu strode toward Monkey and said calmly, "I really am that impressive. In these apocalyptic mountains formed by colliding tectonic plates, I have the most authority to speak. I have far more survival experience than any of you, can see dangers you can't, understand the habits and weaknesses of unknown creatures you don't even know exist, and have ways to kill enemies and food reserves you simply don't possess. If we were lost in these mountains for dozens of days with no food or supplies, facing all kinds of life-threatening dangers, I'd be the only one who could walk out alive and unharmed. The rest of you wouldn't make it. Don't be so stubborn. If you don't believe me, go ahead and walk ahead yourself." Jing Shu dropped her usual low profile. She was done saving that fool every time or voting on which way to go. Since she was the expert here, she wasn't going to waste any more time. She'd already warned them twice. From now on, she would take charge. Jing Shu wasn't a naturally forceful person, but after her rebirth, there was always a restless, uncontrollable urge in her blood, a need to control everything. Monkey hesitated. Tank scratched his head and stepped forward. "Honestly, I'm just the temporary captain. If Mirror is right and really has more experience in this situation, I'll listen to her from now on." Tank wasn't suited to be a leader. He lacked decisiveness and authority. Monkey looked at Jing Shu in the dim light, saw her half-smile and the mockery in her eyes, and gritted his teeth, calling Xiao He to follow him forward. He crouched low, probing the way with small stones, and with Huang zigzagged to avoid the center gap, trying to steer clear of real danger, carefully moving along the mountainside. The flashlight showed a flat gap between the 2 mountains. Nothing seemed wrong. Monkey walked dozens of meters, and just as everyone thought it was fine, suddenly, the flat gap began to collapse in chunks, turning into pools of black sludge, hundreds of them scattered across the gap and even up the mountainside. It looked just like the spots on a Dalmatian. These were a group of camouflaged, slow-moving black creatures. Monkey accidentally stepped into one of the black pools and let out a piercing scream. Half his foot was swallowed up, and no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't get it out. He drew his weapon and hacked at the black sludge, but it was like chopping into gummy candy. He got stuck, and the more he struggled, the tighter it wrapped around him, even threatening to swallow his weapon. Monkey looked like he was about to be swallowed by a swamp. "Something's eating my foot! Ah!" The surrounding black water seemed to smell blood and began oozing toward Monkey. The space around him shrank as the scattered spots merged into a dense, writhing mass slowly surrounding him. Tank was about to rush in, but Jing Shu grabbed him. "That won't help." "Then what do we do? Do you have a plan?" Jing Shu pulled out a bag of salt and tossed it over. 50 contribution points. Just sprinkle it on. It'll only buy you 10 seconds or so." "Okay." Tank sprinkled salt as he ran. The black water convulsed and froze in place. Tank dumped the rest of the salt on the pool, trapping Monkey's foot. The black water instantly shriveled, and Tank yanked Monkey and his weapon free. But Monkey's lower leg was a bloody mess, bone visible. There were fingernail-sized wounds everywhere, as if thousands of tiny crabs had torn off bits of flesh, leaving it pitted and raw. Blood pooled on the ground, drawing more black water toward it. Even Monkey's weapon had been half-eaten, proof of how dangerous these creatures were. The collapsed stones showed that these things even ate rock. And after a moment, even the salted black water recovered and started oozing toward the blood again. Salt only stunned them briefly. There was no way to use enough salt to cross this kilometer-long gap, and salt was too precious to waste. Later, people would classify these black water creatures as a cross between slugs and zombie virus mutants, worthless, but extremely troublesome. The best thing was to avoid them. They liked to live in cracks and burrow for camouflage. Monkey, pale and trembling, was hauled back. Jing Shu sprayed alcohol, applied hemostatic medicine, and bandaged him up. "Apply medicine once a day, 100 contribution points each time, plus 50 for the salt just now." Ah Huang whimpered nearby. Monkey closed his eyes, enduring the pain. His heart hurt even more than his leg. "Let's climb the mountain. Of course, if anyone wants to try the gap again, go ahead." Jing Shu hefted her 3 big bags and started climbing. "This is getting interesting," Snake Spirit said, calling his little python to follow. The rest exchanged glances and unanimously chose to climb the mountain. They didn't want to end up like Monkey paying 100 points a day for treatment. Tank handed some weapons to Snake Spirit and helped the injured Monkey, which slowed them down a lot. They thought getting over the mountain would bring them to the exit, but instead it was just more endless peaks. They encountered more gaps between mountains, all with those black water monsters. Bullets just made a splash and disappeared. Knives got stuck and couldn't be pulled out. When undisturbed, they looked just like the mountain in the flashlight beam. Damn, why are there so many weird creatures? Where did they all come from? The darkness had accelerated evolution 1,000-fold. 3 years into the apocalypse, any creature that wanted to survive had to adapt. Survival of the fittest. "Boss, shouldn't we find a place to sleep?" Zhao He had already accepted Jing Shu as the boss, but he was exhausted and regretted not siding with her earlier. This mountain was a total trap. "This isn't a good place to sleep. We need to find a special spot. Only there is safe in these mountains." Jing Shu had been searching since they entered, sending out bees to scout, but they kept getting eaten by unknown creatures. She had no choice but to send out flesh-eating bugs instead. On the ground, at least. The bugs hadn't met any enemies yet, but they were much slower than bees. Xiao He didn't know what special place she was looking for and didn't dare ask. Just as everyone was exhausted, Jing Shu pointed to a patch of grass on the cliff, one of the only places in the barren mountains with any normal-looking grass and algae-covered trees. "We're here. We'll rest here tonight," she said. It didn't look special, just a bit more grass and a few more trees. "Oh, thank God. Finally we can rest," Xiao He said, flopping down on the grass. "Don't lie down!" Jing Shu shouted, but it was too late. Xiao He, dead tired, had already collapsed. Within seconds, he let out a scream and leapt up, revealing a bare butt, bare back, and bare thighs. Any part of him that had touched the grass had his clothes corroded away, and even his skin was raw. He ran around, slapping his backside. Damn it, what the hell is this? Is the grass poisonous?" Jing Shu pulled out a big bag of sugar from her pack. By now, her teammates were used to her producing all sorts of strange ingredients. After all, with luggage 3 times her height, she might not have many weapons, but she definitely had enough food and oddities. She sprinkled the sugar in a big circle, then made another ring outside it. "We'll sleep inside the circle tonight. Don't step outside. Only one person needs to stand watch." Lingling was curious. Is this some kind of special anti-insect powder from a novel? Jing Shu rolled her eyes. It's just sugar. Tank was surprised. Sugar can keep unknown mountain creatures away? Before Jing Shu could explain, countless bugs crawled out of the grass Xiaohei had just lain on. They looked just like ants, but were a full 1 or 2 centimeters long, fat and plump, their bellies bulging. Not just from the grass, but from the trees too. Swarms of ants came crawling. Xiaohei, terrified, ran even faster. He accidentally stepped on a few, and with a crackling sound his shoes were instantly corroded away. He screamed in panic. "These are sulfuric acid ants, but..." Snake Spirit frowned. Regular sulfuric acid ants are about 0.8 centimeter long. These were more than twice that size. Jing Shu smiled. They've evolved into super sulfuric acid ants. They love to eat rotting food and corpses. In these mountains, they have almost no natural enemies. Many mountain creatures have become their food. The only thing limiting their growth is the ant queen. In the apocalypse, evolved ant queens were extremely rare. The sulfuric acid ants formed 2 perfect circles around the sugar, standing guard over the food, not daring to move. All the food was for the ant queen. From now on, any enemy that tried to take the food would be killed on sight. The ants poured out in force, with flying ones circling above. Xiaohei shivered. Boss, is this really safe? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? The ones on the ground were bad enough, but the flying ones... He clutched his corroded wounds and cried. Even before the apocalypse, sulfuric acid ants were terrifying. If you got bitten, your flesh would rot and you could get headaches, nausea, fever. Some people were even disfigured if not treated properly. That was just one ant. Imagine thousands. After the apocalypse, with no predators and plenty of food, they grew even bigger, and the acid in their bodies became even stronger. These ants were basically walking sulfuric acid, able to corrode anything undead. They were the nemesis of dark creatures and zombie virus-infected animals, a powerful trump card for Jing Shu. In her previous life, she'd only encountered them a few times during migrations. Otherwise, they were almost never seen. Now that she'd found such a treasure, there was no way she'd let it go. Just then, a slow-moving, pale red, massive bug emerged from a tree stump. It was as big as 3 sandbags strung together, belly up, legs waving lazily, wings crushed beneath its body. Most ant queens were just fat white bugs, but this one was different. That's right. The ant queen was being carried out by a swarm of worker ants. She seemed excited, eager to get to the sugar. By now, the sulfuric acid ants had formed a 30-centimeter-high wall around the sugar, a living fortress of ants. Who could imagine how many there were? Jing Shu walked step by step toward the fat queen. The fat chicken was interested too, probably thinking this thing must be high in protein and delicious. "What are you doing?" "Don't mess with the queen. If she dies, the sulfuric acid ants will go berserk," Snake Spirit warned. Just imagine. If they were in the middle of the circle and the ants went wild, sulfur would fly everywhere. Jing Shu took out a big black plastic bag, sprinkled plenty of sugar inside, and held it open. The queen had her minions carry her right in. Talk about walking into a trap. Is that really going to work? Tank was worried. How could a plastic bag hold a super sulfuric acid ant queen? Jing Shu quickly tied the bag shut and waved her hand. "Don't forget, I'm a goo master. Everyone get some rest for 6 hours, then we'll move on. Monkey, you're on watch tonight since you're in too much pain to sleep. I'm going to bond with the queen." Jing Shu set down her luggage, quickly pitched a windproof tent, laid out a moisture-proof mat, and added 2 layers of down quilts. The fat chicken curled up at the tent door, still incubating the 2 black eggs from America. Outside, the sulfuric acid ants stayed calm, thanks to Jing Shu. Soon a delicious aroma wafted from the tent. Fried chicken, pickled fish, even a hint of braised pork. How could anyone sleep? But without the ants, lying on the grass was much better than on rocks. After a long day, everyone soon started snoring. Inside the tent, the obese ant queen lay on the table, mouth open, being fed white sugar by her workers. It took her several minutes to digest a single grain, but she hadn't forgotten. After entering that magical place, her aging body felt young again. She'd even drunk a sip of miraculous water, and her dying body was rejuvenated. Jing Shu lounged in the tent, legs crossed, practicing her Rubik's cube. Neither disturbed the other. No one knew that beneath this calm surface, Jing Shu had just gained her third pet, a 40-year-old ant queen. Even she hadn't expected that her biggest gain in America would be this ant queen. That's right. Jing Shu assigned numbers to her pets, ranking their importance and usefulness. By overall strength and practical value, this sulfuric acid ant queen, whose lifespan was at its limit, was now ranked number 3. This meant Jing Shu would feed her number 3 pet with spiritual spring water every day to nurture her. Everyone knew Jing Shu didn't judge her pets by looks or brute force, but by what they could produce and what value they brought her. Even a tiger wouldn't make her top 9. Tiger meat isn't tasty, they don't lay eggs, and aside from soaking tiger penis in wine, they're not much use. Plus, in the apocalypse, tigers are a huge waste of food. Take her number 4 pet, the 5-step snake. It lays eggs, the meat is delicious, it can be used for medicinal wine, the gallbladder and skin are valuable, the venom can be extracted for killing, and it can act as a scout. Plus, in a pinch, it's got decent combat power. So why did this nearly dead ant queen outrank the 5-step snake? Jing Shu had struggled with the decision. Was it worth investing in an ant queen at the end of her life? What if she died halfway through and all that spiritual spring water was wasted? But after a lot of research, Jing Shu finally made up her mind. First, the sulfuric acid ant queen species was incredibly valuable. The sulfuric acid they produced daily could be used for all sorts of things in the apocalypse. Atomic energy, new energy, fertilizer production, soil improvement, especially when everything was in short supply. Second, sulfuric acid ants are a type of black ant. After extracting the acid, the ants themselves have great medicinal value: anti-inflammatory, pain relief, detoxification, reducing swelling, even boosting kidney function and energy. In the apocalypse, they're a truly rare medicine. Third, their nutritional value is among the highest of all animals, rich in protein and essential amino acids. In the apocalypse, they're a luxury food. Finally, their combat power is off the charts, especially against undead infected by the zombie virus. Jing Shu even planned to use them against the terrifying new evolved creatures that appeared 5 or 6 years into the apocalypse. Aside from firearms, sulfuric acid ants were at the top of the food chain. The best part? They don't waste food, don't need special feed, and can grow just by eating carrion. Jing Shu planned to feed them bloodworms. This ant queen could lay dozens of eggs a day. With number 3's spiritual spring water and extra protein, her output could multiply many times over. What finally convinced Jing Shu to invest was that, although the queen was old, she was also spiritually awakened. Jing Shu didn't know if she was like Snake Spirit's little python, but the queen could communicate with her. Jing Shu also wanted to see what effect the spiritual spring would have on a creature near death. Of course, the queen didn't speak Chinese, this was America after all, but communicated through a kind of mental link. Jing Shu could sense her mood through her movements. For example, when Jing Shu put the restless queen into her Rubik's cube space, the queen stiffened, then stretched out, and Jing Shu sensed her meaning. "Oh, look at this comfortable place. It's so heavenly I could die happy here. I don't have much time left anyway." When Jing Shu gave her a sip of spiritual spring water, the queen shuddered and writhed as if electrified, clearly shouting, "Oh, don't stop, just like that, I love this feeling, don't stop." Even after a while, she'd still twitch and express, "So good, I want more." That was the gist. When Jing Shu mentally told her, "Be my pet and listen to me and you'll get this treatment every day," the queen surrendered without hesitation, no dignity at all, and quickly adapted to her new role as a pet ant. Jing Shu tried asking the queen about the environment and dangers nearby, but her mind was like mush. Her daily routine was just laying eggs and having workers feed her. The only useful info was that she'd survived here for 40 years, moved home several times, and fought off other sulfuric acid ants in life-or-death battles, but she'd always survived. So this mountain range really had just appeared here recently. Even the local creatures didn't know they'd been moved. It looked like the only way out was the hard way. Late at night, Jing Shu's hand spun the Rubik's cube faster and faster. Just as she was about to finish, Monkey's scream rang out outside the tent. Jing Shu tossed the cube and rushed out. Everyone was jolted awake. The dying embers of the fire lit up the scene outside the sulfuric acid ant circle. The ground was suddenly crawling with dense black bugs, half buried in the soil, their abdomens rising and falling, standing upright with huge pincers at the end. Jing Shu knew these bugs all too well. Snake Spirit, the insect expert, recognized them at a glance. Earwigs. Kusu. How can there be so many here? They must have smelled blood and cum. These things were one of Jing Shu's nightmares. Are earwigs really that bad? Tank scratched his head. Weren't they just bugs? He could stomp them. Snake Spirit explained, "Earwigs love to crawl into the ears of people and animals at night, lay eggs in your brain, and eat your brain until you die or go insane. With these around, forget about sleeping." Jing Shu remembered in her previous life, many people died this way. These bugs would crawl into people's ears as they slept, and soon there'd be blood-curdling screams, people smashing their heads against walls, crying about the pain, tortured to death. At first no one took it seriously, and the bodies were left on the road during migration. Then swarms of earwigs would crawl out and attack the living. But now, that nightmare was being slaughtered by the sulfuric acid ants. Even though an earwig was bigger than an ant, the ant's acid would corrode half the earwig in seconds, filling the air with crackling sounds. Soon, the ground was littered with the corpses of earwigs and ants, but the earwigs never broke through the outer circle. Jing Shu yawned. "Let's sleep a bit more before we hit the road. Don't worry, the earwigs won't get in." The fat chicken drooled as it flapped over to the battlefield, pecking at the corpses. It was time to clean up. The earwigs were delicious, far tastier than the sulfuric acid ants. Even the little python slithered around, delivering bugs it caught to Snake Spirit, who buried the earwigs in the glowing red ashes of dead wood and stretched lazily. "We'll have a feast when we wake up." Ah Huang followed suit. After 2 days of hunger, he wasn't picky anymore, he'd eat anything. Xiao He skewered the earwigs on sticks and roasted them over the fire with the red wood. The soup from a few hours ago hadn't been nearly enough. The earwigs never imagined that after such a fierce battle they'd end up as kebabs and barbecue, becoming a meal for chickens, dogs, and snakes. But it wasn't just the earwigs. Even Jing Shu's teammates hadn't expected that earwigs would be the last edible thing they'd find in these mountains. In the apocalypse, dawn was just a dim light after a pitch-black night. You could see the outlines of the endless mountains, the lonely dead trees in the shadows, and the cold, misty air. Xiao He, bare-bottomed, hugged the warm coals and shivered. A new day had begun. The fat chicken tried to crow like a rooster, only to be met with a flying slipper from Jing Shu's tent. The chicken clucked, picked up the slipper, and went to beg for a cuddle. After a night's struggle, the ground outside the sugar circle was littered with dead sulfuric acid ants, while the earwigs had all ended up in someone's stomach. Snake Spirit licked his fingers, savoring the taste of roasted earwig, and even Tank had eaten his fill. But Jing Shu's extravagant breakfast once again blew everyone's minds. It wasn't just about quantity, but about her standards for taste and food pairing. She brushed oil on a skillet and made 20 thin pancakes, fried 10 eggs from the fat chicken until they were crispy outside and tender inside, sliced and scored sausages to make them bloom, heated ham cut from a pig leg, tore up fresh lettuce, and finally wrapped it all with a layer of cheese. Jing Shu rolled up a pancake and ate it in one bite. To top it off, she crushed the soybeans she'd soaked overnight into soy milk by hand, added sugar, and drank a whole pot in one go. It was infuriating. Snake Spirit threw his earwig on the ground with a smack, and the little python slurped it up. The group soon set out again, but this time Jing Shu brought the sulfuric acid ant nest with her. What shocked the team even more was that after just one night, the ants had become obedient, following Jing Shu at a respectful distance. Everyone was curious about how she'd done it, but no one dared ask. With the ants, their chances of getting out of the mountains improved. Their weapons were heavy and numerous, slowing them down and wasting time, but they couldn't just abandon them. So Jing Shu and Tank collected dead wood and built a mountain cart with many wheels, able to grip even a 60-degree slope, finally easing their burden. But when the dead wood broke, it oozed red liquid, which scared everyone. After checking it was safe, they kept using it. Jing Shu couldn't recall any stories about this kind of wood. Jing Shu's migration experience and knowledge of these strange creatures' habits proved invaluable. But all these creatures had one thing in common. Their bodies were rotten, they weren't afraid of bullets, and they couldn't be eaten. Damn it, if we don't find food soon, I really can't go on. We haven't found anything edible in 2 days, Xiao He wailed. There was nothing in these deep mountains. Are we lost? Why can't we get out? How big can this mountain be? The temperature kept dropping. They were deep in the mountains now. Everyone's clothes were too thin, so they borrowed from Jing Shu, who had plenty of warm clothes. Xiao He didn't care that he was wearing women's clothes. His butt was frozen stiff. So for days, the team wore either short pants or mid-sleeve padded jackets. It was a sight to behold. But the food problem remained unsolved. Even Monkey and Ah Huang couldn't find any bugs. The mountains were deathly silent, and after a while, even the rotten creatures disappeared. Could we be caught in some kind of supernatural loop? Just wandering in circles? Is this all an illusion? Tank wondered. You think this is a fantasy novel? I've marked everywhere we've been with special signs. We really have been walking in a straight line. It's just that the mountain is too big, Snake Spirit said, flicking his tongue. But Jing Shu felt like she was being watched, as if something in the darkness was staring at her. Every pore on her body felt uncomfortable. Yet, with her night vision, she could see everything as if it were daylight. Just emptiness, nothing alive at all. We need to hurry and get out of this weird place, Jing Shu thought for the first time. Her mountain of meat supplies finally proved its worth. Even Ling Ling's chocolate, Tank's food, and Snake Spirit's emergency rations were gone. Everyone was truly at the end of their rope. At this point, 100 contribution points for a meal was a bargain, especially with Jing Shu's Michelin-level cooking. One meal could keep you going for a whole day. They'd even tried wolf and crocodile meat and enjoyed delicious vegetables. Jing Shu's planning and food pairings were just too good. At the critical moment, Jing Shu didn't hold back. She made sure everyone ate their fill, especially Tank, who was deeply grateful. The 100-point price tag let everyone keep their pride. As elite Chinese, they'd always been self-reliant, but now they had to rely on someone else's food. Jing Shu's system of contribution points made it less awkward. In just a few days, Jing Shu's image and authority in the team soared. But after all this time, her stock of ham and shredded beef ribs was visibly shrinking, and the mountain road seemed endless. Please, boss, can we rest for a few hours? I really regret not going back the way we came. Why did we insist on taking this mountain route? I regret it too, Tank admitted, scratching his head. We have to keep moving. Not just because we're running out of food, but because I sense danger, Jing Shu said, shoving a piece of beef into Xiao Hei's mouth. 10 contribution points. I'll put it on your tab. Hey, danger? Boss, there's not even a bug in sight here. What danger could there be? Xiao Hei, having eaten some meat, was feeling a bit more energetic. There's something watching us, Jing Shu said. Besides a few lonely dead trees, what else is there on this mountain? Xiao Hei asked, confused. Dead trees? Yes, the dead trees. Every day, Jing Shu noticed that there were always a few dead trees on the mountain, always in the same positions and directions. Something about it felt off. and these dead trees would bleed red liquid. We have to cut them down, all of them. Jing Shu, feeling increasingly uneasy, hurried up the mountain and chopped down every dead tree she could see. Each time the trees bled red liquid, which was horrifying in a place with no other living things. How did these dead trees survive here? And could the absence of bugs be related to them? And what about the bees she sent out that never returned? Was it connected to these trees? If the dead trees were so powerful, why could Jing Shu's group cut them down so easily? They didn't seem special at all. Jing Shu carefully collected all the red liquid. She didn't know what it was, but wanted to take it back for research. For safety, she stored it in a 1 cubic meter isolated space in her Rubik's Cube dimension, confident nothing could go wrong there. Not only did they cut the trees, but they also dug up the roots. Tank dug 2 or 3 meters down, but the roots still didn't end. Exhausted, he gave up. These roots are way too long, there's no way to reach the bottom. Jing Shu broke off a root and found a few drops of red liquid inside. The liquid was colorless and odorless, and when poured on her hand it felt like water and quickly disappeared into the ground. It didn't seem to be a deadly toxin, but no one dared let their pets try it. After testing it on a few sulfuric acid ants, there was no obvious reaction. Jing Shu quickened her pace, her unease growing. After finally cutting down all the dead trees on one mountain, she reached the next, only to find the same number of dead trees in the same positions. At this point, everyone realized something was wrong. Panic began to spread. No one knew if they were trapped in some supernatural maze or just lost in a truly massive mountain range. But Jing Shu knew they weren't in a ghost wall, supernatural loop. This forest was just that big. At this latitude, the U.S. should have a Mediterranean climate. Even in China's Wuchang, temperatures had dropped to nearly 0. But here in the U.S., it wasn't that cold. Yet this mountain was clearly not Mediterranean. It was more like stone than soil, and felt like a tropical or subtropical region. Another clue: sulfuric acid ants are tropical insects. All signs pointed to this mountain range having been transplanted from very far away. Maybe this isn't even a part of Earth. Otherwise, how do you explain so many invasive species? And the reason for Earth losing sunlight is still a mystery. So, these dead trees might not be from Earth either. They could be invasive too. But why hadn't I heard of them in my previous life, not even during migration? Jing Shu pondered these questions seriously. To figure out if the dead trees were harmful or if she was just overthinking, she left some flesh-eating bugs at each stump to eat the roots, digging down as far as she could. She didn't believe the roots could go on for hundreds of meters. She lost count of how many trees she'd cut or how much red liquid she'd collected. Their food was running out and even water was scarce, but they still hadn't escaped the mountains. The gaps between mountains no longer had black water monsters, and there weren't even bugs in the soil. There was truly nothing alive. The endless mountains seemed to stretch for hundreds of kilometers. No matter which direction they went, it was useless. Days passed. The flesh-eating bugs ate the roots, but most died suddenly. Some, while eating, encountered other flesh-eating bugs Jing Shu had placed elsewhere, suggesting the roots were all connected underground. Just as Jing Shu was considering whether to investigate further, her teammates started to collapse. They looked like they hadn't slept in 10 days, with dark circles under their eyes, faces pale as if all their blood and energy had been drained. Even Ah Huang seemed to have aged years, panting after walking for a while. "I feel my vitality draining away, like water evaporating from sand in a blaze," Snake Spirit said, looking at his wrinkled hands. Even Ling Ling's once glowing skin had turned sallow, making her look years older. But Jing Shu and the fat chicken were unaffected, though the sulfuric acid ants were dying off in droves. The ant queen was fine, and Jing Shu began to suspect the truth. At dinner, she had the dead ants expel their acid. Dead ants couldn't be wasted. Though her teammates were skeptical about eating them, Jing Shu showed them how. She soaked and salted the ants, mixed them with diluted spiritual spring water, minced pork, scallions, and garlic, added soy sauce and other seasonings, and made ant meatballs, frying them until golden brown. The rest of the ants were mixed with the fat chicken's eggs and batter, then cooked into golden ant egg pancakes. The delicious aroma filled the valley. "We're eating this tonight." Jing Shu tasted a few pieces. They were delicious, and ants have over 70 nutrients. She was sure this place was draining their life force, and only the spiritual spring could counteract it. Xiao He said sincerely, "Boss, you could make even stinky shoe soles taste good." Jing Shu, "Thanks for the compliment." With so many ants dying, Jing Shu knew her trump card against undead creatures might be gone before she even used it. Her teammates were at their limits. Every extra day in these mountains meant their life force drained faster, until death. The spiritual spring could only slow it down. Jing Shu and the fat chicken were so full of vitality they hadn't felt the effects yet. Jing Shu decided to take a risk. She was now certain all of this was connected to the dead trees, so she was determined to find out what lay at the end of those roots. Here's a faithful and natural English translation of your excerpt. What secrets did these things hold? In this apocalypse, how many mysteries were still hidden from her? In her previous life, Jing Shu had nothing and wasted her time in confusion. In this life, with the magical Rubik's Cube space in her hands, she had the confidence to face the unknown. After all, things that couldn't be explained by science were only so because humanity's understanding hadn't reached that level yet. Jing Shu believed even the Rubik's Cube space could be explained by science one day, and so could these dead trees. Once she had this thought, she couldn't let it go. After a moment of deep thought, she made up her mind. "We'll rest here for 8 hours tonight. I'm going to investigate the roots of these dead trees to find the cause and a way out of these mountains. We can't just keep wandering like this." With the Rubik's Cube space, she had no fear, but the food she'd brought was almost gone. Most of the meat was finished, and what was left wouldn't last long. If her teammates kept going like this, they'd die. She didn't want to be the only one to walk out and finish the mission in America. Her real goal was to gather supplies, not just complete some task. As she spoke, Jing Shu took out the remaining food from her luggage to replenish her strength. She needed to be at her best for what came next. Xiao He, lips pale and eyes ringed with black, lay on the ground gasping, cursing. "Damn it, I haven't pooped in 5 days. Where did all the food I ate go?" Snake Spirit pointed at his python. "Let my little python go with you. It's still in good shape. Maybe it can help if you run into danger." Jing Shu shook her head. "No need. You all go rest. We've been on the move for days without a break. Maybe you'll feel better tomorrow." "It's no use. I can feel it. My life force is draining fast. Look, even the cart we made from dead wood is rotting faster, and our weapons are rusting. I keep wondering if time flows differently here, but that sounds crazy." "Whatever it is, we'll know soon enough," Jing Shu said seriously. The fat chicken sensed the tension too. It dragged its nest over and lay obediently at Jing Shu's feet, glaring at the ant queen who was trying to compete for attention, then picked up the queen and tossed her back into the ant colony. After eating and drinking her fill, Jing Shu sat cross-legged at the base of a dead tree. She released all her elite flesh-eating bugs, specially raised and fed with diluted spiritual spring water, to gnaw quickly at the roots. She had complete control over them, no matter the distance or time. They could even act as her eyes. Jing Shu also tied processed silk threads to the bugs. Silk was light and, thanks to her synthesis, extremely long. Originally meant for stealing things at a distance in America, but now it was coming in handy. First, the physical connection strengthened her control over the bugs. Second, and most importantly, the Rubik's Cube space required a medium to touch something before it could be stored. With the silk as a medium, anything the bugs touched could be collected into her space. Beneath the dead tree were hundreds or thousands of branches. Jing Shu ordered her bugs to gnaw every single one clean. It was as if she suddenly had hundreds of eyes, with countless streams of information flooding her mind, making her head feel like it was about to explode. These specially bred bugs gnawed much faster than normal. Soon they split into hundreds of groups, each heading in a different direction. Maybe it was the spiritual spring's effect, but none of the bugs died suddenly this time. Jing Shu gradually adapted to the flood of information. As the bugs gnawed, a vast map began to form in her mind. Some bugs reached a dead end, some twisted and turned and met the roots of other dead trees, and some kept going deeper underground. Hours passed, and the bugs still hadn't reached the end. But in Jing Shu's mind, a gigantic map was forming. It was as if, deep underground, there was a colossal being from which thousands of branches extended. These branches reached the surface and grew into dead trees, which then sent out more branches, growing into more dead trees and slowly expanding their territory. So, the dead trees were just the way this thing expanded and devoured other life? When Jing Shu realized that all the dead trees above ground were just offshoots of the underground monster, she was shocked. What kind of plant could grow so many branches underground? After all these days, she'd cut hundreds or thousands of branches and still hadn't finished. She'd only scratched the surface. The only thing that reassured her was that these branches really were just plants. They didn't fight back or resist and had no offensive power. But what shocked Jing Shu even more was that each dead tree had a reservoir inside, like an IV bag, filled with red liquid. Countless branches acted as IV tubes, slowly dripping the liquid down to the central body deep underground. So where did this red liquid come from? What was it for? The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. What if this liquid was actually the collected life force and energy of all living things above ground? Were these dead trees like signal towers, collecting life force? No, that couldn't be. She'd cut down every tree she could, drained and burned the liquid, but her teammates' condition kept getting worse. So the tree's only function was to store the red liquid. With this understanding, Jing Shu ordered the bugs to head straight for the underground center, gnawing their way there. The journey was smooth, no obstacles, just incredibly long. She was almost out of silk, and her control over the bugs was weakening. If needed, she'd have to make more silk on the spot. Dawn came again, but in the apocalypse it was just a dim glow. The sun should have been rising, but only a faint red light shone through the thick clouds of dust, barely illuminating the world. Tank paced back and forth. Lingling watched Jing Shu from afar, and Snake Spirit's pythons slithered over a few times, but no one dared disturb her. They could only watch from a distance. Right now, it seemed only Jing Shu had the ability and means to find answers through the roots of the dead trees. No one else could dig by hand, and even the python couldn't eat through those roots. Jing Shu normally didn't sweat, but now, beads of sweat the size of beans dripped from her forehead. The deeper the flesh-eating bugs went, the slower they gnawed. The roots changed from fragile to incredibly tough and resilient. Jing Shu had to command all her bugs to focus their efforts. The red sap grew thicker and thicker, darkening to nearly black, sticky and stringy, and eventually almost crystallizing. Jing Shu didn't waste a drop. She collected all the thick, stringy liquid into her space. When she finally reached the crystalline part, it marked the result of her all-night effort. A crisp ding made Jing Shu's very soul tremble. The flesh-eating bugs kept gnawing at a bark-like layer. After half an hour of effort, they managed to open a tiny gap, and the lead bug, carrying the silk thread, finally reached a glowing space. Jing Shu finally saw what was at the center. It was like a boundless star, or a black hole endlessly devouring all life around it. Several red-black crystals shone blindingly in the darkness, embedded like a heart at the center of the black hole. Jing Shu felt that if she touched that black hole, she could reach another world. But in that instant, everything nearby turned to dust in the flow of time. The flesh-eating bugs rapidly grew, aged, withered, and decayed, just like the dead trees, as if they'd lived hundreds of years in a moment, then crumbled to dust and vanished. Even the bugs raised on diluted spiritual spring water couldn't withstand it. In a single breath, they all aged, dried up, and disappeared into the black hole. Even the silk, which should last 100 years, began to yellow. Jing Shu didn't know how fast time was flowing in that black hole, but she saw that the fist-sized red-black crystal had to be taken. Without hesitation, Jing Shu used the silk to touch and collect it into her Rubik's Cube space. She was fast, but not faster than time. She had touched a taboo. Though she was far away, her consciousness was linked to the bugs and the silk, so she was hit even harder. Put. Jing Shu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. At the same time, blood began to flow from her ears, nose, and eyes. She was on the verge of exploding. She vaguely heard furious roars and unwilling howls, not within the range of human hearing, but at frequencies beyond 20s, which instantly knocked her unconscious. Inside her, energy clashed wildly. At that moment, the Rubik's Cube space, triggered by the threat of death, finally acted, breaking the seal that had lain dormant for so long. Jing Shu fell into a deep coma. At the same time, her consciousness returned to the place where the bugs had reached the end, the heart of the dead tree, with the black hole. She couldn't see her hands or feel her body. It was like a dream, but she could sense everything around her. She gazed at the little black hole, and her mind filled with new knowledge. She realized she had just walked the line between life and death. Why? Because she had touched a taboo, the door to the fourth dimension. She had almost entered the fourth dimension and nearly died. As everyone knows, two-dimensional space is a plane of length and width. Three-dimensional space, where humans live, has length, width, and height. All matter in 3D has those three dimensions. So what is the fourth dimension? It's time, added to the three spatial dimensions. All living things can sense the next dimension, but can't change it. For example, ants live in 2D. Their world is a plane, only forward and back, left and right. Even if you make them climb your foot, in their world, your foot's height is just another plane, but humans see it as 3D. Similarly, a being in 4D would see a human's entire life, from birth to death, as a single line able to move back and forth along it, while we can only feel time passing, not move through it. Why would touching the fourth dimension nearly kill Jing Shu? Simple. If you take a 2D paper person into 3D, it collapses because it lacks 3D support, its insides are exposed, and it falls apart. Jing Shu, a 3D human, touched the door to 4D without 4D support, so she would instantly die, just like her flesh-eating bugs, unable to withstand the pressure and decay of time. But at the critical moment, the Rubik's Cube space leveled up and saved her. Why could it save her? Because the Rubik's Cube space is a product of 6 or even higher dimensions. It gave Jing Shu a foothold in the fourth dimension. Like giving an ant the concept of height, it gave Jing Shu a time support. That's why her mind was suddenly filled with so much knowledge. So there really are four-dimensional creatures. They absorb the time of all living things in this mountain. But because of the dimensional difference, just as humans are four-dimensional but can only sense time, not control it, these 4D beings can only steal 3D time in this way. Jing Shu absorbed all this knowledge, but could only grasp the basics due to the dimensional gap. In the end, as she was about to explode, the space saved her and repaired her. When she saw that the crystal she'd collected had shrunk, she realized that the red, concentrated crystal had given her that fourth-dimensional support. If that's the case, does it mean I won't die if I go to the fourth dimension's door again? I don't even know what the red crystal is. I only took the biggest one, and whatever was there seemed furious. Jing Shu's head throbbed painfully, and she finally succumbed to sleep. This time, the Rubik's Cube space began to reshape itself. After half a year of effort, it had finally leveled up again. Jing Shu had never imagined that upgrading from a 7th level to an 8th level Rubik's Cube space would be such a perilous process. But in terms of space, the 8x8, 512 cubic meters, instantly gave her 169 more cubic meters to work with, enough to store even more precious, rare, and endangered supplies, making her future in the apocalypse much more comfortable. At this critical moment, the upgrade couldn't have come at a better time. As the Rubik's Cube space was reconstructed in Jing Shu's mind, she had a vivid sensation, like a patient under anesthesia, lying on a table, listening to the sound of scalpels moving inside her skull. She could clearly hear her brain being sliced open, new spatial particles being installed, spiritual fields being rearranged, and finally, a password being entered to fully unlock the 8th level Rubik's Cube's abilities. Then, her head was sewn up, and the upgrade was complete. With each level up, the Rubik's Cube space was unsealed again, growing more powerful, and Jing Shu's connection to it became even deeper. Through this upgrade, she gained a much more profound mastery of the 8th level's abilities, far beyond what she'd had just days before. Not only that, but Jing Shu could feel the Rubik's Cube space channeling a special energy into her body, slowly repairing her ruptured blood vessels. This wasn't normal cellular healing, but a time reversal restoration, like rewinding her body to its state 5 hours earlier. This must be a product of the 4th dimension. However, this time reversal healing wasn't omnipotent. It couldn't restore memories or sensations, so she still felt the pain from her near-death experience. "Are you awake?" Lingling called over. "Her wounds are much better. Must be because she listened to me and used the ointment," Snake Spirit said smugly. "Or maybe she just has a strong self-healing ability," Lingling retorted. Jing Shu slowly opened her eyes and a wave of explosive, tearing pain shot through her body. She frowned and endured it, moving her fingers slightly, but her whole body felt uncoordinated, as if she'd lost control. "How are you feeling?" "Any better?" Tank asked with concern, and the others looked over, worried. Jing Shu felt something heavy pressing on her legs. Squinting, she saw she was lying on a cart, being pulled by Tank as the group continued forward, and the fat chicken was sitting on her legs, watching her with concern. "Get off, you're too heavy," Jing Shu said, kicking the chicken off and panting. "How long was I out?" "A whole day. We don't know what you did, but after you passed out, we all went back to normal. I think it's all thanks to you, so we didn't dare waste time and kept moving. You looked badly hurt, so Snake Spirit found some of your medicines and had Lingling apply them. Don't worry, we didn't touch your luggage. Your battle chicken was guarding it. If you hadn't woken up, we'd all have starved to death," Tank joked. Snake Spirit pouted. "I just took some medicine, and your chicken chased me for 3 kilometers. I had to beg and explain it was for you before it let me go. That chicken is definitely a spirit." Lingling huffed. "If it weren't for the dozens of eggs your battle chicken laid, you all wouldn't have made it this far." Monkey grumbled. 50 contribution points for 1 egg and no credit allowed. I've never eaten such expensive eggs in my life." The fat chicken strutted around like a tiger patrolling its territory, head held high and arrogant. It even stomped on the sulfuric acid ant queen a couple of times, as if to say, "See, master? While you were out, I protected you and earned contribution points, while this useless thing just eats and does nothing." Jing Shu couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll reward you with 2 drumsticks." The fat chicken spun around happily. Whose drumsticks it would be was another question. While Jing Shu was bedridden, the fat chicken had become the undisputed boss of the team. No one was allowed to touch Jing Shu's luggage. Anything needed was fetched by the chicken itself. It was a studious chicken, trying to learn to fly from Lingling's bird, though it always fell halfway, and liked to follow Huang, sniffing around. As the fat chicken finally let loose and lived its best life, Jing Shu finished familiarizing herself with the upgraded 8th level space and its new ability, Void. Before, her ability to make people ignore her was only half-baked, but now she could fully blend into any environment, making herself completely unnoticeable at will. This gave her another layer of security and a trump card for survival in America. Because the 4th dimensional space had temporarily closed after Jing Shu stole the crystal, the group quickly escaped the endless mountains and soon found a town. After getting a pickup truck, they rushed to the rendezvous point set with Yang half a month earlier. As for the crystal Jing Shu had stolen, she was still puzzled. The red liquid in her space had decreased, and the crystal had shrunk. Was the Rubik's Cube space secretly using the red liquid? She watched for 2 days but noticed nothing unusual. Soon, though, her attention shifted to the new mission, the real reason she'd come to America, sponsored by Qianduoduo. Qianduoduo had publicly raised funds in Shiyuan, sending Wu Cheng's team to America to acquire a complete vegetable dehydration technology. Domestic methods were too costly and inefficient for the apocalypse, but America had a mature industry chain. They needed the core technology, new machines, and cultivation methods, so they had to come here to learn. Jing Shu didn't know how much money had been raised, but sending several teams to America and arranging contacts here had cost a fortune. So, even though Jing Shu's team had disappeared for over half a month, Yang Yang's side had to press on under pressure. Progress hadn't been smooth, but fortunately, Jing Shu's team made it out safely and reconnected with Yang Yang. They hurried to meet up and complete this high-difficulty mission. Let's talk about why things haven't been going smoothly. By rights, Yang Yang's team was top tier. First, there was the only S-class member, Zhen Nantian, whose abilities were still mysterious, but whose combat power was off the charts. Then there was Hao Yunlai, a national treasure with danger-sensing abilities. Word was, their success so far was largely thanks to him. Next was the brains of the operation, Yang Yang, whose intelligence work was formidable. Often their battles were won with information. With such a strong lineup, what could possibly stop them? The answer? Their destination this time was Austin. Sound familiar? That's right. The underground black market and the slave master boss were also heading to Austin for protection. And Yang Yang's mission was to steal the complete dehydrated vegetable technology from Austin, along with a shipment of the most precious food in the apocalypse. You can imagine the fury of the nobles and slave masters. They paid a fortune to have Austin launch a global manhunt using big data. Now, if any of them showed their faces, the slave masters would know instantly. Since everyone was in Austin, couldn't Yang Yang's small group just hide or disguise themselves? The answer was no, and that had everything to do with how powerful Austin was. If even the slave masters sought refuge there, it meant Austin had real strength. Before the apocalypse, Austin was the capital of Texas, as famous as Silicon Valley, home to Dell, IBM, Amazon, and other tech giants. It was a hub for technology and computer science. After the apocalypse, Austin doubled down on tech, using advanced technology and absolute equality and security to dominate the region. Many farm owners sought refuge there, and the city developed its own independent, complete system, becoming a paradise of equality, safety, and freedom in America. After most of Austin was flooded in the second year, the mayor used new materials to build a massive supercastle over the remaining city. It was waterproof, earthquake-resistant, warm in winter, cool in summer, and called Paradise. It attracted countless farm owners and capitalists. Anyone could enter by paying over 100 pounds of food. How well you lived depended on your resources, so Austin was divided into two parts. The giant castle housed 200,000 grain merchants and the middle class, concentrating the world's top technology and resources. The outskirts were home to wanderers and those who couldn't pay the food fee, surviving on odd jobs. But even their lives were better than most. So what does it mean for technology and computers to be off the charts? As soon as Yang Yang's group arrived in Austin, they were flagged as wanted. Forget the castle. Even the outskirts had daily patrols, and any Chinese-looking person was sent to the data center for screening. The castle itself was completely sealed. With its own electric grid and multiple layers of security, there was no way to sneak in. So Yang Yang fell back on his old tricks, killing a local, skinning them, and using the skin as a disguise to try to infiltrate the data center and alter their records before entering the castle to steal information. But Austin's tech was so advanced that when Yang Yang tried to pass the full-body scanner, his fingerprints, iris, and face didn't match, and even the real skin mask was detected. Luckily, Zhen Nantian intervened, or the consequences would have been dire. Against machines, collagen masks were useless. The infiltration plan failed. They tried breaking in through the wall, but alarms went off immediately. They ran for ages, dodging surveillance cameras, and barely escaped. They tried tunneling, aerial attacks, and more, but nothing worked. Austin's protection of its tech and resources was like a seamless egg, no weaknesses to exploit. In short, because the slave masters had exposed their identities, everyone, including Jing Shu, was wanted. Now, even entering as a Chinese person meant interrogation. Of course, if they hadn't stolen the slave master's goods and gotten themselves wanted, things wouldn't be so complicated. So, you still haven't gotten into Austin's big castle? Jing Shu asked, her expression odd. Was this elite team really stumped by something so simple? Yang sighed. We could get in, but it depends on the price. We could bribe a team of guards, but inside the castle, every area requires identity verification and a random code. The code matches registered citizens. Remember how we stole some of their high-tech stuff last year? This time they're really on guard. Sooner or later, you have to pay for what you've done. Jing Shu was speechless. Well, you brought this on yourself. This place really was high-tech, everywhere else was pitch black, but the castle glowed with a warm, gentle light. The material was called the perpetual sun, always bright and self-powering, like a giant night pearl. This new composite material was Austin's pride and joy. Who knew if it really had all those features? And our mission target is now their top priority. There's no way they'll move the equipment out. We'd have to either steal it by force or hack the data center. But bribing someone in the data center is nearly impossible. They're the mayor's trusted people, rich beyond belief. Jing Nantian, the team's strongest fighter, opened his eyes, which were as deep as a starry sky. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to use force. But if it comes to it, I'll cause a big distraction with Snake Spirit and the others while you hack the data center. How about it? Yang squinted, weighing the pros and cons. Jing Nantian's strength was unquestionable, but a big scene would expose too much. Jing Shu coughed. After listening for so long, she finally spoke up. Actually, you're all stuck in a dead end. There's no need for this. I have an idea. Yang's eyes lit up. Let's hear it. Jing Nantian glanced over, studying Jing Shu. This woman gives me a strange feeling. She didn't have this aura when we first met. What happened to them these past few days? Jing Shu flexed her hands and feet. She'd finally regained her coordination. Maybe we're just too used to sneaking around. Why not go in openly and get our own identities? Austin welcomes new immigrants who can pay and have skills. But we're all wanted. I know, but Austin doesn't have our detailed information. Just our Asian identities and appearance samples. Even if we're scanned, we'll only be marked as suspected targets, Jing Shu said. Yang admitted, the key issue is, as long as someone is a suspected target, they'll be sent up for the slave masters to personally inspect. The informants I arranged disappeared without a trace after being taken in. I'm afraid they're as good as dead. They'd rather catch the wrong person than let anyone slip by. Jing Shu's lips curled up slightly. Then we just need to make sure the inspectors decide we're not suspected bounty targets. Yang raised an eyebrow. You want to bribe them? Threaten them? Don't forget how Zero was caught, Jing Shu replied. Yang suddenly understood. That's great. I actually forgot you have that special skill. This makes things much easier. If this works out, you'll get the top credit. Watching Jing Shu and Yang talk in riddles, the others were a bit lost about what they were discussing. The monk in particular was completely confused. Wasn't Jing Shu just a support? How did she come back after a month apart and suddenly become so respected by everyone, as if she'd unlocked some hidden potential? But soon, Jing Shu showed everyone what a true support's role could be. That night, the group slept in a dilapidated house outside Austin. Jing Shu's squad finally got a good meal. They devoured over a dozen pots of white rice and shared stories of their hardships over the past half-month. Yang distributed the contribution points from the first mission. It had been a desperate effort, but the rewards were huge. With 23 cargo ships, everyone got about 10,000 contribution points based on their individual efforts. After deducting the points needed to ship the goods they'd acquired on the black market back home, everyone still had 6,000 or 7,000 points left. With the second mission, they could get even more goods and use contribution points to pay for shipping. Coming to America was guaranteed to make them rich. Of course, this was only possible in the third year of the apocalypse. From the fourth year, the whole world would fall into decline, and by the fifth year, even America would be destitute. So they had to seize the opportunity while they could. Ahem, Mirror. You exchanged a lot of goods on the black market this time, spending 15,000 contribution points and still owing 5,000. I've put it on your tab, Yang said. Jing Shu nodded. So many things for just 15,000 points, and who knows how much fuel it would take to ship them from America to China. It was a good deal. Contribution points were really valuable. Now, her Rubik's Cube space could be used to store precious or sensitive items, and the rest could be shipped home with contribution points. This trip was definitely worth it. She'd probably come back rich. Jing Shu patted Tank. I remember you all still owe me some contribution points? They owed more than just a little. Tank sheepishly took out the team's contribution point ledger. We used a lot of your supplies this time, Mirror. Here's our list. Yang Yang was dumbfounded. A bag of salt, 50 points, an egg, 50 points, a meal, 100 points. What the heck? 50 points could ship hundreds of bags of salt home. But in the barren mountains, Jing Shu had saved the whole team and fed them for over 10 days, with Tank saying there were all kinds of delicious food and plenty to eat. In the end, it was thanks to Jing Shu's group that they made it out alive. The rest isn't a loss. At least we kept our lives, Yang Yang nodded. After the final tally, Jing Shu earned 15,000 contribution points, paid off all her debts, and still had 10,000 left over. Looks like even in resource-rich Austin, it's still not enough. I need to find a way to earn more contribution points, Jing Shu mused. Are there any other ways to earn points on this second mission? Stealing vegetable dehydration technology and related equipment was their main task, the ticket for the round trip. But there were no extra contribution points for that. Yang Yang thought for a moment. Honestly, this mission is funded by Duo, so as long as you can bring back anything beneficial for Shi Yuan's development, you can use his channels to ship goods home. Understood. This made Jing Shu hesitate a bit. If she kept bringing things to help Duo develop Shi Yuan, would it accelerate Shi Yuan's downfall? But if she could turn the sheep into wolves, maybe that tyrant would be more cautious. Jing Shu didn't dwell on it. She'd just take things one step at a time. Right now, she was more concerned about what to plant in the 6 new plots in her Rubik's Cube space. Currently, her spiritual fields had fruit, medicinal herbs, vegetables, cotton, and tobacco, each taking up 6 cubic meters, a perfect balance. But overproduction led to waste, and there was still some surplus. She'd stockpiled enough cotton and tobacco for the year, and these would be precious consumables in the future, but she wasn't planning to plant rice yet. She'd gotten some from America this time, which was hard to ship back and of average quality, but could be used for other things. She'd also collected a lot of rice already. So what else could she plant? Maybe soybeans or peanuts for oil, though she'd gotten plenty of cooking oil from America this time. Maybe I'll find some unexpected seeds in this city, Jing Shu thought with interest. Even if she didn't, she had a bold idea she'd been wanting to try. With all sorts of plans for the future, she finally drifted off to sleep. The temperature in Austin had dropped to 3 degrees Celsius. After coming out of the mountains, Jing Shu contacted her family and learned that Wucheng was already at -6 or 7 degrees, and many people had frozen to death. Thinking about how in 2 years Wucheng would reach -60 degrees Celsius, Jing Shu knew she had to stockpile more supplies. The apocalypse was only going to get harsher. Are you sure it's okay for us to just stroll into the city like this? What if we're discovered and interrogated? The monk asked worriedly. Jing Shu just smiled and said nothing. Carrying their bags, she led everyone to the gates of Austin Castle. The place was heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to bring weapons inside. All their luggage was confiscated at security. The hall looked more like a bank than anything else. After entering, they went to one of the counters, where a chubby man was busily entering data into a computer, panting as he worked. The man looked up at the group and asked, "What's your purpose for entering the castle? Do you want to become citizens of Austin? Or are you just migrant workers?" "Oh, a group of Asians. If you're not citizens, I'll have to call security to take you to the interrogation room first." Tank's hand tightened, and everyone held their breath. Jing Shu smiled sweetly. "Sir, we've come to join Austin. We want to live in the castle, and we've brought plenty of food with us." In that instant, Jing Shu activated the unique ability of her Rubik's Cube space. Xiao He immediately began to explain, not daring to delay, while the previously exhausted-looking man in charge of the review suddenly became expressionless and wooden. As long as you can present 100 pounds of food or goods of equivalent value, you can become a citizen of Austin and enjoy the rights that come with it. Even if you're a fugitive, you don't have to worry about being hunted from the outside. However, Austin City has recently put a high bounty on a group of Asians, so all Asians must go to the review department. Only after they confirm you're not the wanted targets and issue you a pass, can you go to the data center to change your identity. Those lunatics, for the sake of the high bounty, often hand over all Asians to the higher-ups. Jing Shu showed a look of understanding. It seemed the slave masters had lost their temper. "Should we just leave?" the monk asked, scratching his head. He was still traumatized. Just a few days ago they'd been arrested as soon as they entered, with no questions asked. Yang shook his head. "No, look at his attitude. It's completely different from last time. He's being way too agreeable." Jing Shu continued, "We want to become citizens of Austin now." Strangely, before Xiao He could even translate, the man nodded as if half asleep. "All right, I'll have John take you to the review department." This was basically walking right into the lion's den. Everyone knew what would happen if a group of Asians was sent to be interrogated. Were they supposed to kill everyone in the review department? "If anything happens, I can subdue everyone in sight within 3 seconds, Zhen Nantian said, rubbing his wristband. Wait a minute. Why was this guy so easy to talk to? Why did he just do whatever Jing Shu said? At this point, everyone who had crossed the mountains with Jing Shu believed in her completely. Her authority was already established. Those who didn't know her, especially the monk, felt a bit intimidated. Zhen Nantian remained silent, as if every word was precious. Maybe that was a sign of confidence, the confidence that he could escape any situation. The group first underwent strict inspection and scanning. Only the weapons hidden inside their bodies escaped detection. All their firearms were left in the security room. John leered at Ling Ling, who had recovered from her sallow complexion. For foreigners with face blindness, a curvy figure was all that mattered. Another group sent to their deaths, John thought as he led them to the review department and left. This place was basically Austin's prison. He didn't want to hang around with these sewer rats. To put it bluntly, the review department was like an ancient prison, and the uniformed white men were the wardens, but with much more power, since the department also handled patrol and security in Austin. From inside, you could hear screams and wails, making the place feel eerie and sinister. "Hey guys, we've got work! Another group of Asians!" The men carrying guns took over Jing Shu's group, grinning maliciously. "I bet these are the ones the higher-ups want. Let's beat them until they can't talk, then send them up." The monk stepped forward, his muscles straining against his clothes. But Jing Shu blocked him with a sigh, thinking, 5 people? That's a bit tough, but it's the perfect time to test the true power of my Rubik's Cube space. Before the upgrade, it was hard for her to hypnotize even 2 people at once, but she'd kept training, enduring months of pain. Now, with the upgrade, all her abilities had leveled up. The Rubik's Cube space was a product of 6-dimensional space and above. The 5th dimension was speed, also known as waves or ultrasound. Jing Shu hadn't understood before, but after the upgrade, it all became clear. When her brainwaves matched those of her target, she could hypnotize them. When her brainwaves guided the target, she could suggest things to them, making them follow her lead. This was cross-lingual communication. And when her waves matched the environment, she became completely invisible. Everyone's brainwaves and consciousness were different. The stronger the mind, the harder it was to influence. So sending out 5 brainwave suggestions at once was the perfect test of her upgraded ability. "Sir, we are not the wanted people you're looking for. We want to become citizens of Austin. Please issue us passes," Jing Shu said. Something strange happened. Jing Shu spoke in Chinese, the other side in English, yet they seemed to understand each other perfectly. The man's eyes became vacant. "Then come register your fingerprints, irises, and facial features. Rusi, take them for fingerprint registration." "Luofei, what are you saying? These are Asians, we should— Oh, you're right, I'll take them for fingerprinting." Rusi, a beautiful woman, also looked dazed as she led Jing Shu's group to register. With each additional person, sweat beaded more on Jing Shu's forehead. 5 was her current limit, but she was satisfied with her upgraded ability. The once noisy review department fell silent. One by one, the lively people became wooden, as if sleepwalking, and led Jing Shu's group through the review process, issuing them passes. From now on, they could appear openly in Austin. This bizarre scene made her teammates' skin crawl. If Jing Shu used this on them, what would happen? Xiao He whispered, "Chinese voodoo is truly profound." See, Jing Shu didn't have to say anything. Someone else explained it for her. How convenient. Zhen Nantian, on the other hand, was quite interested. "Next time, you can try it on me." Jing Shu had secretly tried it on Tank, Snake Spirit, and Ling Ling. Ling Ling, with her strong mind, was hard to hypnotize, but Tank was easy. If she tried it on Zhen Nantian, Jing Shu felt she wasn't strong enough yet. With their passes, they finally entered the legendary Big Castle. Jing Shu had accomplished in just over 10 minutes what Yang Yang hadn't managed in over 10 days. The whole team had to admit, Jing Shu was truly amazing. To become citizens, each person had to hand over 100 pounds of food or equivalent goods. Yang Yang had already prepared for this. Carrying their bags, they finally entered the softly lit castle database, where they could officially change their identities. With Jing Shu there, everything was as easy as drinking water. They entered their previous information, input new identities, and each received a random verification code, the key for Austin citizens to move freely within the castle. After much effort, the group finally completed the first step of their second mission, successfully infiltrating Austin and officially becoming its citizens. The next step was to enter the technology building and steal the dehydrated vegetable equipment and related devices. Amitabha, what a sin! What a sin! The monk put his palms together in repentance, then picked up his fork and devoured the potato and beef stew Jing Shu had made. It was simply delicious. The group stayed in their assigned first-class residence. After dinner, they went to bed early. Although it was a bit crowded, the big castle was always softly lit. The temperature inside was as warm as spring, and there were even smart cleaning robots on the streets. It all felt like living in a peaceful, high-tech city before the apocalypse, clean and comfortable. Of course, paying such a high price only made them the most basic first-class citizens. There were also second- and third-class citizens above them, just like VIP memberships. The more you pay, the more services you enjoy. Moreover, to survive in Austin, the food you brought with you was far from enough. You still had to work, just like before the apocalypse. Manual labor was snatched up by the vagrants outside, and the once expensive American labor had become cheap. People would do anything for a meal. So the ordinary middle class in the castle had to rack their brains to find other ways to earn food and continue living there. After all, just getting into the castle didn't mean you'd be worry-free for the rest of your life. Every transaction came with expensive fees. There were monthly management charges, taxes to pay, and so on. Becoming a citizen was just the entry ticket, just the beginning. It was like buying a car but not being able to afford to maintain it. Many people thought that handing over 100 pounds of food would let them live comfortably in a luxurious, safe castle, but that wasn't the case. Tech developers, on the other hand, enjoyed great treatment here. Recently, in order to boost productivity, they'd been developing all kinds of food by any means necessary. Jing Shu remembered that a year or two later in Wucheng, when they started developing new foods, they even introduced a special job, food tester. Every day, these people would eat all sorts of experimental foods in public. If they survived 3 months, they'd get a bonus. If they survived a year, they'd become official staff. This was to get the public to accept these strange and sometimes disgusting foods. In the apocalypse, rare animals were more precious than people for experiments. At the time, there were a lot of problems. Some testers went mad, some grew extra body parts. But they did make a real contribution to post-apocalyptic food development. "I didn't expect America to start this so early," Jing Shu sighed. "When you're starving, you can't afford to be picky." Huh. If America started researching this so early, then bringing back some of their data in advance should count as contribution points, right? Jing Shu's mind was already working on a plan. Oh, and Austin had also introduced reproductive workers, people whose job was to have children for Austin citizens. The benefits were decent. At least food and lodging were covered. But you couldn't choose your partner. This year you'd live at one place to have a child. Next year you'd move somewhere else to have another. Jing Shu didn't know what to make of this. Actually, after the tyrant took power and faced a sharp population decline, he implemented similar policies, even creating official positions for women aged 20-45 to have children, with full benefits and autonomy. If a woman fancied a single or widowed man, she could pair up with him. He had no right to refuse until she got pregnant. One man could even pair with multiple women at once. You could refuse, but you'd have to pay with food. The tyrant himself was a handsome, cold man, and many women wanted to have his children. He did pay a lot of food for this, but who could say if it was just moving things from one pocket to another? After the child was born, it could be raised by the state or by the father. This freedom was controversial, because if a man wanted a child, he had to pay to pair up, and there were still plenty of single men. In any case, Jing Shu had never considered supporting herself by having children in her previous life, and she certainly wouldn't in this one. As for Austin, setting aside nationality and outside factors, it was definitely one of the best places to live in the apocalypse. First, it was extremely safe. No one but security could carry guns inside the castle. Second, it was comfortable. Having a self-illuminating material in a sunless world was amazing. Third, it was relatively easy to get food. Jing Shu set her own goals for this second mission: see if there were any suitable plants to grow and add to her upgraded space, and then check out the high-tech areas to see if she could steal any useful or rare materials not found in China, or anything else that might come in handy. Finally, she was very curious about the material used for the castle walls. Jing Shu had quietly observed it up close. It was like a giant, ever-glowing LED lamp. Touching it would give you a shock, and each piece could glow independently. The temperature was over 40 degrees, making it as warm as a giant bath heater. It not only gave off light, but also warmth. Jing Shu secretly scraped off some powder, and to her surprise, the powder glowed too. She wanted to collect more to take home, or at least find out how it was made. If she could bring this material back to China, it would be a huge achievement, and she could finally live openly in a restricted area. For 10 years in my previous life, I wasn't out of the loop. I knew all the big world events. Why had I never heard of such an amazing and precious material in the apocalypse? Not even a rumor? Could it be that the inventor also transmigrated to this life? And if they could use this material for castle walls and ceilings dozens of meters high, maybe it wasn't that rare after all? Jing Shu just couldn't figure it out. The next day, the team split up. Jing Shu, the monk, and Xiao He went to the castle's agricultural research center, which gathered everything related to agriculture, including Austin's planting center and Jing Shu's target, the new dehydration planting technology. They were there to scout the place, and also to look for work. When they learned that Jing Shu could cultivate medicinal herbs and was a Chinese doctor, a researcher quickly came to meet her. A blonde, blue-eyed beauty. Oh damn, there are so few private doctors in Austin, and even fewer who know how to cultivate medicinal herbs. Thank God. We only extract antibiotics, and we're desperately short of other medicines. We can't just use antibiotics for everything. You've come at the perfect time. If you really can cultivate medicinal herbs, I'll definitely recommend you for third-class citizenship, Eiffel said excitedly, with Xiao He translating in real time. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow. With all due respect, you have plenty of equipment and all the right conditions. If you can grow all kinds of vegetables, why can't you cultivate medicinal herbs? The conditions in Wucheng were worlds apart from here. Their technology wasn't even that advanced, yet they still managed to cultivate all kinds of medicinal herbs. Before the apocalypse, America was a pharmaceutical powerhouse, with the world's highest cancer survival rates. For example, in China, the survival rate for some cancer patients was only about 50%, but in America, it could reach 95% or even 99%. This alone showed the strength of America's medical system and advanced technology. This job-hunting trip made Jing Shu and her companions realize just how lacking Austin was in people who could cultivate medicinal herbs. Eiffel shrugged. Let me show you around, then you'll understand. What Austin lacks most right now is raw materials. We have plenty of equipment and extraction tools. As long as we have the herbs, we can make all kinds of desperately needed medicines. Hearing this, Jing Shu was genuinely curious. To be honest, she was also planning to bring some American medicine back home. Medicine was extremely scarce in China, and having American pharmaceuticals would be much more convincing than just claiming to have some secret family recipe. It was a sad reality. Before the apocalypse, some Chinese people went to a certain island to buy smart toilet seats, only to find out they were all made in China. The castle's agricultural base was huge, but to make better use of energy and light, all the crops were grown on the second floor and the rooftop. Austin City had no shortage of electricity. Machines rumbled non-stop, and piles of dried radishes, tomatoes, eggplants, and more were being processed and packed. This floor is mainly for dehydrating and preserving vegetables as strategic supplies. Of course, the best-looking produce is reserved for Austin's upper class. Every day we process several tons of fresh crops, Eiffel explained, greeting supervisors and staff as she went. Jing Shu counted. Everything was well organized and almost fully automated, but there were still a dozen people adjusting the machines. If she wanted to hypnotize or suggest things to them, it would be impossible. Her Rubik's Cube space couldn't make one person fall asleep and then control another. So, stealing all this integrated equipment was out of the question. There's over 100 square meters of industrial equipment here. Taking it all would be a huge operation. I wonder if Chan Duo managed to get a full set in my previous life. Jing Shu thought, secretly snapping some photos to discuss with Yang Yang later. They were then led to the second floor, closest to that special glowing material. Here, they saw a planting base covering several hundred square meters, with even more crops growing on elevated racks. But the sight didn't impress Jing Shu. Instead, she frowned. All the crops here were mutated vegetables, each one grotesque. The most obvious was a giant tomato sprouting all kinds of seedlings, eggplants growing in conjoined chains, mushrooms piercing right through themselves, fruits growing in clusters, leaves sprouting from fruit. Everything was the opposite of normal vegetables. They even had green spots, colors that didn't match regular crops. The fat chicken at Jing Shu's feet clung to her, completely uninterested in these vegetables, even spitting at them a few times. These are the new crops you developed? Jing Shu asked. Doesn't look like you've produced much? Eiffel shook her head. No, these are naturally grown vegetables. That's one reason we can't cultivate medicinal herbs. Dr. B, who developed the glowing material, said there are still some flaws. It emits a bit of radiation which causes the crops to mutate. But the radiation is harmless. We've done professional testing. After all, there's a lot of radiation in daily life that's not toxic to humans, so after high-temperature sterilization, the vegetables are safe to eat. But while vegetables can still grow like this, medicinal herbs are much more sensitive. Except for the hardiest types, most herbs just can't survive in this environment. Jing Shu looked up at the soft light, squinting. In her ears, she seemed to hear strange sound waves, like the plants were crying and moaning. Goosebumps rose on her skin. Her instincts told her that vegetables grown under this kind of light and radiation were not a good thing. But the Americans' technology had supposedly tested it with no side effects. Who knew if that was true? For some reason, Jing Shu thought of a certain island's nuclear leak, where the crops grown nearby were inedible, but the islanders sold them to others, causing many people to get sick and die of cancer. You said the person who developed the castle wall material is Dr. B? Eiffel nodded. Oh yes, he's an amazing man. He's been troubled by the medicinal herb issue lately. If you can solve it, I'll introduce you to Dr. B. Jing Shu stroked her chin. Dr. B? She wanted to meet him. Maybe that was the best shortcut to learning about the castle wall material. Maybe it's the radiation. Why not try growing medicinal herbs outside? Jing Shu asked. Eiffel led the three of them onward, explaining, because all the seeds have already been irradiated. It's very hard to get new, intact medicinal herb seeds now. Huh, what's this short tree? Why is it so lush? Jing Shu asked, noticing a small tree that was specially fenced off and treated like a VIP. This single short tree was getting extraordinary treatment. Though only as tall as a person, it was the lushest, healthiest tree in the whole base, covered in fruit. Oh, that's our leader's beloved geisha coffee tree. It's the world's most expensive coffee, $350.25 per pound. It was transplanted here at a huge cost and was almost dead, but since coming here it's thrived more and more each day. She's the queen of this place. Jing Shu thought it sounded fancy, but it was just a coffee tree, wasn't it? Eiffel was excited. Its flowers smell like fireworks, and when you drink it, the flavor bursts in your mouth. Lemon, citrus, strawberry juice, more like fruit juice than coffee. The coffee and fruit flavors intertwine with floral notes and a lingering sweetness and texture. I was lucky enough to taste it once. It was amazing. Unfortunately, we lack the technology to roast coffee properly. Jing Shu hadn't been interested at first, but she thought it might be nice to take some back and plant it in her space. Maybe she could drink coffee in the future. Then something about it felt familiar, so she checked her space inventory. Fortunately, before the apocalypse, Jing Shu had downloaded all kinds of encyclopedia information, so it was now very convenient for her to look things up. Coffee contains cafestol and kawiol, which have anti-cancer and anti-inflammatory effects. Coffee can upregulate the liver's detoxification processes, protecting the body from aflatoxins and other carcinogens. Used coffee grounds are a natural deodorizer. If you put them in a container, they'll absorb all kinds of odors. They're also a natural insect repellent. Sprinkling coffee grounds around the yard can drive away bugs and ants. Mixing them into potting soil helps plants grow better because of the high nitrogen content. Spreading coffee grounds on the soil surface can also deodorize and prevent pests. Besides that, coffee grounds have many other little uses. Jing Shu clapped her hands, finally remembering. That's right. Coffee has another important use in the apocalypse. It can inhibit the spread of the new zombie virus that appears 2 years later. In other words, if a person is infected with the new zombie virus, drinking coffee every day can slow the increase of rotting flesh. While it doesn't have much effect on the undead creatures in the apocalypse, it can be quite effective against the invasive species that appear 2 years later. And coffee grounds are really useful too. In the years after the apocalypse, the smell of rotten eggs can be deadly. If you pile coffee grounds around your house, maybe it won't stink so much. In short, coffee is really valuable. Jing Shu suddenly knew exactly what to plant in the 6 extra plots in her level 8 space. Coffee. Just from a medicinal perspective, it was valuable, and in 2 years it could help suppress the new invasive species virus. Plus, in terms of waste utilization and fertilizer, coffee had many uses. It was truly a treasure from top to bottom. The key is, freshly brewed coffee is really delicious. Without milk, it's Americano. With milk but no sugar, it's a latte. With frothed milk and cinnamon, it's a cappuccino. With sugar, chocolate, and cream, it's a mocha. With milk and caramel, it's a caramel macchiato. Jing Shu had once worked in a coffee shop, partly because she could drink coffee at half price. Her favorite was mocha. The taste of chocolate milk and coffee was unforgettable. "Can I pick up some of the fruit that's fallen on the ground?" Jing Shu asked, eyes sparkling. It had been about 13 years since she last had coffee. Eiffel shrugged. "Of course, take as much as you want from the ground, but don't touch the ones on the tree. That's the boss's treasure." Jing Shu happily gathered a bagful. Unfortunately, there were no tools for fresh ground coffee, and many ingredients were missing. Still, she imagined herself in a snowy world, watching the snow outside while brewing coffee, adding as much milk and sugar as she wanted. What a treat. After collecting the seeds, Jing Shu immediately planted all 6 plots. If they didn't sprout, she'd sneak back in for more seeds in a few days. She hadn't expected to achieve one of her goals so quickly. Xiao He looked confused. Was a handful of coffee beans really worth getting this excited over? He just couldn't understand this big shot's thinking. The monk scratched his head, equally baffled by women's thoughts. Eiffel finally led the 3 of them to the Medicinal Herb Cultivation Center. This place was much more advanced, looking more like a research facility. Some plants were grown hydroponically, others in simulated pre-apocalypse sun chambers. There were many methods for cultivating medicinal herbs, but none worked. The situation was even worse than at the Wucheng Medicinal Herb Association. These herbs were mostly deformed from the start, with most dying in the first stage. If you can get these herbs to grow, you can have whatever you want. We also have a seed bank. You can pick some seeds to try. But once you accept this task, you can't leave the castle until you succeed or give up. On the bright side, your salary will be generous, paid at the rate of a third-class citizen. Eiffel offered all kinds of tempting conditions, but didn't mention what would happen if she failed, nor did she test Jing Shu's skills in detail or worry about her scamming for food and lodging. Jing Shu stroked her chin. If someone really tried to scam them, they'd probably end up dead. All right, I'll take the job, Jing Shu agreed without hesitation. She wasn't really here to grow herbs for them anyway. If she started from a high position, she'd have access to better things, and more opportunities to borrow them. It seemed wise to offer some results at first. Both sides had their own plans. Jing Shu quickly landed a respectable job in Austin Castle and threw herself into her work. Faced with these mutant herbs, most of which couldn't even be grown with her space's spiritual spring, Jing Shu decisively started with the seed bank. Everywhere they went, people had to swipe their ID cards like access cards, scan their irises, and enter a random verification code received on the other end. This triple-check system was impressively secure, making theft nearly impossible. Even entering the seed bank required Eiffel to apply for access, and only the newly hired Jing Shu was allowed in. The seed bank was like a giant cold storage room, its exterior covered in ice and the temperature very low. Rows of tall shelves were neatly stacked with boxes. Each box was labeled, and there were seeds from all kinds of countries. This is Austin's largest seed bank. With 400,000 seeds, 2/3 of the world's seeds are stored here, Eiffel explained. Jing Shu's jaw dropped. Before the apocalypse, she'd gone everywhere buying seeds, managing to collect about 10,000 kinds, enough for her needs. She'd even bought up all the varieties she could to store in her space for the country's sake. But seeing this seed bank, she realized her 10,000 seeds were nothing in comparison. No, I have to add these seeds to my list of goals. In the 5th and 6th years back home, we lost a huge number of seeds, and by the 8th and 9th years, many species went extinct. I have to save some seeds no matter what. Jing Shu had already set her sights on these seeds. For now, she and Eiffel could only look from the entrance. If they needed anything, a staff member would fetch it. Jing Shu was already planning how to sneak in and take the whole lot. It's a shame the seed vault is isolated. I wonder if sulfuric acid ants could tunnel through the rock. But it's so cold, snakes could survive but couldn't get in. Jing Shu's mind was spinning with ideas. After picking out a dozen kinds of medicinal herb seeds, they left the seed bank. Eiffel arranged for Jing Shu to work in a spacious medicinal herb cultivation lab and told her she could eat in the cafeteria for free during this period. As she spoke, Eiffel suddenly got a nosebleed. Had diarrhea all day? Why am I so unlucky lately? I need to start running to boost my immunity. Damn, I've been getting nosebleeds for no reason lately. I saw a doctor, but they couldn't find anything wrong, Eiffel said, tilting her head back and rinsing her nose with water. It took a while to clean up. Maybe it's just too dry in the castle. A few of my colleagues have had nosebleeds too. Jing, you're a Chinese doctor, right? Can you take a look and see what's going on? Jing Shu was silent for a moment. She didn't know a thing. Her medical knowledge all came from unreliable internet searches, and every answer to, "Why do I get nosebleeds?" seemed to point to cancer. But for some reason, Jing Shu's first instinct was, there's something wrong with this castle? Maybe the castle's special material contained a lot of unknown radiation. She tossed over a pill she'd made with diluted spiritual spring water and hawthorn. It's nothing serious. Take my family's secret medicine and you'll be cured in no time. At the same time, Jing Shu decided she'd better drink more spiritual spring water every day. She didn't want to lose her life to some hidden danger while on a mission. After taking the pill, Eiffel felt much better. Thank you, Jing. You're such a good person. Your medicine really works. Come on, let me take you to the cafeteria. Thanks to Eiffel's hospitality, the group arrived at the castle's grand dining hall. The food here was much cleaner and higher quality than at the black market. There were even normal beef burgers like before the apocalypse. Americans loved fast food and meat, and the vegetables were usually just salads. There were huge chicken breasts everywhere. Overall, the cafeteria seemed normal, but that pile of unidentifiable vegetables was actually Eiffel's favorite salad. The vegetables in it were exactly those weird, mutated crops from the plantation earlier. Eiffel took 2 whole bowls of salad. Looking at those strange roots and the little potatoes growing on big potatoes, Jing Shu felt uneasy. Xiaohei and the monk, on the other hand, weren't picky at all. They each grabbed a bowl of meat and ate happily. The castle's food was great. There were lots of people eating, and most of them still had that classic American build. Over half were overweight. Jing Shu didn't even touch her chopsticks. The food was just too strange and looked disgusting. She couldn't eat it. Eiffel, do you always eat your own vegetables? What about the experimental foods? Jing Shu asked. Of course, this is the best food in the castle. Oh, I should take you to see the new vegetables the research department is working on. They add all kinds of hormones and catalysts, and can grow a lot in just one day. The taste is terrible, and who knows what the side effects are. But there are still 700,000 or 800,000 homeless people outside Austin, and we have to feed them. As long as it doesn't kill anyone, it's fine. Eiffel shrugged, chewing her strange vegetables. By the way, the glowing material upstairs was named concentrated lightstone by Dr. B. It has special properties. Eating crops grown under its light boosts our immunity and resistance. That's why a lot of people like to bask in concentrated lightstone light. After eating these vegetables, I really do feel stronger. Look at my muscles. She flexed her arm, showing off her new muscle. Was it really that good? Jing Shu was curious about Dr. B. Everyone in the castle seemed to admire him. After all, he'd invented this new, self-illuminating, self-heating material, concentrated lightstone, which solved the biggest problem of the apocalypse. Austin Castle was preparing to stockpile food to trade for other resources. The whole castle was full of ambition. Everyone inside was trying to earn more food, and many people had started their own farms. From every angle, Austin Castle was thriving. It was the only city in the apocalypse that lived almost like before. Yang Yang and Hao Yunlai were out on other missions, but things weren't going smoothly. Hao Yunlai had been on edge for days, running into the slave master's people several times. If not for Hao Yunlai's quick thinking, they would have been exposed long ago. Zhen Nantian was outside with Tank and the others, working on their own plans. Meanwhile, things were going smoothly for Jing Shu. Xiaohei and the monk had successfully become her assistants. Several days passed in a flash. To test the effects of the mysterious concentrated lightstone, Jing Shu divided the seeds Eiffel gave her into 3 groups. 1 planted under the concentrated lightstone, 1 in a room with only electric lights, and 1 in her space's spiritual field. The seeds under the concentrated lightstone sprouted, but all died young. The ones in the room sprouted but grew slowly and became malnourished, stalling halfway. Only the ones in the spiritual field grew normally, though even they were slower than other herbs. One day, Eiffel brought a woman in a black spacesuit and helmet to Jing Shu's herb cultivation area. Another failure? Eiffel looked disappointedly at the withered seeds, then glanced at Jing Shu with a mix of avoidance and sympathy. Jing Shu pulled out a few pots of lush herbs from under her thick bulletproof coat. The herbs under the concentrated lightstone all failed, but I managed to grow some with my secret method. Oh my God, you did it, Jing! You're amazing! This is a huge achievement. Can these be grown on a large scale? Eiffel was so excited she danced around. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Dr. B's assistant, Mrs. C. Mrs. C, this is Dr. Jing, the Chinese doctor. Mrs. C, wrapped in her heavy spacesuit, just nodded coldly at Jing Shu, full of attitude. We only need herbs that can be grown on a large scale. If it can't be scaled up, it's meaningless. Dr. B is already working on a new research plan. Eiffel said humbly, Yes, but it was so hard to get these herbs to grow. Can't we ask Dr. B to see if they're useful? I'll report to Dr. B, Mrs. C replied, then left without looking back. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes and with a thought sent a few small snakes to follow her. At the same time, she asked, Isn't that outfit a bit much? Why wear a spacesuit and helmet in such a warm place? Is the air unbreathable? Jing Shu completely ignored the fact that she herself would rather sweat to death than take off her bulletproof coat and pants. Eiffel laughed and explained, "You don't know. Working with Dr. B is very dangerous. They have to extract useful things from all kinds of biochemical radiation every day, so they dress like that for protection." Jing Shu nodded in understanding. Wasn't it because the castle was too dangerous, and they themselves knew it, that they dressed like that? With this in mind, Jing Shu found an excuse to slip away, ignoring Eiffel's persistent requests for more of her pills. She said goodbye and took Xiao He, her portable translator, to follow Mrs. C. Today, she was determined to see what tricks this Dr. B was up to. While her teammates were racking their brains over how to smuggle out the vegetable dehydration technology and equipment, Jing Shu had set her sights on Dr. B. She was determined to find out the truth about this special material. Was it really as miraculous as the rumors claimed? And if it was, why had she never heard of it in her previous life? Could Dr. B be a transmigrator too? Austin Castle was different from other places. It was brightly lit everywhere, so hiding in the dark was impossible. There were ID checks at every intersection, but Mrs. C, thanks to her suit, passed through without a single check. Jing Shu even considered stealing one of those suits for her own plans. Keeping her distance, Jing Shu and Xiao He had to swipe their IDs and report verification codes at 6 or 7 checkpoints before finally reaching a corner building in the castle. It was a 4-story, fully enclosed structure. No windows, no glass, just solid walls. This surprised Jing Shu. She'd expected Dr. B to be active in the center of the castle, not living so low-key and securely. This was Dr. B's private domain. There were guards and security at the entrance. Jing Shu sensed the position of her 5-step snake, circled the building looking for a window or a way in, but found none. It was a seamless structure. There was only one main entrance. Jing Shu could have dealt with the guards, but even Mrs. C had to swipe her pass at the door, and Jing Shu worried about triggering an alarm. Frustrated, she circled the building until she noticed smoke coming from the chimney on the roof. She could get in through the chimney. Dragging the clumsy Xiao He, Jing Shu climbed the smooth wall like Spider-Man, reached the roof, removed the chimney cover, and slipped inside. Cough, cough. Even with a gas mask, Jing Shu was choked by the strange fumes. Who knew what was burning in there? Xiao He was already so smoked he blended into the surroundings. They emerged on the top floor. The room was cold and half filled with black, unidentifiable slag. There was nothing of value to grab. The noise Jing Shu made didn't attract anyone. She released a dozen snakes to serve as her eyes, then headed straight for Mrs. C's location. Most rooms were locked, but Jing Shu wasn't interested in what was inside. She quickly found Mrs. C in a large hall. In the center, a man was conducting experiments with test tubes. He had all the classic features of a scientist: messy hair, round glasses, a red nose, and a white lab coat. Jing Shu held her breath and listened. Mrs. C, usually cold and aloof, was now panicked and helpless. "Bit, someone in the castle has managed to cultivate medicinal herbs. Aren't you worried? She couldn't do it under the concentrated lightstone, but she used her own method to grow them. Soon they'll discover the secret of the concentrated lightstone." Dr. B didn't seem worried at all. He swirled his test tube and said, "My dear, I know everything. The secret of the concentrated lightstone will come out sooner or later. But by then, everyone in the castle will probably be dead. The radiation from the concentrated lightstone is enough to kill everyone within 5 months. 98% will get incurable diseases." "But what about us? We're under house arrest now. Even with radiation suits, what good does it do? We came here to scam them out of their resources. We're a con artist gang, not real scientists. We can't even recite the periodic table. Bit, if we don't find a way to get those resources out, we'll be trapped here. If they get suspicious, do you remember how Z and Y died? Do you remember how many people are tortured in the underground cells?" "My dear, don't worry. I know Z and Y's deaths traumatized you. If they hadn't pushed so hard, I wouldn't have brought out this half-finished product. I know I have to hurry. Some people are already showing signs of leukemia, and others keep getting nosebleeds. But no one suspects the real cause, since the radiation does make people stronger, at least at first. Mrs. C, desperate, took off her helmet, revealing her brown hair. She crouched under the table, clutching her head. Damn it, no matter how much power we have, we can't get out of this castle. The radiation from the concentrated lightstone is too strong. Even with this radiation-proof building, no windows and air purifiers, it's useless. If we stay here a few more months, we'll die of illness. You have to find a way to get the resources out and help us escape before the authorities get suspicious. I don't want to stay in this horrible place another minute. Dr. B shook his test tube and said, Look, there was a famous Chinese trick called creating something from nothing. I borrowed that trick and developed a new one. I call it the water of life. Water of life? Is that related to our plan? Of course. I'll run some experiments for the authorities and the gullible masses. I'll tell them that with the water of life and my method, crops, oil, even food will undergo a qualitative change. Yields will increase by 50% or things will double in size. Imagine a single grain of rice becomes as big as 2. Do you think they'll go crazy for the water of life? Dr. B laughed. Mrs. C's eyes lit up. You want to use the water of life to gather everyone's food and resources together? But how will you make the experiment convincing? There are still a lot of scientists here. They're not idiots. And even if we get all those resources, how will we transport them out? We can't leave the castle. Hidden in the shadows, Jing Shu listened to their conversation, Xiao He translating for her. She went from shock to silence. She had never expected that the miraculous material she wanted to bring back to China was actually made with massive radiation, and that prolonged exposure would cause cancer. It was terrifying. The vegetables exposed to radiation, those mutated crops, were no good either. No wonder Eiffel kept getting nosebleeds. No wonder even the fat chicken couldn't stand those vegetables. And no wonder Jing Shu always heard the sound of crying from the mutated plants. This bizarre castle was built from viral walls, absorbing harmful substances every day, and yet no one seemed to notice. All that food only gave people the illusion of getting stronger for a short while. It was all just a scam. Now it made sense why she'd never heard of such a miraculous material in her previous life. These two weren't transmigrators at all, just as they said. They were a gang of con artists. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So since everyone was here to take advantage of Austin, was there a chance to cooperate? Each could get what they wanted, and wouldn't that make completing the mission much easier? After all, everyone was stuck at the same bottleneck, unable to get out of Austin. If you tried to force your way out with loot, it was nearly impossible. But if you tricked people into willingly handing over the goods, that was the best outcome. Jing Shu's mind started working overtime. At that moment, Dr. B said, You have to believe in human greed and desire. Humans are never really tricked by others. They trick themselves, living in their own lies. No one can wake them from what they believe. With the castle walls, they'll believe us first. And after a series of tests, they'll be addicted to the dream of getting rich every day. So what? How do we get the goods out? How do we escape? Dr. B paced back and forth. I plan to move everything outside, then quietly swap the goods and slip away. But it has to be gradual, step by step. We even need them to beg us to go outside and perform the ritual. Maybe we should make the material itself a big deal. This precious water of life must be rare, and the way to get it must be unheard of. Let me think about how to stage this play. Besides the three of us, maybe we should find some strong, trustworthy partners. Escaping won't be easy. Are you crazy? There's no one in Austin you can trust. They're all that man's lackeys lost in their own illusions. If anyone finds out this is all a conspiracy, we'll die horribly. Clap, 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 Jing Shu applauded, stepping out of the shadows. She had to admit Dr. B's plan was right up her alley. He was a man who truly understood the art of deception. Who's there? Damn it, how did she get in? Jing Shu's figure appeared in the dim light. Mrs. C panicked, immediately drew a gun and aimed at Jing Shu. Being able to carry a gun in this gun-free castle showed just how high Dr. B's status was. Even Jing Shu had been fooled. Don't get excited, or else... Jing Shu smiled, and with a gesture, a dozen snakes silently wrapped around Dr. B and Mrs. C's legs, quickly slithering up to their necks, flicking their tongues. Mrs. C's grip on the gun froze. She stared in terror at the snakes, real venomous snakes. She had no anti-venom. Dr. B raised his hands and relaxed. "No need for violence, beautiful lady. How can I help you?" Jing Shu strolled over in her thick coat and sat on the sofa, with Xiao He translating for both sides. "Bit, it's her, the Chinese woman who grew the medicinal herbs," Mrs. C said. Dr. B narrowed his eyes, rubbed his red nose, and shrugged. "Looks like this clever lady has figured something out. You must have overheard us, right?" Jing Shu patted the dust off her clothes. "I crawled in through your chimney. It wasn't easy. I heard everything you said, and I know the secret of the concentrated lightstone." "Oh? That's not good news. So, beautiful lady, what do you want? To threaten us? Expose us? But I doubt you'd do either." Dr. B didn't seem nervous at all, showing the confidence of a master con artist. Jing Shu nodded. "Actually, I want to cooperate with you." "You want the goods too?" Mrs. C asked warily. Jing Shu shook her head. "Honestly, most of the food here is irradiated and probably unsafe. What I want is a complete set of the vegetable dehydration equipment, and of course all the seeds in the seed bank. If I could get some minerals too, that'd be great." Dr. B gave a playful smile, clearly skeptical. Mrs. C was even more blunt, looking at Jing Shu like she was an idiot. "Don't tell me in China food and resources aren't scarce. You went to all this trouble just for that? Or are you trying to pull some Chinese honey trap scam?" "A wealthy slave master recently arrived in Austin, offering a huge reward for a group of Asians. You know about that, right?" Jing Shu asked. Dr. B nodded, then raised an eyebrow. "So the people he's after are you? But how did you get past all the checkpoints and into the castle?" Jing Shu smiled. "There are ways to get in. Do you know why he's offering such a high reward? Because we stole 20 cargo ships worth of food from him, so for now we don't need food. We need the equipment to process and dehydrate vegetables." Dr. B's eyes lit up in understanding, and he burst out laughing. "Looks like we're all on the same side. So, beautiful lady, could you please call off your little friends? Let's talk about our next plan." With a wave of her hand, the snakes retreated like a tide. Mrs. C finally breathed a sigh of relief, snapped her fingers, and waited. But nothing happened. She snapped her fingers several more times, but the room remained eerily silent. Jing Shu then snapped her own fingers, and from the darkness, a half-human, half-ghost figure wrapped in bandages slowly emerged. Jing Shu teased, "Is this the person you were looking for?" The reason she looked half-human, half-ghost was because her face was disfigured, her whole body burned with only half an eye and a mouth visible, the rest of her features twisted and shriveled together, making her look terrifying. At this moment, she obediently walked to Jing Shu's side, her eyes dull and unresponsive, no matter how others called out to her. "Dee! Tiz! My God, you evil Asian, what did you do to Tiz?" Mrs. C shouted in horror. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow and looked up calmly. "Are we going to cooperate or not? If you're not sincere, there's no need to talk." No, dear lady, I have a plan we can discuss. Very feasible. Don't be impulsive, let's sit down and talk it through. I promise you'll be satisfied." Dealing with people like this required showing enough strength and mystery. These con artist gangs always bullied the weak and feared the strong, but after seeing Jing Shu's power, they completely backed down. Especially after brainstorming with Dr. B, both sides saw admiration in each other's eyes. Dr. B was a master of deception, while Jing Shu had a keen sense for the bigger picture and strategy. It was truly a case of, there's always a higher mountain. Dr. B came up with all sorts of ideas, but Jing Shu's brilliance was in seamlessly weaving them all together, making the plan even more perfect, something Dr. B had to admire. Jing Shu was especially skilled at using Chinese wisdom about human nature and attitude. Sometimes keeping things hidden was more effective than being direct. As some scientists have said, humans are cheap animals, so doing the opposite often makes sense. This grand scheme quickly took shape under the cross-national collaboration of the two. When they got excited, they'd even high-five each other, leaving Mrs. C completely baffled. "Beautiful lady, the next step depends on your cooperation. Happy working together." Happy working together. Jing Shu never expected that. Just by asking about the castle's concentrated lightstone in less than half an hour, they'd already planned out how to steal the equipment, how to transport it, and how everyone would escape. That night, when she told Yang Yang and the others about the castle's terrifying radioactive concentrated lightstone and how she'd teamed up with Dr. B to stage a show and smuggle out the goods, Yang Yang immediately abandoned the conservative plan they'd been working on for over 10 days. He agreed Jing Shu's plan was more practical and would let them ship another batch of goods home. Mirror really hit the jackpot this time. Her idea is easier to execute and more efficient. We just need to tweak our original plan and act fast. The radiation is too strong. Once it's done, we need to get out of here as soon as possible, Yang Yang said. The Imperial Capital team will stay outside to provide support and coordinate with our contacts to escort the equipment. On the day of the plan, they'll clear the way for us. I'll take Hao Yunlai and Monkey to handle the rest. Mirror, stick to your plan. Zhao He will translate for you and the monk will protect you. If anyone feels unwell, tell Mirror right away. Zhen Nantian stretched out his long, slender hands under the concentrated lightstone, squinting in enjoyment. No need to exaggerate. As long as there's no mutation, we can be treated. With our physical condition, we can last more than 5 months. Actually, I want to meet Dr. B and get some of this material. Let the radiation invade my body, force my body to develop antibodies, keep challenging and breaking my limits, and strengthen my immunity until I'm no longer afraid of radiation. It was the first time Zhen Nantian had said so much, which was shocking. All along, he'd seemed indifferent to everything, embodying the essence of free-range leadership. His team respected him deeply, but each had their own ideas. As the strongest man, he usually just followed along silently, only stepping in at critical moments. Jing Shu hadn't understood him before, until last time when Zhen Nantian wanted to try all sorts of techniques, including her hypnosis and even letting her attack him with bugs. Then she finally understood. He was a man who seemed calm and reserved, but was actually a complete madman. He loved challenging his limits. He respected everyone's decisions not because he had no opinions, but because he was playing a game, testing himself with different levels of difficulty. Confident and proud, he believed that no matter how reckless his teammates were, he could always solve things with force in the end. He even enjoyed watching his teammates struggle. Only when they hit trouble did his indifferent expression become interested, as he leaned against the wall, arms crossed, to watch what would happen next. But no matter how twisted, this was the first time Jing Shu had heard of someone wanting to use radiation to kill their own cancer cells and make themselves stronger. Was he serious? Everyone else avoided radiation like the plague, but Zhen Nantian wanted to get closer to it? Were all China's S-class people this crazy? Watching Zhen Nantian in just a black tank top in near-freezing weather, while Jing Shu was bundled up in her thick coat, she felt they were worlds apart. She was a coward compared to him. So, Zhen Nantian looked at Yang Yang. "I'll protect this woman. Zhao He and the monk, you two go outside." The Imperial Capital team looked helpless. The monk shrugged and explained, "Our captain once wore a down jacket to a sauna in over 50-degree C heat, saying he wanted to conquer nature. Whether he got heat stroke or not, no one dared ask." Even Yang Yang was shocked by Zhen Nantian's thinking. After a while, he shrugged. "All right, you'll handle translation too, since Mirror is a terrible student." Jing Shu wanted to dig a hole and hide. She really didn't want to be in a group with Zhen Nantian. His gaze was terrifying, calm yet piercing, and he was as hard to fool as Yang Yang, easily seeing through her secrets. But she couldn't say no now. So it was settled. Jing Shu and Zhen Nantian would be a team, and the others would split into 2 groups to prepare for the operation. The show began the very next day. It was a peaceful scene. Jing Shu working hard in the herb cultivation lab, Zhen Nantian, her new assistant, lying under the concentrated lightstone, basking in the light, and the fat chicken under the table incubating 2 American eggs from the black market. When Eiffel arrived with 7 or 8 people, This was the scene she saw. "Miss Jing, God is blessing you. Dr. B has agreed. You've been chosen as the latest research subject for his experiment." "Oh? What kind of experiment? And what's in it for me?" Jing Shu raised an eyebrow, sounding uninterested. Jen Nuntian tossed over a translation app, perfunctorily fulfilling his role. As a proper plant, one who's supposed to have an immediate effect and can play a decisive role, Jing Shu knew not to overdo it and make people suspicious. It's best to create a bit of conflict at first. If you stand on the opposing side and deny something 3,000 times, then suddenly admit it once, everyone will believe you even more. So Jing Shu, as the plant, had to start from the opposing side. Eiffel coughed and pulled Jing Shu aside, saying, "This is a good thing. Dr. B has developed a new experimental product called Water of Life, a miraculous potion that can split living cells in two. It can double the size of grains in wheat, even make plants grow twice as large. After the first generation gets bigger, the second generation can increase yield by another 50%. In the end, yields can multiply several times. Initial tests have been very effective. Now it's in the confirmation and review stage, and all the major farms in Austin Castle have been invited to witness the miracle. If it passes review, it'll be released to the market just like the castle walls." At this moment, Dr. B smiled down at Jing Shu like a god, while his assistant Mrs. C, wrapped in her black radiation suit, said haughtily, "This achievement is different from anything before. This is an epic, world-changing breakthrough. Because the materials are so rare, only a select few will ever have the right to possess it. Being chosen is God's blessing. You should be grateful for the chance to participate in this historic experiment." Eiffel whispered, "Exactly. Because the finished product is so rare, they want to use the precious medicinal herbs you grew for the experiment. If it works, you'll get double the herbs. And right now, you're the only one in the castle who can grow medicinal herbs. If you can reach pre-apocalypse yields, you'll be rich, Jing." "What's so great about it?" "Listen, Eiffel. You've all been fooled by Dr. B. There's no such miraculous thing in the world. If there were, it would have been invented long ago, not just now. And if it's as rare as they say, why don't they use it themselves to create even more value?" Jing Shu put on a show of being unimpressed and trying to expose the scam. The nearby farm owners were clearly skeptical too. This kind of thing sounded impossible. One becomes two? What a joke. But out of trust for Dr. B, they kept quiet. Mrs. C snorted and produced a handful of wheat grains, each twice the normal size, for everyone to see. "Doctor, since this Chinese woman doesn't believe you, let's not use her herbs for the review. When all the carbohydrates and cell structures are split by the water of life, she'll come begging you." The farm owners picked up the wheat, crushed it, sniffed it, even tasted it, and were amazed. If the water of life could really do this, it would be incredible. Their eyes flickered. What's most valuable now? Food. If the water of life could really double the yield of food, turning 1 gram into 2, 1,000 pounds into 2,000 pounds? But could it really be true? Hard to say. But Dr. B was the man who created the concentrated lightstone. Would he lie? The old foxes decided to wait and see, not offending anyone. But Jing Shu, as the plant, had to voice all the doubts and questions everyone was thinking but didn't dare say. That's what a good plant does. First suppress, then praise. Who are you trying to fool with that trick? I could make wheat like that myself with a little effort. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I won't believe one can become two. What do you think this is, childbirth? I admit the doctor's castle walls have brought benefits, but you're just using that trust to auction off your water of life at sky-high prices, or sell the secret recipe, right? The farm owners nodded subtly and looked to Dr. B for his answer. Mrs. C was so angry she trembled, while Eiffel covered her face in embarrassment. "Jing, it's not like that. The doctor is a good man. He always shares his discoveries. This is a real opportunity." Jing Shu shrugged. "I don't believe it. They look down on me and I'm not interested. My job is just to grow herbs. Whether yields increase or not doesn't matter to me." Jing Shu completely distanced herself. The farm owners were dumbfounded. They needed someone like her to test the waters, but she was backing out. At that moment, Dr. B put on a benevolent, godlike smile and said, "Beautiful lady, I think you misunderstand. Science is as vast as the universe, and as a part of it, I have a duty to explore its value. I promise I will not auction or sell the secret of the water of life. I only seek greater truths, but I do need resources to continue my research, so I will accept some compensation to help everyone here get more goods. Besides, the water of life alone can't split cells. It also requires my special techniques. After the review, I hope the water of life can benefit all of Austin. May God bless us." Dr. B played the money means nothing to me act to perfection. Mrs. C snorted, "What's the point of explaining so much to her?" Jing Shu snorted back, "Yeah, I didn't beg you to use my herbs for the review. Just go." Eiffel was anxious, but Dr. B waved her off and said, "Beautiful lady, you don't have to believe us, but you can't slander our research. How about we make a bet with your herbs? If the water of life successfully splits the cells in your herbs, you lose and must give us all your herbs. If it doesn't work, we'll pay you 500 pounds of grain, and everyone here can witness it. How about it?" Mrs. C hurried forward to stop him. "Doctor, that's the result of your many sleepless nights of research. How can you show it to these people before it's even on the market? What if the secret gets out?" Dr. B smiled and shook his head. "Even if they see it, it doesn't matter. Let everyone witness it with their own eyes. Besides, some of the materials only appeared after the apocalypse. They don't know the formula anyway." The farm owners exchanged glances, then nodded together. "Dr. B, let us be the witnesses." They'd taken the bait. Human greed is like this. I'll just take a look. But once you start looking, you fall right in. In fact, Chinese scammers who target the elderly do this even more, giving little gifts every day for weeks until the victims are hooked. Jing Shu pretended to hesitate, then said, "Let me be clear. All the herbs I cultivated, good or bad, have to be tested. If any of them don't work, you lose." Dr. B smiled generously. "Of course, beautiful lady." So, under everyone's watchful eyes, Jing Shu brought out 2 pots of herbs and laughed triumphantly. "Doctor, you're going to lose. One of these is half dead and the other is normal. Both count. Let's see how you increase their yield by 50%. Yields in the apocalypse were generally much lower, and the farm owners had been feeling this acutely. They were genuinely curious to see what effect the water of life would have on a dying plant. The farm owners privately discussed how to test and observe the results, and how to verify them. After all, seeing isn't always believing. Dr. B led everyone, including Eiffel, to his 4-story sealed building. After some guidance, the bandaged, disfigured Tis brought everyone to Dr. B's private lab. The farm owners looked around the lab in awe, and even Jing Shu had to admit that Dr. B's success had its reasons. He was such a convincing actor that he'd nearly become a real scientist just for the sake of the con. Dr. B brought everyone to a set of complex instruments, then placed Jing Shu's 2 pots of herbs into a sealed lab. Everyone could observe the plants through the transparent glass from outside. "This is a great moment, a moment to witness a miracle. I suggest you record it. I'm about to begin the experiment," Dr. B said, pressing the projector's power button. "This projection will help us observe the cell division in these 2 plants, so we can see more clearly and I can explain more to you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. In the vast universe, you have the right to know these fascinating things." Everyone sat down seriously, watching as the bandaged Ts placed some items inside. "Today, we're also testing 10 corn kernels, 10 strawberries, and some seeds, as well as the necessary sodium and potassium minerals. The water of life can enhance all these substances' quality and cell count." He placed all the items under the microscope, then projected the images so everyone could observe the changes in detail. Jing Shu had to admit, Dr. B was impressive. He'd spent the previous night recording videos of cell division and growth, then edited them together and sped them up for visual effect. If he slipped up today, the video might jump to the next stage or show a play/pause button, and the whole trick would be exposed. But Dr. B was a pro. He'd fooled plenty of people with this trick. Who would guess that the live projection was pre-recorded and the time lag perfectly explained the process? Even Austin's many scientists couldn't find fault. Of course, Jing Shu's 2 pots of herbs had also been swapped and prepped in advance. The demonstration began. Dr. B launched into a torrent of technical jargon so complex that even Jen Nantian's translator couldn't keep up. Meanwhile, he busied himself in the lab, looking every bit the dedicated scientist. No, the very image of someone born to love science. Jing Shu started to get sleepy, and even the farm owners were nodding off, but they kept their eyes glued to the plants and kept recording, even if they didn't understand a word of Dr. B's deep explanations. He rambled from evolution to molecular physics to black holes. Sometimes it seemed relevant, sometimes not, but it all sounded very profound. Jing Shu had to admit she respected Dr. B for his performance. Just as the farm owners were about to lose patience, Dr. B suddenly shouted, "Oh my God, look, they're starting to divide. Look at these amazing cells. In just a few hours they'll complete cell division. It's incredible." Everyone perked up, witnessing a scene that shocked them. The process was long, and the farm owners' necks were sore, but the video proved that the plants grew larger before their eyes. The healthy pot of herbs slowly grew, its palm-sized leaves swelling to twice their size in a few hours. Under the microscope, the changes were even more dramatic, as if millions of cells were dividing. In just a few hours, the leaves and roots had grown much larger. Even the dying plant, after a few hours of cell division, doubled in size and sprouted many new leaves. It looked as if the water of life had revived it. The tiny corn kernels, strawberries, and even the seeds all visibly swelled to twice their size, and even the minerals seemed to expand. It wasn't someone faking it. The things themselves were moving. To match the video and the real objects so precisely, Dr. B had put in a lot of effort. From the outside, combining the microscope video with the actual plants created a powerful visual impact. Even Jing Shu almost believed these carbohydrates could really double in size without losing any quality. After all, 2 years later in Wucheng, China, they really would invent giant food, but it tasted terrible, and aside from carbs, those giant foods had almost no nutrition. If you magnify cells hundreds of times and eat them, it's as tasteless as eating wood shavings. Most importantly, the nutrition in giant food is exactly the same as in normal-sized food. In other words, eating these giant foods just means ingesting unknown hormones and chemicals, which do nothing good for your body. In fact, they're harmful. So if Dr. B's invention really worked, it would be incredible, doubling all matter and nutrition. Not even the giant food tech 2 years later could do that. After several long hours of experiments and tests, everything finally settled down. The seeds were still dividing and evolving, but the other foods and minerals had stopped changing. Now, except for these unremarkable little seeds that are still dividing, all the other foods and minerals have stopped. Let's use scientific data to see how much stronger these things are compared to those that didn't use the water of life. This part was, of course, staged in advance. The data had been calculated ahead of time. As Dr. B excitedly announced the results, the farm owners were truly envious. The corn kernels increased their total cell count by 60%. The strawberries not only got bigger, but even their seeds grew, so the next generation will be even better. Look at these minerals. Now you can extract twice as much from the same amount. In the future, the same quality of ore will yield double after using the water of life. Dr. B was so excited his nose was red from the cold. Dr. B then brought all the test items out of the lab for everyone to inspect. Jing Shu looked at her 2 dramatically changed pots of herbs with incredible amazement. Wow! Not only did the herbs double, but even the seeds doubled. Okay, doctor. I still don't quite believe you. I want to go in and check for myself to see if you cheated. Mrs. C pulled out her gun angrily. Enough! The doctor doesn't need your trust. This is our secret base. No one else is allowed in. Jing Shu raised an eyebrow, acting arrogant. What, feeling guilty? Afraid to let me check? Dr. B smiled and waved his hand using his godly tone. Let her look. She doesn't even understand English. What could she possibly figure out? The farm owners burst out laughing. Jing Shu was saying and doing everything the farm owners wanted to, so what could they do? They could only let her go. So Jing Shu went in, checked the microscopes, demonstrated for everyone, inspected all the equipment, and searched every possible hiding place to prove nothing had been swapped or prepped in advance. Finally, she frowned, still acting like she didn't want to admit she'd lost the bet, and asked the farm owners, "Do you have any other ways to test? Let's expose this scammer together." Dr. B smiled serenely, playing the magnanimous saint. "How about I test a handful of salt? It's a carbohydrate, it has living cells, so it should work, right? A good plant knows how to control the rhythm, even slap themselves down to get everyone excited and jump into the trap." But then, one of the farm owners said, "Salt isn't valuable, there's plenty in the castle. But I have a habit of drinking coffee, and I just happen to have a 10-gram packet of sugar with me. That's really valuable now. If you can double this sugar right in front of us, then Dr. B's research is truly a miracle. If you need resources, I'll have a ton for you to enhance with the water of life." The air suddenly froze. In the shadows, a few people exchanged glances. This was not in the script. The original plan was for Jing Shu to suggest testing salt. After all, it's easy to make fine salt look like coarse salt, and just add a bit more to make it seem like a handful became a pile. Who would expect someone to carry sugar for testing? But this farm owner really did. Given how cautious these farm owners were, splitting open corn kernels, checking strawberry seeds, if they tasted the sugar, the trick would be exposed. Mrs. C frowned and drew her gun again. "What's with all this trouble? How dare you question the doctor's results? Do you know how many resources we've already used up for these tests?" Jing Shu understood. Mrs. C was trying to dodge the sugar test. Dr. B just smiled, as if thinking of a solution. No, we trust Dr. B completely, but..." The farm owner shrugged. Jing Shu watched closely and saw one or two of them frown. She knew that if they didn't do this test, people would never be fully convinced. So she stepped forward, siding with the farm owners. "This gentleman is right. We really should test the sugar on the spot. If we don't see it with our own eyes, we'll never believe such a miracle. I won't admit I lost the bet, and the doctor won't pass the review if he refuses." Dr. B frowned slightly. What was Jing Shu up to? Didn't she know this part wasn't prepared? But Jing Shu winked and continued. "Not only that, I want to go in and be your assistant, to make sure you don't pull any tricks, and to satisfy my own curiosity, I want to witness the miracle myself." A good plant knows when to turn criticism into praise. Dr. B coughed, looked at Jing Shu's back and confirmed, "Really? Beautiful lady, you've already made countless unreasonable requests. Do I have to grant every single one?" Jing Shu replied firmly, "This is the last one. If it's all real, I'll have you handle all my herbs from now on, and I'll never doubt you again." With Jing Shu saying this, who else could keep doubting? "Fine, just this once." Dr. B finally agreed, and began preparing again, telling everyone, "This is just for the test. If we were doing this on a large scale, it wouldn't be so troublesome." The farm owners' eyes lit up. Maybe all their resources could be doubled. And since Dr. B agreed to the test, even though the result wasn't out yet, the farm owners relaxed. They trusted Jing Shu, who had been skeptical and critical from the start, just like when everyone doubted Dr. B's miraculous walls. But in the end, they all surrendered. Little did they know, they were completely being led by Jing Shu's rhythm. What she doubted wasn't always what they suspected, but the things she brought up always sounded reasonable once you thought about them, so they unwittingly fell into her trap. Secondly, the results were about to come out. Since the doctor was so confident, it couldn't be fake, otherwise he'd just be slapping himself in the face. With Jing Shu inside as a witness, the rest watching from outside, and Dr. B's reputation, everyone was already mostly convinced. "Guys, we should discuss what price to pay the doctor to split our food and crops. I heard this water of life is hard to make and must be in short supply. We should get in early." The old foxes were already calmly discussing the next steps, while Dr. B and his team were actually sweating. If they had to make something out of nothing, they'd be in trouble. Now it was up to Jing Shu to handle things. Once the lab door was fully closed, blocking out all sound, Dr. B put on a kindly smile and directed the amazed Jing Shu, but quietly asked, "What's your plan?" "We don't have any video or data ready for this." Jing Shu gestured for Dr. B to look at the old men already discussing how to split the profits. "See? They're not even recording anymore. Didn't you prepare a video of salt splitting? Just play that. It's close enough." "All right. As for the sugar, that trick is much easier. Same old method. Every 20 minutes, increase the size of the crystals a bit. After 2 or 3 hours, it'll look like there's more. 'Tis as well prepared. I'll help cover for you. Just swap it out at the right time." As a last-minute solution, this was the best they could do. Luckily, Jing Shu had a spare packet of sugar to swap in, even if it meant wasting some for the visual effect. It was worth it. If Jing Shu hadn't come in to run interference, making a tiny pile of sugar suddenly double in size would have been as obvious as lice on a bald head. But with her messy hair as cover, and everyone's attention diverted several times, it worked. Every time the cell division finished, Dr. B would invite everyone to observe the miracle. Under the microscope, there were countless new cells, but from 10 meters away, the farm owners couldn't see clearly. Still, with their expectations set and seeing Jing Shu working so hard to clear the traps, they were unconsciously led astray. Finally, after the last division, the 10 grams of sugar had become sparkling and twice as large. "Look, 21 grams, Dr. B announced. Jing Shu picked up the enlarged sugar, tasted it, and nodded. The farm owners carefully tasted it too. "Oh my God, this sugar is even purer than before. Even after swelling so much, it hasn't lost its original flavor. This is truly lossless." Anything from her space was top quality. Jing Shu rolled her eyes. After all, it had been soaked in diluted spiritual spring water. "Well, I have to admit I lost the bet. From now on, all my herbs will go to you. But I watched for 2 hours, saw it grow bit by bit. What a miracle. I suggest everyone come in and see for themselves." Jing Shu, the shill, was officially on duty. Mrs. C stepped forward, looking like she wanted to kill Jing Shu. The farm owners, seeing Dr. B's displeasure, immediately changed their tune and fawned. "We won't bother you any more, doctor. You must be tired after a whole day. We should care for your health." Yes, this is truly amazing. But how much does it cost to use? How much material can be expanded? Each of us has tens of thousands of pounds of food and supplies. As for payment, doctor, you name it." Dr. B put on his godly smile. "Right now, the daily output of Water of Life can only treat 1,000 pounds of material, and I take 30% as my fee. After the 30% cut, they still got 70% profit, practically free money. But the farm owners, already dreaming of the profits, were a bit disappointed. Only 1,000 pounds a day isn't enough for us to split? Is there any way to increase production? Each would only get 200 pounds more. Not enough. Of course, if you do it at the source, you can treat tens of thousands of pounds a day. But that place is too dangerous. I don't want to risk it. The fee from 1,000 pounds a day is enough for my research." Dr. B waved it off, as if he didn't care about the numbers. "And I'm tired. If you're interested, you can start bringing materials tomorrow, but I'll only accept 1,000 pounds a day." The farm owners exchanged glances, then left excitedly as if they'd found a road to riches. The first step was thrilling, but initial trust had been established. After everyone left, Jing Shu and Dr. B high-fived. Step 2. Give them a taste of the good stuff, get them hooked, make them obsessed, then take it away. They'll go crazy. Jing Shu grinned, starting the second phase of her shill act. The farm owners wouldn't consult any experts after going home. This was a secret, a get-rich-quick secret. If they blabbed, how would they make money? No matter how it worked, they'd seen it with their own eyes. 1 became 2. Now, they were already dreaming of their fortune. If anyone questioned Dr. B, these witnesses would be the first to defend him. That's the scary part of brainwashing. Jing Shu's herbs grew explosively overnight. When they were sent to the inspection agency the next day, Austin's upper echelons were shocked and delighted by their vitality. Rumors of Dr. B's Water of Life spread like wildfire. People were still skeptical, of course. But when the farm owners started hauling in food and supplies to Dr. B's lab and a few days later took back double the goods, more and more people started to catch on. No one went to Dr. B to verify the situation. Instead, everyone was frantically questioning the farm owners. Some even pulled up their entry and exit records, and when the higher-ups saw these farm owners leaving with double the goods, their eyes turned red with envy. Whenever someone questioned whether the products from this method were actually good or bad, Jing Shu's high-vitality medicinal herbs would always appear at just the right time. After a series of tests and verifications, people were shocked to discover that Dr. B's water of life really was that amazing. With it, Austin, which previously couldn't even grow medicinal herbs, was now producing high-yield crops. It was hailed as a great technological breakthrough. If this were in China, there would still be skeptics, but this was America. People here don't overthink things. The product on the billboard is exactly what you get, while in China, the fine print always says, "for reference only." Most importantly, Dr. B hadn't made a big public announcement about his research. Many higher-ups, thinking themselves clever, discovered the real reason. Dr. B only needed 30% of the output as compensation for his research, and with limited daily production, he didn't publicize it widely. This truth was something these self-proclaimed smart people uncovered themselves. It was like finding a few clowns secretly mining gold. No matter how much they tried to hide it, they were still discovered. If someone loudly declared, "I found a gold mine, I can dig up gold every day," people would be suspicious and investigate. But when people saw others quietly hauling in goods and then sneaking out with even more, who wouldn't be jealous? Soon, people started sending goods to Dr. B from all sorts of channels, even offering him 50% of the output as payment just to get in on the deal. The daily quota of 1,000 pounds was quickly divided up, and the original farm owners were unhappy. They'd barely tasted the benefits before it was gone. The new higher-ups weren't satisfied with the quota either, so they started looking for new solutions. Meanwhile, in Dr. B's lab, Mrs. C was anxiously doing the accounts. We've already put in 6,000 pounds of food and supplies. We can't keep this up much longer. This is almost everything we've managed to gather recently." The floor was piled with all sorts of materials. The monk and monkey had been roped in as fake porters. These things couldn't be faked with water of life alone, and the farm owners weren't stupid, so the losses had to be covered by Dr. B himself. This was the classic big bait for a big fish strategy. Dr. B kept fiddling with his test tubes, shrugging. "What I really admire is the beautiful Miss Mirror. The plan has gone so smoothly because you managed to win over some higher-ups, and your high-vitality herbs are truly impressive. As for you, C, just wait. A group will come to us soon. They won't be satisfied with this turtle paste profit anymore." Mrs. C nodded helplessly. "Let's hope so." Jing Shu smiled politely. Her herbs were the real deal, grown with spiritual spring water, far superior to Dr. B's water of life. If people were this crazy for something that just made things bigger, imagine how valuable her spiritual spring was. Even more precious was its ability to heal and extend life. The Ant Queen, whose life was at its end, had been drinking batch number 3 spiritual spring for over half a month and had regained vitality, no longer looking ancient. The spring's power was proven once again. Let's hope it all goes smoothly, Jing Shu thought. By now, she and Dr. B were in the same boat, both having invested a lot of resources, Dr. B even more so. When people have tasted the benefits, they always want more. Little did they know, Dr. B was already running out of resources. This process of building trust and then reinforcing it to an unbreakable level was all for this final step, the big takedown. Sure enough, just as Jing Shu expected, within a couple of days, word spread in Austin Castle. The original farm owners, some powerful and wealthy figures, and even the slave master from the black market all showed up. These people, who had all gotten a taste of the goods, now wanted to monopolize the market. They'd all brought food and crops, gotten back higher quality goods, and verified the water of life's effects. Some wanted to buy it or get the formula, but Dr. B had already explained that wasn't possible. Thanks to reverse psychology, everyone now wanted to monopolize and increase production, not just buy the water of life. This was the effect Dr. B had cultivated from the start. After 2 days of negotiations, half the castle's power brokers had joined forces to split the pie. Now, the production and distribution of Water of Life would be decided by this group. Jing Shu was, of course, among them. She was one of the cake eaters. Dr. B, the current production of Water of Life is too low to meet the castle's needs. After discussion, we all agree that you should move the operation to the source of the raw materials. That way you could process tens of thousands of pounds a day. It would be a milestone for both Austin and for you. The speaker, a leading council member of the castle, was so fat he lay panting on the sofa. Yes, with tens of thousands of pounds a day, you'd earn more and could invest in other research. Dr. B seemed tempted but hesitated. That area is full of post-earthquake fissures, unknown creatures, and the risk of lava eruptions. Plus, I'd have to move all my lab equipment there. We'd need dozens of security guards. Most importantly, as a castle member, I'm still working on the concentrated lightstone and can't leave. The Water of Life's formula and process require precise data and special techniques. No one but me can make it. Doctor, we can put the concentrated lightstone project on hold. As a council member, I authorize you to go out on this mission. The Water of Life is more valuable and should take priority. With resources so tight, we all want to expand production. See, a true master con artist doesn't make people doubt you when they invest. Instead, they beg you to take their money and you can't even refuse. That's the real art of the scam. Dear Doctor, the most important thing now is to let more people eat. You have no idea how important your Water of Life is. You should leave Austin Castle's affairs to us. Just focus on increasing Water of Life production. Seeing that Dr. B was reluctant to go to such a dangerous place, the bigwigs started their persuasion campaign, offering all kinds of promises. Dr. B finally revealed the real difficulty. Jing Shu, in the corner like an invisible person, quietly observed without speaking, just watching the silent slave master. Luckily, Jen Nuntian wasn't here, or he might have blown their cover. Dr. B gestured for everyone to calm down. Gentlemen, your kindness is seen by God, and may you be rewarded. But there's another reason I don't want to go to the crustal fissure. Energy conversion. You understand, right? Once oil is used up, it's gone. The raw materials there can only convert about 8 million pounds, 3,600 tons of goods. Until I find the next resource point, I don't want to use up this one. 8 million pounds, Jing Shu stroked her chin. So that's the amount Dr. B's group plans to make off with? What a huge ask. That much material, while not quite a shipload, would be enough for Dr. B's group to live in luxury for a lifetime in the apocalypse. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, to have that much material is truly impressive. And look at the slave master. He's the real big shot, bringing a city's worth of resources to Austin, losing half to bandits on the way and still living large, though his face is full of hostility. The farm owners and council members exchanged glances, all seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. That number was enough for everyone to get a piece of the pie. If they invested 300,000 pounds of goods, they'd get 500,000 back in a few days. Only a fool would refuse. After a round of persuasion, Dr. B finally relented. I have a few conditions. If you agree, I'll take the risk and do the conversion for you. Of course, that's your right. Dr. B raised his hand. First, Austin must send at least 30 people to protect me, fully armed and well supplied. It's dangerous there, and I have to think of my own safety. As soon as he said this, even the Austin counselor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been wondering how to send bodyguards to watch Dr. B without being too obvious, since Dr. B was still important to Austin, especially now, with the Water of Life. They needed to keep him under control. Luckily, Dr. B's own force was weak, just 2 assistants and a dozen slaves. Sending a squad of 30 was more than enough, and even safer. First condition? Approved. Dr. B continued. Second, I understand everyone wants more food and supplies. I can convert it all with Water of Life, but I must first use it on all the seeds in the seed bank. I haven't found the next resource point yet, so I need to ensure Austin's seeds are in good shape. Jing Shu's heart pounded. Here it was, Dr. B was getting her the benefit she wanted. Perfect. The counselor hesitated, then asked, "How much does it cost to convert the seeds?" "Not much. Same as regular goods." The counselor breathed a sigh of relief. There weren't that many seeds. He could accept that. "All right, I understand your good intentions, doctor. I'll have someone send the seeds over." Third, the water of life has a short shelf life. To maximize its effect, all goods must be brought in at once and converted together. No problem, everyone agreed. This way, there'd be no fighting over who goes first. Fourth, you must send people to guard your own goods. There are many unknown creatures in that area, and if they smell food, they'll attack. Everyone was responsible for their own stuff. No problem. In fact, they all felt Dr. B was looking out for them. As for how much each of you brings, that's up to you. I'll only accept 8 million pounds, and this time I'll only take 20% as my fee. Dr. B wouldn't take a single pound more. Look at that. Such a generous scammer. He only takes this much, not a penny more. You decide how much you bring. He just collects the fee. Everyone expressed understanding and support. Fifth, I need to borrow the castle's vegetable dehydration equipment. I have a bold idea I want to test over there. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. This was their mission target. Would they agree or add extra conditions? Of course, no problem. How many days do you need? We use it every day for a lot of vegetables. Dr. B thought for a moment. Just 2 days. No problem. They agreed so easily. Jing Shu's seed bank and mission target would be completed just like that. Hard to believe they'd almost tried to steal it before. How dangerous that would have been. Truly, trickery beats theft, and it's even better when people hand things over themselves. Dr. B's reputation was so great, no one would ever suspect a man who could build a miracle wall would be after a vegetable dehydrator. It's like a man driving $1 million car and wearing $1 million watch, borrowing $5 and never paying it back. Who would think he'd spend all day scheming for $5? Dr. B, acting like a coward, asked for more protection and supervision, which only made everyone more at ease. Could a guy with no fighting power really pull off anything with thousands of tons of goods right under the noses of hundreds of people? With just a few helpers? How did I get stuck at this part of the story? Of course, that thought only flashed through everyone's mind before the real show began. Everyone started negotiating their share. 8 million pounds was a fortune in the post-apocalyptic world. Only in a tech city like Austin could so many farm owners have such a stockpile of food and resources. But Dr. B's requirement was to bring all the goods at once, and some people couldn't pull that together immediately. After all, food had become hard currency. Many cities were declaring independence and issuing their own money just to control more food and resources. Exactly what the powerful and capitalists love to do. But this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so what could they do? People started pooling together huge amounts of goods, even borrowing food from Austin's authorities, friends, and family. Jing Shu felt like she was watching those Chinese aunties who get scammed, not only putting in all their retirement savings, but also borrowing from relatives, convinced that if they didn't invest more, they'd lose out. It was like one of those ads. The more you invest, the more you earn. Dr. B, meanwhile, would say, "Don't invest too much, there's a quota," which only made them more eager, and soon everyone was writing IOUs and going even crazier. In no time, the 8 million pound quota was divided up. Austin's counselor put in 3 million pounds, the slave master 2 million, some local bigwigs pooled $1 million, and the rest was split among the farm owners. Jing Shu, as a small investor, got a few £1,000s, almost embarrassing. Now, things were out of Dr. B's hands. Austin's efficiency was high. By the next day, all his belongings and experimental equipment had been moved outside the city to the earthquake fissure. But the fissure was more like an upside-down bowl. At the bottom, 100 meters down, was boiling lava, and the sloped sides looked like the inside of a giant oven, held up only by the mountain's inner wall, ready to collapse at any moment. It was definitely dangerous. Austin trusted Dr. B completely. Even though more and more people were getting nosebleeds, no one suspected the glowing wall. After delivering all the goods, everyone left. leaving only 30 bodyguards to protect Dr. B. The farm owners, meanwhile, sent over 200 overseers to the fissure's edge, with plenty of food and camping gear. They were all fully armed to protect their own goods. The slave master, having learned his lesson, even sent 2 A-level mercenary teams to guard the place. Dr. B kept complaining, "This place is too dangerous. Why can't you send more people to protect me? If anything happens, protect me first." His whining made the guards relax. Honestly, the setup felt very secure. With lava below and only one exit above, everyone just had to guard the top. All they had to do was wait 5 days for Dr. B to finish the conversion, then haul the goods back. 8 million pounds. 3,000 tons. That's dozens of 50-ton trucks lined up to haul it all away. Austin and the farm owners felt totally secure. With so many people, even if someone tried to steal it, they could fight them off. And if a big group came, they could call in helicopters. No one could steal 3,000 tons in a second. Most of the goods were America's strategic food reserves, pre-apocalypse corn, wheat, and more. The slave master's most valuable contribution was rare minerals, since most of his food had been stolen. He hoped to make a comeback with those rare minerals. Minerals are heavy. Just a small pile is several tons, while a huge container of corn might only be a few hundred pounds. Austin had plenty of oil, so transport was easy. The site was only a few dozen kilometers away, and the closer the goods were to the new water of life material, the better the conversion. Everyone was eager. With so many tons of goods, they realized just how huge the mountain's interior was. The goods didn't even fill a tenth of the fissure. Dr. B, true to his word, started making water of life with his slaves. The 30 guards watched from above, occasionally peeking down, but no one was allowed near during the experiment. Their job was to watch and protect Dr. B. With lava below and only one exit, all they had to do was guard the top. So what were Jing Shu and her team doing? Of course, splitting the loot. First, all the seeds went to Jing Shu personally. Second, the vegetable dehydration equipment, the mission target, also went to her team. Third, all the minerals were split among Jing Shu's team, not the state. 2 million pounds, about 900 tons, of rare minerals. It might not look like much, but the value was astronomical. Everyone made a killing. Of course, they had to pay a lot of contribution points, and if they didn't have enough, they could use minerals to pay. They might only get half in the end, but if the state didn't help with transport, they couldn't take it home anyway. Everyone had to get a share for a perfect ending. All the remaining food and grain went to Dr. B's group. Why was Dr. B willing to give all the minerals, worth a quarter of the profit, to Jing Shu's team? Because her team handled all the tunneling, transport, and escape work. The most dangerous, exhausting, and labor-intensive work all fell to Jing Shu's team. Don't be fooled by how relaxed Jing Shu and Zhen Nantian seemed these days. Zhen Nantian was pushing his limits every day, basking in the glow of the concentrated lightstone. Now that they were about to leave the castle, he even asked Dr. B for dozens of kilos of the stone to carry on his back, insisting on sleeping next to it every night. With that, Jing Shu and the others completely distanced themselves from the Imperial Capital's team and Zhen Nantian. Although Dr. B refused to share the formula, Jing Shu still managed to get some concentrated lightstone from him in private. According to Dr. B, this would be the world's greatest invention. Even though it was still a semi-finished product, it had already solved the problem of natural light. It had its flaws, but if the harmful radiation could be eliminated, it would become incredibly valuable. Not all radiation is bad. Sunlight itself is nuclear fusion, constantly emitting radiation. Before the apocalypse, humans were exposed to it every day, so the concentrated lightstone was still worth studying. Jing Shu even secretly stashed a bunch in her spatial cube, feeling it would be useful in the future. Luckily, her space was independent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to store it. Back to the present. Zhen Nantian handled things on the surface, while the Imperial Capital team was responsible for digging the tunnel and installing the conveyor belt that would move goods from the cargo ships. The golden cicada sheds its shell is a classic Chinese idiom. It's not enough to trick people out of their goods. You have to escape with your life too. Austin's armed forces were strong, with planes, tanks, and even missiles. If they tried to escape openly, they'd be crushed before they got far. But no one realized that if you kept digging east from the mountain for about 2 kilometers, you'd reach the Austin Grand Canal. Dr. B had chosen this spot precisely because of this unique geography. At first, it was just a narrow passage, and everything had to be carried out by hand. Now, it had been turned into a cargo tunnel. Ingenious and hard-working Chinese had even installed a conveyor belt, allowing Dr. B's original plan to move just 3 million pounds of goods to balloon to 8 million pounds. If you think of it as a right triangle, the tunnel's hypotenuse is 2 km long. What's the straight-line distance from the entrance to the canal? Besides digging the tunnel, Yang Yang's team was in charge of contacting domestic cargo ships to pick up the goods. Since Austin's air patrols were constant, the big ships couldn't get too close, so a fleet of small cargo boats was needed to quietly shuttle goods back and forth. Of course, Dr. B didn't trust Jing Shu's team with all the loot, so he had his own people at the dock to receive shipments. Even so, moving all that loot required time and luck. The final phase, making sure that when the others realized something was wrong and came to check, not only would all the goods be gone, but not a single person could be found, was the ideal outcome. In other words, Dr. B and his people just had to sit back and count their money, while all the dangerous work was left to Jing Shu's team. No wonder he was willing to give them a cut, especially since he didn't care about the minerals. Both sides got what they wanted. Now, the truly dangerous part was about to begin. The generators rumbled in the fissure, and the experimental machines buzzed. At first, the guards would glance down from time to time, but it was too far and too dark. They could only see a corner of the fissure and some moving shadows. As long as they heard the constant hum of machines, they assumed everything was fine. Even from a distance, seeing Dr. B's white lab coat was enough. That's right. From the exit, you could only see a sliver of the scene below. This was Dr. B's psychological trick, making the people above feel everything was normal so they wouldn't bother coming down. In reality, Dr. B and Jing Shu's team were already unloading the boxes, leaving the empty packaging behind, and loading the real goods onto the electric conveyor belt. The conveyor wasn't that long. It was pieced together from several shipboard belts, so it needed powerful generators. But since it sloped downward, the belt wasn't overloaded. The speed was slow, but it could move goods steadily and continuously. No one outside would ever guess that the roar of the machines wasn't the mass production of Water of Life, but the conveyor belt quietly moving all their food and supplies out from underground. Even the conveyor belts had been sourced by Yang Yang's connections, so it was only fair that the mineral loot was split with them. It was a massive, painstaking operation. The empty boxes were put back in place, creating the illusion that nothing had been moved. As for Jing Shu and her team, after splitting the loot, they got busy transporting the goods. No time to rest. A thorough, seamless plan required endless attention to detail. Don't be fooled by how smoothly things had gone for the past 10 days. Every step was the result of careful planning and execution. Next, Jing Shu and Dr. B began the final phase. Zhen Nantian also played his part, driving away the strange creatures that had been lurking outside, and using stimulants to make the animals and monsters go berserk. The closer they got to the end, the more vigilant they had to be. They needed to keep the people above busy, otherwise if they got bored they might come down to investigate. So, for the next few days, the guards above would have their hands full. Of course, the balance had to be just right, not too easy, or the guards would get bored, not too hard, or they'd call for backup, which would be even worse. Zhen Nantian clenched his fist. I'll make sure to give those 2A-level mercenary teams some special attention. He finally had something to do. And what about Jing Shu? Sigh. Jing Shu let out a long sigh. Given her strength, she'd been assigned to the job of digging rocks and planting explosives. Cleaning up after this kind of job, if you don't do it well and someone finds a trace, just imagine the consequences of swallowing over 3,000 tons of someone else's goods. It's probably not as simple as the slave owner chasing you in a helicopter. For some reason, Jing Shu always got a little excited watching others get chased, but when it's your turn, it's not fun at all. That time when Yang Yang was chased by the slave owner in an attack helicopter, if it hadn't been for Hao Yun's unexpected help, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand here and talk now. "For our own safety," Jing Shu said, shoveling down exactly where Yang Yang had marked on the map for the explosives. Once everything was transported out, everyone would evacuate through the safety tunnel. At that point, Jing Shu would blow up the entire tunnel, burying everything in dust and debris so the enemy wouldn't even know which direction they'd escaped to. This was also a way to buy more time before they were found. It didn't actually take that much explosive to collapse half a mountain, since there was magma below. As long as they blew out the supporting pillars around the bowl, the whole mountain would sink in. This would make it look like an accidental collapse. By the time the enemy came down, the supplies would have vanished without a trace. When they finally realized it was a huge scam and started checking everything, Jing Shu and the others would have already gained precious time. Besides planting explosives, Jing Shu, the lucky dog, had to show up on the surface every day, carrying out pots of thriving medicinal herbs, pretending to load them onto trucks and transport them back to the castle, only to circle around and bring them back again, repeating the process. In a few days, she'd also have to transport boxes of already processed seeds, making sure everyone saw them. Of course, this was all just a visual illusion. It was to let the surrounding overseers know the current progress, that some supplies had already been processed with the water of life, and to give the impression that everything was running smoothly. This kind of subtle psychological suggestion was the most deadly. It was all in the details. If you made a big fuss, it would only arouse suspicion. The chain of psychological cues wasn't emphasized deliberately. Everything felt natural and fit everyone's understanding of the situation. It was like a scene in a movie where people are eating. What they put in their mouths with chopsticks might not be real food, but the audience usually doesn't notice. But if they just sat there talking without eating for ages, that would definitely draw attention. A magician's trick is always in the place you don't notice. The place he draws your attention to is the one he's already set up. This whole scam was just like that. These were long, nerve-wracking days. Every time they transported a box of goods out, Jing Shu's heart would pound. She finally understood what it meant to be a guilty thief. At the end of the tunnel, someone was waiting to receive the goods and transport them to a large cargo ship outside Austin, as well as to Dr. B's ship. From there, Dr. B's team and Jing Shu's team would part ways. Yang Yang was in charge of the overall plan. If any part went wrong, it would be impossible to move all 3,000 tons of goods. This wasn't like the old black market days, where you just loaded everything onto a ship at the dock and you were done. Everything went smoothly, until an unexpected group of uninvited guests almost ruined the plan. These uninvited guests were a product of the apocalypse, a horde of rats, each the size of a piglet, that ate anything. Jing Shu knew that America's climate was good for people and for bugs. Even before the apocalypse, there were giant spiders and all kinds of reptiles, and even the rats were shockingly big. But she hadn't expected that when a rat horde attacked, it would be so devastating. It might have been because Gen Nantian released all kinds of creatures every day, and the overseers just assumed it was what Dr. B had warned them about. The water of life would attract unknown creatures. So they didn't take it seriously. They just killed whatever came. If it was edible, they roasted it on the spot. If it was infected with the zombie virus, they chopped it up and tossed it aside. The undead creatures here weren't as big as hippos, so while it was a hassle, it was just enough to keep the overseers busy for a while. But as more creatures died, the blood and stench attracted a massive army of rats, over 10,000 zombie virus-infected giant rats, packed tightly together. They weren't fast, but wherever they went, nothing survived. Their target was clear: the mountain entrance. This was no longer a normal animal population. They were just a mindless bacterial swarm. Scientists before the apocalypse had analyzed this as the most severe case of species degeneration in evolution. After all, the earliest life evolved from bacteria, and it was possible that these degenerated creatures would evolve into even stronger species adapted to the apocalypse. Congratulations to the scientists. They were right. In the 5th winter, countless species went extinct, and these bacteria-based creatures successfully evolved into invasive species. At that moment, the alarm sounded. The overseers, bodyguards, and the slave owners' A-team engineers were all stunned. Everyone realized just how terrifying the zombie virus-infected creatures were. This wasn't dozens, but thousands upon thousands crawling in from the distance. Damn it, think of something. If they get near the supplies, nothing will be left. We have to report this and request backup. No, there's no time. In less than 3 minutes, they'll overrun this place. We have to protect the supplies inside. The rats weren't scared by gunfire. Someone fired a machine gun, but it was like shooting into water. No splash, no effect, just the sound of bullets disappearing into rat bodies. Someone charged out with a machete, only to be swarmed and knocked down by the rats. Their screams were quickly silenced as the rat horde devoured them, leaving not even bones behind. What do we do? Mrs. C frantically grabbed Dr. B. Bit, something's gone wrong. We might be exposed early. She quickly explained the situation. What do we do? How do we deal with those damn rats? We can't let them get close. In this situation, the rats themselves weren't the real problem. They could always run. The issue was that the mountain operation would be exposed. The supplies were almost all moved, but if they were discovered now, everything would be revealed. The biggest problem was that if the enemy sent out helicopters to patrol, they'd quickly find the cargo ships hiding in the canal, and recovering the supplies would be a matter of minutes. If that happened, everything would be for nothing. Boom! Boom! Jing Shu was still talking when a rumbling sound came from above. It turned out the impatient overseers had already thrown a few grenades, causing the ground at the edge of the mountain, where they were meeting, to shake. Dr. B, Jing Shu, and Tease all rushed up. By the time they finally made it to the surface, they were shocked by what they saw. Huge craters had sunken into the ground, emitting a foul stench. The grenades were certainly powerful, but their blast radius was only a dozen square meters at most, killing maybe 100 rats. The piglet-sized rats were blown into hundreds of pieces, but in the blink of an eye, the rat horde behind them devoured every scrap. These zombie rats even ate their own kind, and the ones that did grew even bigger. This was a true undead army. A few grenades had only killed so many, and soon the remains were eaten by the others, completely pointless. Besides, there was still a dense mass of rats. Unless they blew up the entire mountain, it was useless. Damn it, stop! Don't throw any more grenades! Dr. B ran over frantically, stopping those who were about to throw more. He shouted, Do you want to blow up the mountain and bury us and all the supplies? The bodyguards realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately stopped anyone else from throwing grenades. This batch of supplies was far too important. Doctor, we have to find a way to stop these damn rats quickly, or the supplies at the foot of the mountain will be lost. The supplies below really were about to be lost. If everything had already been transported out, Jing Shu might have taken advantage of the chaos caused by the grenades to blow up the mountain and stage a perfect escape. Jing Shu shook her head regretfully. If only the rats had come a day later. With the rats around, it would have been so much easier to find an excuse, but they just had to show up now. What terrible timing. Dr. B looked calm on the surface, but inside he was panicking. If they were exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Oh God, don't panic. Damn it, then use the gasoline hoses to spray them and set them on fire. So far, nothing had survived a sea of flames. He refused to believe that even piglet-sized rats could survive being doused in gasoline and set alight. It sounded like a good idea. Everyone applauded, and someone immediately went to start up the fuel truck, which was already equipped with hoses. It would be easy to set things on fire since they needed a lot of electricity and gasoline here anyway. Wait, you can't use gasoline? Jing Shu quickly stopped these foolish people, and at the same time, Jen Nantian's translator rendered her words into English. After hearing the translation, Dr. B asked in confusion, Why not, Miss Jing? Sorry, but I really can't think of any other way to stop them quickly. Jing Shu tapped her temple rhythmically, feeling a bit of a headache. She hadn't wanted to step up. Why? Because stepping up made her more recognizable, and that would make it harder to slip away later. Why couldn't she just be a quiet, beautiful woman for once? Do the math. With rats this size and with flammable material, how long would it take to completely burn them? Don't just think about killing ordinary creatures. These undead things, even under raging flames, won't stop moving unless you burn them to ash. If you don't reduce them to charcoal, they'll keep advancing. Jing Shu's words were quickly translated. She wasn't sure if the translation was accurate, but everyone seemed to understand. Dr. B's face turned pale. Damn, I forgot about that. With their size, it would take at least 10 minutes to burn them completely. Jing Shu exhaled. Exactly. As long as they can still move, they'll keep running forward. If they're on fire and rush into the mountain to eat the supplies, everything down there will burn too. Everyone could picture the scene Jing Shu described. Even if they doused the rats in gasoline and set them alight, the zombie virus-infected rats wouldn't die. They'd just keep moving, and soon reach the supplies, making things even worse. Then what should we do? Do you have a better idea, Jing? You're our only hope now, Dr. B said anxiously. I can give it a try. Jing Shu nodded, and Dr. B's eyes lit up. Jing Shu continued, It's better to divert than to block. Research shows that creatures infected with the zombie virus still retain some of their instincts. These rats have their own nature. They love oil, especially peanut oil and cooking oil. If we mix our available supplies with gasoline and have the fuel truck spray the mixture into the air, we can lure the rats away. Then once they're far enough, we can set them on fire. That way we don't waste gasoline and we can burn them all at once. Jing Shu's plan was also to make sure the rats didn't come back. If they were going to kill them, they might as well wipe them out completely. Good. That's a great idea. Let's do it your way. Go, get all the peanut oil and cooking oil, put it in the fuel truck. Hurry, get someone to drive the truck over. We don't have much time. Dr. B began frantically organizing everyone. If anything happened to these supplies, they'd all be finished, so no one dared slack off. Everyone followed Dr. B's orders at once. Soon, countless barrels of cooking oil were poured into the gasoline. 2 people ran to the fuel truck and got the hoses ready, while the driver maneuvered the truck close to the massive rat horde. Spray the oil at the lead rat. It'll make the others follow, Jing Shu reminded them again. Take out the leader first. The lead rats definitely had some intelligence. Following Jing Shu's instructions, the fuel truck sprayed a large amount of mixed oil into the air and slowly drove in another direction. Very quickly, the huge rat horde was attracted by the delicious smell of oil and began to turn, heading toward the truck. As they ran, they devoured the mixed oil, just as Jing Shu had said. They didn't care what it was, as long as it could go in their mouths. These bacteria were terrifying, but no matter what, they were changing direction. We did it! See, it worked. The rats are running the other way. Fantastic! Dr. B finally let out a long breath. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. In China, they called this post-traumatic stress. Dr. B collapsed onto the ground, his legs trembling, gasping for air. Jing Shu also let out a long breath. Thank goodness for her knowledge of post-apocalyptic creatures. Otherwise, she might have just followed Dr. B's suggestion and doused the rats with gasoline and set them on fire. If they'd done that, it would have definitely exposed the fact that the supplies below had already been looted. Worse, everyone would have seen the underground tunnel and where the goods had gone. These giant, diseased, and rotting rats carried who knows how many pathogens and had eaten so many people along the way. Jing Shu remembered that, back in Wucheng, she hadn't encountered rats like these. But during the migration in the 5th year of the apocalypse, when passing through the vast southern regions, she had run into swarms of cockroaches. In the post-apocalyptic world, even cockroaches had evolved. Cockroaches were already one of the world's most resilient species, and after evolving, they had no natural enemies. Although the tyrant had used cockroaches to make all kinds of nutritional supplements, when billions of cockroaches attacked migrating humans during the winter, they became a force to be reckoned with. Sigh, it's time to start thinking about how to prevent these kinds of disasters on the migration route. Once I get home, I'll start preparing. I've been in America for quite a while now. The haul has been huge, but I can't bear to leave until my storage space is completely full. Still, my family keeps urging me to come back. I don't know if they miss me or just miss the chickens. Jing Shu felt a headache coming on at the thought, shook her head, and refocused on the scene. Everyone was holding their breath, watching, while some overseers were still hunting down the rats that had slipped through. The whole place was chaotic. Once the fuel truck had lured the massive rat horde far enough away and emptied its tank. Making sure most of the rats were covered in the oil mixture, they threw a few burning logs into the swarm. Boom! It exploded like a mushroom cloud. With the oil as fuel, the entire horde was soon ablaze. The raging fire lit up half the sky, illuminating the barren mountain and even the rippling canal in the distance. This was a post-apocalyptic mountain. Bare, not a blade of grass. If there had been grass, it would have been a different story. Dr. B's heart nearly leapt out of his chest again. Only after carefully checking did he finally breathe a sigh of relief, though his heart was pounding even harder. Luckily, their cargo ship was on the other side. Everything had passed without disaster. The fire burned for more than 10 minutes before everything finally quieted down. The rats were burned to nothing, but the fire released thick, black smoke that choked many people, and the stench was unbearable. Not roasted pork, but the smell of burning, rotting corpses. The overseers scrambled to get everyone to put on masks, and the aftermath, cleanup, reports, casualty counts, kept everyone busy. Damn it, this night has drained me. I feel sick. I'm going to rest. Don't bother me. Dr. B, supported by Ms. C, staggered down the mountain. The bodyguards and overseers watched with a mix of sympathy and understanding. Finally, back at the original site, everyone hurried to finish transporting the supplies. After a night of hard work, as dawn broke, the mountain finally grew quiet. Many people, exhausted from working all night, went to rest, leaving only a few bodyguards on watch. Jing Shu's supplies were finally all shipped out. When everything outside was quiet, Jing Shu, Zhen Nantian, Dr. B, and Ms. C gathered together. Old Yang has already left with Zhao He and Hao Yun to escort the cargo ship. Snake Spirit and Tank Lingling are lying in ambush on the only road out of Austin. If nothing happens, we'll regroup as planned. If Austin sends reinforcements, they'll intercept them on the way. My job now is to finish the final demolition, Jing Shu said, pointing at the map of Austin. Dr. B pointed to the other end of the canal and said, Tiz has gathered our people over here. C, the remaining slaves, and I have to go there to leave together. You know, we can't split up. Yes, except for C and Tiz, I don't trust anyone else. So, as planned, we're leaving now. The rest is up to you. Take any equipment or instruments you want, Jing, my most trusted partner. I hope we can work together again. Jing Shu reached out to shake Dr. B's hand. I'm sure we will. Next time it'll be either in China or somewhere in America. When you finish your research on the focusing stone, let your old friend know. And if you have any other good or novel inventions, you can always sell them to me. Looking forward to next time. Cheers to a great partnership. My dear Jing, I'll come to China to find you. I promise I won't trick you again. Heh? You can try. Jing Shu smiled without saying more. The wise see wisdom. The benevolent see benevolence. She'd take the good and cut off the bad. Now, aside from the roar of machines, the whole cave had fallen silent. Everyone was gone. Occasionally, a bodyguard would look down from the mountain entrance, but as long as they saw machines running and people moving, they felt at ease. If Jing Shu was the one wrapping up this operation, then Zhen Nantian was the one covering the retreat. The real climax was on Zhen Nantian's side. Jing Shu had no idea how he would face 2 A-level mercenary teams, over 200 fully armed overseers, and 30 private bodyguards. Each with a gun, Zhen Nantian could be shot to pieces. All of Jing Shu's weapons and exoskeletons had been taken by Tank, so she didn't dare show her face among these people. Actually, Jing Shu thought Snake Spirit would have been the best choice for the rear guard. His poison was widely effective. Maybe not enough to wipe out the A-level mercenaries, but it could take care of the rest. But unexpectedly, Zhen Nantian just fell silent, and Snake Spirit waved his hand, saying, The captain is more suited than anyone to cover the retreat. So the final act was left to Zhen Nantian. After all this time, Jing Shu was still very curious about Zhen Nantian's abilities and strength. He'd never really shown his hand, What kind of power did a comprehensive S-class Chinese elite possess? So far, nothing had exceeded Jing Shu's understanding. No legendary superpowers, just people who'd reached this point through hard work and talent. If you got shot, you'd bleed. If you didn't treat it, you'd die. All within the realm of normal humans. But 5,000 years of Chinese history and culture had still produced some extraordinary people. "We can start. They're far enough away now," Zhen Nantian said calmly, opening his eyes. She'd seen on Douyin that some cities had experienced daytime as dark as night. Who knows if it's true? Time to stock up on food again. All right, let's begin. Jing Shu took a deep breath. It was time for the final cleanup, destroying all remaining traces, dumping everything into that terrifying magma, blowing up the entire 2-kilometer tunnel, and making sure no one could figure out which direction they'd escape to. And then, she still had to make her own escape. After exchanging nods, everyone set off on their respective tasks. Zhen Nantian, carrying his pack, headed for the mountain exit. Jing Shu slung on her 2 large backpacks, kicked the fat chicken that refused to leave alone, and strapped its own bundle onto it, then checked all the explosive devices one last time. The lab equipment looked valuable, but Jing Shu didn't know how to use it, and it was far too bulky to move openly, so she gave up on taking any of those cumbersome things. But there was one thing she took plenty of: Dr. B's semi-finished water of life. Jing Shu always felt this stuff might come in handy someday. Even if it didn't, it could serve as a shield or cover for her spiritual spring. Ever since she'd gotten her storage space, she'd become like a hamster. Everything seemed useful, so she'd stash it away first. If her space ever filled up and it turned out to be useless, she could just toss it. It didn't take up much room anyway. Once everything was ready, Jing Shu stood at the tunnel entrance, took a deep breath, and waited for the signal. The sky was gray and hazy. For some reason, at some point, a fine drizzle began to fall. The misty rain drifted down slowly like a spray of water, vanishing the moment it touched her skin. She only felt a slight chill, nothing more. Jing Shu's pupils suddenly contracted. Staring at the rain, she felt the scene was strangely familiar, but couldn't recall where she'd seen it before. Maybe in a dream, or maybe it had really happened. She slowly raised her hand, only to find it moving in an unusually slow motion. Her thoughts drifted far away, and her memories suddenly surfaced, as if she were reliving her entire life in a flash, like a movie playing before her eyes. She was the protagonist, watching her own life pass by. No, not just this life, but even memories from her previous life. The movie started from her birth. Growing up, going to school, graduating, the apocalypse arriving, the 3rd year, the 4th, snap. Like a stuck DVD, it suddenly froze. That was the future. That was what had happened in her previous life, but now it wouldn't play. Suddenly, a surge of power rushed to her head, snapping her back to reality. The second form of her Rubik's Cube space exploded into view before her eyes. She saw blocks of land, each 1 cubic meter in size, with different vegetables and fruits growing on each face, and even some lush, meter-tall dwarf trees. Busy bees gathered nectar, and each plot of land was connected by an invisible thread to the center of the Rubik's Cube space, the spiritual spring. Everything radiated out from this center. The chickens contentedly brooded over eggs, ducks quacked, cows mooed, and the occasional bleat of a lamb could be heard. All the supplies she'd collected before the apocalypse were neatly arranged in the space, each in its own compartment, even forming arrays Jing Shu didn't understand. With a glance, she could see all her secrets, all her possessions, right before her eyes. At this moment, Jing Shu was perfectly fused with the second form of her space, standing at its very center. With this as the center, all is my domain. The fine rain fell from the mountain, but when it landed on Jing Shu, it somehow separated cleanly from her and the space she was fused with. The 8th-level Rubik's Cube space, 512 cubic meters, seemed to form an absolute vacuum with Jing Shu at its center. Jing Shu stared in shock. Unbelievable. Because the second form of the Rubik's Cube space was virtual, it didn't really exist. Normally when she activated it, it was like a holographic projection. Nothing could touch it, not even dust in the air. But now, the fine rain was avoiding the virtual space. Why? That's it! I remember this rain. Last time, during the underground black market fight with the slave owner, there was a fine drizzle. Yes, this rain. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. Back then, she'd thought it was one of Yang Yang's tricks, but now she realized it was actually Zhen Nantian's doing. Sluggishness, dullness, delay. When the rain landed on her, her thoughts were disrupted, her consciousness invaded, and she didn't even know what she was doing. And that dangerous memory, could this rain even read people's memories? It was a truly strange feeling. I just hope my memories won't be exposed. What if someone finds out I was reborn? No, that shouldn't happen, right? Jing Shu felt a bit worried. But no matter what, this power seemed even more formidable than her own hypnotic suggestion skill. Her hypnosis could only affect 5 people at once by mimicking brainwaves. But Zhen Nantian's? No, this ability is too familiar. Yes, the Rubik's cube space is actually reacting to it. What is it? My head feels like it's about to explode. Jing Shu clutched her head, unable to remember. With this rain, could he do whatever he wanted? No wonder Zhen Nantian had been so interested in her hypnosis ability that day. Puh! Pfft! Strange sounds kept coming. Jing Shu could vaguely see Zhen Nantian's lonely figure down the mountain, killing people in the rain with a blank expression, as naturally as drinking water, until Zhen Nantian's surprised gaze turned her way. Those eyes that could pierce everything, cutting through the crowd and landing on Jing Shu. His lips moved slowly, and he said softly, I misjudged you. You actually have something dimensional. He saw through her. Damn it, that damn Rubik's cube space. Jing Shu's heart pounded wildly. Wait, something dimensional? Before, she might not have understood what that meant, but after these days in the mountains, she realized dimension. That thing in the mountains was clearly a product of the 4th dimension. Crowd. Tang! Why are you late again? Yesterday we wanted to praise you for updating 20,000 words. Tang. Sorry, I was late because I was eating hot pot. Crowd. What should we do? Tang. Please be patient, everyone. I'll update more next week, okay? Throw me some votes, please. That place might be connected to 4-dimensional space, but for some reason, it used endless dead trees to drain all time and energy from living creatures passing through, killing everything to achieve its evil purpose. That must have been a product of the 4th dimension. By a twist of fate, she had obtained the largest red crystal there. Not only that, she'd collected a lot of red liquid as well. Just thinking about it still made Jing Shu shudder. She'd nearly died from her body exploding, but the Rubik's cube space had saved her, giving her a foothold and using the red liquid and crystal to restore her to the state before her injuries. Come to think of it, there's less red liquid in the space now. Could it be that the Rubik's cube space is secretly using it? Jing Shu shook her head and brought her thoughts back. Zhen Nantian was right. She did possess something dimensional. The Rubik's cube space was a product of a higher dimension than the 4th, though she wasn't sure exactly which dimension. Jing Shu looked at Zhen Nantian in the darkness, saying nothing. Both tried to read more from each other's eyes. So Zhen Nantian likely also possessed something dimensional. She just didn't know what level his was. Delaying time, slowing movement. Was that the time of 4-dimensional space? Or the speed of 5-dimensional space? Should she ask Zhen Nantian about dimensions? But if he asked about her Rubik's cube space, what would she say? After living 2 lives, the Rubik's cube space was her greatest secret. In this life, she would never reveal even a hint of it to anyone. Her pounding heart quickly calmed. She cared about the Rubik's cube space being exposed, but the other party couldn't see it. He only knew she had a dimensional artifact, and likely he did too. No one knew the details of the other's abilities, and that was enough. She wouldn't ask, and she wouldn't say anything about the Rubik's cube space. That was settled. Damn, it's him! The demon the boss put a bounty on, he's here! It's him. Quick, Call for, The words weren't finished before the speaker fell to the ground. Hurry. Protect the supplies below. Check on Dr. B. He's not alone. This fine rain seemed to have a time limit, too. Da-da-da! Suddenly a burst of gunfire rang out. Zhen Nantian was instantly locked in a fierce battle. Jing Shu, still underground, had no idea what was happening above. After all, 2 A-level mercenary teams were no joke. It's time. Jing Shu didn't hesitate any longer. She triggered the explosions in the tunnel and the mountain. Due to limited resources, she used a fuse-detonated blasting cap which ignites the fuse to set off the cap and then the explosives. Boom! Boom! Rumble! When it rains, it pours. Just as the bodyguards rushed to the gap to protect Dr. B, a huge mushroom cloud erupted, the deafening blast shaking everyone's eardrums. Scalding magma burst out like a shattered cup, spilling everywhere and swaying with the shockwaves. The bodyguards who had just come down were instantly swallowed by the magma that had been deep underground. The overturned bowl finally shattered completely, like a world breaking apart. The surrounding foundations and inner walls all collapsed into the surging magma, like huge stones splashing into water. At the same time, tons of dust and thick smoke instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Jing Shu, panting, carried her 2 big backpacks and hurried away from the mountain pass. The fat chicken at her feet was so exhausted it lay on the ground, tongue lolling. The thick smoke and mushroom cloud completely blocked Jing Shu's night vision. She put on her gas mask and squinted, listening to the screams coming from the smoke, but unable to see what was happening inside. The explosion had been carefully calculated. If possible, she would have liked to blow up everyone, but only managed to take out a few unlucky ones. By now, those inside probably still had no idea what had happened. They didn't know Dr. B had already escaped with the supplies. The tunnel and mountain pass were blown to pieces. Austin would have to reinvestigate everything, wasting at least half a day. That was enough time to escape the reach of Austin's upper echelons. Jing Shu didn't rest. She immediately began preparing for the great escape. After a full 5 minutes, the battlefield finally fell silent. Not a sound remained. Then, from the smoke, a faint figure emerged. It was Zhen Nantian. Reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. At least 3 attack helicopters, probably starting a carpet search. Zhen Nantian spoke as he sent a message to the group. Mountain pass destroyed. No survivors. Snake Spirit, withdraw with your team and wait to regroup. We can only use this fuel truck. When we get close to the rendezvous, we'll ditch it off a cliff. You drive or me? You drive, I'm injured. There was no time to ask how badly Zhen Nantian was hurt. Fearing a carpet search by attack helicopters, Jing Shu floored the gas pedal, speeding through the night without even turning on the headlights. Luckily, the roads here weren't cut off, and America had plenty of highways. The enemy had no idea which road they'd taken, and Jing Shu didn't run into any more mountains or shifting terrain. Zhen Nantian squinted, but in the end said nothing. Jing Shu stayed silent too, resisting the urge to ask about dimensional artifacts. This time, meeting up with the cargo ship and the rest of the team went much more smoothly. At last, they boarded the safe transport ship, which sped across the endless sea. No matter how powerful the slave owner was, there was no way to find them now. Jing Shu let out a long sigh of relief, made herself a big bowl of milk powder, boiled a dozen sunny-side-up eggs, took out sprouted bean sprouts, some kimchi she'd pickled over the past few days, homegrown lettuce, chopped up sausage from home, and sprinkled the leftover rice with scallions, sesame, and soy sauce, then mixed it all with a sunny-side-up egg. Whew! She finally felt alive again. Jing Shu leaned back contentedly in the ship's lounge, sipping her milk after the meal, while the fat chicken lay at her feet, eyes closed in bliss. Her teammates had seen Jing Shu eat before, but every time they were amazed. How did she manage to eat something different every day, 365 days a year? Snake Spirit coughed. Is it time to take the bullets out of the captain? Jing Shu looked confused, then saw Zhen Nantian dragging his blood-drained body over and suddenly remembered. He'd mentioned being injured, but in all the chaos, she'd forgotten. Took 3 bullets, lost 1,500 milliliters of blood. I can wait until I've lost a bit more, then take the bullets out at my body's limit, Jen Nantian said. Jing Shu was speechless. What? Did he think this was like cutting your nails? Wait until they're too long, then trim them? The bullet extraction went quickly. Jing Shu was afraid that if she took any longer, Jen Nantian wouldn't make it. Of course, there was no anesthesia. She disinfected the knife, made a cross-shaped incision in the flesh, and used tweezers to pull the bullet out. 9mm standard round, Jen Nantian said. So it was a triple-headed bullet. No wonder you couldn't dodge it. When the second bullet came out, Jen Nantian was drenched in cold sweat. The third one was trickier. This special bullet had lodged in his shoulder, staining a large area blood red. Its tip was covered in tiny gears, twisted deep into the flesh. The surrounding tissue was shredded. Every scrape brought out a chunk of meat. Even Jing Shu, who was used to gore, felt a pang seeing this kind of bullet. She made a star-shaped cut and finally yanked the bullet out, pulling a large piece of flesh with it. Jen Nantian sucked in a sharp breath, eyes closed, frozen for a long time before he recovered. Jing Shu washed the bullet and handed it over. Jen Nantian, still catching his breath, squinted and said, "They actually used hollow point rounds." Lingling took the bullet and explained, "This kind of bullet doesn't shatter in the body. Instead, the tip flattens out, turning into something like a meat grinder blade spinning rapidly inside. If it hits an organ, it'll shred it to pieces." Luckily, it hadn't hit any organs. Just hearing about it was enough to make anyone shudder. The cargo ship sailed steadily down the Grand Canal. Jing Shu had no idea how the slave owner was reacting, or what would happen to Austin City under those radioactive walls. All she knew was that she'd made a fortune this time, and that was enough. After every mission, Jing Shu's favorite part was tallying up her haul. As the target of Tianduoduo's commission, the mission was a complete success. This whole set of equipment would let Tianduoduo's stone garden dehydrate vegetables for storage. With 2 years left before the harsh winter, they could stockpile a huge amount of food. Was this speeding up the stone garden's demise? Jing Shu's main gains this time were the hundreds of thousands of seeds and the rare minerals she'd received. As for all the odds and ends she'd stuffed into her space along the way, she'd sort those out later. She divided the seeds into 3 parts, one for the country. Given the seeds' special nature, the authorities decided to reward Jing Shu with a huge contribution value, which just happened to offset the value of the supplies she'd brought back. If you say there's nothing fishy about that, Jing Shu wouldn't believe it. Well, that meant she still had about 10,000 contribution points left, and she'd managed to bring back 100 tons of minerals and all those seeds to Wucheng. For everyone else, after deducting contribution points for transporting supplies home, they'd only get about half. As a foreign friend, Zhao He would only get about a quarter, but he was still satisfied. Another portion Jing Shu planned to sell to the Wucheng government. The price would be negotiated after she got back. The last portion, of course, she kept for herself. That way, if she grew anything weird in the future, she'd have a reason for it. Their second mission in America had finally come to a perfect close. Yang Yang pulled out the big map again, pointed to their current location, and drew a long line. "Once we get here, the ship will start heading back, but we need to go to this place to finish one last mission." Jing Shu narrowed her eyes, looking at where Yang Yang was pointing. New York. Are they crazy? Just the few of them, and they wanted to go to the most bustling place in America? "Why go there? It's too dangerous." Monkey was the first to object. Since arriving in America, no one had really objected to their route. Their first stop had been near the Mexican border, the most remote, lawless part of the country. So everyone had been able to relax a bit. Whether it was the underground black market or Austin City, these places were independent, ruled by whoever was in charge, like their own little kingdoms. But New York was different. The monk scratched his head and stood up, a little embarrassed. "Sorry to trouble everyone, but this is actually the main reason I came to America. The largest temple in North America, Zhuangyan Temple, is in New York, so I have to go there." Jing Shu turned her gaze to the monk. From the start, he'd never been a very prominent presence. She remembered their first meeting, almost clashing with the Imperial Capital team, and the monk was the only one at the back, carrying luggage. Since then, he'd always played the role of the tireless worker, like Sha Seng in Journey to the West. Always at the front, always helpful. The fact that the team hadn't fallen apart was largely thanks to the monk quietly handling all the chores. One of his catchphrases was, "Let me do it," or "I'll handle it." And he rarely spoke, never picking fights. With the monk's request, even the usually difficult monkey couldn't say anything. The goodwill the monk had built up over time was on full display. Yang patted the monk and said, "Go ahead and tell everyone about the last mission. We've been in America for months. Let's finish up, see if we can make one last score and then head home." Yeah, they'd been here so long everyone was used to the earthquakes. Who knew what was happening back in China? Jing Shu did the math. There was still time before her uncle's family died in her previous life. She could make it back in time. The monk bowed to everyone and said, 5 years ago I lost a bet and the temple's greatest treasure. My master banished me to save my life. Now, even if it costs me everything, I have to get that treasure back." His eyes were full of determination. "A treasure?" Jing Shu's eyes lit up. "What kind of treasure?" Monkey coughed and grinned slyly. "What kind of treasure? But this sounds like a personal matter, right? It's not part of our mission unless you're giving us contribution points." The monk scratched his head. "A treasure is a treasure. Someone up top needs it to extend their life." Monkey's eyes sparkled. "Is it something like a Tianshan snow lotus?" Yang coughed and said, "Let's put it this way. The monk's mission is to steal back his treasure. We have our own mission. The treasure is a cauldron." "A cauldron? In the apocalypse, that's a treasure? Sounds more like a relic. Are relics even useful now? Can they save lives?" Yang smiled. 5 years ago, no. But now that it's in American hands, it can. So the monk's job is to grab the cauldron and ours is to steal the formula. If we succeed, we'll get a huge contribution reward and access to a rich man's private garden. What could be in a rich man's private garden? Poverty really does limit the imagination. Even someone as experienced as Jing Shu couldn't guess what treasures might be hidden there. What did luxury even mean in the post-apocalypse? She was genuinely looking forward to it. Jing Shu subconsciously rubbed her hands together. This, she thought, was the real way to smuggle into America. New York was the very symbol of prosperity, and she was curious to see what it looked like in the 3rd year after the apocalypse. The news always made it sound like America was a non-stop action movie, but since arriving, it hadn't been like that at all. She'd worn her heavy winter coat for months, and not a single bullet had come her way. It was almost disappointing. Looking back at what she'd done these past 2 months, she'd ended up in a remote, lawless borderland, thinking she'd enjoy herself, but instead lived in an underground city and nearly got killed by an earthquake. Then she'd gone to the radioactive city of Austin and almost died from radiation. And whenever she tried to get her hands on something valuable, it was either so rich she couldn't get close, or so poor she didn't want it. The only real profit was from the little tycoon Peggy's treasure vault, where she'd scored a lot of American specialties: olive oil, wine, collectibles, and of course, some weapons. The most valuable things were probably caviar and other luxury goods. On the luxury yacht, she'd also swiped all kinds of seafood, cooked meats, and frozen foods. Yet even after her Rubik's cube space leveled up, it still wasn't full. Jing Shu always felt like something was missing, but she couldn't say what. Life just wouldn't be complete if she went home without filling her space to the brim. Especially when she heard about a rich man's private garden, her interest was piqued. Don't all rich people love to keep a little treasure trove? That was her favorite kind of place to loot. She just hoped this time wouldn't disappoint. Her teammates were just as fired up. Yang continued. At the same time, we'll be meeting up with the last team to complete this mission. He'd mentioned this when they first arrived in America. Their team started from the south, while another team started from the north, and they'd never met. Until now. Snake Spirit frowned. Why does this mission need 2 teams? Because it's that difficult? Yang replied, making everyone fall silent again. Was it really harder than the last 2 missions? Apparently, yes. Yang stamped his feet and wrapped his thin leather jacket tighter around himself. He said quietly, "I'll say it again. The main reason we came was to bring back as many supplies as possible. Things aren't looking good back home. While America still has resources, we need to get as much as we can. You've all seen how chaotic it is outside the government's control. Except for the rich, half the people here can't even eat. So, we're here for supplies, not to throw our lives away. Safety first. The last mission is tough. If we can do it, great. If not, we pull out. We'll discuss the details with the other team when we meet up." Everyone could sense the tension, including Jing Shu. She was still curious how a cauldron could be a treasure. Was it one of those huge bronze tripods with 4 legs? How could it extend someone's life? Scrape a little off every day and make tea? Even if it couldn't beat her Rubik's Cube space. Jing Shu returned to her room and began practicing with her newly upgraded Rubik's Cube. The deeper she got, the more the formulas became second nature. Now she could twist and solve the cube almost at will, a magical feeling, even though it still took her an hour or so to unlock the 9th-level cube. After 3 years of working with the cube, she'd finally reached the beginner stage. Before, she'd relied on formulas. And even if she was at a world-class level, so what? The real Rubik's Cube space wasn't just about solving the puzzle. As for how to advance to the next level, Jing Shu didn't have a clear sense yet, but she could guess that she'd encounter all kinds of resistance while solving it, and that resistance would be the key to her breakthrough. Based on past experience, it would definitely be related to the new abilities she'd gain. The Rubik's Cube space hadn't given her a bunch of new powers. Aside from the spiritual spring, which gave her more strength, it hadn't really granted any other abilities. It was more like the space was gradually unsealing itself, slowly restoring its original power. Or rather, it was fusing with Jing Shu bit by bit. Maybe if it went all out from the start, she'd be overwhelmed. It was like a high-dimensional object merging into a lower dimension. It needed a support point. Maybe one day the Rubik's Cube space will fully merge with me, and I'll be able to enter the real Rubik's Cube world. Even if the Earth is destroyed, I'll have a place to go. 7 years. I have 7 years left. Who knows if the world will end by then? The team they were about to meet had to be pretty amazing, right? After all, the Imperial Capital Elite team and the Wucheng team had joined forces to complete all these tough missions. The other team should be just as strong, right? There should be a lot of people, right? Jing Shu had wondered about this. But after trekking across half of America and finally meeting the other team, Jing Shu realized she'd been a bit naive. May God bless you with a life free of suffering, peace, happiness, and health, my children. At last, I see you. Amen. It wasn't until this self-proclaimed teammate, a priest, appeared before them that Jing Shu felt a little lost in the wind. He wore a brand new priest's robe, held a Bible in one hand and a cane in the other, and wore sunglasses. Through the shades, Jing Shu could see his shifty eyes and the grease in his stubble. But when he spoke, it was as if a holy light shone behind him, making him seem sacred and untouchable. You couldn't tell if he was acting or if this was the real him. Where are the others? Don't tell me it's just you. Yang frowned. The priest made the sign of the cross and said, "The soul is immortal and eternal. Those who trust in Jesus Christ, the holy Christians, have already gone to heaven." Jing Shu was silent for a moment, then asked, "So, they're all dead?" The priest spread his arms to the sky. "They have simply gone to heaven. Then why haven't you?" As soon as those words left her mouth, the whole team froze for a few seconds. Even the priest was stunned by the question. The priest lowered his head, pushed down his sunglasses, and glanced sidelong at Jing Shu, thinking for a while before slowly saying, "Your eye shall not pity. Life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Those who do not believe in God have already gone to hell." Jing Shu frowned. "What does that mean?" Ling stepped forward to explain. That's from the Old Testament, Deuteronomy. If you're harmed, you should inflict the same harm on your enemy. Basically, he's saying he's already avenged his teammates and sent the unbelieving enemies to hell. Jing Shu felt the sting of ignorance again. If you don't study, you can't even understand what people are saying. Monkey grumbled, "Just say you killed all the enemies for revenge. Why make it so complicated? Who can understand that? If you listen to God's word and act accordingly, you'll gain strength upon strength, grace upon grace, and live your whole life in God's blessing. Otherwise, you'll have nothing," the priest said compassionately. Everyone collectively collapsed. Now that everyone was here, it was time to talk about the mission objectives and assignments. As for this extra teammate, Jing Shu didn't find him very reliable, but if he could avenge his team, that was a kind of strength too. She was curious how exactly he'd done it. To be precise, Zhuangyan Temple was in a river valley about an hour and a half's drive from downtown New York, and the priest had brought them to his own turf, a huge, famous Christian church in New York. For Jing Shu, who had never been to America, entering New York, even in the apocalypse, was still a shock. This country wasted so many resources. It was as if New York's resources were endless. The whole city was still lit up in neon, and even though the government had supposedly restricted electricity, most households generated their own power and kept the lights and machines running 24/7. A bit of background. America had popularized solar power long ago. Almost every house had it, with a villa and a yard being the standard. Even now, with little sunlight, weak light could still be stored, and many families used the kind of bacterial generators Jing Shu had bought. These weren't common in the underground black market or Austin, but in New York, it felt like everything from before the apocalypse was still here. Jing Shu could really feel the energy, the luxury, and the high-tech development. Most importantly, people were busy. Everyone seemed to have something to do. But the crime rate was sky-high. As soon as they entered the government-controlled city, they could hear gunshots and screams from time to time, scaring Jing Shu into wearing a bulletproof helmet. Supermarkets and big stores, as well as supplies, were partly controlled by the government, and partly by capitalists and grain merchants who issued their own currencies. Pre-apocalypse money was now worthless. Even as the world's former top economy, with the most advanced pharmaceutical and tech systems, America's productivity had plummeted. Their refusal to change prices had led to a half-collapsed economy and post-chaos disunity. Now, New York was a mess of competing factions with dozens of different currencies. Over 20, all officially recognized. The key point? At each faction's exchange, you could swap for any other currency, but with a hefty fee. When Jing Shu's group first arrived in New York, they could barely move without money. No matter where you are, you need money. Since they had no green cards or visas, they were illegal entrants. To stay in New York, they had to pay. How? By trading supplies, any strategic goods counted, or by working as temps, or even as government mercenaries. To speed things up, they traded some food they'd looted on the road for government-issued government coins, and got themselves a 7-day visa to legally stay in New York. Their stolen car ran out of gas, and to refuel at the high-priced stations, they needed currency issued by the oil monopoly EP Corp, gas coins, 1 per liter. How to get gas coins? Trade equivalent supplies or exchange other currencies at the station, 1.2 government coins for 1 gas coin. So they exchanged some more. Likewise, 1.2 gas coins could be swapped for 1 government coin. There were also food coins, 1.2 government coins for 1 food coin. The capitalists kept everything interconnected, charging high fees both ways, so ordinary people were always working for nothing. This monopoly and forced market control, with high taxes and fees, made people even more dissatisfied. A single exchange could cost 20% in fees, so people either worked for grain merchants, the government, or the capitalists. Other supplies aside, New York's banks no longer handled currency. They now offered store rice, get wheat, borrow wheat, low interest, 1-year free food storage, and other bizarre services. It's just as they say, wherever there are rich capitalists, they live well. America's current system was like the word money grab written in big letters on every capitalist's face. But their methods were clever. They didn't grab it themselves, they made the people do it for them. Walking through the huge church, they saw many people coming for worship, and plenty of nuns smiling kindly. The priest led Jing Shu's group to a quiet, empty chapel. Along the way, they learned he was the manager of this famous New York church and was about to be promoted to bishop. For a Chinese person to climb so high here, he must be very capable. Yang spread out a map on the altar and pointed to a corner. In 2 days, the priest will take the nuns to Zhuangyan Temple. The cauldron is up to the monk. He lost it in a bet 5 years ago, now he'll win it back. If he wins, we get the cauldron. If he loses, we take it by force. Is there a chance they won't hand over the cauldron even if we win? Lingling asked. Yang smiled. No chance. They know the cauldron only works with a special formula, and they know we still have to find that person. Even if we win the cauldron, if we lose the second round, it'll end up back in their hands. So if we're lucky, we can just watch the first round? Yes. If not, the armed forces on that side are very strong, so everyone should be prepared. The real challenge is the second round. Right next to it is the rich man's private garden, and that won't be so easy. For the first stage, the plan to reclaim the cauldron from Zhuangyan Temple, Yang gave a detailed breakdown, with both Plan A and Plan B. Jing Shu loved having teammates like this. She didn't have to think, just follow orders. But from Yang's arrangements, things didn't look optimistic. He was clearly prepared to use force if necessary. So, he didn't have much faith in the monk? Jing Shu glanced at the calm-faced monk, her mind wandering. She wasn't especially motivated about going to Zhuangyan Temple, but if there was loot to be had, she'd be happy. But when it came time to assign roles to the priest, everyone's eyes turned to him. What could he do? The priest made a sign and slowly intoned, "Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Lead us not into danger, deliver us from evil, for the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, forever. Amen." Lingling said. "I guess he'll be praying for us from the back." Right, so basically Jing Shu's team would go up and do the work, and the priest would be in the rear cheering them on. That's about it. The 2 days passed quickly. Jing Shu, bundled in her heavy coat, went out alone to scout, but didn't find much, just dealt with a few stalkers. The wealth gap in America was huge. The rich were filthy rich, the poor were desperate and turned to crime. This area was clearly not for the rich. America was now extremely unsafe. The wealthy had private land and bodyguards. The crime rate was terrifying, especially with a large black population. Jing Shu barely slept. Gunshots and screams were constant, and many people fled to the church for refuge. Here, the nuns were like angels, rescuing people in need. The priest seemed to never sleep, always using the Bible to comfort the suffering, either taking them in or praying for them before sending them on their way. The priest's church was like a paradise in New York, the only place that didn't discriminate by race. Anyone in need was welcomed with compassion. Not only that, he provided food. The church, more like a manor, took in countless people. In a food-scarce America, how did the priest manage? Yet every day, someone delivered food. So where was the profit? Jing Shu didn't know why the priest did all this, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. In New York, robbery, murder, and human trafficking were rampant. In short, people did whatever was profitable. The government killed many, but couldn't solve the root problem. Without food, the poor had no choice but to steal. So even in the city center, you had to carry a weapon, or risk being eyed by people wondering where to sell you. It wasn't a great experience, and she hadn't found anything valuable. Worse, her fat chicken caused more trouble. The 2 black American eggs she'd brought from the black market had actually hatched into 2 chicks. When the chicks peeped for the first time, Jing Shu was stunned. What? The fat chicken hatched chicks? And in this cold? The American chicks were different from Chinese ones. Black feathers, fan-shaped peacock-like tails, bigger bodies, and a huge, lumpy comb. So, would she get to try a new breed of chicken in the future? Wait, that wasn't the point. She was here for a dangerous mission, not to raise a whole chicken family. Was she supposed to bring 2 extra chicks along now? This was getting ridiculous. Should she roast a chick? Or make chicken stew with mushrooms? Jing Shu eyed the two black chicks dangerously, but the fat chicken flapped its wings protectively, mothering them even though they weren't its own eggs. Fine, you raise them, you take care of them. I'm not responsible, Jing Shu told the fat chicken. On the third morning, the priest led 28 nuns to the New York River Valley and Chuangyan Temple, along with Jing Shu's team. Of everyone, Jing Shu had the most luggage, and 3 chickens in tow. Luckily, no one seemed to notice her. Even the nuns stared straight ahead, and the whole group was so solemn that even the usually noisy chickens stayed quiet. Zhuangyan Temple had been built by Chinese immigrants before the apocalypse, a tourist site and a place for Buddhist and comparative religion studies, the largest temple in North America, with a rich Buddhist library. After the apocalypse, it became a refuge, but not many people came to such a remote place. There were also rumors of a powerful secret armed force and the original monks and local religious groups. The monk's opponent was a plump, prosperous-looking middle-aged monk with a shaven head, unlike the monk in Jing Shu's team. Jing Shu had expected a bloody contest, or maybe a chanting duel or some kind of Buddhist showdown, something monk-like. But the reality was nothing like she'd imagined. The priest and 28 nuns sat neatly in the courtyard. The abbot and his monks sat opposite. The courtyard was crowded with onlookers, mostly black, shouting and jeering. It looked nothing like the Shaolin monks with staffs she'd seen on TV. It was a bit lowbrow. But the content of the bet was anything but lowbrow. It was far beyond Jing Shu's expectations. The 2 monks bowed to each other, then both took off their shirts, leaving only thin pants. Huh? Why are they stripping? Is this a fist fight? Doesn't look like it. Just then, a young monk brought out the most important treasure for this bet. It really was a cauldron. A fist-sized, 3-legged cauldron was placed on a tray. Could this really be called a cauldron? It looked like the kind of vessel ancient people used for drinking or sacrifices. So this was the legendary treasure. It didn't look particularly special, but judging by the rust, it was definitely an old antique. Jing Shu's team watched from a distance, staying alert. In the shadows, several sniper rifles were already trained on them, while Snake Spirit had sent his little Taiban to spread poison. If things went south, either the bullets would fly first, or the snipers would be paralyzed by snake venom before they could shoot. But as long as the bet wasn't over, both sides were temporarily safe. The monk looked at the cauldron, his eyes moist, and bowed to the plump monk. When I was young and ignorant, lacking true faith, I fled in panic and let it fall into the wrong hands. Master Yuantong, 5 years ago we made a bet. Will you again compete with me in the Buddhist practice of self-sacrifice, offering your body for the Buddha's relics? So, the plump monk's Dharma name was Yuantong. Yuantong put his palms together and bowed as well. Little Master Jielu, you must have grown greatly in your practice to come today. If you truly seek supreme enlightenment, burning a finger or even a toe as an offering to the Buddha surpasses offering up kingdoms, wives, and all the treasures of the world. So their own monk's Dharma name was Jielu. After bowing, both monks sat cross-legged on the ground. Under the abbot's supervision, they resumed the bet from 5 years ago. Yuantong revealed his hand, missing 2 fingers. To the shock of Jing Shu's group, they poured oil and set their fingers alight as offerings to the Buddha. The flames flickered in the dim light, the sound of sizzling fat occasionally breaking the silence. Even the rowdy black onlookers fell silent, unable to believe this was a Buddhist contest. This was clearly self-mutilation. Both monks pressed their palms together, watching as their oil-soaked fingers began to burn. Jing Shu seemed to see the scene from 5 years ago, Master Yuantong burning his own flesh in the temple, while the young Jielu fled in terror. Now, 5 years later, Jielu had returned, determined to win back the treasured cauldron. Jielu's face was full of compassion and resolve, sweat beading on his brow as he began to chant, his brows furrowed in pain. Yuantong's expression remained calm and emotionless. If you do not burn your body, arms, or fingers as offerings to the Buddhas, you are not a true monastic. Master Yuantong, Today I burn my flesh not for merit, but to win back what belongs to China, Jie replied. Yuantong shook his head, stubborn as ever. A true disciple should offer body, fingers, arms, and even their head to the Buddhas and the pagoda to cleanse past sins and gain supreme blessings in the future. The scriptures say that even offering your own body is encouraged, let alone external wealth, but the masses delight in such acts, and burning an arm as an offering is indeed fitting, Jie gritted out. Jing Shu stroked her chin. What are they saying? Can someone translate? Thankfully, the ever-useful Lingling explained. Master Yuantong supports burning flesh as a way to become a great monk and cleanse sins. Our monk argues that if you want to emulate the Bodhisattva's path through extreme asceticism, you must consider whether it truly benefits yourself and others. He opposes such extremes. He's here only to prove himself and win back the cauldron. The two then launched into a fierce debate on Buddhism, their words deep and obscure. Without Lingling's translation, Jing Shu, a self-proclaimed academic slacker, wouldn't have understood a thing. She was starting to doubt her life choices. She couldn't even understand her own language anymore, let alone a foreign one. Wait, there was something more serious here. If this Buddhist debate doesn't end and neither side admits defeat, do they just keep burning like this? Jing Shu asked. At first, she was shocked but calm. After all, she was a doctor with 100 contribution points. As long as they didn't die, she could save them. She'd thought a monk's bet would be something like martial arts, Shaolin Lion's Roar, Iron Palm or some such, nothing fatal. But now they were literally burning their own fingers. Yang squinted and nodded. That's why we need to be ready for Plan B. Will the monk die? Don't know. Maybe. One of them will die. Either Yuantong or Jie. Maybe both will go to the Pure Land. Everyone fell silent. Watching from the sidelines wasn't easy either. Seeing a teammate you'd worked with for months about to be burned alive was torture. Jing Shu felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. How long would it take to burn someone to death? A crematorium's fire takes about an hour and is painless, but this, burning bit by bit, cell by cell, with level 12 pain like 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, was the agony the monk was enduring. And he had to watch as his own fingers, hands, and arms were slowly consumed. In terms of pain, Jie would suffer more than Yuantong. Yuantong's faith was to seek the Pure Land, and he was willing to die for merit. His conviction was unshakable. But Jie was resisting deep down. He was enduring a living punishment, and the mental torment and fear were even worse than the physical pain. Jing Shu suddenly wondered how he'd survived these past days, and how much courage it took to come to America. To put it simply, Yuantong was like a business-class passenger on a crashing plane with billions in insurance. If he died, his family would be set for life. Jie was in economy, with no insurance, just praying for a safe landing. That's the power of mindset. Time crawled by. For Jing Shu and the others, it was agonizing. For the monk, every second felt like a year, every moment of pain magnified. One finger burned away quickly. The abbot added more oil, slowing the burn so the monks could offer themselves more devoutly. The black onlookers gradually left this strange, eerily quiet contest, their hair standing on end. Chinese people were terrifying. It really was a cauldron. A fist-sized, three-legged cauldron was placed on a tray. Could this really be called a cauldron? It looked like the kind of vessel ancient people used for drinking or sacrifices, so this was the legendary treasure. It didn't look particularly special, but judging by the rust, it was definitely an old antique. Jing Shu's team watched from a distance, staying alert. In the shadows, several sniper rifles were already trained on them, while Snake Spirit had sent his little Taiban to spread poison. If things went south, either the bullets would fly first, or the snipers would be paralyzed by snake venom before they could shoot. But as long as the bet wasn't over, both sides were temporarily safe. The monk looked at the cauldron, his eyes moist, and bowed to the plump monk. When I was young and ignorant, lacking true faith, I fled in panic and let it fall into the wrong hands. Master Yuantong, 5 years ago we made a bet. Will you again compete with me in the Buddhist practice of self-sacrifice, offering your body for the Buddha's relics? So the plump monk's Dharma name was Yuantong. Yuantong put his palms together and bowed as well. Little Master Jilu, you must have grown greatly in your practice to come today. If you truly seek supreme enlightenment, burning a finger or even a toe as an offering to the Buddha surpasses offering up kingdoms, wives, and all the treasures of the world. So their own monk's Dharma name was Jilu. After bowing, both monks sat cross-legged on the ground. Under the abbot's supervision, they resumed the bet from 5 years ago. Yuantong revealed his hand, missing 2 fingers. To the shock of Jing Shu's group, they poured oil and set their fingers alight as offerings to the Buddha. The flames flickered in the dim light, the sound of sizzling fat occasionally breaking the silence. Even the rowdy black onlookers fell silent, unable to believe this was a Buddhist contest. This was clearly self-mutilation. Both monks pressed their palms together, watching as their oil-soaked fingers began to burn. Jing Shu seemed to see the scene from 5 years ago, Master Yuantong burning his own flesh in the temple, while the young Jilu fled in terror. Now, 5 years later, Jilu had returned, determined to win back the treasured cauldron. Jilu's face was full of compassion and resolve, sweat beading on his brow as he began to chant, his brows furrowed in pain. Yuantong's expression remained calm and emotionless. If you do not burn your body, arms, or fingers as offerings to the Buddhas, you are not a true monastic. Master Yuantong, today I burn my flesh not for merit, but to win back what belongs to China, Jilu replied. Yuantong shook his head, stubborn as ever. A true disciple should offer body, fingers, arms, and even their head to the Buddhas and the pagoda to cleanse past sins and gain supreme blessings in the future. The scriptures say that even offering your own body is encouraged, let alone external wealth. But the masses delight in such acts, and burning an arm as an offering is indeed fitting, Jilu gritted out. Jing Shu stroked her chin. What are they saying? Can someone translate? Thankfully, the ever-useful Ling Ling explained, Master Yuantong supports burning flesh as a way to become a great monk and cleanse sins. Our monk argues that if you want to emulate the Bodhisattva's path through extreme asceticism, you must consider whether it truly benefits yourself and others. He opposes such extremes. He's here only to prove himself and win back the cauldron. The two then launched into a fierce debate on Buddhism, their words deep and obscure. Without Ling Ling's translation, Jing Shu, a self-proclaimed academic slacker, wouldn't have understood a thing. She was starting to doubt her life choices. She couldn't even understand her own language anymore, let alone a foreign one. Wait, there was something more serious here. If this Buddhist debate doesn't end and neither side admits defeat, do they just keep burning like this? Jing Shu asked. At first she was shocked but calm. After all, she was a doctor with 100 contribution points. As long as they didn't die, she could save them. She'd thought a monk's bet would be something like martial arts, Shaolin Lion's Roar, Iron Palm, or some such. Nothing fatal. But now they were literally burning their own fingers. Yang Yang squinted and nodded. That's why we need to be ready for Plan B. Will the monk die? Don't know. Maybe. One of them will die, either Yuantong or Jilu. Maybe both will go to the Pure Land. Everyone fell silent. Watching from the sidelines wasn't easy either. Seeing a teammate you'd worked with for months about to be burned alive was torture. Jing Shu felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. How long would it take to burn someone to death? A crematorium's fire takes about an hour and is painless, but this, burning bit by bit, cell by cell, with level 12 pain like 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, was the agony the monk was enduring. And he had to watch as his own fingers, hands, and arms were slowly consumed. In terms of pain, Jilu would suffer more than Yuantong. Yuantong's faith was to seek the Pure Land, and he was willing to die for merit. His conviction was unshakable. But Jilu was resisting deep down. He was enduring a living punishment, and the mental torment and fear were even worse than the physical pain. Jing Shu suddenly wondered how he'd survived these past days, and how much courage it took to come to America. To put it simply, Yuantong was like a business-class passenger on a crashing plane with billions in insurance. If he died, his family would be set for life. Jilu was in economy, with no insurance, just praying for a safe landing. That's the power of mindset. Time crawled by. For Jing Shu and the others, it was agonizing. For the monk, every second felt like a year, every moment of pain magnified. One finger burned away quickly. The abbot added more oil, slowing the burn so the monks could offer themselves more devoutly. The black onlookers gradually left this strange, eerily quiet contest, their hair standing on end. Chinese people were terrifying. Gradually, the vast temple courtyard was left with only two groups, the monks of Zhuangyan Temple and the abbot, and the priest with his 28 nuns and Jing Shu's team. In the center, the two monks continued their self-immolation and debate on Buddhist doctrine. First came the smell of burning incense and flesh, then an increasingly pungent, acrid odor. The blood, scorched, congealed, and turned black. Both monks displayed incredible willpower. Master Yuantong, being heavier, had more body fat, so his burning was accompanied by more crackling sounds. Perhaps because of the extra fat, he burned faster than Jing Shu's teammate. In the dim light, others might not see the charred flesh, but Jing Shu could see the entire arm had turned black. One gust of wind, and it might scatter to ash. Sometimes Jing Shu wondered what the point of all this was. They had the strength to take the cauldron by force. Why pay such a price? Maybe this was his Buddhist path, or maybe he needed to atone for past mistakes, or perhaps he needed a legitimate reason to reclaim the cauldron he'd lost. If he failed, he could entrust the task to his teammates. Meanwhile, Fat Chicken, acting like a mother hen, kept her chicks close and clung to Jing Shu's leg, reminding her of the chaos she'd once caused in the chicken coop, when all the other chickens followed her lead. How arrogant she'd been back then. The abbot's brushwork was a bit out of place. He looked more like he was basting a roast pig, occasionally brushing on more oil wherever the burn was uneven, all while chanting scriptures no one could understand. The fire gradually spread to their shoulders. After more than 2 hours of this torment, both monks were dehydrated and no longer debating, just chanting, as if it eased the pain. The burning spread in patches. Though it had only reached the shoulders, the heat had already affected their hearts and lungs. Master Yuantong's breathing grew rapid, and Jilu was close to losing consciousness. The atmosphere grew tense. The outcome was near. In the shadows, the sound of bullets being chambered could be heard, and even the young monk holding the cauldron was trembling. Jing Shu stared wide-eyed at the nearly carbonized monk, his burns extensive. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, some from pain, some from heat. No one could imagine the willpower it took to remain still under such agony. Finally, the fire spread from the shoulder, and the whole upper body was suddenly engulfed. What had been a small burn now multiplied several times over. Master Yuantong's flames were even fiercer, leaping up as he was soon swallowed by fire. His breathing became more and more labored, his face flushed deep red. "Ugh!" He managed only a muffled groan before collapsing from his seated position, losing consciousness and breath. The abbot sighed, shook his head in regret, and finally gestured to indicate the monk as the victor. Tank, who had prepared a large bucket of water, doused the flames, instantly extinguishing them. He then wrapped the monk's ruined body in a fireproof coat. The victorious monk, upon learning of his win, immediately passed out. The abbot and the other monks gathered around Master Yuantong's remains, sitting cross-legged and chanting sutras. The abbot struck the wooden fish, the sound echoing in Jing Shu's ears. The collective chanting had a strange, calming effect, instantly soothing even the most agitated hearts. Jing Shu took out her homemade medicinal pellets and spread them over the monk's charred upper body. Though only his arms were burned away, the high temperatures had likely caused severe internal injuries, especially to the heart and lungs. These injuries, survival will be tough. Jing Shu shook her head. Even with her spiritual spring, if too many organs failed, there was nothing she could do. There are many tragic deaths, but few as miserable as surviving like this. Both arms were completely necrotic. Now it was a question of whether to amputate at the shoulders, but without surgical conditions, they'd have to wait until everything was over to decide. Burn victims often can't be saved, and even if they linger for a day or two, once the body loses function, there's no hope. The worst part of burns isn't the initial injury, but the ongoing cellular damage and the excruciating pain that lasts for ages. Statistically, burns are the most prolonged and unbearable of all injuries. So even in his coma, the monk would occasionally twitch in pain. Jing Shu gave him a drop of spiritual spring water, which made him react even more, as if resisting it, but there was no other option. She could only change his medicine every 3 hours and leave the rest to fate. After the winner was decided, the atmosphere grew tense. The young monk holding the cauldron hid in a corner, at a loss. The old monks continued chanting, and Yang didn't disturb them. The priest and his nuns remained seated, unmoving, until Master Yuantong was completely reduced to ashes. Only then did Yang step forward, smiling, and ask, "So, may we have the cauldron back now?" Red laser dots from the darkness targeted them, but soon screams rang out. Jing Shu's group went on alert. Lingling raised her gun and aimed at someone in the shadows, who quickly withdrew their targeting laser. The abbot sighed deeply. "Take it with you, but I fear that person won't let you leave so easily." "That's not your concern," Yang replied. The young monk finally handed over the tray. Yang wrapped the cauldron in cloth and said, "Then we won't trouble you any further." With that, he led Jing Shu's group away. The priest and his nuns stayed behind, as if they still had business to attend to. Once outside Zhuangyan Temple, Tank, carrying the monk, asked, "Aren't you worried it's a fake?" "No. This cauldron was once used by the first emperor. The unique minerals in it can't be faked, and they wouldn't bother trying." Still, Yang double-checked before tucking the cauldron away and quickly assigning tasks. "Xiaohei, take care of the monk. We need to steal the formula and escape before that person reacts. Lingling, you'll snipe from outside the manor. Tank, protect Lingling. Snake Spirit, you and Monkey clear the perimeter. Jingzi, Hao Yunlai, you're with me. Zhen Nantian, your injuries?" Halfway through his sentence, Yang was silenced by Zhen Nantian's deep, penetrating gaze. Yang had to concede. "Then you'll go solo. If things go badly for us, you'll be the one to draw the enemy's attention and create a diversion so we can steal the formula in the chaos." Zhen Nantian nodded in satisfaction. "So where exactly does this rich guy live? How do we get there?" Jing Shu asked. Honestly, she'd rather go alone. After all, if she went solo, she could take as much as she wanted. This Zhuangyan temple was big and empty, but there really wasn't anything worth putting in her space. Jing Shu was a bit disappointed and eager to see the "You Can't Imagine How the Rich Live" series. Otherwise, what was the point of coming all the way to America? Yang coughed. "Actually, from the moment we stepped out of Zhuangyan Temple, we were already on the tycoon's land. We just walk over." "Oh, that close, huh?" Jing Shu muttered. Truly inhumanly huge. Thank goodness this was the New York suburbs, not downtown. After handing the monk over to Xiaohei to meet up with their contacts, the rest followed Yang into the tycoon's estate. This rich man seemed different from others. No private army, no patrolling bodyguards. "I'm really curious. What happens when you combine the cauldron and the so-called formula? How does it actually extend life? And if you have the formula or the raw materials, why not make it available to everyone?" Jing Shu asked. The teammates were interested too. This was their final mission, supposedly the hardest. But with the first step done, the second seemed almost easy by comparison. "Do you know about crayfish?" Yang asked. "Huh? Crayfish?" Jing Shu nodded. "Of course, I've raised plenty. I like them best with 13 spice flavor, but garlic and spicy are great too." Yang. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Yang sighed. Crayfish are an invasive species, but besides being food, they're also studied. Research shows that, in theory, crayfish are biologically immortal. They never die of old age. Biologically immortal? Jing Shu was surprised. Yang nodded. A crayfish's body doesn't show age-related decline. Humans age because with each cell division, the mitochondrial telomeres get shorter, until cells can't divide anymore. Then the body's functions fail and you die. Human cells can divide about 50 times before that happens. Jing Shu stroked her chin, thinking. Her spiritual spring had revived a dying queen ant. Maybe it increased her cell division count? Yang Yang continued. Crayfish produce an enzyme that lengthens telomeres, so their cells can keep dividing indefinitely. In theory, they never age and always stay vigorous. No wonder the bigger the crayfish, the tastier it is. They never get old, Jing Shu exclaimed. That's not really the point, is it? Jing Shu quickly put on a serious face and nodded as if she understood. Theoretically, yes. But every time a crayfish molts, it needs a huge amount of energy. As they get older, they get weaker, and about 10% die from exhaustion each time. So very few actually live that long. So it's like passing a heavenly tribulation every year. If you want to live forever, you have to survive a harder trial each time. Jing Shu understood. If even immortal crayfish struggle, what about humans? The more she learned, the more amazed she was by her spiritual spring. 20 drops a day. No wonder it was so extraordinary. Her spring could probably increase the number of cell divisions in any living thing, making healthy people even healthier, and helping the sick recover by accelerating cell regeneration. For plants, it could double their cell count, making them grow faster and more nutritious. But I doubt my spring is that simple. Besides the enzyme that increases cell division, there must be other effects, Jing Shu mused. It really was a fountain of life. No superpowers, nothing as exaggerated as in novels, but its effects were still incredible. So, what does this have to do with the cauldron and the formula? Here came the key point. Yang Yang nodded. This tycoon spent a fortune to develop an extract that lets human cells divide one more time, extending lifespan. But humans can't absorb it directly. The enzyme isn't easily taken up by the body. Then he found this cauldron, which contains a unique mineral found nowhere else. When combined and consumed, it perfectly fuses with human cells, achieving the desired effect. Each use can extend life by about 2 years, flush out bad cells, and give you a fresh start. It can even cure chronic illnesses and terminal diseases, though the effect depends on the person's absorption and how close their cells are to their limit. Jing Shu couldn't help but look at the ancient cauldron again. Was it really that miraculous? Yang Yang shook his head. Unfortunately, even the tycoon's team couldn't replicate the cauldron's unique mineral. They tried scraping off bits and mixing them in, but it never worked. This was the same medical team that once developed an anti-aging, life-extending drug that was mass-produced and adopted worldwide. I've never heard of that drug. Was it really that widespread? Jing Shu asked, puzzled. Lingling explained. It costs $600,000 per shot, 3 shots per course, 1 every 6 months, a stem cell anti-aging upgrade. The more stem cells you have, the more vitality and life force. Injecting more undifferentiated cells lets you regenerate organs and tissues, basically increasing your cell division count. But that only delays aging, it doesn't reverse it. What we're talking about here is increasing the total number of cell divisions, which can actually suppress aging and even restore youth. So it really is true. Poverty breeds ignorance. Jing Shu's head spun, but she more or less understood. The joys of the rich are truly beyond imagination. The rich really can buy more life. That stem cell anti-aging treatment does exist. It's good to be rich. Degudeg. After sorting out the logic, Jing Shu said, I get it. For example, if I have 100 HP, the old way just refilled my health bar, say from 60 HP back up by 20. But this new method not only refills the bar, it increases the max, so my 100 HP bar becomes 120 HP, right? Yang Yang nodded, giving her a thumbs up. Exactly. So now you understand just how rich this tycoon is? Jing Shu nodded in understanding. Anyone who controlled this kind of life-extending technology and formula would have to be unimaginably wealthy. Not just rich, he's rich enough to rival a nation, Zhen Nantian said coolly. Yang Yang nodded. With this kind of tech, you can imagine how many assassination and robbery attempts this tycoon faces every day. But no one's ever succeeded. That's why this is the hardest mission. He's not only got strong defenses, but tons of experience dealing with attacks. The key thing is, we don't even know his age, appearance, or if he's actually living here. At this, even Jing Shu felt the pressure. It really did sound tough. But since they were just here to steal something, maybe it didn't matter if the tycoon was home or not? But this tycoon is a devout Christian. Yang smirked. Every week he invites the priest and nuns to his estate for worship. At that time, most of his servants and bodyguards gather for the service. Some say the tycoon hides among them. Others say he's not there at all, just using it as a decoy. A lot of people try to take advantage of this time to get close, or even to assassinate him, but no one's ever succeeded. Some say it's a trap. He leaks his habits on purpose to lure people in and catch them all at once. Whatever his plan, right before the priest goes in for worship is our best chance to act. Yang, panting as he walked, continued. The tycoon's estate is huge and heavily fortified. There's an anti-air zone and a 2-kilometer infrared thermal imaging system. No matter how you disguise yourself, as long as your body gives off heat, you'll be spotted from far away. There are no blind spots. So 90% of people who try to go in from the front never make it. Air and ground approaches are out. Tank's eyes lit up. So, are we digging a tunnel again? Idiot, if you thought of it, don't you think others have too? Snake Spirit scoffed. Yang shook his head. Tunneling won't work. Before the apocalypse, the tycoon spent billions building a reinforced glass underwater world beneath his estate, connected to the canal. He turned the land under his feet into a real aquarium. To protect it, he spent billions more on maintenance and security. The place is so tough, you couldn't blow it up even with explosives. So how do we get in? Yang pointed to the canal in the distance. The underwater world is connected to the canal. We can enter the tycoon's estate from there. But the place is full of the world's deadliest creatures, sharks, piranhas, belchers, sea snakes, and more. Most people who try to swim through die from poison or are eaten, and their bodies float to the exit to be collected. Everyone gasped in shock. Trying to get through the underwater world was basically suicide. How did so many poisonous creatures even coexist? I heard they restock the poisonous animals every 6 months, so it's like the 3-5-7 fish-keeping method. Feed every 3 days, change water every 5, swap fish every 7. Wait, what's the point of all this? Yang finally stopped and pointed at the map. All right, time to split up. Lingling and Tank, you'll snipe from here. Snake Spirit and Monkey, you'll go from this side and act on my signal. Jen Nantian, you'll be at the main gate. An hour from now, the priest will bring people for worship and you'll cause a distraction. Hao Yunlai, Mirror, and I will enter the tycoon's house from the canal's underwater world. As he spoke, Yang handed out diving gear. Jing Shu and the other two quickly suited up with oxygen tanks. Before getting in the water, Jing Shu suddenly asked, So, do we have any good plan or method to get past all those poisonous creatures and reach the tycoon's house? Yang pointed at Hao Yunlai. We're counting on him. Huh? Yang shrugged. Just follow him. If he feels a place is dangerous, we don't go that way. Simple as that. It actually made sense. But what if everywhere feels dangerous? The usually low-key Hao Yunlai said, It won't. Heaven always leaves a way out. Is this really reliable? The wetsuits were just standard, no bite protection. What if a shark showed up? And you definitely couldn't use guns underwater. One shot, a little blood, and you'd be in real trouble. Poisoning the water might work, but how much would it take to kill half the piranhas in a canal? And this underwater world was all flowing water. Before Jing Shu could react, she was already being led to the canal. They quickly found the entrance to the underwater world, a narrow opening, only wide enough for one person at a time. If you tried to blast your way in with explosives, it wouldn't work. The tycoon could instantly turn the whole underwater world into thousands of sealed tanks. And of course, there were cameras everywhere. Jing Shu felt her intelligence was being insulted. So the owner knew exactly who was coming in? Maybe he even enjoyed watching people risk their lives to kill him. Was this all just a circus for his amusement? Even if we somehow survive all the dangers and get into the tycoon's house from underwater, there are still traps at the exit. So why do we have to go through the sea? It's way too dangerous." Jing Shu gestured underwater, thinking she could just disguise herself as a nun and sneak in. Why did they have to pick the most dangerous route? But Yang Yang signaled her to be patient. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have chosen this path. No wonder it was a tycoon's underwater world. It was huge, almost indistinguishable from a real ocean floor. The only difference was that the tycoon had moved the sea beneath his own feet. The hobbies of the rich really were something else. Jing Shu stuck close behind Hao Yunlai. First, they swam through a long underwater tunnel. After several hundred meters, the view suddenly opened up. Jing Shu knew this must be the underwater world the tycoon had built beneath his estate. The water was cold, and the pressure made her ears ring. The murky water limited her vision, but she could still make out some things, like a shark with its gaping jaws, devouring fish and other creatures, while other fish nibbled at its rotting flesh. They were all eating each other. Jing Shu's mouth fell open, releasing a stream of oxygen bubbles. The shark's body was rotting, its flesh green and white, clearly infected with the zombie virus, now an undead creature. Not only had the virus spread to most land animals, but now even sea life wasn't spared. The three of them managed to circle around the shark, but suddenly Hao Yunlai began to tremble all over, as if exhausted, and sank to the bottom of the underwater world, about 10 meters deep. Jing Shu and Yang Yang followed him down. Just then, a huge school of fish, each dozens of centimeters long, swam overhead. In just 10 seconds, the 3-meter-long shark was stripped to the bone by the swarm. All that was left was a skeleton. Looking closer, Jing Shu saw their mouths were full of sharp, menacing teeth. "Piranhas! Damn, that was close!" Jing Shu felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. Hao Yunlai's timing had been perfect. No wonder no one had ever made it through alive. No matter how many weapons you brought, it wouldn't help. Jing Shu felt something prick her foot. Looking down, she saw coral and some strange-looking crabs. As soon as she landed, a swarm of crabs rushed at them. But just then, the shark's skeleton fell nearby, and the crabs immediately changed targets, swarming over the bones and crunching them to bits with their claws. It was terrifying. "Go now!" Jing Shu's heart pounded. Trusting her life to fate felt way too unreliable. They managed to dodge these bizarre creatures, but more dangers awaited. "We can't go this way," Hao Yunlai said, frowning in pain, shivering as if his scalp was crawling. "It's too dangerous. I feel it. Very dangerous." What now? Was something terrible about to happen? Jing Shu's heart raced. This was way too unreliable. So what now? The so-called danger-sensing expert was just standing still. Wasn't that even more dangerous? Just as Jing Shu was about to use her own trump card, Hao Yunlai suddenly grabbed his own throat with both hands, twisting it violently in a bizarre, desperate way. "What the hell?" Jing Shu's eyes widened at the strange scene. Was he so sure he was doomed that he was trying to kill himself first? Yang Yang pulled Jing Shu back a bit. They watched as Hao Yunlai struggled, kicking his legs, his face turning red as he choked himself even harder. But on closer look, it was as if some invisible force was controlling his hands, forcing him to strangle himself while he fought back in agony. It made no sense. Was this some kind of self-harm? Suicide by strangling yourself underwater didn't seem very effective. After more than 30 seconds, Hao Yunlai finally coughed, spitting out bubbles and a bit of blood into his oxygen mask, his face pale as he swam off in a new direction. The atmosphere was eerie. But Hao Yunlai was acting very strange now. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging all over his body as if he might explode at any moment. Normally, Hao Yunlai was a laid-back, almost invisible guy, quieter than the monk, always napping, never drawing attention. Even though they were all from Wucheng, Jing Shu realized she barely knew him. They'd never really worked together before, always missing each other by chance, until today. "Let's go," Yang Yang said, following Hao Yunlai, looking completely unconcerned about further danger. Jing Shu was full of questions. Wasn't Hao Yunlai just saying it was too dangerous? Why was it suddenly safe after he strangled himself? Did choking himself somehow make it safe? How did that work? Still puzzled, Jing Shu cautiously followed Yang Yang, mentally calculating the combat power of the underwater creatures and her own. She'd already thought of at least 3 escape plans, ready to use her abilities if needed. Having died once, she cherished her life even more. But what happened next truly opened her eyes. If Hao Yunlai had been avoiding trouble before, now he was like a completely different person, his gaze fierce and cold, almost mechanical. Wherever he swam, it was as if a plague had swept through. Yes, that was the only way to describe him, a plague god. Wherever he went, every living thing suffered, either eaten, killed in bizarre ways, or struck by inexplicable accidents. No matter what, all sorts of misfortunes befell the creatures around him, leaving Jing Shu more and more shocked. Hao Yunlai? Is this really good luck, or is he the child of misfortune? Heaven's lone star descends, bringing calamity to kin and all around. Only a noble savior can help, and doing good is the remedy. My name is Hao Yunlai. I was born into a large, prosperous family. The whole clan got rich making fake medicine. Deep roots, powerful connections, huge profits, and official protection. Who knows how many people we ruined? Our family's glory was built on countless corpses and tears, cursed by many, but business only boomed, spreading far and wide. All of that changed when I was born. My mother died in childbirth. When I was a month old, my 13-year-old second brother choked to death on a rice ball in the kitchen, his hands clutching his throat. When I turned 1, my 16-year-old eldest brother died from holding his pee too long after 7 hours of playing League of Legends. During New Year's, my 6-year-old third sister drowned in a latrine while we were home for ancestral rites. On Qingming Festival, my grandfather was crushed by a bull that was about to be sacrificed. In just 6 years, the whole family was wiped out. They tried to fight it, tried everything, but when they realized I was a lone star of calamity, doomed to bring death to all close to me, they even tried to kill me. But that only sped up their demise. Some donated all their money and did good deeds, but the best they got was a whole corpse. My own fate only grew harder. Soon, anywhere I went, anyone I met, any creature I touched would suffer tragedy, and it only got worse. Just being near me could kill. I became a true plague god, but all I ever wanted was to live like a normal person. When I was 8, I met a benefactor. He taught me a lot, how to do good, how to be ordinary again. He said he could suppress my curse by binding it to the souls of my family, suffering forever in the 18th level of hell. That way, I could be normal for a while. But if I ever faced danger, the curse would explode back, even threatening to consume me. That's the price of being normal for a while. So I usually only let one family member out at a time. The earlier they died, the stronger their curse. Like just now, I had to let my second brother out. He strangled me, blaming me for sending him to hell. Each time he gets rougher. Next time he might just kill me. I'd never let my mother out unless I had no choice. That would mean mutual destruction with the enemy. If it really came to that, I'd be happy. If I could help my teammates that way. My benefactor said I wouldn't live past 30, that I had too much karma to pay and could only try to make up for it by doing good. But if I ever hurt the innocent again, I'd die even faster. After all, what goes around comes around. Good and evil always get their due. After 20 years, I've learned to control it a bit. I can avoid cursing a few people, but only 2 or 3 at a time. That's why when there are a lot of teammates, I never use my power. Otherwise, I could lead them in and wipe out everything. Too bad. They all think I'm just a regular guy, but honestly, being protected feels pretty nice. Lately, I've been feeling more and more tired, like an old man at the end of his life. No energy, always wanting to sleep. Maybe one day I'll just never wake up. But before I go to hell to atone, I want to help my teammates no matter the cost. Oh, and those 50 contribution point eggs are really delicious. I hope in my next life I can meet that chicken and her owner again. They're both really interesting, good people. Hao Yunlai moved quickly now, charging ahead without hesitation, ignoring all the terrifying creatures. Jing Shu felt like she was in the world's deadliest zoo. The creatures that should have been attacking them were dying in all sorts of bizarre, coincidental ways. You could say it was Hao Yunlai's curse, but the deaths were so accidental it was hard to believe. But could there really be so many coincidences in the world? Tragic. Truly tragic. Yang kept Jing Shu at a careful distance. Even she was afraid the plague god's curse might rub off on her. It was terrifying. Wherever he went, corpses piled up. If Hao Yunlai ever unleashed this power in Austin, who knows how many would die. No wonder Yang said he wouldn't have chosen this route without a plan. This was like unsealing Satan himself. Thanks to Hao Yunlai's curse, the three of them reached the end of the underwater world quickly. Whatever was waiting for them there, the curse had already wiped out all the guards. Jing Shu now had a much deeper understanding of just how terrifying Hao Yunlai's power was. When he went all out, Hao Yunlai was like a demon king. Cold, ruthless, killing with a glance, even though all he did was look at people. The three of them emerged safely from the underwater world into the tycoon's real home. Jing Shu took a deep breath and tore off her wetsuit. No way was she ever wearing that again. Hao Yunlai collapsed to the ground, exhausted, eyes barely open. It looked like his power had a time limit, about 5 minutes. It was enough for a critical moment, but not for a long operation, and after using it, he was completely drained. Who knew how long it would take to recover? Jing Shu stroked her chin, rating Hao Yunlai's ability. An A grade still seemed a bit low. Yang pulled out a map. Now we split up. You take Hao Yunlai this way, I'll go through the tech building. The tycoon's formula is probably there. Whoever finds the formula or anything good first, post it in the group chat. Jing Shu coughed. You take Hao Yunlai. It'll be safer for you. Honestly, she just wanted to go treasure hunting alone. Then she could stash anything good straight into her space. No need. I can't carry him anyway. Besides, once I'm inside, it's my world. Don't forget how I stole so much last year in America. Yang grinned smugly. All right, just be careful, Jing Shu said. Everyone knew Yang was useless, couldn't carry anything, never helped with luggage, and his abilities were still a secret. But since he was rated A+, even if he couldn't carry Hao Yunlai, he must at least have some way to protect himself, right? Jing Shu didn't waste words. She dragged Hao Yunlai away. Hao Yunlai? Are you asleep? Can you hear me? Jing Shu called out several times, but there was no response. Hao Yunlai was out cold. To avoid any trouble, she stuffed Hao Yunlai in a black burlap sack and dragged him along. It was easier, and this way he wouldn't see anything he shouldn't. Right now, Hao Yunlai was as easy to handle as a sheep waiting for slaughter. Aside from Qian Duo, the hardware tycoon, this was Jing Shu's second time touring a rich person's home. Judging by the level, this tycoon seemed even more impressive, though the place looked a bit smaller. Well, not really small at all. The tycoon's estate was an eclectic mix: European-style buildings, high-tech towers, and luxurious glass-walled villas. Each building had its own yard and wall, all built above the transparent, reinforced glass of the underwater world. Jing Shu couldn't help but wonder how the foundations were built. But what she really cared about was whether there were any hidden treasures underground. It just smells like money everywhere. My time is limited, I have to hurry. Blue ground lights lined the fences, making it easy to see the underwater creatures fighting and tearing each other apart, even in the apocalypse. The tycoon's private estate wasn't exactly quiet. There were sounds of commotion in the distance. Jing Shu wondered if the tycoon or his security had noticed their intrusion. Supposedly, no one had ever succeeded in assassinating the tycoon, but after Hao Yunlai cleared out a batch of people at the exit, no one else had shown up. Jing Shu wondered if the security was really as tight as Yang claimed. Was the 2-kilometer thermal imaging real? If not, all their efforts sneaking in felt a bit silly. Yang soon disappeared into the night, heading for the tech building he'd mentioned. No matter what, since she was inside, Jing Shu wasn't about to let the opportunity slip by. Dragging Hao Yunlai, she quickly headed toward a place that looked like the tycoon's private collection vault. Huh? It's just a bowling alley? Jing Shu left, disappointed, and checked the next spot. No wonder it was empty. Nothing important there. This is an indoor golf course. Jing Shu marked each place she visited with a pen. After more than 10 minutes, she'd checked at least a dozen open rooms. Everything was spotless, as if cleaned daily, but there wasn't a soul in sight. It was eerie. Where was everyone? All right, time to send you guys out to map the place for me. She couldn't waste any more time. Jing Shu released hundreds of her second-generation venomous bees. These bees were bigger, stronger, and more toxic than the first generation, and they doubled as guards while gathering nectar. The only downside was their loud buzzing, and their range was only about 1 kilometer. Beyond that, Jing Shu wouldn't get any feedback. In other words, the bees would keep working, but she wouldn't know what was happening outside their range. Next, she sent out over 35 steppe snakes. They were quieter, but since the estate was built over the underwater world and the paths were lined with lights, it was hard for the snakes to stay hidden. They could be exposed at any time. Still, there didn't seem to be any security, and Jing Shu didn't dare approach the noisy areas. Finally, she sent out sulfuric acid ants. These tiny ants could move around unnoticed and might come in handy in a pinch. With her army deployed, Jing Shu sat in a corner, eyes closed, gathering information as her creatures spread out from her position. Gradually, a grand map took shape in her mind, but some bees and snakes kept disappearing for no reason, and now even some ants were vanishing. Jing Shu was puzzled. These creatures were in the safest areas, moving normally, so why were they suddenly gone? Eventually, Jing Shu dragged Hao Yunlai to the spot where most of her bees had disappeared, a nondescript 3-story villa. It was quiet, the door wide open, and the faint light inside revealed a lavish interior. In the center of the lobby stood a display case filled with treasures. Even from a distance, Jing Shu could see there weren't many items in the case, maybe a dozen or so, but under the lights, they looked dazzling. Jing Shu swallowed. Damn, do rich people really just leave their valuables out in the open like this? Some looked like jewelry, some were bottles of liquid, others were hard to see in the backlight. But anything in a display case here had to be valuable, right? But the door was wide open? Wait, something was off. Her bees had disappeared inside this house. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes and sent more bees in. As soon as they entered, a red light flashed and the bees were instantly sliced into 3 or 4 pieces. These bees were barely bigger than a fingernail. Brutal. Now she saw the floor was littered with corpses, not just bees, but all kinds of bugs. So the house is booby-trapped. No wonder my bees vanished. They died so fast there was no time to send a warning. Jing Shu eyed the villa, chin in hand, and sent in more first-generation bees to look for weak spots. She even had the sulfuric acid ants search for cracks. She refused to believe technology had advanced so far that not even a mosquito could get in. She also tried tossing in bits of iron and steel, but every time, within a second or two, a red light would slice them into pieces, the metal glowing red-hot from the heat. No wonder there were no guards. Jing Shu wanted to leave, but she couldn't stop eyeing the treasures inside. If Jing Shu could have clearly seen what was inside, she might have weighed the risks and rewards and decided whether it was worth spending time on this house. But right now, she couldn't see anything clearly. It was like a devil was whispering in her ear, "Go on, there's definitely something you'll love in there." Meanwhile, an angel urged, "Leave now, there's something you'll need even more ahead." Jing Shu decided to give it 5 more minutes. If she couldn't figure it out by then, she'd give up. This setup was just like in the movies, those laser grids that slice anything entering their territory into pieces. In films, the hero usually puts on special glasses to see the beams, then dodges through to grab the loot. Jing Shu had tried using her bees to probe for gaps, hoping to use her Rubik's Cube space. As long as she could get a string or something physical to touch the display case, she could swipe everything inside without going in herself. But in reality, after sacrificing hundreds of bees and countless sulfuric acid ants, there wasn't a single gap, no matter the angle. This was the real deal. Not even a mosquito or fly could get through. The only way to achieve this density was with a moving axis, making the lasers truly seamless. The sulfuric acid ants could crawl along the baseboards, but as soon as they got near the display case, they were burned to death by the lasers. Jing Shu wanted to find the laser's power switch, but after searching every corner, she found nothing. Not even a power cord. She even tried sending the ants on suicide missions to block or destroy the laser emitters, but the beams seemed to come from the center, and you'd have to get there to shut them off. A dead end. I wonder if dumping a few buckets of water or cutting the wires would help, if only I had more time. But then another question. How did the display cases themselves avoid being sliced by the lasers? Why weren't they cut to pieces? Jing Shu narrowed her eyes, thought for a moment, then suddenly drew her crossbow and fired an arrow at the display case, not caring if she triggered an alarm. Pew! The arrow shot out, but was instantly sliced to pieces mid-flight, and what was left shattered against the display case. These display case treasures are all fake. This is a 5D holographic projection. So realistic. What a waste of my time. Jing Shu gritted her teeth and turned to leave, but after a few steps, she stopped and frowned. All the bees that tried to enter through other windows had died too, meaning the whole house was covered in lasers. If it was just a projection, why go to such lengths? There had to be something real here. I don't believe it. Jing Shu had been pampering her sulfuric acid ant queen lately, feeding her with her number 3 spiritual spring, so her egg-laying had skyrocketed. Jing Shu didn't hesitate to send waves of ants crawling all over the villa. Even though many ants were cut down by the lasers, they kept searching for safe paths, combing every crack. Finally, they found a gap in the center of the villa. It turned out the whole laser setup was a decoy. The designer had hollowed out the space between the first and second floors and embedded hidden, massive safes. Without a trigger or switch, you'd never find the entrance. Luckily, Jing Shu's ants could crawl into the cracks and touch the safes. The safes themselves were impenetrable, fully sealed, bomb-proof, and clearly holding something precious. But with her Rubik's Cube space, as long as a thread touched the safe, Jing Shu could swipe everything inside. This wasn't like the old days, when she'd only dare steal a single gun. This was America, a lawless land. At the most thrilling moment, Jing Shu used her ants to carry a thin silk thread to the safe on the second floor. With her eyes closed, she sensed the size of the safe. It spanned the gap between the first and second floors, custom-made, and about the same size as her Rubik's Cube space, 1.111 meters, a full cubic meter. And the best part? There wasn't just one safe, but 20 of them, each a cubic meter custom embedded in the villa. What treasures did they hold? Jing Shu swiped the contents of the first safe, but before she could look, a piercing alarm blared and a beeping countdown started. Sensing trouble, Jing Shu didn't hesitate. She swept all 20 safes' contents into her space, grabbed Hao Yunlai, and ran for her life. The only thing that mattered was to get as far away as fast as possible. As she ran, the countdown faded in her ears. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged behind her, making her stumble and run even faster. Then, boom! A massive explosion rocked the villa, sending up a mushroom cloud. The ground shook, her ears rang, and she felt a burning heat on her back. Am I hurt? Jing Shu glanced back. Not only had the villa exploded, it was on fire, thick smoke billowing out. Even the water from the underwater world below had been blasted up, though the underground sections were independent, so only this area was affected. The alarm still wailed, probably audible for miles. It was utter chaos. Jing Shu could only run faster. This was sure to attract a crowd. Dragging Hao Yunlai, who kept bumping into rocks, hopefully he'd wake up if it hurt enough, Jing Shu drank some spiritual spring water and ran even faster. She finally stopped at the bowling alley, her back burned and bleeding from the blast, but after some spiritual spring water, she figured she'd be fine. Besides, compared to the pile of loot in her space, her injuries were nothing. Unable to contain her curiosity, Jing Shu opened the first thing she'd stolen, a heavy metal box. Inside, 10 glass vials of liquid lay quietly. Jing Shu picked up a tube and shook it under the dim light. As the liquid inside swirled, it shimmered with a star-like color. What is this? Jing Shu rested her chin on her hand, frowning. The metal box was only labeled ZS-880. Could this be what we're supposed to find for this mission? The reagent that, when fused with the cauldron, allows cells to divide one more time? But aren't we supposed to be looking for the formula? Whatever. Let's just keep it for now. No matter what it is, as long as we can sell it, it'll be a huge sum of liquid capital. If that doesn't work, we can always trade it for other supplies. Although the post-apocalyptic virtual currency was just a number to Jing Shu now, the ever-dwindling resources were causing all prices to rise. With the 5th year of snow and migration approaching, she'd have to spend a fortune to prepare. Besides, who would ever complain about having too much money, especially in the apocalypse? Yet Jing Shu never expected that, after once boldly declaring that virtual currency was just a number, she would soon rack up millions in debt, embarking on a life of hustling daily to pay it off. But that's a story for another time. With a snap, she closed the metal box and found the most conspicuous items piled up in her Rubik's Cube space. A dozen or so apple-sized pitted stones, each with a card attached. Jing Shu used her translator, and the card read, Mars Meteorite. After falling at high temperatures, it formed a unique magnetic field and rare elements. Every so often it can be refined to extract 24 essential rare elements needed for ZS-880. Jing Shu didn't know exactly what ZS-880 was, but she could guess. It must be the reagent for the mission's target formula, right? So, she hadn't found the formula, but she had found the essential refining materials. She'd heard of these important Mars meteorites before, once auctioned for tens of millions of euros, truly priceless. In this apocalypse, they had become essential for extracting rare elements, so it was obvious how valuable they were. But Jing Shu also felt a bit of a hot potato sensation. Holding so many valuable things, would she be killed for them? Next, Jing Shu opened the third item, a high-tech data storage device and a vessel frozen with dry ice, containing some unknown organism along with a small card. Her heart pounded. Could this be the target formula for the mission? Nowadays, all technological formulas were stored on chips to prevent hackers from stealing them. No one dared keep them in the cloud. Because the translation function was limited and not very technical, Jing Shu added her own understanding and translated as follows. Z10 generation bacterial synthetic meat. By cultivating bacteria to produce protein, then altering the protein's NDA chain, synthetic meat is created. The current data allows for synthetic meat with 95% beef flavor, 90% chicken flavor, and 80% fish flavor. The main ingredients are... The glass vessel was labeled as a Z10 generation bacterial sample. Jing Shu translated it several times and realized this was probably the formula and technical core for synthetic meat. For someone like her, with space and no shortage of chicken, duck, beef, or lamb, it wasn't a big deal. But the apocalypse was different. China was in dire need. Even before the apocalypse, America already had synthetic meat, claiming that in the future there'd be no need for slaughter, farming, or wasting time. Synthetic meat could be used directly, with the same texture as real meat. So why hadn't it become widespread? Because the cost was too high, far exceeding its actual value. It was like spending 200,000 yuan to make a fake 100 yuan bill. Even if it was indistinguishable from the real thing, what was the point? I wonder what the cost of this Z10 generation bacterial synthetic meat is. But it does match up with the giant food that appears 2 years later. First, use bacteria to synthesize meat, then enlarge it hundreds of times. This would ease Wu Cheng's food shortage. If it works, it's basically a money-printing cheat. So this one needs to be brought out into the open too. 2 years later, when food became a terrifying topic, she wouldn't pretend to be a big shot. But she could still support from behind the scenes. Jing Shu was always thinking about how to keep Qianduoduo from going extinct, saving herself in a roundabout way. After all, she was a shareholder in Shi Yuan. Wasn't all evil rooted in food shortages? If there was enough food, even if the tyrant did what he did in her previous life, well then Jing Shu would just keep her mouth shut. Jing Shu quickly sorted through the items, stashing those that didn't need to be brought out into her space, and stuffing the ones that did into another sack. Some things she didn't even have time to look at and just put away for now. They were definitely good things, but most couldn't be used directly. One item, however, caught her eye. A very ordinary card, a bit like an ID card. She picked it up and saw it was a chip card. She had no idea what it was for, but, as expected, the contents of a rich person's safe were all extremely valuable, often one of a kind. Anything kept here must have been considered a precious item by its owner. Jing Shu kept the card close, just in case it turned out to be useful. Smoke curled behind her, and the alarm still hadn't attracted anyone, making Jing Shu even more puzzled. Was the entire mansion empty except for the few security guards from earlier? With such a loud noise, the whole estate should have heard it. Was the so-called indiscriminate 2-kilometer hotspot targeting just a bluff? Otherwise, with all this commotion, where was everyone? Jing Shu opened the sack and glanced at Hao Yunlai, who was still pale and unconscious. She checked his breathing. He was alive. That was good enough. Before leaving, Jing Shu sent a message to the group. I made a pretty big explosion over here, but not a single guard came, not even one person. I suspect there's no one in this estate at all. Snake Spirit, why don't you test it from the air in the front? Air defenses are normal. I just released a dozen hydrogen balloons around and they were all shot down. I'll send a few creatures over to check. I told you I heard an explosion just now, but they didn't believe me. How's your haul inside? The priest will arrive in 10 minutes. If you can't find anything by then, we'll have to go with Plan B. Dragging Hao Yunlai and the items that needed to be brought out, Jing Shu headed to the second place, where her 5-step snake had disappeared. It was a European-style villa estate, nothing special at first glance. But Jing Shu knew this place must be full of traps, just like the last one, so she was about to send out more 5-step snakes to scout and trigger traps. Just then, a synthesized electronic voice sounded, nearly scaring Jing Shu out of her wits. Welcome home. Huh? Did I trigger a mechanism? Jing Shu immediately backed away several steps, afraid of more traps like the earlier laser. There were sensors around. She was clearly still outside the villa's courtyard. But to her surprise, all the lights around her suddenly turned on, instantly illuminating everything. Even the zombie sharks feeding in the underwater world were clearly visible. At the same time, she heard the sound of footsteps. Da-da-da! And Jing Shu, on high alert, saw a short-legged robot approaching, holding a tray high with a cigar and an unopened bottle of red wine. In a cute, childlike voice, it said, Welcome home, master. All traps have been closed for you. What can I do for you? What's going on? Jing Shu frowned, then suddenly realized, could that chip from before be the key to this house? So with that chip, she was recognized as the owner? But that didn't make sense. What kind of rich person would hide their house key in a safe? What was the purpose behind that? More importantly, where had the real owner, the so-called rich person, gone? Jing Shu stayed wary of the robot. If it dared to attack, no matter how cute it looked, she'd kick it to pieces in an instant. Once she was sure it was unarmed, she said, I want. Jing Shu scratched her head, feeling the pain of being bad at English. Forget it. She didn't want to bother with the robot anymore. She'd rather test if the house really recognized her as the owner. Being a cowardly and cautious person, Jing Shu first sent her 5-step snake in as the vanguard, then had bees patrol the area. She put on her helmet and bulletproof vest, and only after confirming it was safe did she drag Hao Yunlai and 2 sacks of supplies into the villa's courtyard. The robot followed Jing Shu like a shadow, holding the cigar and wine. It seemed the previous owner had this habit. To avoid any inappropriate scenes, Jing Shu covered the robot with a cloth, just in case it had any recording functions. With every step, Jing Shu paused for a few seconds, letting the 5-step snake scout ahead while she observed the suspected rich person's residence. The 5-step snake and bees quickly finished scouting. The house had only 2 floors but covered a large area. Under Jing Shu's control, they searched for hidden surveillance devices but found none. It was indeed safe. Still, Jing Shu didn't let her guard down. She sent in acid ants for a thorough sweep, and if they encountered any sealed-off areas or places resembling surveillance rooms, she had the ants corrode their way in. Tonight's battle had given Jing Shu more experience in theft and task delegation. She valued the acid ants even more now, though it was a pity that thousands had been blown up earlier. It would take days for the queen to lay that many again. But from the moment she entered, Jing Shu's jaw dropped. She was truly shocked. Rich people's happiness was beyond her imagination. There was a massive outdoor swimming pool, with the bottom and all four walls made of glass, creating an underwater world where you could watch ferocious piranhas and other creatures up close. How thrilling was that? Looking up, there was a giant TV screen over 100 inches wide, currently playing scenes from America's Bikini Beach, back when there was still sunshine before the apocalypse. Irresistibly, next to the pool was a small, transparent room with a little fountain inside, but it didn't spray water, it sprayed rich chocolate. The setup was perfect for people in the pool to fill a cup with chocolate. Perfect. Jing Shu dug up the entire little fountain, along with the ground beneath it, and moved it into her space. It took up 10 cubic meters, but it was worth it. Chocolate was still valuable in the apocalypse. Jing Shu drooled, swallowed hard, and told herself to wait until she got home to eat it. Inside the house, the extra-high ceilings made the whole hall look extravagant, especially the crystal chandelier glowing under the warm lights. Jing Shu quickly climbed onto a table to inspect it. Real crystal. How much must that have cost? Without hesitation, she took the whole chandelier down, leaving only a few small pieces in her sack and putting the rest into her space. Crystal, second only to diamonds, was also a great conductor for new energy in the apocalypse. Whether she sold it or used it for decoration, it was excellent. The dining room wall was covered with rainbow candy, displayed in 3-meter-tall glass containers. Very eye-catching. After feeding one to a bee and seeing nothing happened, Jing Shu tried a few herself. Delicious. This must have been the famous, expensive rainbow candy from before the apocalypse, sold by the gram. No question, she moved the entire wall of candy into her space, filling up 5 cubic meters. She probably wouldn't run out of sugar for the rest of the apocalypse. The collection room inside was even richer, hundreds of famous paintings Jing Shu couldn't understand. She didn't touch those. Art was worthless in the apocalypse. But there was an entire room of various wines. The rich person's wine collection wasn't cheap. Jing Shu took more than half, filling 20 cubic meters of her space. As for the walk-in closets, watches, ties, clothes, shoes, shirts, each had its own room. Jing Shu wasn't interested. What caught her eye was a diamond-encrusted bathtub. She didn't care about the tub, but she pried off all the diamonds and put them in her space. She hadn't expected the next room to be even more extravagant, a jewelry room. The holographic display case from the earlier explosion was real, and there was a whole room just for huge crystal necklaces, diamond, jade, and agate rings, each as big as a fake diamond ring, complete with cards and descriptions. These must have been worth a fortune before the apocalypse. As a woman who loved beautiful things, Jing Shu rudely swept everything into her space, especially the diamonds. The rich person had collected countless diamonds of all sizes, and Jing Shu took every last one. Just then, the group chat came alive. Snake spirit. Disappointed. I tried. Within 2 kilometers, forget thermal imaging. Even zombie dogs were shot to pieces. I sent dozens of zombie creatures from different angles, not one survived. Preliminary assessment. There's a sniper system set up on that high tower. Ling Ling. Looks like we really have to go underground. Is there anyone inside? Old Yang. It's very empty inside. No one's here. I'm worried it's a trap. I did find a spot with supplies, but I can't get in. Let's go with plan B and leave the rest to a priest. Monkey. Can priest do it? He doesn't know anything? Zhen Nantian. Wait. Jing Shu wiped the sweat from her brow and kept looting. What other treasures awaited her? This trip was definitely worth it. What does it mean to pluck every feather as the goose flies by? Jing Shu embodied this perfectly. Anything with even a hint of value she stuffed into her space without hesitation, upholding her fine tradition of never wasting anything. To put it bluntly, many of the things here were already irreplaceable. These were the most precious resources in the apocalypse. Jing Shu didn't even spare the bath gels, shampoos, or pure crystal faucets. To her delight, she discovered an even more advanced bacterial solar generator. This made her happy for a long time. Her growing household had already outgrown their old solar generator, so this was like a pillow delivered right when she needed to nap. She also took all the high-end, unopened latex mattresses, the most luxurious goose-down pillows, and other extravagant household goods. As long as it was unopened, Jing Shu looted it all. Even the plush duvets and branded thick clothes that made the rooms and beds look so luxurious, she took those too. Perfect for gifting. After all, she'd come all the way to America. Shouldn't she bring back some gifts for her aunts and uncles? But, cough cough, so many of these things were stamped, "Made in China." Would her relatives suspect she hadn't really gone abroad, since everything she brought back was still made in China? After searching for a while, Jing Shu realized she hadn't found any basic items like toilet paper. That's when she noticed the rich used smart toilets with spray and drying functions. No need for paper. There were, however, plenty of fine dining napkins, which Jing Shu planned to use as cleaning cloths. Before her space was completely full, Jing Shu even stuffed in the gorgeous, luxurious furniture. She'd always had a fantasy. If she could eventually unlock a huge space in her Rubik's Cube, and if it could become her sanctuary, shouldn't she decorate it a bit? Just imagine. A flock of adorable, quacking food animals in front of her, lush vegetables growing underfoot, bees buzzing around collecting honey, and behind her, luxurious furniture and a comfy big bed. Even if the world truly ended, her family would have a place to live happily and the apocalypse wouldn't seem so apocalyptic. Of course, if she really needed to make room later, she could always clear some out. There were still a few useless things in her space, like 2 very space-consuming snakes that spent every day enacting censored scenes. But one thing puzzled Jing Shu. The kitchen was big, and the fridge was full of food, but something still felt missing. It wasn't until she checked the fridge a second time, looking for anything else to take, that she discovered the frosted fridge panel was actually a door. Don't ask why she searched again, just call it boldness, carefulness, and a sense of responsibility. But who would have thought there'd be another door inside the fridge? The door opened smoothly, and Jing Shu entered a hidden cold storage room. She wrapped her thick coat tighter and breathed out a puff of white air, then was stunned by the dazzling array of food and goods inside. Compared to the luxury upstairs, this was on a whole different level. It seemed to contain all the world's rarest foods, and it must have been built after the apocalypse began. She didn't know where the rich owner had gone, but since no one was here, everything belonged to Jing Shu. Of course, she'd pick out some things for her teammates. There was no ordinary food here, no rice or wheat. The first thing Jing Shu saw was a 2-meter-tall glass vessel filled with red, dried, chrysanthemum-like things, labeled, after translation, "Bloody chrysanthemum for drinking brew as tea." Huh? What the heck? Jing Shu muttered. Then she saw a note below which translated roughly as, "Premium saffron." Jing Shu swallowed hard. Damn, I've hit the jackpot. Saffron isn't from Tibet. The most famous comes from Shanghai. Only a few places in the world grow it, and it takes tens of thousands of dried stigmas to get even a little. Global production is extremely low, and with its unique medicinal properties, true wild, hand-harvested saffron is astronomically expensive per gram. Jing Shu looked up. How much was here? Was this the world's entire annual production? She'd always wanted to grow it herself, but the yield was too low and the process too troublesome. Now she'd never need to worry about it again. Is this American ginseng? Wow, is this free ginseng? Huh? What's this? This is the stem cell immune vaccine Old Yang mentioned before, and it's premium grade. There's so much of it. Bringing this back will make me rich, and it'll explain why my family looks so healthy and radiant in the apocalypse. No wonder the owner was in the pharmaceutical business. He stocked up for himself, too. Without further ado, Jing Shu pried everything loose and kept going. She saw all kinds of strange foods, things that needed refrigeration or freezing, and many high-end ingredients she couldn't even name. That day, there had only been a small box of caviar upstairs, but here, it was piled as high as a person. There were also ingredients Jing Shu didn't recognize at all, like the world's most luxurious blue cheese. Moldy cheese. She didn't know how to eat it, but she still swept every last thing from the cold storage shelves into her space, neat and tidy, planning to study them later. Her space was full. Not just full, overflowing. Jing Shu had to pick out some junk to make room, even packing things into bags to squeeze them in. When she checked the time, she realized she was already late for the rendezvous. Jing Shu quickly packed up, slung a dozen bags over her shoulders, and dragged the still unconscious Hao Yunlai out of the villa, ready to execute Plan B. At this point, the robot, still covered with a cloth, continued to follow her, annoyingly persistent. Since all it could say was stop, Jing Shu just let it be. Would it follow her all the way back to China? Maybe it would stop once it ran out of power. But just as Jing Shu passed the giant outdoor screen by the pool, the screen, which had been playing pre-apocalypse bikini scenes, suddenly went black. The robot made a sound Jing Shu didn't understand, and before she could check her translator, the screen lit up again. A middle-aged gentleman wearing a voice mask appeared on the screen. Jing Shu was startled. What was going on? The background behind the man was all too familiar. It was the hall of this very villa. Jing Shu, on high alert, started running outside. This was definitely not good. But the man on the screen began speaking, his voice loud and magnetic. Even as Jing Shu ran, she could still hear him clearly. Jing Shu ran out of the villa's courtyard, the robot trotting along behind her. From the gate, she looked back toward the main entrance and started translating. She was curious to hear what the middle-aged man was actually saying. He wore gray slacks, a white shirt, a perfectly fitted vest, and a just-right blue tie. Everything about him was just so. His build, his attire, and the custom-made Western hat all exuded a sense of refined elegance. The silver mask on his face only added to his air of nobility. Jing Shu quickly translated the following conversation. I sincerely apologize, my friend, if I've disturbed your enjoyment. I apologize for my rudeness. At the same time, thank you for visiting my private estate, Rhine Manor, despite your busy schedule. Of course, you are most welcome here. It was the tycoon, the owner of this private estate. The man removed his hat to express both apology and welcome. Then he stood, leaning on a nobleman's cane, turned his back to Jing Shu, and after a moment's thought, turned around and said, You must be a capable adventurer, or perhaps a team. Otherwise, how could you have infiltrated and obtained the key from a place filled with laser traps? I must say I admire you. You've passed my test. Jing Shu glanced around warily. Was this video pre-recorded? What triggered its playback? Was it the little robot? It had beeped just before the video started. No matter what the man on the screen said, Jing Shu kicked the little robot aside, but whatever it was made of, it was completely unharmed and just trotted back over to her. The gentleman on the screen continued. Do you like Rhine Manor? How are your spoils? This is a gift I prepared especially for you. That's right, you heard me. The entire Rhine Manor and everything in it now belongs to you or your team. Of course, you'll have to uncover its value for yourself since there are still all sorts of dangers lurking here. Haha. If you're lucky, you might find quite a few supplies I didn't have time to take with me. Key point. Didn't have time to take. So he escaped? No wonder the whole place felt a bit empty, like something was missing. Turns out he already took some of the supplies. Left in a hurry? Was he fleeing? Jing Shu mused, still on guard. Well, my friend, I actually have a favor to ask of you. I don't know why you came to Rhine Manor, but I can't deny that you succeeded. Whether you're after the latest drug formula, abundant supplies, or life-saving medicine, I've prepared them for you. They're in the tower, in a secret room. As long as you have the chip key, you can come and go freely and take whatever you want. Also, there's a corpse of mine there. Yes, all the supplies in Rhine Manor are yours, and I, the great Jobus Busbus, have only one request. Just help me provide proof of Jobus Busbus's death. Simple, right? The clever, resourceful, and powerful adventurers killed America's top tycoon Jobus Busbus in his secret room and obtained his vast fortune. Isn't that exciting? So please follow Little Boo. It will take you there. By the way, Little Boo only recognizes the owner with the chip. From now on, you are the master of Rhine Manor." The man smiled. Jing Shu thought the video would end there. She hesitated. This tycoon wanted to fake his death to avoid something terrible. Most likely the American government was after him. If even someone this powerful had to flee, maybe they were in over their heads. What if she didn't accept the request? She already had the chip key. Jing Shu took it out again. It was now flashing with a signal. She wondered if the other end could control it. Definitely a potential problem. Suddenly, the man leaned in close to the camera, his face magnified many times, and gave a devilish grin. "You must complete my commission. If you haven't finished by 8 p.m. on April 2nd, trouble will come looking for you. If you don't want to be the scapegoat, that is." The screen finally went black, and the world fell silent. Jing Shu raised her hand and checked the time. 7:59 p.m. Did something go wrong? The timing seems almost perfectly off. What now? I'd better grab everything from the tower and get out of here. This place is probably about to become a battlefield." Jing Shu put her hands on her hips. For the first time tonight, things had gone completely off plan, and everything was changing too fast. Danger was everywhere. Wake up, Hao Yunlai!" Jing Shu shook him hard, but he still showed no sign of waking. Gritting her teeth for her own safety, she decided to give Hao Yunlai a drop of spiritual spring water. He might actually be useful, and if something dangerous happened, he could help her avoid it. She fed him a drop, then messaged Yang Yang to meet up and briefly explained the situation. "I think I found the formula info. Meet me." Dragging Hao Yunlai, she kept moving forward. After a while, Hao Yunlai finally opened his bleary eyes and immediately cried out in pain, "Ow, ow, ow!" "Where does it hurt?" Jing Shu stopped and looked at his confused face. "Help me up," Hao Yunlai said painfully. Jing Shu yanked him up and he painfully propped himself up, revealing his scraped butt and thighs, limping badly. "See, I'm hurt. I might not be able to walk." Jing Shu. Jing Shu said awkwardly. "Things got urgent, so I dragged you along. Want to switch sides so I can drag you differently? Something urgent came up." "Okay." Hao Yunlai obediently took off his clothes and laid them on the sack beneath him. Ready to go. Something felt off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Jing Shu dragged Hao Yunlai along at a run. With only his head sticking out, he was often smacked by the dozen or so bags Jing Shu carried. Thump, thump. He ducked his head back in and poked a hole in the sack to watch outside. Jing Shu felt a bit regretful. She probably wouldn't be able to stuff anything else into her space for now. Wasn't there supposed to be a secret room full of supplies? Still, bringing the now awake Hao Yunlai was safer. The robot ran incredibly fast, always a bit ahead of Jing Shu. With it leading the way, their destination was clear, the tall tower. By the time Jing Shu arrived, Yang Yang was already there. Somehow he'd found a white convertible, one of those sightseeing cars, loaded with all sorts of supplies. Clearly he'd had a good haul. In contrast, Jing Shu looked a bit bedraggled, lugging a dozen or so bags of all sizes, with odd things occasionally falling out. For example, just now an artist's painting had fallen out, but since she was in a hurry, Jing Shu punched a hole through it and destroyed it. Then, as if it were a treasure, put the now empty crystal frame on Hao Yunlai's head and kept moving. Yang Yang parked the car outside the tower. Jing Shu loaded her bags onto the car, then looked up at the tower, their final target. This tower was the main reason Jing Shu's group hadn't dared approach before. It was a military defense tower with a 2-kilometer outer perimeter. That meant the inside of Rhine Manor was a vacuum zone, and the tower only targeted external intruders. Jing Shu didn't fully understand the details, but according to Snake Spirit's tests, the tower was equipped with advanced intelligent weaponry that would adjust its attack strategy based on the size of the intruder and would shoot down any approaching, moving, non-living objects. They'd considered using armored vehicles or tanks, but nothing could get close. Don't forget, right next door was North America's largest solemn temple, which also had significant armed forces. If you tried to sneak in, there was no way to take out the tower from 2 kilometers away. "Where's Hao Yunlai?" Yang Yang looked around but didn't see him. Here. Hao Yunlai poked his head out, looking disheveled, his neck draped in jewelry, a crystal frame on his head, a fancy candlestick in his left hand, and a vintage diamond plate in his right. As he stood up, all sorts of trinkets fell off him, things that had fallen out along the way and been stuffed back in by Jing Shu. Hao Yunlai didn't dare ask or throw anything away. Thanks for your hard work. Jing Shu pulled Hao Yunlai out, removed all the random items, and put the high-tech never-burns-out candlestick, the never-breaks diamond plate, and the crystal frame into the white convertible. That's the situation. We can adjust our plan B now. Jing Shu and Yang Yang entered the tower, and the half-crippled Hao Yunlai limped in after them. After all, who knew what dangers might be inside? We can't trust everything that tycoon said. Things are probably not that simple. Let's see if we can shut down the tower first. If we can, the others can come in easily and we won't have to go through so much trouble, Yang Yang said. The tower had more than 10 floors, each only about a dozen square meters, small and used for storing weapons. Each floor had its own intelligent control system, and the weapons were different on each level, with different functions and ranges. With the chip, Jing Shu could come and go freely, but the control systems weren't under her command. She couldn't shut them down, nor could she do anything as simple as pull the plug or cut the wires. Jing Shu thought about smashing the machines, but a warning popped up. If she tried to destroy them, they'd self-destruct. So she came up with another idea. A 120mm pursuit cannon? I'll just take off the whole barrel and base. Let's see how you pursue anything now. A 12-tube, large-caliber rocket launcher? If I turn this in, I'll get at least 500 contribution points. A single-wing reconnaissance drone? This is a great find. Now I can keep an eye on things at home any time. A terminal high-altitude area defense system? That's a pain, but if I take off the boosters, it's useless, right? And the materials around here can be taken back for research. That's at least 200 contribution points each for us. Look at these state-of-the-art tracking guns embedded in the fortress walls. Perfect for our new arsenal. At first, Hao Yunlai didn't understand what Jing Shu was up to, but as he watched her skillfully dismantle one part after another, his jaw dropped. They couldn't destroy the control systems, but no one said they couldn't take the weapons apart. In fact, all these weapons were just naturally falling off. At first, Jing Shu just wanted to stop the tower from working, but soon she was calculating the value of everything, and had Old Yang and the crippled Hao Yunlai hauling parts down as laborers. When Plan B was hastily revised, Zhen Nantian took command, Ling Ling sniped from outside, and Snake Spirit brought Monkey in. What they saw was Jing Shu nearly stripping the tower of all its parts, leaving only the main control system humming away. Searching for pursuit cannon. Searching for rocket launcher. Snake Spirit drove the white sightseeing car, hauling materials to the edge of Rhine Manor, where a tank waited to transfer everything to Canal 808's cargo ship. Finally, Jing Shu and the others reached the tower's secret room. With the robot urging them on, they used the chip to open the room, cautiously pushing the door open, everyone on guard for a trap. A wave of cold air hit them. On the floor was a pool of still liquid blood and a corpse battered beyond recognition by a blunt object. Looking closely, it was dressed exactly like the middle-aged man from the screen. Of course, besides the body, the room was filled with confidential documents, important supplies, and the very thing Jing Shu's team was after, the latest formula for extending life. Yang Yang rushed forward and scooped up all the documents, while Jing Shu stuffed all sorts of test tubes and experimental materials into her sack, and Monkey swept the supplies from the other wall. Click! Click! The sound of a camera and flashes of light. Jing Shu and Yang Yang turned to see the robot in the corner, making a peace sign. Its screen displayed their actions, with the corpse on the floor in stark contrast. Confirmed. Jobus Buzzbus, owner, deceased. Initiating death protocol. Sounding alarm. Activating final Rhine Manor self-destruct mode. Death data uploaded. Suspects confirmed. Global bounty for wanted criminals. Reward is 1 million pounds of food. Requesting rescue. At that moment, a chilling alarm blared throughout Rhine Manor. Not only that, but the sound of signal flares echoed in the air. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent, deadly countdown began. Jing Shu knew that sound all too well. It was the same as when the whole house exploded before. Even Hao Yunlai clutched his head. Danger, danger, very dangerous. So the whole point of luring us here was to make others believe he really died. His goal was simple, to make Jing Shu and the others into scapegoats. The tycoon faked his own death. There was no way he'd cooperate with people robbing his villa, and even less chance he'd share his secret. After all, dead men keep secrets best. So from the very beginning, the tycoon said he was giving you the entire Rhine Manor as a gift. But it was a gift to accompany you on the road to the underworld. He always intended to kill everyone, including his own corpse. If he didn't destroy the evidence, was he supposed to wait for someone to come and find a mistake? The best way was to erase all traces. For someone who went to such lengths to fake his own death and was still afraid people wouldn't believe it, this tycoon must have been in serious trouble. But now, Jing Shu and the others had a more immediate problem. The robot had announced that Rhine Manor's self-destruct mode was activated. Just how powerful would this explosion be? Monkey shouted anxiously, "Run! Get Snake Spirit to drive over and pick us up!" "Locking all floors, closing all passages, sealing all exits," the robot announced. "What do? We can't get down." In the blink of an eye, Jing Shu had stuffed everything from the secret room into her bags. There was no time to look through it all. When she heard all the exits were sealed, she punched the robot, sending it flying. Sure enough, they were trapped on the 8th floor of the tower, unable to go up or down, stuck on this level. There weren't even any windows up here. Once all the exits were sealed, they couldn't even jump out. Basically, they were just waiting to die. What do we do? What do we do? Yang quickly updated the group chat with their situation, told the others to retreat, had Snake Spirit prepare for pickup, and asked Ling Ling to call for backup. They had the formula now, but what good was it if they couldn't get out alive? Even after calling for help, they still had to find a way to escape. The beeping countdown was getting faster and more urgent, making everyone feel like their lives were being roasted over a fire. Jing Shu frowned. She could try placing explosives through the weapon ports to blast a hole in the tower's special sealed structure. That way, they could jump out. It was 8 stories up, but she had parachutes and such. The only question was, how long until the bomb went off? The longer the countdown, the bigger the explosion will be, just like demolition. He must have set charges at many points, Yang explained. If he really wants to blow up the whole Rhine Manor, we still have time to escape. It's already been dozens of seconds and nothing's exploded yet, so he's not just trying to kill us murderers. There are probably a lot of secrets in this place. If it were me, I'd use even more explosives to make sure the whole manor is reduced to rubble, whether we escape or not, But if we don't get out of this tower soon, we're dead! Monkey, panicking, shook the robot hard. "Mirror, don't you have the weapon chip? Can't you control it? Can you hack the program?" Jing Shu shook her head. Just as she stepped forward, ready to blast a wall open, Hao Yunlai suddenly dropped to one knee, clutching his head in agony. "Danger. So dangerous." Suddenly, Hao Yunlai let out a scream. "What's going on?" Jing Shu was stunned. "Don't tell me?" But that didn't seem possible. Jing Shu knew some people were born lucky. She'd seen Hao Yunlai's luck in the underwater world. But as she understood it, his luck should affect the environment, or make everyone else's luck worse so he could avoid disaster himself. But what was happening now? There was no outside interference. They were just trapped on the 8th floor, about to face an explosion. And not a small one, but the destruction of the entire Rhine Manor. Could Hao Yunlai's luck really stop the whole manor from exploding? Rhine Manor was huge. Was his luck really that miraculous? Jing Shu knew she couldn't rely on anyone else now. It was safest to keep her hands on the wheel. "I have an idea," Jing Shu said. She couldn't hold back. They had to get out fast. But just as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook. The whole tower began to sway violently, and Jing Shu was thrown against the wall. Luckily, she was wearing thick clothes and a helmet, so she was okay. An earthquake. "Grab onto something, the tower's going to fall." In a panic, Jing Shu put on even more layers, looking for anything to protect herself. Then, the whole tower collapsed. In the chaos, Jing Shu heard Hao Yunlai's faint voice. "Mom, this time it's you. Looks like I really have to go down and see you." "Huh?" Was Hao Yunlai talking in his sleep? Boom! With a deafening crash, Jing Shu's whole body ached, her head pounding. How high was an 8-story tower? Jumping without protection would be fatal. But Jing Shu's situation was even worse. The entire tower had collapsed, the room split open, rebar and rubble everywhere. It was almost the same as jumping from the 8th floor. Jing Shu was lucky. She'd hidden in a corner and, miraculously, wasn't seriously hurt. Yang Yang and Hao Yunlai were also miraculously okay. But Monkey wasn't so lucky. Half his body was pinned under rubble, his legs nearly ruined. Jing Shu grabbed him and pulled him out, his screams ringing in her ears. Jing Shu looked up at the broken tower and realized why they'd survived. Who would have thought the tall tower would break in the middle, with the top and bottom acting as buffers, sandwiching the 8th floor in the center? That had absorbed most of the impact, sparing them from being killed outright. If this was Hao Yunlai's weird luck at work, it was terrifying. Hao Yunlai passed out again, while Yang Yang coughed and looked up at the sky. There was a rumbling sound. Helicopters. National Rescue had arrived. A rescue ladder was lowered. As long as they climbed up, they could escape with their lives. They had to hurry. Rhine Manor could explode at any moment. Beep, beep, beep. In a corner, the crushed robot was still making faint noises. While no one was looking, Jing Shu quickly stashed the robot in her Rubik's Cube space. If it was going to explode, let it explode in there. But as soon as it entered, it froze up, as if it had jammed. Maybe this robot is the only way to contact that tycoon, Jing Shu thought. In that case, she had to keep it in her space. No matter what, the tycoon had given her such a big gift. She'd have to return the favor with something even bigger someday. So even though her space was packed full, Jing Shu still made room for the robot. She believed that as long as she had a clue, she wouldn't have trouble finding Jobus Buzzbus again. At the same time, Jing Shu was looking forward to seeing what other treasures the tycoon might have. The extravagant and precious supplies from Rhine Manor were things she couldn't have imagined in her previous life. Yet, to the tycoon, they were just trinkets he couldn't take with him. When she finally found him, she was curious to see what even more valuable things he might have. No one knew what Jing Shu was planning. The other team members, upon learning that the helicopter had arrived, quickly evacuated. Meanwhile, the newly arrived priest led the nuns in a final sweep, and Jing Shu watched it all unfold. In the distance, the priest spoke compassionately. "I will pass over you and strike down the Egyptian firstborn. Disaster will not touch you. The Lord says, 'Do not be afraid. Go forth, my brave children, and redeem them.'" The rescue ladder dropped down. Yang Yang climbed up first, while Jing Shu tied the nearly crippled monkey and the still unconscious Hao Yunlai together, letting Yang Yang secure them to the ladder. Monkey and Hao Yunlai dangled from the ladder like hanged ghosts. "Hurry up!" Yang Yang hooked his feet onto the ladder, hanging upside down in midair as the helicopter bobbed up and down. Boom! Boom! At that moment, explosions erupted from the center of Rhine Manor. Mushroom clouds shot into the sky, waves of heat blasted outward, and huge splashes sent the underwater world flying. The reinforced glass instantly became deadly shrapnel, slicing through everything in its path. The central explosives acted like a fuse, igniting the surrounding charges at a speed visible to the naked eye. A series of explosions followed. The ground shook violently, and mushroom clouds blossomed across the vast Rhine Manor. The deafening noise made it impossible to hear anything else. Jing Shu had already packed up all the supplies from the 8th floor secret room, and while no one was looking, she stuffed even more high-end-looking items into her space. She'd sort them out later. She wrapped 7 or 8 sacks of supplies and slung them over her shoulders, then returned the ID chip to the corpse. With a sudden leap, she grabbed onto the upside-down Yang Yang. Crack! With a sharp sound, both of Yang Yang's arms broke from the force of Jing Shu's jump. With all those bags, she weighed several hundred kilos. If Yang Yang hadn't held on with sheer willpower, he would have been pulled off the ladder. Yang Yang's face turned pale with pain, sweat streaming down, but he didn't make a sound. Meanwhile, Jing Shu grabbed the last section of the ladder. That was close. I'll fix your arms once we're safe. Yang Yang. Rumble! The explosions drew closer. In just a few seconds, the blasts spread from the center outward. As soon as the last person was aboard, the helicopter revved its engines and shot upward, but it couldn't climb any higher. It was overloaded. The roar was deafening, and the sacks of supplies hanging below flew up like a string of kites. Boom! With a massive explosion, the self-destruct point at the base of the tower finally blew. A wave of heat surged up, and Jing Shu felt as if her feet and face were on fire. Mushroom clouds churned beneath them as the helicopter sped away, but the lowest bag still took the brunt of the blast. One bag burst open and fell, making Jing Shu's heart ache. She had no idea what was inside. Clinging tightly to the ladder, Jing Shu didn't dare let go. The helicopter shook violently from the overload. They were only supposed to rescue a few people, but now there were several, plus a string of heavy bags. The person at the bottom was a beast, carrying so much and still not strangled by the ropes. The helicopter was at least 700 or 800 kilos overweight and barely stable. The rumbling continued. No one knew how much explosive Jobus Buzzbus had buried. The multi-billion-dollar underwater world was completely obliterated, and even the surrounding areas were affected. The once Grand Rhine Manor was reduced to rubble in the explosion. From the helicopter, Jing Shu saw the once magnificent estate turned into a vast wasteland, smoke billowing and spreading rapidly. Cough, cough. The helicopter flew toward the canal. After a few minutes, they finally escaped the blast zone and regrouped with the tank crew. At the same time, more helicopters appeared in the sky and armored vehicles rolled out from the nearby temple. Clearly, this was a major incident. As expected, the robot sent out a signal, and soon many people arrived, though it was unclear if they were government or from some other power. After dropping off Jing Shu's group, the helicopter quickly left. They made it safely to the 808 cargo ship waiting for them and took the opportunity to escape in the chaos. It was likely that news of Jobus Buzzbus's death would soon hit the headlines in America. The priest and the remaining nuns stayed behind to clean up. In New York, the priest still had considerable influence, though he remained mysterious. Tank looked at the devastation, furious. Should we report this? Jobus Buzzbus isn't dead at all. This was a staged death. Jen Nuntian frowned, took out his phone, and handed it to Jing Shu. With Yang Yang's arms broken and Monkey and Hao Yunlai unconscious, only Jing Shu was still in one piece. Jen Nuntian said, "You're now wanted in America. Your photos are all over social media, and every major power is looking for you, especially since you have some of the formulas. Of course, if you died in the explosion, things might have been easier. So we can't report or expose anything. Anyone even remotely connected to this will be implicated." Snake Spirit frowned. Everyone saw the helicopter, but there was no time to deal with it. If they check the scene and don't find a body, they'll still be suspicious. Ling Ling wiped her gun. There's always a buffer period. As long as we make it back to China, they won't be able to find us. Jing Shu stood up, clenched her fists, and added, "Of course, we can't let anyone know the tycoon is still alive. I've saved the robot's chip. If we ever find him, all his wealth will be ours." The fat chicken clucked at Jing Shu's feet, its loyal henchman thoroughly agreeing with her. Speaking of which, when Jing Shu first boarded the 808 cargo ship, she saw that Tank's thick hair had been pecked and arranged into a chicken nest, with the fat chicken comfortably settled in, carrying 2 black chicks on its back. It was hard to imagine. A 2-meter-tall burly man who had seemed so imposing when Jing Shu first met him now had a chicken building a nest on his head. The fat chicken was huge and Tank was strong, so the scene looked like Tank was wearing a brownish-yellow feathered chicken hat. Except this hat was alive, weighed over 40 kilos, and was so fat it blocked Tank's view like a lotus umbrella. Jing Shu. Hurry up and get down. Jing Shu had only left the fat chicken with Tank for a bit while she and Yang Yang went to the underwater world. How did things end up like this? Tank grinned sheepishly. I had to move supplies and didn't want to lose your chicken, so I put it on my shoulder. Next thing I knew, it made a nest on my head and refused to come down. But it did lay a bunch of eggs for me. Felt like it was making a trade. A chicken that sells eggs for comfort, As he spoke, Tank carefully took 8 eggs out of his pocket and handed them to Jing Shu. After all, each egg was worth 50 contribution points, and everyone in the team treasured them. Chickens that lay 1 egg a day weren't rare, but a chicken that could lay 20 or 30 eggs a day and supply the whole team's nutrition was priceless. Jing Shu herself ate most of the eggs. Not to mention, the fat chicken's eggs were delicious. Once you tried one, you'd want to spend a fortune for another, even at the sky-high price of 50 contribution points. "Since the fat chicken gave them to you, just keep them," Jing Shu said. Whenever the team traded contribution points for eggs, everyone wanted her to make fried eggs, steamed eggs, or scrambled eggs on the spot. Only Tank would carefully save his eggs, saying he wanted to take them home for his sister. Fried eggs and steamed eggs didn't cost extra, and Jing Shu was always generous about that. Jing Shu gave the fat chicken a look, letting it figure things out for itself. The fat chicken then used its beak to tidy Tank's hair, even giving him a new hairstyle with its saliva, before flying down with the chicks and obediently following Jing Shu, acting unusually well-behaved. Tank: "Well, thanks for the new hairstyle, I guess." Fat chicken: "You're welcome, you're welcome." The teammates looked at the fat chicken with envy. When they first met on the plane, many had laughed at Jing Shu for bringing a chicken. But after a few months, how many times had they survived thanks to her eggs? Even the world's top 10 fiercest dogs, who once boasted about loving to eat chicken, now had to play second fiddle to the fat chicken. In the underground black market's fighting pits, the fat chicken had shown its combat prowess, winning 10 matches for Jing Shu, earning hundreds of thousands in black market currency, and helping everyone win money and supplies. The fat chicken's contributions were obvious, so everyone was more tolerant and even pampered it, making the chicken quite proud. Back to the previous topic. Ling Ling paused while cleaning her gun and said quietly, "I'm afraid we won't be able to come to America again." "Why?" Jing Shu was surprised. If there was still demand from Tianduoduo back home, they could come once a year. As long as they had sponsorship, America was like a fat sheep, ripe for the picking every so often. Even though things got worse as time went on, the real fat sheep were always the richest, oozing with wealth like salted duck eggs. Honestly, Jing Shu envied those rich folks with planes. Even though a single flight cost a fortune in fuel, in the apocalypse, if you could pull off a big heist, the fuel was nothing. One trip could make you rich. If my Rubik's Cube space ever reaches level 13, I could fit a small plane in there. Then I could go abroad alone and collect more supplies, since resources will only get scarcer. Jing Shu thought about it. Getting a plane or an attack helicopter wasn't that hard, even if she had to steal one. The real problem was storage, maintenance, and convenience. If she could stash a helicopter in her Rubik's Cube space, she could pull it out when needed and put it away when not. The real issue was that her space was still too small. She couldn't believe that when she first got the Rubik's Cube, it was only 4 by 4 by 4, just 64 cubic meters. How did she manage to raise chickens, farm, and store supplies in the apocalypse with so little space? "My Rubik's Cube space is only level 8. Still a long way to go," Jing Shu sighed. She'd been practicing, but with her teammates around, it was awkward to keep pulling out a giant Rubik's Cube, and she'd been too busy. So reaching level 9 would still take some time. After this trip home, Jing Shu planned to practice hard and try to upgrade her space before the 5th year's migration so she could carry out her next plans. Because we're on America's blacklist now, not only are our faces exposed, but our fingerprints, facial scans, and iris data from Austin have all been posted on the government's wanted list. There's a global bounty. Any news about us gets a reward of 50,000 pounds of food, and if someone captures us and hands us over to the U.S. government, it's 300,000 pounds per person, Ling Ling explained, pulling out her phone and opening the official website to translate for Jing Shu and the others. As a group of illiterates, they never read American news and had no idea what had happened recently. Tank's eyes widened. "We're exposed? Impossible! We only took a few million pounds worth of stuff, and we only took a third of the rare minerals. The rest was stolen by that damn scammer, Dr. B." Snake Spirit raised an eyebrow. "Just for that much, we're on the government's blacklist?" "You don't know..." Recently, the entire city of Austin, with hundreds of thousands of people, has come down with a terminal illness. There's so much blood being vomited every day it could circle the globe 3 times. At the same time, a huge number of officials and farm owners have died. The piles of corpses are as high as mountains, attracting all sorts of scavengers and causing bloody fights over the supplies. Even people on the outskirts have gotten sick from mild radiation. Austin is in total chaos now, a ghost town. The impact on America is huge. Although some people had long suspected something was wrong with the city walls, Dr. B used new materials that couldn't be detected for a while. When Dr. B first disappeared, the city's upper echelons were very anxious. After all, both the Focusing Stones and the Water of Life project needed Dr. B to oversee everything. But after 2 days, Austin's leaders finally conducted a thorough investigation and uncovered the truth. It was all a conspiracy by Dr. B and Tiss. We later got involved too, digging tunnels and smuggling out supplies. Otherwise, how could millions of pounds of goods have vanished overnight? So, of course, they included all of us in the wanted list, treating us as accomplices. Plus, the slave lord from the underground black market put up a bounty as well. He looked furious. First, all his food was stolen, then his most precious minerals, and he swore he'd find us and feed us to his pets. The Austin incident was just too big. Dr. B and Tiz are the top targets, but we have a record too, so getting back into America will be very difficult. Our fingerprints and faces are already in the system. Now that everything was clear, everyone fell silent. Jing Shu, meanwhile, looked at the news, which included her photo and information. The photo was from when she wore a thick coat and a green helmet. Even though she looked like an auntie, her face was still fresh and pretty. Jing Shu's bare face in the wanted photo looked almost like an art portrait. In her previous life, Jing Shu had loved beauty, but after 10 years of hardship in the apocalypse, rheumatism in the 2nd year, frostbite scars in the 5th, and years of malnutrition, she'd stopped caring about her looks. She never expected that after her rebirth, what she'd once longed for would return to her so casually. Life is full of surprises. Sometimes Jing Shu even dreamed that her Rubik's cube space full of supplies disappeared. She'd wake up in a panic and often thought about this problem. Even though it was unlikely her Rubik's cube space would vanish, just in case, she never put all her eggs in one basket. She always kept extra supplies in her villa, in a secret warehouse, and even buried some in the back mountain. She worked hard to upgrade her Rubik's cube space to survive better in the apocalypse, but she also knew not to rely on it too much. If she had it, she was lucky. If she lost it, it was fate. She tried to keep a good attitude to face whatever came next. Jing Shu snapped back to reality and looked at the document, which read, "Issued by Intelligence Agency of United States of America." The wanted notice translated roughly as, "Issued by the Intelligence Agency of the United States of America. Codename Dr. B, leader of a fraud gang, inventor of a new type of focusing stone with radiation levels over 300, the main culprit behind the deaths of hundreds of thousands in Austin. Later invented Water of Life to scam Austin's honest citizens out of millions of pounds of food and rare minerals, and also stole Austin's latest dehydrated vegetable technology. Codename Ms. C. Codename D. Tiz. Finally, Jing Shu found her own description. Codename J. Used her innocent appearance to pretend to be one of the honest citizens, lured good people to invest, and repeatedly gave false testimony during the Water of Life trials to cover for Dr. B. Many honest citizens said they wouldn't have been deceived if not for Codename J. Together with Dr. B, she smuggled all the supplies and rare minerals out of the suburbs using mountain tunnels, playing a decisive role in the entire scam. Note: without J, that damn Dr. B would never have succeeded in transporting so many supplies. She also cruelly killed all the brave warriors present. Therefore, J is classified as an A-level target with a double bounty. Innocent appearance? Huh? Jing Shu rested her chin on her hand, surprised that the U.S. government rated her so highly and even doubled the bounty. She almost wanted to thank them for the compliment. Looks like it really will be hard to come back to America. Unless she changed her appearance, fingerprints, and irises. But who could say if America would still have such rich resources in a year or two? Even now, America was just barely hanging on. No one commented further on whether they'd return to America. If not, they could always go to other resource-rich regions. For example, oil would become increasingly scarce in the future. If necessary, they could go to an oil-rich country and bring back more oil. After the 5th year's ice age, anyone who couldn't burn fuel for heat would freeze to death. Besides, they'd already gotten all the American specialties they could. It was time to look for new treasures elsewhere. No one could survive a winter at -70 DGC. The 808 cargo ship moved slowly toward its destination. Once they arrived, Jing Shu's group would take Tianduoduo's luxury private jet back to the capital, while the cargo ships would continue by sea, taking another 10 days to reach China. Jing Shu set Yang bones, and even gave him a free black pill made from spiritual spring water, since it was her fault he got hurt. Monkey's injuries were more serious. Both legs were broken. Jing Shu could only flatten the black pill and apply it to his legs, plus give him some to take orally. Whether he'd fully recover was uncertain. As for Hao Yunlai, he was truly unconscious. Considering the price he'd paid to save Jing Shu and the others, she gave him a drop of special spiritual spring water and a black pill for free. But he still showed no sign of waking. He even started snoring. Last time, just 1 drop of spiritual spring water had woken him up, so this time must be more serious. This kind of sleep was highly abnormal. He might never wake up. Jing Shu's spiritual spring was great for restoring vitality, especially for knife wounds and the like. But for Hao Yunlai, who only had some external injuries on his thigh and otherwise normal vital signs, the spring didn't seem to help much. "We'll have to wait until we're back in China to see about Hao Yunlai. Let the capital's experts take a look. If there's no other way, I'll try something else," Jing Shu said. For some reason, her mind flashed back to when she entered the mountains and touched the entrance to the 4th dimension. She'd nearly died from the pain. That wound, the searing pain, was unforgettable. Even though the red liquid from the 4th dimension had rewound her body using time, the memory of the pain lingered, and she'd spent more than 10 days in agony. By the way, Jing Shu had absorbed some of that blood-red crystal and liquid. She wondered if it could save someone, and if so, how? Her consciousness returned to the Rubik's cube space, where a cubic meter of blood-red liquid sat quietly, now a little less than before. One thing was certain: the red liquid was steadily decreasing. Either it was naturally diminishing due to its special properties. After all, it belonged to the 4th dimension, time, and time would naturally flow away. Or the Rubik's cube space was secretly using it, or perhaps her own body was absorbing it. She'd have to study this more when she got home. For now, the most important thing was to get back to China. They had to escape America quickly. With bounties on their heads if they were discovered, they might never make it back. "I wanted to see the biggest places in America, but my space is already full and we've got more than enough to bring back," Jing Shu thought, feeling satisfied with the haul. After more than half a day's journey, the 808 cargo ship arrived at a new port. The trip had been eventful, but ultimately safe. After settling accounts on the ship, everyone said goodbye to the 808 and boarded a luxury private jet. Tianduoduo's private jet couldn't carry much, so the team redistributed the spoils from Rhine Manor. Anything Jing Shu had stored in her space didn't count, but things like the Z10 generation bacterial synthetic meat, which would need to be brought out into the open, were still considered her spoils since she'd found the chip key. She would take them out, but they belonged to her. The rules for dividing team loot were simple. Whoever collected the goods had first pick, and anything they didn't want could be auctioned off for contribution points or handed over to the state for points, which would then be split among everyone. Jing Shu kept the most convenient and valuable items for herself, like the Z10 synthetic meat formula and the ZS880 liquid, the main mission target. As for the precious Mars meteorites, which could be refined for the rare elements needed for ZS880, the group decided to turn them in for a large amount of contribution points, which would then be split. Of the dozen or so bags Jing Shu had collected from the villa, she kept more than half for herself. The rest were offered to the others at a low contribution point price, or auctioned if more than one person wanted them, and then split. As for the 7 or 8 bags from the tower, Jing Shu picked out a few things and gave the rest, about 90%, to her teammates. There were many rare foods and supplies in there. Although these were all good things, Jing Shu already had plenty of supplies and food, especially after filling her space with high-end goods from the villa and Jobu's Busbus. She didn't need any more. "Mirror, you collected the most. Are you sure you don't want anything else from the tower?" Snake Spirit asked, a bit embarrassed. After all, to the others, the villa's stuff was mostly junk. Jewelry, crystal frames, never-ending candlesticks. But the tower's secret room had real, practical supplies for the apocalypse. Most importantly, Jing Shu had risked her life to save these supplies at the last second before the explosion. No one begrudged her taking more. She'd earned it. "No, I've got plenty," Jing Shu said, coughing a little. She'd used her space to stash so much, but she didn't feel too guilty. She'd earned it with her own skills. Without her space, most of these things would have been left behind to rot. No one else would have had time to take much. After all, it was only by first braving the laser room and getting the key that they could access the villa's loot, and then the towers. Maybe the priest would send nuns to try to grab some, but he might not have been able to get through the laser traps to get the chip key. Speaking of the priest, he didn't leave with the group. After taking care of the monk, Zhao He stayed behind to help the priest with his tasks. "Does the priest have unfinished business?" "We'll go ahead. Zhao He will keep helping him," Yang Yang had said. Zhao He couldn't return to China with them. His best option was to stay in America and keep working with the priest. Maybe he'd inherit the priest's job someday. Hopefully, when they met again, he wouldn't be quoting scripture every other sentence. Once Jing Shu finished dividing her loot, all the weapons dismantled from the tower were left on the 808 cargo ship. Jing Shu reserved an early warning drone, while most of the other weapons were turned in for contribution points to be split. The rest of the team took a few useful weapons for themselves. Then came the things Monkey had gathered. After he picked what he wanted, the rest was split among everyone. Jing Shu didn't see anything she wanted. Yang Yang had also collected a lot, an entire truckload. He'd basically emptied out the whole tech building, and there was a lot of valuable research equipment that could be traded for contribution points. Except for the ZS-880 formula, which was a mission item and had to be turned in, Yang Yang kept what he needed and the rest was split for points. Jing Shu did find one interesting thing among Yang Yang's haul: a dead tree trunk in a glass vessel with a special medicinal liquid. The note said, "Unknown, under research. Appears dead, can't be revived, but also not truly dead." It didn't seem useful and wouldn't fetch many points. It kind of looks like the dead tree at the entrance to the 4th dimension, but not quite. Jing Shu bought it for 50 points, planning to try raising it in her space. She had a soft spot for all plants and poultry, provided they were valuable and productive. If the fat chicken ever stopped laying eggs, it might lose its number 1 status. The chicken, sensing her gaze, quickly laid another egg. Jing Shu was increasingly aware that contribution points were the universal currency in this circle, and hard to come by, since only foreign goods could earn them. Who knew how many times this group had harvested abroad? After dividing up the Rhine Manor loot, Jing Shu got the most, but everyone else earned plenty of points too. Just the ZS-880 life extension formula would bring in a hefty reward, and with the cauldron, there'd be even more. The first mission was public, but this last one was half public, half private, so there'd definitely be points to go around. The surplus supplies that weren't needed would be handed in, and everyone would get a generous share of contribution points. Not only was Jing Shu able to bring back all sorts of odds and ends, but she'd also earn a nice sum of contribution points. She felt overjoyed, and her teammates were just as thrilled with their haul. "Welcome aboard." Once again, the beautiful flight attendant greeted everyone with a smile as they boarded. After months of trials together, the once strange teammates had become familiar. Of course, this return trip had come at a cost. 3 teammates had to be carried onto the plane, one of them barely alive, and another team had been wiped out entirely, with only the priest surviving. Who could have imagined this mission would be so brutal? This time, there was no monk to help with the luggage. He'd lost both hands and was still unconscious from severe burns. If not for Jing Shu's medicine, he would have died long ago. Everyone carried their loot from America onto the plane. The first time they met, Jing Shu's group sat in the front cabin and Zhen Nantian's group in the back. This time, the 3 injured were placed in the rear to rest, while the rest gathered in the front. As the team's doctor, Jing Shu still had to give the 3 injured their medicine. Their conditions weren't good, and proper treatment would have to wait until they reached the capital. The luxury plane finally took off, and Jing Shu and the others hurried home, not because they didn't want to stay in America, but because they couldn't risk it any longer. Yang Yang took out his notebook to tally up the accounts and summarize. The first mission had smuggled dozens of cargo ships' worth of supplies to China, successfully completed. These supplies would feed tens of millions and keep them alive, so the higher-ups decided to award each team member an extra 3,000 contribution points. Jing Shu, chin in hand, activated the second form of her Rubik's Cube space and began sorting the loot from the first mission. During the mercenary mission outside the underground black market, she'd secretly taken a lot of diamond ore. Once home, she could have it processed or wait for new energy tech to sell it at a good price. She'd also used the fat chicken's victories in the arena to earn hundreds of thousands of black market coins which she'd exchanged for essential supplies and shipped back to China. She'd confirmed with her parents that these were now stored with Li Yichin of the 2nd Squad, ready for her to collect. Although it had cost her a lot of contribution points, these were all legitimate goods, easy to use without hiding. During the smuggling mission, she'd killed Pei Qi and gained her 2 giant snakes, her private vault, a stash of wine and rare foods, and a large cache of firearms. Jing Shu had already sorted the guns and would distribute some to her family. Pei Qi's weapons had come in handy. At least the RPG had shot down an attack helicopter, and the rest would be useful too. She'd also borrowed plenty of American specialties from the luxury ship. From the ship's cold storage, she'd swiped all kinds of American olive oil, foie gras, ghee, cheese, expensive caviar, tons of tuna, world-class Iberian ham, boxes of longan meat, top-grade Kobe beef, turkey, boxes of ice cream, millefeuille cakes, puddings, and desserts, over 30 cubic meters in all. These greatly expanded her stockpile, and many were things she'd never even tasted. Jing Shu couldn't resist these new delicacies. Every country had its own specialties. Now she was craving Turkish kebabs. Later, passing through the breeding area, she'd found giant live Boston lobsters, rare sea urchins, and king crabs. Jing Shu felt these living creatures were her greatest prize. She could breed them endlessly in her space and in the apocalypse. As these species slowly went extinct, she was trying to collect as many varieties as possible. After all, eating just one kind gets boring. She did regret that when the slave lord flew over in an attack helicopter, she hadn't had enough space to stash the downed multi-million-dollar chopper. Next time, she was determined to get one as her personal ride. Jing Shu quickly added that to her to-do list. Later, in the mountains, she'd nearly gotten everyone killed by the dead tree that produced red liquid. She'd collected a lot of that liquid and this time found another dead tree in Jobus Busbus's manor. Maybe it was from the 4th dimension. She planned to try cultivating it as she was very curious about anything from the 4th dimension. She'd also acquired a sulfuric acid ant queen in the mountains, naming it Number 3, making it her new pet. Along with it came hundreds of thousands of loyal sulfuric acid ants, greatly boosting her combat power. Their value was immense. At the very least, they'd provide a steady stream of profit in the apocalypse, since the acid they produced could become an entire industry, practically printing money. Unfortunately, some had been killed in the Rhine Manor explosion. The second mission was also a success. Qian Duo got the equipment and we were given extra oil vouchers, Yang Yang said, tallying up everyone's contribution point expenses. Jing Shu began sorting the loot from the second mission. This time, it was Qian Duo's private mission to acquire vegetable dehydration technology, completed in Austin with Dr. B's help. Due to radiation concerns, the team only took rare minerals. Jing Shu's share was 100 tons, which was still impressive. Not only was it legitimate, but rare minerals would only become more precious as mining technology disappeared in the apocalypse. With this batch, Jing Shu could do a lot. She'd also gotten coffee seeds from Austin Castle, which she'd planted in her Rubik's Cube space. After this time, they were nearly mature. These were the world's most expensive geisha coffee trees, with flavors of lemon, citrus, and strawberry, juicy, floral, and nothing like ordinary coffee. Of course, Jing Shu totally didn't plant 6 cubic meters of coffee trees just for her own cravings. No, it was because they could resist the new zombie virus that would spread in 2 years, suppress rotting flesh, and fight certain biological threats. That's why she planted them. The biggest gain from the second mission was 400,000 seeds, her private property, divided into 3 parts. One for the state in exchange for contribution points, one for Wu Cheng, still negotiating the price, and one for herself. All legitimate and very precious. She'd also learned that Zhen Nantian's ability seemed to be related to dimensions and made a note of it. She kept exploring the concept of dimensional space, always believing that everything in the world could be explained by science. If it couldn't, it just meant current technology wasn't advanced enough yet. The third mission's first phase was when the monk burned his arms to obtain the cauldron, earning him 90% of the contribution points, with the rest split among the others. The second phase was at Rhine Manor, where the formula was obtained. This part included the priest, Yao He, and the monk, so the contribution points would be divided equally among them. As for the supplies, since the priest and Xiao He weren't present, the proceeds from auctions and handovers would be split among the rest. For the last mission, everyone's contribution points will be distributed according to this ratio after the official assessment back home. The previous supplies have also been sorted, so now we just need to settle everyone's debts. As Yang Yang spoke, he looked at Jing Shu, clearly troubled. How was he supposed to explain this bill to the higher-ups? Where did all the contribution points go? On food? Cigarettes? Enjoying life? After so many missions, Jing Shu was the only one who had turned her daily spending into a walking general store business model, providing all-around, all-capable logistical support. Every day, everyone spent dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of contribution points with her. Medicine, food, all kinds of daily necessities. Jing Shu had it all. She was a mobile shop, able to meet anyone's needs in any crisis. She always carried the fat chicken and huge bags of homegrown green onions, lettuce, cilantro, and more. Whatever you needed, she could whip up egg-fried rice, seafood egg custard, or even a 50-point bone broth instant noodle with an egg for another 50 points. Later, Jing Shu even launched meal deals, 88-point spicy hot pot, not too spicy, not too hot, but delicious and unforgettable. Roasted ham, air-dried shredded beef, and more. Everything you could want. Of course, you could also skip ordering and just pay 128 or 648 points for a daily or weekly meal plan. Eat whatever Jing Shu ate, all you could eat. Even the picky Zhen Nantian and Lingling signed up for the 648-point plan, enjoying Jing Shu's varied, nutritious, and delicious 3 meals a day: meat, veggies, soup, fried, boiled, stewed, you name it. Lingling was looking healthier than ever. Jing Shu didn't just provide food, she had nearly perfect standards for daily life. If you needed clothes, blankets, toilet paper, warmth, comfort, cigarettes, alcohol, or coffee, as long as you had contribution points, you could enjoy it all. No need for $998 or $338, just $199 for a lifestyle package, and if you topped up 1,000, you'd get 100 extra. Yang Yang tapped the table, staring at Zhen Nantian's string of 648, 199, 1,000 plus 100, and other numbers, feeling another headache coming on. If the leaders asked about these strange numbers, how was he supposed to explain? The team was running promotions. Top up 1,000, get 100 free? Seriously? Finally, Yang Yang finished the calculations and said, "Mirror, not counting the third mission's points, you have 28,000. If you reach 30,000, you can apply for the elite title, which is a direct A level. When we get back, the country will give you a new rating, but I want to ask, do you want a higher score or just an average one?" Jing Shu glanced at Zhen Nantian, who nodded slightly. It seemed he'd told Yang Yang about her possible dimensional space items. The others didn't react, so they probably didn't know about dimensional space. That meant Yang Yang knew, and maybe he had a dimensional item too? Otherwise, Jing Shu couldn't figure out how he'd been rated A+. Yang Yang's meaning was simple. Did she want to keep her abilities secret, or reveal them for a higher rating? After thinking it over, Jing Shu realized she didn't really understand dimensions, but if the price was exposing her space, she'd rather stay in the dark. In her view, neither Zhen Nantian, Yang Yang, nor even the fourth-dimensional portal seemed that extraordinary, certainly not compared to her Rubik's Cube space. So she preferred to keep it mysterious and low-key. "Just let the country rate me as they see fit," she said, meaning she wouldn't show off her abilities. Yang Yang nodded. "Then after this round of points and your evaluation, you'll probably be rated A or A, which meets the national elite standard." He then went on to settle and summarize everyone's accounts. Even Zhen Nantian, who spent points like water and always looked indifferent, still had over 10,000 left, not counting the third mission's points. Everyone had made a fortune this time. Jing Shu closed her eyes and continued sorting the loot from the third mission. She'd gotten so much from Rhine Manor that her space was full, and she had to carefully arrange everything to maximize capacity. After organizing, she freed up a few more cubic meters. She was very happy. Her 500-plus cubic meters of space was packed neatly with energy, gourmet food, grains, live poultry, sea creatures, and land animals. There weren't many species yet, but in this resource-scarce world, where she'd once survived on carrion, she was already satisfied. Next, she planned to expand her collection of species, gather all the delicious flying creatures, and prepare supplies for the coming harsh environment. Finally, they arrived in the capital. As the plane landed, Jing Shu patted her chest in relief. They were safe. Finally safe. Motherland were home. No more threats from the U.S. Rumble. The familiar sound of earthquakes and thunder still echoed daily in the capital. The complex terrain meant China suffered more disasters than other countries, but the clever Chinese people had already found patterns in the earthquakes. "Let's get Hao Yunlai, Monkey, and the monk to the government hospital first. We'll rest for 2 days, then report to the Special Intelligence Office for re-evaluation, and after that, return to Wucheng." That was the plan, but reality was different. Jing Shu first called her family to say she'd be home in a few days, then finally collapsed into a deep sleep. After so long on edge, she couldn't hold out any longer and slept for 2 full days. When she woke up, she found a group of people in white coats playing cards in front of her, and the fat chicken guarding her like a mother hen. Jing Shu looked around. She was still on Qianduoduo's plane, right? She glanced over and saw that her most precious belongings were still being guarded by the fat chicken, which meant the area was safe. Jing Shu felt a bit dazed. Her mind was still foggy from sleeping so long. Just like that, she and an old man in a white coat watched the other 3 white-coated elders play several rounds of cards. She even brushed her teeth and washed her face. It wasn't until she pulled out her frying pan that the white coats finally realized, wasn't this the person they'd been waiting for day and night? "You're awake?" The kindly old men put down their cards, pushed up their glasses, and gathered around. Jing Shu took 2 steps back. "So, you're from the Special Intelligence Bureau, here to reevaluate me? And you're from the capital's sky-breaking hospital, here to discuss Monk and Monkey's injuries and maybe buy some of my homemade pills?" Yes, I know you're not short on money. Please wait a moment. You're from the capital's Research Institute looking to borrow a sample of the ZS-880 drug? And you're from the Never Starve Food Regulatory Bureau, wanting to trade for the Z10 bacterial synthetic meat formula? Okay, just put your sack down and wait a bit. So, you all played cards to decide who got to see me first, but then kept playing to decide which 3 would get the chance. Jing Shu's jaw dropped as she asked, and all 4 old men nodded in unison. So, you still haven't decided who goes first? The 4 old men nodded again. Jing Shu didn't quite understand why these high-profile, mysterious-sounding organizations would send such unreliable old men to handle things. It made everything feel a lot less serious. But well, business was business. In the capital, you couldn't underestimate even the street-sweeping grandpas. Who knows? Maybe they could pull out a potato or cucumber that would have everyone fighting over it. All right then. Grandpa from the Special Intelligence Bureau, you go first. What rating are you giving me? It's fine. I don't have any special abilities or hobbies. Just rate me as my teammates described, A+? No, I'm pretty low-key, just give me an A. What? My chicken is rated B level? So my overall rating is still A+? All right, got it. Do I sign here? Thank you so much. The Intelligence Bureau is so professional now, even offering door-to-door service. After warmly seeing off the first old man, Jing Shu turned to the hospital grandpa. Here, Grandpa, these are my secret pills I've made recently, full of rare medicinal ingredients. Just apply them directly to Monkey and Monk's wounds. No need for academic discussion, as you can see. I'm quite busy. The old man dipped his ring finger in the pill, licked it with his pinky, and nodded approvingly. Excellent medicine. He left with a box of black pills and before leaving signed an IOU for Monkey's 2,000-point debt. Monk's medicine was a free gift from Jing Shu. And you, Grandpa, you're here to borrow a sample of ZS-880? Oh, you mean you'll return 10 for everyone you borrow? No problem, just get Yang Yang or Jen Nantian to vouch for you. What? Ling Ling is from your institute? All right, let's sign a contract. Finally, after sending off the first 3 grandpas, Jing Shu turned to her last customer. Grandpa, you're from the Never Starve Food Regulatory Bureau, here to trade for the formula. What are you offering in exchange? The last old man had a scruffy beard, wore muddy rain boots, and though he had a white coat, he looked more like a farmer who'd just come from the fields. He pulled out a burlap sack, opened it, and revealed 2 black-billed, thick-necked birds, still full of fight even when tied up. Jing Shu frowned and stared for a while, then asked uncertainly, "Are these geese?" The old man grinned, showing a yellow, toothless smile. These are lionhead geese, the kings of all geese. They lay very few eggs, but they're extremely valuable. After special processing, the meat is delicious. So good, in fact, that people in the capital are lining up all the way to the Mediterranean to get a taste. Jing Shu swallowed, nearly drooling. She checked her space. No geese. She actually didn't have any geese. Before the apocalypse, due to limited funds and a small Rubik's Cube space, she'd only raised the most common poultry, chickens, ducks, sheep, cows, quail, rabbits, etc. With duck eggs, she could make salted eggs, and roast duck was delicious too. Geese weren't as productive, their eggs were fishy, and they ate a lot, so she never raised them. But braised goose, stewed goose, plum goose, goose with vegetables, goose sauce, and stewed free-range chicken, all those dishes must be amazing. She hadn't eaten goose in 15 or 16 years. But times had changed. In the apocalypse, the most important thing was to eat your fill, stockpile supplies, and arm yourself. Every creature had to be used to its fullest. Geese could be trained as guard geese or patrol geese. They didn't lay many eggs, but with enough breeding, the eggs would add up. All right, you've met my standards. Deal. Jing Shu calculated the value and approved the trade. Now that her space was bigger and she had enough resources, she'd been thinking about expanding her nearly extinct poultry collection, and here someone brought her a pair of breeding lionhead geese. She quickly checked the Rubik's Cube software and confirmed that lionhead geese were the most valuable of all geese, truly the king of geese. Ordinary geese had red beaks, but lionhead geese had black beaks and were highly prized. You want to trade 2 geese for the formula? Jing Shu asked, pointing back and forth with her fingers, still unsure. The old man looked at her like she was a fool. Poultry is precious these days. These lionhead geese are the last of their kind. You think I'd trade them for an unproven formula? Do I look stupid? Jing Shu's face froze. Had she been too friendly, making people think they could take advantage of her? Was he just here to show off the geese and make her jealous, tempting her to do something unforgivable? She had to admit, "Old man, you've successfully caught my attention?" Before Jing Shu could change her expression, the old man grinned again, showing his missing teeth. Tank from your team is from our Never Starve Bureau. He said you have a chicken that lays dozens of eggs a day. We watched for a while, and it's true. So, here I am with these geese." "Huh?" Jing Shu frowned, unsure what the old man meant. She looked him up and down. He seemed pretty tough. Was he eyeing the fat chicken? That didn't make sense. She knew Tank's character well. Anyone who'd reveal the fat chicken's secret wouldn't be someone looking to take advantage. Besides, in terms of species, an old hen was less valuable than a lionhead goose. And as a battle pet, Tank knew the fat chicken was much more than just an egg layer. There was no way he'd trade it. The old man coughed awkwardly and explained, "What we mean is, we'll rent you the lionhead geese for a year. The rent is the Z10 synthetic meat formula, and we know you're good at raising poultry. We won't ask about your secrets. Every 3 months you give us 10 healthy lionhead goslings, 40 in total for the year. Anything extra you hatch, you keep. If you need, we can even provide professional feed and airlift it to you every 3 months when we pick up the goslings." So the rent was the Z10 formula and 40 lionhead goslings, with feed included. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes in thought. She knew that live animals, especially breeding pairs, were incredibly precious now. Last year, a pair of live chickens cost thousands of virtual coins, hundreds of times more than grain, let alone the now nearly extinct lionhead geese. Poultry breeding depended on many factors. Food and nutrition could be managed, temperature could be controlled with air conditioning. But climate, outside factors, and the apocalyptic sun made poultry numbers extremely scarce and breeding very difficult. The most important factor was the disruption of seasons, which threw off breeding cycles. Most poultry simply stopped breeding. If it wasn't drought, it was rain. If not, it was earthquakes and lightning. Life was so hard, even animals had no mood for that, let alone people. But Jing Shu's Rubik's Cube space was the most comfortable place, able to simulate the best climate for animals, so breeding was naturally much faster. The old man called it renting, but Jing Shu didn't care. She just needed a few eggs to start infinite self-breeding. What she lacked was the breeding stock. For others, there might be risks, but for her, there were none. Seeing Jing Shu hesitate, the old man realized he might be asking too much. "We know it's a lot to ask. After all, a lionhead goose only lays about 40 eggs a year and not all will hatch. Hatching requires precise temperatures, and in the apocalypse, the success rate is even lower. But you've managed to raise chickens so well, if you raise geese, you'll probably get them back to pre-apocalypse productivity, right?" Jing Shu tapped her fingers rhythmically on the table, staring at the fierce lionhead geese. So they only laid that many eggs a year. "Grandpa, can I ask? If you have everything you need, why not raise them yourselves? You seem more professional." The old man gave a bitter smile. To be honest, before the apocalypse, Dahua and Gudan hatched nearly 30 goslings in a year. But in the 3 years since, they've only laid 30 eggs, hatched 10, and 6 died young. The few that survived are disabled or mutated. So the species is starting to evolve, adapting to survive the apocalypse. Those that fail die, and those that succeed aren't stable yet. I need to hurry and collect more original species, Jing Shu thought, making a note in her Rubik's Cube space. This was now on her to-do list, but the old man's problem wasn't a problem for her. A few days in her space, plus some spiritual spring water, and she'd have them laying an egg a day. "Grandpa, I can rent your geese, but the risk is high. I might not get many. I can only promise 8 goslings every 3 months. 10, 8, 9, 8. Deal." "Oh, Grandpa, do you buy lionhead geese?" "Of course, at a high price. There's a waiting list in the capital that stretches to the Mediterranean." Great, that meant there was a good market. With the old man's reluctant gaze, they exchanged formula for geese and signed a contract with Tank as guarantor. The deal was done. Party A, Never Starve, Food, Regulatory Bureau. Party B, Mirror, Third-Party Guarantor, Tank Contract. Terms: by mutual agreement, based on equality, mutual benefit, and common development, Party B will rent Party A's geese and provide breeding services. 1. Party B provides the Z10 synthetic meat formula and delivers 8 healthy goslings every 3 months, 32 per year, then returns the breeding pair Dahua and Gudan. If the quota isn't met, Tank covers the loss. Any extra goslings or eggs belong to Party B too. Party A provides sufficient nutritious feed every 3 months, handles delivery and pickup of goslings. If Party A defaults, Tank covers the loss. 3. Force majeure. If Dahua or Gudan die, or goslings die in transit, Tank covers the loss. 4. Party A has first right to buy Party B's goslings and eggs, but the price must satisfy Party B. 5. If either party defaults, Tank is responsible. Signatories: Mirror, Dahua and Gudan, Never Starve Food Regulatory Bureau. Tank: What did I do to deserve this? Goodbye, Dahua and Gudan. You two must get along, fight less, argue more to build your relationship. Gudan: Dahua has a temper, so let her have her way. If you must argue, don't fight. And Dahua, we know mother geese get moody after laying eggs. Try to understand her. Before he could finish, Dahua and Gudan started honk, 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 and chased the old man out, who ran off with the formula. Now free, Dahua and Gudan strutted around the plane's cabin, exploring their new territory. Soon enough, they started fighting over a sleeping spot, fierce as ever. Maybe this was what the old man meant by arguing. Go on, fat chicken, give our new family members a proper welcome. Teach Dahua and Gudan the house rules. Discipline is important. The fat chicken waddled over, tail in the air, ready to take charge. Jing Shu could already imagine how lively her home would be from now on. Before leaving, the teammates from the capital boarded the plane for a final farewell and set up a new WeChat group called Sheep Herding Group, 11 people, agreeing to share any news about fat sheep, easy targets, or new opportunities there. Monkey and the monk, due to their serious injuries, stayed behind at Skybreaking Hospital. Fortunately, the monk's life was saved, though he remained in a coma. Hao Yunlai was carried back onto the plane to be sent to Wucheng. Over the past 2 days, they'd consulted many doctors, but none could help. Everyone said Hao Yunlai's brain cells were unresponsive, and he was now a vegetable. It seemed they really would have to try Jing Shu's method. Jing Shu realized she'd have to study that red liquid. Hao Yunlai's luck was different from Mary Sue's. His ability to avoid danger came at a price, while Mary Sue was truly blessed. Anyone who tried to harm her usually died. Thinking back, Mary Sue was terrifying. Before Tank got off the plane, Jing Shu forced a basket of fresh eggs from the fat chicken into his hands, and from now on, every 3 months, he'd receive a batch of eggs and a lionhead goose as a guarantor's fee. As the guarantor for both sides, Tank would be responsible if anything went wrong, so he deserved some benefits in return. I'll take the eggs, but not the goose. The Never Starve Food Regulatory Bureau already promised to take care of my sister's meals. Thank goodness. My bottomless pit sister finally has a future. I really trust you with Dahua and Gudan. I heard our captain's unit wanted to send you their Erguzi, but the captain refused to be a guarantor, so it didn't happen. Jing Shu. Erguzi? What's that? It's... Tank was about to answer, but Zhen Nantian shot him a look, and Tank scurried off with the eggs. Zhen Nantian coughed. The batch of seeds you gave to the capital has been received. I already warned them that they're radiated and some may develop abnormally. If they want a solution, they'll have to come to you. For now, they're not willing to pay a high price for your potion and have hired the Research Institute for sponsorship instead. Jing Shu didn't mind. I'm already satisfied with the payment I got. If they can solve it, great. If not, they can come back to me later. Being able to help the country preserve seeds from around the world was something Jing Shu was proud to do as a Chinese citizen. The state had also rewarded her generously with universal contribution points, which would help her bring back more private supplies in the future. She was content. But to use her spiritual spring water, which only produced 1 drop a day, to soak seeds for free, or to quietly solve the radiation problem without acknowledgement, she couldn't do it. Even if she told the higher-ups she'd solved the problem, if the others didn't experience setbacks, they'd never understand the difficulty, and she'd get no gratitude or favor. Helping in times of real need is always more meaningful than adding icing on the cake. When they can't solve the problem, Jing Shu can make her requests, And it will be reasonable, even seen as a great contribution to the country. If she helped now, it would just look like she was being greedy. Jen Nantian nodded, squinting as if he wanted to ask about the day they smuggled supplies and went on a killing spree. But in the end, he just waved and got off the plane. The plane took off again. The Wucheng team had suffered heavy losses. Hao Yunlai lay in the back cabin, Monkey stayed in the capital for treatment, and now the huge private jet had only Jing Shu and Yang Yang eating lamb spine and bone marrow hot pot. Occasionally, the sound of slurping could be heard. The leftover bones weren't thrown away. Yang Yang knew they could be used again, skillfully scooping out the marrow and saving the bones for Jing Shu to use next time. Dahua and Gudan had finally quieted down after being pecked by the fat chicken for misbehaving. They looked pitiful, but Jing Shu didn't worry. She'd give them spiritual spring water in a few days, and they'd be fine. Rules had to be established. You really don't want to be S-rank? That comes with national privileges, direct management by the capital, and no other agency can touch you. S-rank means you can do whatever you want, not bound by local laws. There are only a dozen or so in the whole country, Yang Yang said, poking at another bone marrow with his chopsticks. No. Maybe if there's real danger someday I'll reconsider. The capital is powerful but not so easy to rely on. Then I can't tell you about the things you're curious about. April 4th, 2025, Friday, Qingming Festival. The temperature in Wucheng dropped to 6 degrees C. If it weren't a national holiday with all the canteens offering all-you-can-eat buffets for 2 virtual coins, most people would have forgotten it was Qingming. The last buffet was 3 months ago, on New Year's Eve. It was so rare that people lined up at the crowded disaster relief canteens a day in advance. As for tomb sweeping, just remembering the dead in your heart was enough. Who could afford to travel like before the apocalypse, when tolls were waived and people went sightseeing? Even if you wanted to pay respects, there was no paper to burn. People were using stones for toilet paper. And you couldn't even light a fire. There were no lighters or matches. All the canteens in Wucheng had raised their buffet prices. In the first year of the apocalypse, it was only 0.3 virtual coins, and you could eat delicious 5-grain insects. At least, that was real meat. Jing Shu missed those days of eating spiced 5-grain bugs. Now things had changed so much. Even maggots couldn't survive in this cold. Now, even though it was all you can eat, food shortages meant new rules. Each person had 15 minutes to eat as much as they could, then had to leave for the next group. As for what was on offer, on good days it was mushrooms. Usually it was red threadworm cakes, so hard they were like dung beetles, impossible to bite, and time-limited. Several people choked to death that day. As soon as a body was dragged out, the saliva-soaked red threadworm cakes were snatched up. In no time, the corpse's clothes and shoes were stripped, and the body was taken away by civil servants, disappearing into the crowd. No one cared. Only a few people wondered, with the weather so cold, why not just bury the body on the spot? Why waste fuel to drive it away for processing? Isn't that a hassle? Isn't it wasteful? What's the point of thinking so much? We can't even eat our fill. Maybe they take the bodies back to render corpse oil for cooking. The fried red threadworm cakes lately have been pretty tasty. You're disgusting. I've lost my appetite. Move, move. Who's that? So arrogant, pushing everyone aside? Who is that? So arrogant, pushing through the crowd? That's Wang Feng, the biggest supplier of red threadworms in Shishan. She's a big deal. Jishan is the only place in Wucheng with a steady supply of red threadworms, and it's all thanks to her. Other canteens today are probably serving dung beetle cakes. I heard Wang Feng also has connections with the livestock farm and even supplies them with feed. I really regret acting like a fool last year, scrambling to buy red threadworms at 200 jin per virtual coin. I only made a few hundred coins and thought I was so clever. People said red threadworms were a plague and only idiots would collect them. Look at us now. Red threadworms have been eaten to extinction and you can't find a single live one. I can't imagine what we'll eat after the red threadworms are gone. Rice is even more expensive now, 3 virtual coins a bowl. The person being discussed was none other than Jing Shu's aunt, Wang Feng, who last year was stopped by Jing Shu from selling off all her red threadworms. Wang Feng heard the comments behind her and smiled smugly. Now, whether it was the canteen staff or the people at the livestock farm, everyone tried to curry favor with her, even bribing her. The livestock farm folks would sometimes give her a few eggs just to get her to supply red threadworm feed. She owed it all to Jing Shu's foresight. Last year, she'd stockpiled hundreds of thousands of virtual coins worth of red threadworms and turned them into cooked worm cakes. Now, she didn't even need to process them again. Every day, she shipped a batch, and the government paid her on the spot. It was a great feeling to see her virtual coin balance grow every day. Once she had enough, she planned to use Jing Shu's dad's connections to buy 2 licensed egg-laying hens from the livestock farm. She didn't care if they ever hatched chicks. She just wanted 2 eggs a day. If I sell for another half a year, I can even get a loan to rent a pig, but I'll need connections to get in line. Jing Shu's dad's family is really something, Wang Feng thought, shaking her head. Now, if a private citizen wanted to buy a chicken, they had to register at the livestock farm, get a license, and the chicken needed an ID. If you had proof of assets over 10,000, you could get a 2-year interest-free loan to buy a chicken. Most importantly, chickens bought from the farm couldn't be slaughtered or starved. If they died, you'd be fined. There was an annual inspection, and now there was even chicken insurance and accident insurance to protect your investment. Owning a chicken was now as flashy and practical as driving a BMW or Mercedes before the apocalypse. Raising a duck was like owning a sports car, expensive to maintain and not practical. Raising a pig was like owning a gas guzzler, fun but costly. Raising cattle was on another level. Only the truly wealthy could afford it, with nannies and bodyguards to care for them, like owning a Rolls-Royce before the apocalypse. The talk of the town was no longer about who had the most luxury cars, but who had chickens, ducks, or cows at home. Even raising a pig, the oil guzzler, was a sign of real wealth. Wang Feng returned home, beaming with pride, but her husband frowned. "You went to the Shishan canteen again? Didn't you say you'd just sell a few hundred coins worth for living expenses?" "Yeah, I just signed another 3-month contract with them, selling worm cakes at a fair price every day. The Shishan canteen is decisive, and their price is much better than the livestock farms." Wang Feng smoothed her hard-won hair. Her husband stomped his foot. "How many times have I told you? Jing Shu said it's best to wait until the second half of the year to sell the red threadworms, so you can trade with the government for real goods. Virtual coins are just numbers. Nothing is more valuable than food in your hand. Why won't you listen? Things are getting worse, and no matter how many virtual coins you have, they're worthless compared to real food." Wang Feng rolled her eyes. Yes, I admit Jing Shu is far-sighted, but the sooner we sell, the sooner we get money. If we wait, it might not be worth anything. I want to buy some chickens for our son so he can have eggs every day. He's so short. How will he grow without nutrition? After the earthquake, school will start, and we'll need coins for a good school. Besides, the news says the earth is adjusting itself and the apocalypse will end soon. If we don't sell the red threadworms now, they'll be worthless later. The apocalypse ending? Don't listen to those so-called scientists. The two were still arguing when Su Long came in, shivering in his blanket. "Mom, can we not sleep in the square tonight? It's too cold and people are farting and going to the bathroom everywhere. I can't sleep at all. The earthquakes are over, right? Can't we go home tonight?" Wang Feng hesitated. "No." Her husband touched his frozen red nose. "Jing Shu told us before she left, and even your aunt said, 'Don't sleep at home. It's too dangerous.' Just a few days ago, a whole building in the East District collapsed. Who knows how many died?" "Listen to your dad, Long. Jing Shu and your aunt are both far-sighted. If we get buried in a quake, what then? My business is just getting started, and I want to buy you 2 egg-laying hens. You can even pick their ID numbers. Get a fancy one for just 5 more coins." No, I've slept outside for months. Look at all my bug bites, and my shoes are covered in poop. Can't I at least go home to take a shower?" Su Long was determined. Once he washed up, he wasn't coming back out. "Fine, just a shower." The family packed up and left the crowded disaster shelter, heading back to their old apartment. Wang Feng spent 2 coins on a pot of hot water so Su Long could wash up at home. Sure enough, Su Long insisted on sleeping inside. "Just one night?" Wang Feng asked her husband. No, your soft heart will get us all killed. What if something happens? Don't be so dramatic, Su Yang. Now you're talking back to me. You don't love me anymore. Men are all pigs. I has ye %. Just then his phone rang. Hello, little sister? Yes, we're home. Just gave Su Long a bath. What? Jing Shu is back from America? After all that treatment, is she better? He shushed Wang Fang, who immediately perked up when she heard it was Su Lanji. The call was choppy, the signal bad. Now? A welcome dinner for Jing Shu? It's so late to go to the new district and it's inconvenient. We'd be a bother, and it's hard to get home at night. What, you want us to wait at the street corner downstairs? Okay, no problem. Wang Fang couldn't hold back any longer and grabbed the phone. Yes, don't listen to him. We have time. Sorry to trouble you, brother-in-law. Please come pick us up. We'll wait at the street corner, yes. We'll bring extra supplies and stay a few days. What, go downstairs right now? Sure, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Wang Fang excitedly pinched her husband and shouted, Su Long, you have 1 minute to get dressed, pack all your clothes and daily necessities, and bring the garlic and green onions you planted. We're staying at your aunt's for a few days. Got it. Her husband sighed helplessly. If we're going to bother them, we should bring some gifts. Of course, but your brother-in-law's chickens are really something. Too bad I've given up on that. His mother guards them like her life. I tried to buy one at above market price for New Year's and she shot me down. Now I can only hope your brother-in-law can pull some strings and get us 2 licensed chickens. You can't trust black market chickens. Who knows what zombie disease they have? The eggs hatch into chicks covered in tumors. Eat that and you'll get zombie disease yourself. By the 3rd year of the apocalypse, no one would ever say, give me a chicken. Just like no one would have asked for a Mercedes before the apocalypse. But there were still rich folks who'd give a hen as a wedding gift. Recently, Wang Tongxi's friend got married, and as the best man, he gave a cow worth as much as a Rolls-Royce, a dairy cow no less. The photos online made everyone jealous. The wedding was extravagant. 4 pairs of live chickens for good luck, a pair of turtles for longevity, a pair of black pigs for a perfect match, and, at the very least, a bag of Daoxiangkun rice. No one gave virtual coins. Those were just numbers. Whew, Jing Shu let out a breath of relief. Luckily, she made it in time. She couldn't remember exactly which day in her previous life her uncle's family was buried alive by an earthquake, but it was around this time, maybe even today. Once their house collapsed, she could let them go home. As for any ideas about living in her RV, Jing Shu would nip that in the bud. She'd finally made up for a regret from her previous life. Most importantly, she wouldn't let her mom be heartbroken again. She couldn't help but recall the moment she reunited with her family. Wucheng was much colder than America. The ground was frozen solid, most living things had died, and after months of earthquakes and lightning, the city was in ruins. The city center's buildings had been sucked away by underground tornadoes or collapsed in quakes, making housing even scarcer. Jing Shu hadn't expected that. Upon hearing she was coming home, her dad would drive the German man RV and wait with the whole family at the old airport for 3 days, ever since she'd flown to the capital. Jing Shu was moved to tears. You've grown taller, her mom said, covering her mouth. And fatter, her dad said, beaming. You finally grew hair. Grandma came running from afar, calling, My little darling, Grandma's heart aches for you. Jing Shu. Huh? The first 2 are normal, but... Grew hair? Little darling? She looked down mechanically and saw the fat chicken flapping its wings, racing over with 2 chicks in tow and finally leaping into Grandma's arms. Grandma lovingly stroked the fat chicken's now fully grown silky feathers. It really had grown hair. Huh? Look at what Jing Shu's been feeding it. She even brought 2 black chicks. That's another rare breed. We can apply for first-class national protected animal status and get a license, her mom said, pointing at the 2 little black chickens. Grandma's eyes crinkled with joy. Yes, we must apply. Oh, and those 2 behind, are those geese? Dad compared the fat chicken size to before. Looks like we'll be getting even more eggs every day, Grandma agreed. The bigger it is, the more eggs it lays. Looks like our granddaughter didn't suffer in America." Only then did everyone turn to look at the wind-blown, speechless Jing Shu. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls, the world is vast and bleak, a lone plum blossom stands proud in the snow. "It must be that they missed me so much they couldn't contain their love and transferred it all to the fat chicken," Jing Shu thought. Sure enough, as soon as she got in the RV, their true colors were revealed. Jing Shu had barely sat down when the table was covered with all her favorite foods. "Sweetie, here are the braised pig's feet I made for you. I know you like them soft, so I cooked them extra long." "Good granddaughter, have some of your mom's pig's feet first. Grandma made you steamed pork ribs with green beans and noodles. After the pig's feet, eat the noodles. They're filling. There's also your favorite crucian carp soup in the pot." Grandpa didn't say a word, but he'd already used tweezers to pick out a whole bowl of plump crab meat from hairy crabs. The pile of shells showed it took dozens of crabs and a lot of time. Jing Shu picked up a big piece, dipped it in sauce, and popped it in her mouth. Tender crab leg meat, rich crab roe, bursting with flavor. The best part was the happiness of having someone peel shrimp and pick crab for you, better than the food itself. At that moment, her dad pulled a golden, juicy roast duck from the makeshift kang, sliced up scallions and cucumbers, set out sweet bean sauce and grandma's pancakes. Jing Shu wrapped the duck, dipped it in sauce, and ate until the juice dripped down her chin. "This time, I didn't just get treatment. I brought back all kinds of things you've never seen before. American technology really is advanced. My headaches were cured in just a few days." After that, we collected all sorts of things from all over America. Yes, we sent them to Lee Yuetian's place. In a few days, we'll go pick them up and stash them away. The guns there were all picked up off the ground. I brought back a bunch for you. Once we register them with Lee Yuetian, you can carry them for safety. Have you ever seen a crab as big as a millstone? I heard it's delicious. Don't worry, I brought back lots of live seafood. We'll breed them. Ever seen a tuna weighing over a ton? The kind that makes amazing sashimi? The dead ones are edible, and tuna is basically extinct now. Okay, we'll save it for special occasions. And that caviar that costs tens of thousands of dollars a spoonful? I've never had it either, but this time we'll all try it. Don't worry, I brought gifts for everyone, guaranteed to be things you've never seen before. What? The geese? Oh, right, those two are rented. They're a big deal. Let me tell you the story. The happiest moments for the family were watching Jing Shu eat the food they'd lovingly prepared, listening to her excitedly tell stories about her adventures in America, what she'd brought back, and all the strange and wonderful things she'd seen. Danger? That simply didn't exist. No matter what happened to others, Jing Shu was always safe, never targeted, never in real danger. At this moment, don't disturb their happiness. Don't call them to sit down and eat. Because just watching Jing Shu eat and listening to her talk about what she's seen and heard these days is already their happiest time. Jing's dad went to pick someone up. Jing Shu drove the German man truck from the dilapidated airport to the new settlement, which was behind the villa in the banana community, on the back hill. This was the highest and flattest area around. Not far away, a few months ago, a deep ravine had appeared due to a break in the ground, swallowing many people. But so what? Within a few days, people were going down there to scavenge corpses for just 0.1 virtual coins. The place where Jing Shu had stayed at the Ling Mountain District Shelter before going abroad could no longer accommodate so many people, so after half a month, the people from the banana community moved back. Now, this area was densely packed with makeshift dwellings. The 90,000 residents of the banana community all slept here at night and went out to look for work during the day. The remaining 10,000 had naturally died. The RV drove in along a cleared main road. Pairs of black eyes stared in the darkness, whispering among themselves. "Look, that's the car. It belongs to that villa. I heard they have a lot of BMWs and Mercedes at home." "Seems like they have quite a few Ferraris too, at least 2. "Do you think the cannon on top is real?" "It must be real. A few days ago, someone tried to steal something at night and got electrocuted by the net around the place. The officials came to collect the body and warned everyone not to steal or damage other people's property, or you'll die for nothing." The German man finally stopped behind Jing Shu's villa. Jing Shu's mouth dropped open. She hadn't expected so many changes at home after just a few months away. Grandpa Jing proudly pointed at the more than 300 extra square meters in the villa's backyard and said, "How about this area?" Jing Shu gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. This must have cost a lot of virtual coins, right? This area is even bigger than our villa. Now we can add a lot more things." Grandpa Jing coughed and held up 5 fingers. "You know, there are a lot more people living on the back hill now, not like before. It cost 50,000 virtual coins to permanently buy these 300+ square meters on the back hill. Your dad and I just finished renovating it a few days ago." Jing Shu couldn't help but look at the suddenly expanded backyard. She hadn't expected her dad and grandpa to be so awesome, and more importantly, to have such boldness. Was this still the henpecked dad she remembered? No, only Mom could be so generous with money. Jing Shu glanced at her mom, who looked like everything was under control, and deeply agreed. Before the earthquake, the only way into Jing Shu's villa was through the main gate of the community. The villa's yard wasn't big, just over 60 square meters. Besides the main entrance and a cement path, Jing Shu had carefully planned the rest: farmland, a fish pond, a small house for poultry, 2 trees, a nanny's room for Zijin under the eaves, a storage room, coal room, and a garage for the Song Max, with charging for the car, on the left, and on the right next to Sumari's villa. That was it, Jing Shu's villa, number 1 in the community. The back of the villa was even more cramped, just a narrow alley, enough for a boiler room, a barbecue kiln, and another small coal room. You could say Jing Shu had turned the whole villa into an invincible fortress, airtight, with supplies packed in the basement, living room, kitchen, bedrooms. Even Grandma Jing's bedroom was full of silkworms. The only downside was that it was too crowded. The old backyard was completely enclosed. You could see the back hill from the 2nd floor window. Oh, and the RV garage was built on the back hill. Now, after a few months away, Jing Shu saw that her dad had opened a door in the backyard. This meant that not only could you enter from the main gate, but you could also go straight from the backyard to the back hill. In this 3rd year of frequent earthquakes, if anything went wrong, you could hide in this vast, over 300 square meter yard. But we don't dare sleep in the villa at night. We all sleep in the RVs in the backyard, so if anything happens, we can drive away immediately. Even if the buildings in front collapsed, they wouldn't fall into this yard. The backyard door was still independently sealed. Open it, and you'd see this walled-off area, over 300 square meters, as wide as the villa and over 20 meters long, a huge enclosed yard. Dad and Grandpa Jing had built 3-meter-high mud walls all around. The villa was still a fortress, but now with a big yard. The defense system wasn't finished yet, just the walls. A few days ago, someone climbed over to steal and got electrocuted by the RV's electric fence. Bang! The yard gate closed, the RV parked in the empty yard, and the onlookers behind the RV were disappointed. Some wanted to climb the wall to see how the rich lived, but the wires on top were deadly. "We'll finish the defenses later and move the cows, sheep, and pigs here. The chicken and duck coops will stay in the front yard. In times like these, you have to raise more chickens and ducks," Grandma Jing said as she fed crab shells to the fat chickens. Jing Shu frowned. She'd finished venting about the past few months. Now it was her family's turn. As always, a family's strength can't rely on one person. Everyone must be strong. Mom nodded in agreement. "We have plenty of redworm cakes. Raising more poultry is right. These things will only get more valuable. Even if we sell them, it'll be great." Jing Shu looked into the distance. It seemed her family bought this land not just to avoid disaster, but also to expand their breeding base for chickens and ducks. But next year, there would be a severe mudslide. After droughts, floods, and earthquakes, the villa would eventually be partially buried by a mudslide due to its location at the foot of the hill. Especially at the foot of the hill, in her previous life, in the 4th year, mudslides broke out everywhere, with countless mud and rocks mixed with water rushing to lower ground. At first, no one cared. The second year it rained every day, but the villa's high ground survived. This year, though there was muddy water, it only trickled down slowly from the mountain, so it didn't seem like much. But unexpectedly, the mudslides got worse and worse. Before long, the first floor of the villa was buried. Jing Shu's family lived in constant fear, afraid the whole villa would be buried and they'd have nowhere to live. Fortunately, only the first floor was buried, and they could still live on the second floor. But then came the harsh winter, which starved countless people, including Jing Shu's family, who nearly starved to death. They had to sell the villa for food, and soon after everyone began the Great Migration of the 5th year. This location isn't great. The first place to be buried will be the back hill. Jing Shu sighed. At the same time, she was really worried. Year 4 was almost here, and they were still expanding their breeding operations. Notice, from now on, police will be changed to officials. You all know why. It's best to quietly make a fortune and live like an emperor at home, rather than expanding breeding operations to make money. After all, the nail that sticks out gets hammered. That's because you haven't seen the scene in the 5th year of the apocalypse, when people are so hungry their eyes turn green. If someone collapses, that's dead, and they're dragged away and secretly eaten. Sometimes even the government turns a blind eye since the national reserves are completely depleted and there's simply no food left. If, at that time, Jing Shu's family still had flocks of chickens and ducks making noise, she wouldn't be afraid of people coming to steal or rob them. She'd be more afraid of killing those desperate people and then being made an example of by the authorities, with some story like, the Jing family, racked with grief after accidentally killing someone, donated all their food and committed suicide to atone for their crime. Of course, it's still only the 3rd year. In Jing's mom's social circle, the hottest topics are raising chickens and ducks and growing grain. Right now, it's trendy to get official licenses for raising chickens. The country bumpkins are still envious of the rich with their BMWs and Mercedes, but things haven't reached the point where people's eyes turn green. After all, if you kill, steal, or rob licensed chickens, you'll be sent to labor reform for life. But, well, it's not that you can't raise them, you just need a proper plan. Don't raise them for yourself, raise them for the government. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. She was determined to raise lion-headed geese, and she needed some space for them. On her way back, she'd been thinking that while she could raise a batch in her space, she also wanted to raise some at the villa. Now that there was room, she could do both. Jing Shu smiled. All right, since you all want to raise them, let's wait until the yard is fully set up. I'm just worried about those people from last year who, when they couldn't steal anything, threw Molotov cocktails, or about being forcibly requisitioned by the authorities or just outright robbed. Grandma Jing turned pale with fright. No rush. Let's wait until your dad and Grandpa finish fixing up the yard. She was already backing out. Jing Shu started organizing the huge pile of supplies, putting some in the basement, some in the fridge, and taking a bit out of her space. She didn't tell her family because she liked to keep a trump card. Later, if she took out something strange, she'd just say, I brought it back from America and left it in XX. Didn't you know? Jing Shu had always had a habit of recording where she put each supply, whether in her space, the basement, or somewhere else, so it would be easy to find later. But after her trip to America, the family's supplies had been both depleted and replenished, and everything was a mess. When I have time, I'll go to Li Yuetian's place to get the supplies from America, then do a proper inventory. Jing Shu was a hoarder. Not only did she like to stockpile, but she also liked to check her supplies from time to time to get that sense of satisfaction and security. In a short time, Jing Shu had already made plans for the next half-month. Once those were done, she'd have to hurry and prepare for the 4th year, solve the mudslide problem, and then get ready for the migration in the 5th year. So busy. Her eldest uncle's family had arrived, and her third aunt, Jing Lai, finally dragged her tired body back from the cafeteria. Even her long-lost cousin, Wu Yuai, looked exhausted. Clearly, work had been tough lately. Grandma Jing had already prepared a welcome feast at the villa. She hadn't planned to invite Uncle Su Yiyang today, since it was a bit abrupt, but Jing Shu said she wanted to talk to them, so the whole family was called over. Uncle Su grinned. Little sister, we've gotten some good stuff lately. Here are some plums for you to try. though they're a bit sour without sunlight. And here's a pack of UC cigarettes for the old man and your husband to enjoy." "You didn't have to bring anything," Jing's mom laughed happily, not for the gifts but for the sentiment. The most classic polite words of all time. "Jing Shu, I heard you were coming back, so I specially prepared this for you. Hope you like it." Wu Yui handed over a glass bottle, stoppered with a cork, filled with a dark green liquid that looked just like water from a stinky ditch, and casually tossed it over. Jing Shu sniffed it and immediately frowned. "Damn, it really does smell like a stinky ditch. What is this? Water from a sewer?" "It's the latest research from my advisor and me, spirulina. It's a type of algae, though now it's classified as cyanobacteria. It was one of the earliest photosynthetic oxygen-producing organisms and played a huge role in turning Earth's atmosphere from anaerobic to oxygen-rich," Wu Yui explained. "Yeah." Ever since her rebirth, Jing Shu had always been troubled by not being able to keep up with the academic overachievers, and not understanding what they were saying was her biggest headache. Wu Yui sighed. "That's right. It's the green stuff floating on top of the stinky water you mentioned. Before the apocalypse, in summer there were lots of frogs and tadpoles in it." Now she understood. Jing Shu nodded in agreement. Sure enough, it was the stuff she was familiar with from stinky ditches. She shook the bottle. "So, what's it for?" After floods, this stuff was everywhere. A thick, moldy green layer, disgusting and smelly, sometimes even reeking of rotting corpses. But in 10 years of the apocalypse, Jing Shu had never seen this stuff do anything miraculous. Was Wu Yui messing with her, or testing her intelligence, giving her this thing? "It can fix atmospheric nitrogen into combined nitrogen and synthesize protein, so it can be used as fertilizer for rice paddies. Spirulina can also be used as fish feed, and it can absorb various harmful substances, purifying the environment." Jing Shu understood. Fertilizer, fish feed. But the fish in her space and pond drank spiritual spring water and ate anything, so whether it was algae or fertilizer didn't really matter. Jing Shu shook the bottle. "Just this little bit? Seems kind of small." Wu Yui shook her head. "My advisor and I spent half a year completely restructuring it. What you have is the original solution, and it can be bred and expanded. We changed the traditional cultivation method. Just pour it on a corpse or any protein, and the green algae will multiply. In theory, it can reproduce infinitely and rapidly. After that, it can be used as fish feed or fertilizer for rice, but I suggest you test it first. Our test fish, number 101, is still alive." Jing Shu propped her chin on her hand, her eyes gradually lighting up. "So, I can use all the corpses and bugs everywhere to cultivate a huge batch of algae, and it's basically a free converter for feed?" If that was really the case, Jing Shu was about to strike it rich. This would save her so much on feed. In the apocalypse, feed is life-saving food, and this was a perfect, lossless industrial chain. In theory, yes, but there are still many uncontrollable factors. It's best to quietly make a fortune and live like an emperor at home, rather than expanding breeding operations to make money. After all, the nail that sticks out gets hammered. That's because you haven't seen the scene in the 5th year of the apocalypse, when people are so hungry their eyes turn green. If someone collapses, that's dead, and they're dragged away and secretly eaten. Sometimes even the government turns a blind eye, since the national reserves are completely depleted and there's simply no food left. If, at that time, Jing Shu's family still had flocks of chickens and ducks making noise, she wouldn't be afraid of people coming to steal or rob them. She'd be more afraid of killing those desperate people and then being made an example of by the authorities, with some story like, the Jing family, racked with grief after accidentally killing someone, donated all their food and committed suicide to atone for their crime. Of course, it's still only the 3rd year. In Jing's mom's social circle, the hottest topics are raising chickens and ducks and growing grain. Right now, it's trendy to get official licenses for raising chickens. The country bumpkins are still envious of the rich with their BMWs and Mercedes, but things haven't reached the point where people's eyes turn green. After all, if you kill, steal, or rob licensed chickens, you'll be sent to labor reform for life. But, well, it's not that you can't raise them, you just need a proper plan. Don't raise them for yourself, raise them for the government. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes. She was determined to raise lion-headed geese, and she needed some space for them. On her way back, she'd been thinking that while she could raise a batch in her space, she also wanted to raise some at the villa. Now that there was room, she could do both. Jing Shu smiled. All right, since you all want to raise them, let's wait until the yard is fully set up. I'm just worried about those people from last year who, when they couldn't steal anything, threw Molotov cocktails, or about being forcibly requisitioned by the authorities, or just outright robbed. Grandma Jing turned pale with fright. No rush. Let's wait until your dad and Grandpa finish fixing up the yard. She was already backing out. Jing Shu started organizing the huge pile of supplies, putting some in the basement, some in the fridge, and taking a bit out of her space. She didn't tell her family because she liked to keep a trump card. Later, if she took out something strange, she'd just say, I brought it back from America and left it in XX, didn't you know? Jing Shu had always had a habit of recording where she put each supply, whether in her space, the basement, or somewhere else, so it would be easy to find later. But after her trip to America, the family's supplies had been both depleted and replenished, and everything was a mess. When I have time, I'll go to Li Yuetian's place to get the supplies from America, then do a proper inventory. Jing Shu was a hoarder. Not only did she like to stockpile, but she also liked to check her supplies from time to get that sense of satisfaction and security. In a short time, Jing Shu had already made plans for the next half-month. Once those were done, she'd have to hurry and prepare for the 4th year, solve the mudslide problem, and then get ready for the migration in the 5th year. So busy. Her eldest uncle's family had arrived, and her third aunt, Jing Lai, finally dragged her tired body back from the cafeteria. Even her long-lost cousin, Wu Yui, looked exhausted. Clearly, work had been tough lately. Grandma Jing had already prepared a welcome feast at the villa. She hadn't planned to invite Uncle Su Yang today since it was a bit abrupt, but Jing Shu said she wanted to talk to them, so the whole family was called over. Uncle Su grinned. Little sister, we've gotten some good stuff lately. Here are some plums for you to try, though they're a bit sour without sunlight. And here's a pack of Yuxi cigarettes for the old man and your husband to enjoy. You didn't have to bring anything, Jing's mom laughed happily, not for the gifts but for the sentiment. The most classic polite words of all time. Jing Shu, I heard you were coming back, so I specially prepared this for you. Hope you like it. Wu Yui handed over a glass bottle, stoppered with a cork, filled with a dark green liquid that looked just like water from a stinky ditch, and casually tossed it over. Jing Shu sniffed it and immediately frowned. Damn, it really does smell like a stinky ditch. What is this, water from a sewer? It's the latest research from my advisor and me, spirulina. It's a type of algae, though now it's classified as cyanobacteria. It was one of the earliest photosynthetic oxygen-producing organisms and played a huge role in turning Earth's atmosphere from anaerobic to oxygen-rich, Wu Yui explained. Yeah. Ever since her rebirth, Jing Shu had always been troubled by not being able to keep up with the academic overachievers, and not understanding what they were saying was her biggest headache. Wu Yui sighed. That's right. It's the green stuff floating on top of the stinky water you mentioned. Before the apocalypse in summer, there were lots of frogs and tadpoles in it. Now she understood. Jing Shu nodded in agreement. Sure enough, it was the stuff she was familiar with from stinky ditches. She shook the bottle. So, what's it for? After floods, this stuff was everywhere. A thick, moldy green layer, disgusting and smelly, sometimes even reeking of rotting corpses. But in 10 years of the apocalypse, Jing Shu had never seen this stuff do anything miraculous. Was Wu Yui messing with her? Or testing her intelligence? Giving her this thing? It can fix atmospheric nitrogen into combined nitrogen and synthesize protein, so it can be used as fertilizer for rice paddies. Spirulina can also be used as fish feed, and it can absorb various harmful substances, purifying the environment. Jing Shu understood. Fertilizer, fish feed. But the fish in her space and pond drank spiritual spring water and ate anything, so whether it was algae or fertilizer didn't really matter. Jing Shu shook the bottle. Just this little bit? Seems kind of small. Wu Yui shook her head. My advisor and I spent half a year completely restructuring it. What you have is the original solution, and it can be bred and expanded. We changed the traditional cultivation method. Just pour it on a corpse or any protein, and the green algae will multiply. In theory, it can reproduce infinitely and rapidly. After that, it can be used as fish feed or fertilizer for rice, but I suggest you test it first. Our test fish, number 101, is still alive. Jing Shu propped her chin on her hand, her eyes gradually lighting up. So I can use all the corpses and bugs everywhere to cultivate a huge batch of algae, and it's basically a free converter for feed. If that was really the case, Jing Shu was about to strike it rich. This would save her so much on feed. In the apocalypse, feed is life-saving food, and this was a perfect lossless industrial chain. In theory, yes, but there are still many uncontrollable factors. Jing Shu shook the bottle. So how is this different from traditional breeding? Is there any difference between this and the moldy algae on the ground? Can that moldy algae also be cultivated and used as fish feed? After the floods in the second year of the apocalypse, this kind of moldy algae proliferated wildly. It also became food for red threadworms and the second evolved corpse-eating bugs. Unfortunately, it was infected by the zombie virus. If this ever-present ditch algae could be reused, then the grand plan Jing Shu had in mind could be put into action. Maybe the plan she'd spent half a year thinking about to save Shi Yuan from disaster could finally be implemented. Jing Shu naturally wanted to live peacefully at home like a local emperor, but there were always things beyond her control that she had to deal with. Traditionally, breeding this kind of algae requires a BG11 culture medium, a temperature around 25 degrees C, light intensity of 2000 lux, and an oxygen pump. Strictly speaking, our algae is a synthetic invasive species, fundamentally different from that moldy algae. Plus, the moldy algae you see has already been infected by the zombie virus. If you use that to raise fish or rice, would you dare eat it? Wu Yui pushed up her glasses. Jing Shu shook her head. She understood. In the current environment, everything is infected by the zombie virus, so animals and plants worldwide are likely to be contaminated. It's like the flu. Not deadly if you're lucky, but if you eat something with the zombie virus, there's always a chance you'll get infected. However, as time goes on, all living things are gradually developing stronger immunity to the virus. It's easy to spot creatures infected by the zombie virus. They're rotten, black, green, moldy, and stink like spoiled food, but they're still alive, a colony of bacteria. There are also quite a few known normal species that are immune, like sulfur ants, cockroaches, and many invasive species. Since they're all invasive, there's no reason one should be weaker than another. Now, green algae can be added to the list. Oh, and corpse-eating bugs count too. In the first year, corpse-eating bugs were almost wiped out by maggots. In the second year, they were nearly eaten to extinction by red threadworms. But in the endless ocean, they finally realized that falling behind means getting beaten. So they went into seclusion, reflected, and completed their second evolution. They grew dozens of times larger than the world's smallest known bug. They were about to reach the top of the reptile pyramid. Another reason for their rise was their immunity to the zombie virus. With so many rotting, virus-infected sea creatures, they had an endless food supply. In less than half a year, they rapidly multiplied in the sea and returned to the land. They weren't picky eaters. Moldy algae, wood roots, rotten garbage, you name it, they ate it. That's why people like Su Long, and even Jing Shu in her previous life, were covered in bites from corpse-eating bugs and turned pale at the mention of them. The worst part is, these bugs have no natural enemies, and you absolutely can't eat them. They taste so bitter you question your existence, and if you eat too many, a stomachache is the least of your worries. You might even die. If memory serves, the terrifying parasite outbreak back then was probably spread by corpse-eating bugs. After all, they carry countless bacteria and viruses. Jing Shu had eaten them a few times to survive, but now she couldn't stomach them anymore and swore she'd rather starve than eat them again. Bugs that love eating corpses and viruses and still thrive, how could they not be filthy? As for poultry and other species, they avoid corpse-eating bugs like the plague. The tyrant once said that every creature has its value and suggested extracting protein from corpse-eating bugs to make synthetic food, but it failed. The cost of extracting protein from them was like spending millions to make a 100 yuan bill. Later, the tyrant tried feeding corpse-eating bugs to poultry, but before long, the birds all got sick. So, a little is okay, but as a staple, it's a no-go. He tried using them to breed maggots, red threadworms. In short, the tyrant tried many methods, but none worked as hoped, and none could be scaled up. These corpse-eating bugs with no natural enemies and no value proliferated out of control. But Jing Shu thought that maybe, in the future, they could have enormous value. That's it! If the most rampant corpse-eating bugs could provide a constant food source for green algae and then the algae could feed the fish. No, maybe it could even be used as feed for red threadworms. Jing Shu's lips curled up. The red threadworms in her space had never regained their terrifying reproductive ability from before, and she always felt something was missing. This time she'd brought back the original solution for cell division, and now, with green algae as feed, she'd see if it worked. If it did. Looking at Jing Shu's shining eyes, Wu Yuai felt a bit baffled and reminded her, "This algae can only play a supporting role, just for feeding fish. Don't think about anything else. We've already tested it." Jing Shu just smiled and said nothing. All right, let's sit down and eat. It's so late and you're still talking about things no one understands." Dinner was sumptuous, and the conversation at the table was all about recent big events. Where there had been another collapse, where new snacks had appeared, what knockoff goods were being sold on the black market, and so on. Jing Shu, who had called everyone together to talk business, didn't say much more. Instead, she said, "I'm a bit tired today, let's talk more tomorrow," and changed the subject. That night, after settling her uncle's family, everyone squeezed into the RVs to get by. Jing Shu really did go up to the second floor to rest early. There was so much to do the next day, especially with all the experiments she wanted to run with the green algae Wu Yuai had given her. But in the middle of the night, she was repeatedly woken by urgent phone calls. Soon, the lights in the RVs came on, waking the whole family, and panicked voices followed. In the darkness, Jing Shu lay in bed, eyes open, quickly solving a Rubik's cube in her hands while listening to the voices downstairs. How is this possible? The entire block of houses in the old West Mountain district collapsed. It's all gone, our only home. Where will we live now? Her aunt's voice was full of despair and fear, sobbing uncontrollably. Uncle Su Yang paced back and forth. "I told you not to sleep in the house tonight, not to sleep in the house. But you insisted on taking that brat to sleep inside. Luckily, little sister's family called us over. Just be grateful. It's just the house that's gone. If the three of us had died in there, let's see how much you'd cry then." The whole family was clearly shaken. Jing's mom's hands trembled slightly. She couldn't imagine it. Su Mei's betrayal had already made her no longer family. Her parents were gone, and if her only brother's family had died with no descendants left, she couldn't bear to think of it. Thank goodness. Jing's mom's hands trembled as she heated up another pot of chicken noodle soup, serving everyone an extra meal. In the apocalypse, no other family could afford such luxury. Aunt Wang Fang cried bitterly. Su Long ate noodles without a care, and Uncle's face didn't look good either. Still, he gratefully held Jing's mom's hand and said, "Little sister, this time it's all thanks to Jing Shu. Otherwise, I can't even imagine. It's like fate that she came back today and called us over. I won't say more, but once we settle down, we'll come thank Jing Shu properly. She saved the three of us." Jing's mom nodded, eyes red, hands pressed together in prayer. "Amitabha, thank the heavens. Jing Shu has changed a lot these past 2 years. She has her own ideas. If she says there's something important, then there must be. Heaven was watching out for you, not letting you go back. Little sister, could I trouble your husband to drive me back? A lot of people died this time, and as a community manager, I need to go back and handle the statistics and arrangements. Things are a mess over there, Su Long and his mom." Aunt quickly stood up, wiping her tears. Please help look after Sulong for a day. I'll go too. With so many buildings collapsed, people have to go in and dig out bodies, pick through clothes, and salvage supplies. Old Sue can't handle it alone. Besides, we need to dig out whatever food, clothes, and usable things we can. If we're late, others will take them. With the house gone, we'll just stay at the main square for now. I still have some virtual coins. Once this is over, we'll look for a new place. That's how it was. If the floods of the second year still gave people hope of returning home, the earthquakes of the third year shattered all hope. Housing was even scarcer, the weather colder, and it was nearly impossible to find a place to live. Dozens of people had to squeeze into a single space. Jing Shu was all too familiar with that scene. Even before the earthquake stopped, crowds with baskets on their backs would rush in, afraid of being late. First, they'd dig for food, then search for scraps of cloth and clothing, then move old furniture, usable door frames, broken beds. Anything that could be used was now ownerless. Of course, there were also people wailing and cursing. In the pitch-black ruins, few people spoke. They silently dug through the dirt, tossed stones aside, and used their hands to judge whether something was trash or useful. Some, going too deep, would get injured again. Once all the supplies that could be taken were gone, they'd start dragging out bodies, stripping clothes, and carrying the corpses to the platform, which was set up for collecting bodies and would pay a little virtual currency. Jing Shu was familiar with this work. While others scavenged for supplies, she'd carry her homemade basket and go straight for the bodies. Sometimes it was half a body, sometimes just a hand or leg sticking out from the rubble. Jing Shu, skinny as a skeleton and lacking strength, couldn't compete with the men, but she was fast. By picking up and digging for scattered remains, she could fill a basket. Payment was by weight, though it wasn't much. There were always bits and pieces. If she was lucky, she'd find a whole body and could earn 1 or 2 virtual coins a day. Those days were really hard. Jing Shu stretched out her hand, looking at her now full and slender fingers, and sighed. Jing's mom swallowed the words she was about to say. She'd wanted her brother to live closer, or at least find a place in the banana community. In the apocalypse, it was better for family to be nearby so they could look out for each other. Sigh. Maybe she'd mention it to Jing An if there was a chance. See if there was any way to help. Sigh. Finish your noodles before you go. The RV fell quiet again, still shaking occasionally from aftershocks. Jing Shu drifted back to sleep, only to be woken by Fat Chicken's feathers gently massaging her. Fat Chicken had learned a new massage technique to please its owner, though the skill was still a bit lacking. Jing Shu mumbled and snuggled into the luxurious down comforter on her big bed. When she opened her eyes, she saw the 270-degree panoramic glass view, the dim back hill and the dense tents, tin houses, and stone houses outside. It was nothing like the beautiful snowy world of the 5th year. To save fuel, Jing's dad only turned on the hot water pipe's thermostat, so it was still a bit cold. The RV's warming lamp was on. Fat Chicken, holding the vibrating phone in its beak, shook its plump butt proudly. The ant queen that had competed for Jing Shu's favor in America was gone, so this was Fat Chicken's domain again. As long as it kept laying eggs, it was still the king. Jing Shu glanced at the number. It was Li Yuetian. She lazily put the call on speaker. Hello? Captain Li? But Li Yuetian sounded urgent. Jing Shu, I just called Yang Yang and found out you're back. Where are you? Back hill of Banana Community? Yeah, what's up? Hurry over to the 2nd squad. The address hasn't changed. The supplies you just delivered a few days ago were all taken yesterday. I'll explain in detail when you get here. Those bastards even cleaned out my warehouse while I was gone. Li Yuetian sounded furious. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes, instantly wide awake. It was as if a cold aura radiated from her, and Fat Chicken clucked in fear and ran away. I'll be right there. Very good. In this second life, Jing Shu only wanted to quietly and steadily grow, not because she lacked the ability to become a powerful figure in Wu Cheng or even all of China. With her foresight and the power of her Rubik's Cube space, she could easily use behind-the-scenes methods to safely expand, sell more luxury goods and live poultry, All kinds of medicinal herbs, open auction houses and trade fairs, build a Shiyuan base like Duo, form her own force, hire private bodyguards, and live the life of a true tycoon. She believed that in 2 years she could become one of the top supply merchants in Wucheng, but she hadn't done so, because until she had the power to save everyone, the faster you fatten up, the faster you die. Jing Shu's low profile didn't mean she was afraid of trouble. She didn't seek it, but she wasn't afraid of it either. If anyone thought she was an easy target, like a sheep to be bullied and dared to make a move on her, then they shouldn't blame her for baring her fangs. It was clear. If someone could take things from Li Yuetian, they weren't simple. She just didn't know if it was power or influence, public or private. She changed into black leather jacket and pants, put on her modified bulletproof windbreaker, a black-edged bulletproof helmet, and equipped herself with several weapons just in case, then rode out on her shark-shaped scooter. It was only a kilometer away, but she had to show her presence. The second squad and the cafeteria hadn't moved. Unless the buildings collapsed, they were still safe. It was mealtime, and there was a line at the cafeteria. When people saw a car coming, they automatically made way, but whispered among themselves. Anyone who could still drive was not to be messed with, since the government monopolized charging stations and each charge cost 5 virtual coins. Only the rich could afford electric vehicles now. Jing Shu passed by her third aunt Jing Lai's Love Home cafeteria and saw her busy figure but didn't disturb her. She went straight upstairs and found Li Yuetian. Li Yuetian held his teacup, looking like he wanted to smash it but was restraining himself. After all, it was his last set. He looked extremely aggrieved. When Jing Shu arrived, it was his nephew Li Bailong, Little Li, who brought her in. "Would you like something to drink?" Little Li asked quietly. "The usual chrysanthemum tea," Jing Shu replied with a casual wave, appearing calm and unruffled. But Li Yuetian could feel a wave of pressure coming from her. This girl had secretly gone to America, and her aura had changed dramatically. She still hadn't shed that murderous air. "Sit, sit." Li Yuetian motioned for Jing Shu to sit, but couldn't help slamming his teacup on the table. After a long moment, he said with guilt, "Jing Shu, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of your things." "Captain Li, what exactly happened? And what do you mean your warehouse was emptied too?" Li Yuetian sighed and explained. "You know we rely on auctioning off weapons from the warehouse at high prices, and every month we get 1 million virtual coins worth of grain as sponsorship. Then, special personnel distribute it. The grain that can be stored long-term goes to the Wucheng Grain Reserve, and the rest is distributed as wages down the line." Jing Shu frowned and nodded. This was true. Although the good stuff was divided among official staff and leaders, and by the time it reached ordinary people, it was just a tiny bit, it did exist. Most of the grain was mixed with whatever was edible and distributed to the public, but the sponsorship was still just a drop in the bucket. Still, the good benefits for official staff gave everyone more motivation. The reason people were willing to work so hard for the official jobs was because the pay and goods were real. This was a true iron rice bowl. Yesterday, I took people out to help dig a road. Halfway there, Little Li called to say something had happened. By the time I got back, the supply distributor and that person were already gone. They took all the supplies from last month and everything I'd prepared for this month, emptied the whole warehouse, including your stuff. Li Yuetian gritted his teeth. He'd lost over 1 million virtual coins worth of food. Jing Shu frowned. That shouldn't have happened. Normally, no one would dare touch Wucheng government supplies, and the city's management was decent. Besides, supply distributors weren't that high-ranking. How could Li Yuetian be so hesitant, not even daring to report it? Who was it? Li Yuetian pointed upward. The son of Wucheng's top leader, Jin Baba. Oh, so Wucheng's government really was his family's. Jing Shu frowned. In her previous life, she didn't know much about Wucheng's leader, only that after he died, the tyrant took over. She couldn't remember the exact time. Honestly, someone at her level in her past life wouldn't have had contact with such high-ranking people. She had no particular impression of him, except that in the 4th year, When there was nothing left, he finally opened the Wucheng grain reserves and distributed food to everyone. He was a good person, right? The tyrant, on the other hand, left a deep impression with his extreme decisions. But even if it's his son, he can't just take our stuff, can he? Did the leader himself allow this? Jing Shu asked. If the leader really allowed it, then her supplies were as good as gone. After all, you can't fight City Hall. If she wanted to report it to the capital, she'd have to weigh the consequences. Li Yuetian let out a long sigh and shook his head. You probably don't know. The leader is dying, only hanging on with medicine. His son is probably trying to grab as much as he can before the end. Anyone who tries to stop him is asking for trouble. A few days ago, he even extorted a lot of oil from Chanduoduo and took a bunch of natural gas, too. Everyone's just hoping he'll finish grabbing and leave soon. Jing Shu looked a little confused. If his father was dying, wouldn't their family be finished? Why was everyone so afraid? No, the timing didn't seem right. He shouldn't die so soon. The leader's wife is from the capital. She married down, Li Yuetian revealed. In other words, Jin Baba's mother's family had even higher status than the leader. His uncle is the third in command, also sent from the capital. Jin Baba is a typical rich playboy. Normally, with his father in charge, nothing went wrong. Now that his father's dying and the capital hasn't sent a new leader, Jin Baba is grabbing whatever he can before heading back to the capital. Who dares stop him? That leader was a good man, did a lot for Wucheng, but now his reputation is about to be ruined by his son. Yeah, there were powerful people in Wucheng and in the capital. To say they were influential would be an understatement. If he dared to take even Li Yuetian's government supplies, what wouldn't he dare do? And the capital's relationships were so tangled. Who knew who was whose in-law or cousin? Jing Shu was silent. It's not uncommon for successful people or celebrities to have children who end up in trouble or even prison. Maybe they gave all their time to their work, their unit, and the people, but not to raising their kids. Jing Shu hadn't expected that the person who stole from her this time would have such a powerful background. Both his parents and even his uncle were formidable. But there are plenty of ways to deal with spoiled brats. It might be troublesome, but were the supplies she risked her life to get from America really so easy to take? So what are you going to do now? Jing Shu leaned back on the sofa, picked up her phone, and sent a few messages to Sumali and Zhou Bapi. If she remembered correctly, she'd once asked them why they wanted her honeysuckle so badly. Zhou Bapi even went to Guangdong to find it. For Uncle Jin. He's a good man, so I don't want him to get sick, Sumali had said. It's for that old guy. He's been suffering for years, and now in the apocalypse medicine is even harder to find, Zhou Bapi had said. So, the key person was still this leader. Crack! A crisp sound. Li Yuetian finally smashed his teacup on the floor, hot tea splashing everywhere. I don't care if they don't want my stuff, but what you left with me, I have to get it back for you. Even if I lose my position, I'll fight for it. At worst, we'll go straight to the leader. If Jin Baba wants revenge, so be it, Li Yuetian said through gritted teeth. If they did this, they'd have to accept the consequences. Maybe they could get the supplies back for now, but once the leader died, they'd probably face terrible retaliation. Maybe the person sent to replace him would be Jin Baba's relative. Jing Shu smiled. All right, let's go. I don't believe there's no justice left. At worst, we'll go all the way to the top. Li Yuetian swallowed, a little stunned. Was Jing Shu really this bold? Don't you have a plan? Do we really need a plan? What kind of plan do you want? Jing Shu narrowed her eyes and shot back. The longer the supplies were gone, the more likely they'd be used or divided up. By then, even killing someone wouldn't get them back, so the best time to retrieve them was now. That batch of American goods she'd gotten from the underground black market, most of it bought with the hundreds of thousands of black market coins Fat Chicken had won, was tons of grain, wheat, salt, oil, fabric, pig bristles, an important strategic material, cow and sheep hides. These were all crucial to Jing Shu, and she was absolutely determined to get them back. Jing Shu had considered that if her supplies were taken, it might be an organized, premeditated theft, maybe by Li Yuetian's superior, or some collusion among high-level officials, or perhaps some big shot had set their sights on the American goods she'd brought in. But she hadn't expected it to be the dying Wucheng leader, unable to keep his own son in check, causing this mess and dragging her into it. Some people had been extorted or outright robbed by Jin Baba and just swallowed their anger. But that was the reality. Jin Baba knew exactly who he could push around. People like Li Yuetian, with little background, would get cleaned out and not dare make a sound. Just look at how Li Yuetian had run himself ragged yesterday and still couldn't get anything done. Those were goods shipped in from the capital. If Jin Baba dared to take them, he even sent word, "I'll give the capital a heads up. Isn't it just a favor?" He was certainly arrogant. Li Yuetian knew that if you really asked the capital to intervene, you'd end up offending both sides. You might get your supplies back, but you'd owe the capital a favor and make an enemy of Jin Baba. As for reporting to the disciplinary committee, that was just a fairy tale for kids. In the adult world, if you want to report someone, you'd better be ready to pull up the whole tree, not just a blade of grass. In short, if you're confident, go all out. If not, don't just cry and complain. Whether in the apocalypse or peacetime, this is what it feels like to be powerless. Let's go then. There's really no need for a plan. Li Yuetian had already thought of every possible way, even called Yang Yang, who just said, "If it's in that local tyrant's hands, your only option is assassination. All of Wucheng would support you." Jing Shu had plenty of ways to get her supplies back. One was to expose him. If she used the power of the internet to make this outrageous injustice public, it would definitely cause a huge stir. Not only could she get her supplies back, but she'd gain fame and attention. But if the storm died down and she survived, her family might not. Even if the authorities executed Jin Baba under pressure, unless his whole family was wiped out, she'd be next. No matter how tough she was, her family would be in danger. Another way was to use even greater power to suppress him, like joining the S-level national elite, becoming untouchable, and using the most mysterious, highest-level organization in the capital to pressure him. But that wasn't in Jing Shu's plans. When a spoiled brat makes a mess, it's still up to his father to clean it up. It's not that serious. However he took it, he can return it the same way. Jing Shu actually comforted Li Yuetian. More than that, if she didn't vent this anger, she'd feel she was letting herself down after all her hard work. In Li Yuetian's mind, Jing Shu had always been a polite, humble, kind, and gentle girl who liked to help others. But after coming back from America, it was as if she'd accidentally revealed her true nature, tearing off that mask of fake kindness. Brag all you want. Let's see what we do after his father dies. Sitting together in the pickup truck heading to the government family compound, Li Yuetian was already thinking about where to transfer after Jin Baba's father died. "No, I need to contact a few comrades when I get back. If not, I'll go back to my wife's hometown in Sichuan. I hear there are plenty of henpecked husbands there to learn from." Jing Shu's thoughts drifted as well. In fact, there was another reason she was going straight to the Wucheng leader. She wanted to know if her butterfly effect had caused his death. She didn't remember exactly when he died, but the tyrant only took over after the 4th year, close to the 5th. In other words, the Wucheng leader definitely shouldn't die in the 3rd year. Of course, maybe in her previous life he was already dying at this point and just barely held on until the 4th year. Either way, as long as he didn't die, Jin Baba couldn't make too much trouble, and it would be easier for her to get her supplies back. Jing Shu also wanted to see the leader's injuries and how long he could last. She couldn't help but marvel. This was something she'd never have imagined in her previous life, but now she could actually get involved with the highest authority in Wucheng. They soon arrived at their destination. To her surprise, the government family compound was in a remote suburb of Wucheng, on the East Mountain, opposite the West Mountain. The terrain here was high, so it hadn't been flooded, and so far the earthquakes hadn't damaged it either. This was built just 4 years ago. Isn't it beautiful? Pity, we only lived here a year before the apocalypse hit. Jing Shu nodded. This wasn't a family compound, it was a whole area of 3-story vintage villas. It must have been beautiful once, and only the truly powerful of Wucheng could have lived here. Aside from a few 5-story office buildings, there were no tall structures. When earthquakes came, there was nothing to fear and there was no need to evacuate. In the apocalypse, it was a real paradise. The pickup was stopped by a veteran guard. Li Yuetian even let out a sigh, but then a big yellow-toothed man appeared in front of the car, waving excitedly and shouting to the soldiers on duty, "Make way! Make way! This is Vice President Jing from the Pharmaceutical Association, here to see old Jin." In an instant, everyone around snapped to attention and warmly welcomed Jing Shu out of the car. No outside vehicles were allowed in, so a young man drove a sightseeing patrol car to take them in. The yellow-toothed man was none other than Vice President Zhou of the Pharmaceutical Association, Zhou Bapi, whom she hadn't seen in half a year. It seemed he had a good relationship with the leader. Jing Shu felt a bit guilty toward Zhou Bapi. These past months he'd covered for her at the association, letting her disappear under the pretense of studying abroad. Both Jing Shu and Li Yuetian were left speechless. "Wait, I'm damn well here to get my supplies back." Zhou Bapi was still as scruffy and listless as ever, but when he saw Jing Shu, he was genuinely happy. This old man was like a long-lost friend, and even the murderous aura on Jing Shu faded, leaving her much calmer and more at peace.